My name is Xia Yuanqing, and I was just an ordinary person on Earth. But who could have imagined that when I woke up, I would become a village god? Sitting on the altar, in the shrine, surrounded by incense and hazy divine light. As soon as he opened his eyes from the clay statue, before he could even marvel at this mysterious and solemn new world, a harsh laugh rang in his ears. A mere village god dares to call himself a god? I looked around and saw 18 high and mighty gods looking down at me, mountain gods, land gods, river gods, star gods. All of them were extremely majestic and had expressions of contempt. And me? I am just a lowly village god. Moreover, he was the poorest village god in the whole village. The temple was dilapidated and no one even lit a decent incense stick. He was simply a forgotten decoration. I looked at the information panel in front of me that said, Incense value 0. Feeling helpless and unwilling. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence in the temple, and a woman stumbled in by Wenjin. Eh? Is she the one who was shouting outside just now? Wow, it's so big! My sight slipped, and I quickly covered my nose. Then I realized, I am just a spirit now, I have no entity at all, and it is impossible for me to have a nosebleed. Then, you can watch it with confidence. However, before he could watch for 2 seconds, 2 ragged bandits rushed in, with obscene eyes, and took off their clothes while laughing. Little beauty, you actually hid here, just in time to have some fun with your brothers. This scene made me almost scream out loud in the shrine. Holy shit! I'm being asked to watch this kind of movie after only a few minutes of traveling through time? No, shouldn't this script be about delivering packages or fixing water pipes? Bai Wenjin retreated step by step, looking around in panic, and finally his eyes fell on the shrine where I was. She picked up the only remaining incense stick and a fire starter, her voice trembling but firm. My daughter Bai Wenjin, please help me today. As long as you can let me return home safely, I am willing to serve the gods for the rest of my life. The incense was lit, and blue smoke rose up and slowly merged into the body of my statue. Incense plus 0.5 strands. I was shocked and quickly checked the system information. Finally, a number appeared in the incense column. I was so happy that I almost shouted out loud. Is this the taste of incense? It's too intoxicating. The next second, the system prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for gaining the first believer, opening the new god gift package. Along with the shining light, 3 skills suddenly appeared. Gain the magical power, dream entering, gain the magical power, plant growth, gain the magical power, thunderfall. I was delighted and instantly understood the functions of the 3 magical powers. Entering the dream. You can enter the dreams of believers, preach and answer questions, and have various physical contacts. Plant growth. Promote the growth of crops and bring prosperity to the area. Falling thunder. Summoning thunder to strike people, simple and brutal. Especially. Into the dream. Although it is nominally preaching, the explanation of physical contact makes me curl my lips. Of course, it was all for teaching. But before I could start to imagine it, reality pulled me back. Where did the gods come from in your village? The right thing to do is to follow us 2 brothers. The 2 bandits had already begun to tear off Bai Wenjin's clothes, and she was crying in despair. I couldn't stand it any longer, and I was furious. Broken mud? Who are you scolding? I'm a god. How dare you two? I pointed angrily at the sky, and suddenly the sky roared and lightning flashed. 2 bolts of lightning broke through the sky, accurately striking the roof of the ruined temple and hitting the 2 bandits who were committing crimes. How can a mortal body withstand the thunder of heaven? 2 charred bodies fell to the ground, and a burning smell filled the air. Bai Wenjin was dumbfounded, staring at the 2 smoking corpses, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak. What is going on? She turned her head and looked at the clay sculpture in the shrine, and suddenly remembered that she had made a wish to the gods. Gods above, I, Bai Wenjin, thank you for saving my life. She fell to her knees and cowed out to me, this clay sculpture. On the shrine, I collapsed and sat down, holding my forehead and groaning. Damn, just 2 thunderbolts, how could it be such a loss? But when I looked at the scenery of Bai Wenjin's skirt being lifted up below the stage, I couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. So big, so white. Wenjin! Wenjin! In the wilderness, an old peasant couple wearing coarse linen clothes shouted anxiously, and their voices echoed in the empty fields. "Father, nothing will happen to Wenjin, right?" Bayume stamped her feet anxiously, her eyes red. She and her husband Bai Daching were working in the fields, and they wanted to have a meal there at noon, so they asked their daughter Wenjin, who was helping them, to go home and get some steamed bread. But they waited and waited, but their daughter never came back. To make matters worse, they heard that 2 bandits had just broken into the village, and many people were so scared that they went back home, fearing that they would be affected. Hearing this news, the old couple became even more uneasy. They had a daughter in their old age, and when Jean was naturally beautiful, the recognized beauty of Baijia village. Now she just turned 18 and was in the prime of her youth. If she really fell into the hands of bandits, the consequences would be disastrous. "Dad! Mom!" A familiar voice came from a distance. Bayume's eyes lit up, but the moment she saw the appearance of the person, her face suddenly changed. She saw her daughter limping out of a dilapidated temple not far away, her clothes disheveled and her face dazed. Bayume's heart tightened, her legs weakened, and she almost fell down. "Beasts! Those 2 beasts!" Bai Daching picked up the hoe he carried with him, his eyes red and furious, and ran towards the ruined temple. "Dad! Mom!" Bai Wenjin threw herself into her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face. The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, with only the sound of their unstoppable sobs echoing in the wilderness. Bai Daching rushed into the ruined temple and took a quick glance, but all he saw were 2 charred bodies in the corner. He stood there, looking shocked. Although the charred bodies were unrecognizable, they could still be vaguely seen as 2 men. "Girl, what is going on?" He turned to look at his daughter outside the door. "It was true Lord Yuanqing! It was true Lord Yuanqing who saved me!" Bai Wenjin pointed to the shrine in the temple with a trembling hand. Under the clay statue that had been ignored before, the words, Yuanqing, now appeared. I listened to all this in the system interface and couldn't help curling my lips. "Master Yuanqing? System, you really have a sense of humor." This statue originally had no inscriptions. After I woke up and merged with the system, these 2 words appeared inexplicably. It was also a coincidence that when Jean saw the words on the shrine when he knelt down just now. Listening to Wenjin's choked recounting of what happened, Bai Daching suddenly loosened his grip, dropped the hoe to the ground, and stood there like a wooden chicken. "We have a god in Baijia village again," he muttered to himself, as if he had returned to 15 years ago. At that time, there was also a village god in the village, but he was an evil god. Anyone who made a wish had to pay with a young boy or girl. Later, the evil god was defeated in a battle with other gods and was swallowed up on the spot. Since then, Baijia village has no longer been protected by any gods. Over the past decade or so, villagers have lived in poverty, crops have been scarce, and the years have been getting worse and worse. This year, not even seedlings have grown. If this continues, the more than 200 people in the village may starve to death. "Old farmer Bai Daching, thank you true Lord Yuanqing for saving my daughter." He immediately knelt on the ground and kowed out several times, his expression solemn. "I will go home now and bring the best tribute to true Lord." Watching him leave in disgrace, I sighed in the temple. What's the point of kowtowing? How can I ascend to higher ranks if you don't burn incense for me? As expected, the system panel showed, kowtow does not count as offering, you must burn incense to convert it into incense. And incense is the key resource for my growth. But what I care more about is why after the old man found out that I saved his daughter, his face didn't show gratitude, but fear? If he wasn't Wenjin's father, a bolt of lightning would be the least of my worries once my power is restored. I opened the system panel and studied the incense mechanism. As the village god of Baijia village, I can only use my magical powers within the village. Outside the village, I have no power to interfere in human affairs. The accumulation of incense will determine whether I can break through the current level of low-grade wandering god. The higher the quality of the believer, the more incense the tribute will bring. If you can accumulate enough incense, you can exchange it for skills, elixirs, and even magical powers in the incense mall. Unfortunately, I only have 0.5 strands of incense now, which is far from the lowest level of Tianyan Yushinju. If I want to become stronger, I have to rely on the villagers' offerings. As for immortality? I don't worry about that. The day I become a god, I will live as long as the heavens. My mood gradually calmed down, and I decided to take a walk in the village and take a look at my territory. The old temple in my old nest was really depressing, and it would be nice to change the air occasionally. On the other side, in the Bai family's courtyard, Bai Wenjin changed his clothes and walked out of the house. He saw his father sitting in the courtyard in a daze and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" It took Bai Daching a long time to come back to his senses, and he looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. "My daughter, tell me honestly, what wish did you make to that true Lord? Don't hide it. If you make a wish to a god and it comes true, you have to fulfill it. If you break your promise, your whole family will suffer." He spoke earnestly about the past, his words full of fear, for he was afraid that if the new god was not satisfied with the tribute, his family of 3 would follow the same fate as the old god. Bai Wenjin listened, lowered her head silently, and her cheeks flushed quietly. She thought of the wish she made at that moment, and her heart was in a mess. Was she really going to serve the god? She suddenly remembered that there was a woman in the next-door village who was chosen by the gods. She bathed herself, wore a wedding dress and entered the temple, and from then on she served the gods for the rest of her life. She had fantasized about her own marriage, but she had never imagined that this fate would fall to a god. No wonder he was scared. I whispered to myself as I walked slowly along the ridge of the field near the village. As the new village god of this land, as long as I want, I can hear every move of the entire Baijia village. And Bai Wenjin, the only believer at present, naturally attracted my attention. That's why I heard her trembling and cautious conversation with her father. This world seemed to be full of gods, and there were village gods in almost every village. But the one worshipped by Baijia village before was an out-and-out evil god. The price of trading with him was never simple. Bai Daching was afraid of me, probably because he was worried that I would be like my predecessor, a ruthless person. She is in her 50s and the only daughter, which is rare in the village. Baijia village is not rich, and people generally prefer boys to girls. The main theme is to have many children, which brings good fortune, especially boys, because they can not only be the carriers of the incense, but also work in the fields. But he only has one daughter, so one can imagine that these years have not been easy for the father and daughter. "Dad, everything is packed. It's time to go to the temple. Bai, you may exchange most of the family's food rations for some meat, hoping to win my favor." Their family was poor and they seldom had meat, otherwise Wenjin wouldn't have become so thin. "You two stay at home and rest. I'll go alone." Bai Daching waved his hand, put the small piece of meat and 3 incense sticks in his arms, and walked towards the temple with his head held high. When he met villagers along the way, they were all shocked to see him holding a piece of meat. "Hey, brother Daching, where did you get rich? Let's go to the temple and fulfill our vow to Master Yuanqing." Bai Daching didn't say much, but his pace quickened a lot. He was afraid that if he was a step late, he would anger the gods and bring trouble to his entire family. The villagers behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. "Temple? Which Xinju and Yuanqing? Didn't the spirit of Baijia village die a long time ago? Could it be that his brain is damaged by the heat?" Several people murmured, not taking it seriously. On the other side, Bai Daching was already standing in front of the dilapidated temple, panting. Looking at the ruins, he felt very nervous. "You can invite a god to this shabby temple? Most likely, it's an evil god again." But no matter how guilty he felt, he didn't care. He knelt down in front of the shrine, lit the incense, and kowed out devoutly. "Master Yuanqing Xinjuan, I am deeply grateful for saving my daughter. This is the meat that we exchanged for most of our food rations as a token of our gratitude. I am over 50 years old and I only have this one daughter. If she has offended me in any way, please show mercy and punish me." I sat among the statues, watching him kowtow repeatedly, with a rather complicated expression on his face. Punish? When did I say I would punish Bai Wenjin? Such a lovely girl, and my first believer. I can't even pamper her enough. How could I do that? Looking at the piece of meat, I shook my head helplessly. Spirits can't eat anything, so I might as well buy more incense with the money. At this time, a prompt popped up on the system interface, incense +3. The number of believers increased from 1 to 2. Bai Daching is officially under my command. Master Yuanqing, you are not angry? Bai Duqing carefully raised his head and saw that the statue was indifferent and there was no movement around. He immediately smiled. Thank you, Lord God, for your kindness. I will come to burn incense for you every day from now on. I watched him kowtow a few more times in joy, and finally smiled. Come every day? This is the kind of believer I like. As for that piece of meat, it's only the size of a palm, and even if I could eat it, it wouldn't be enough to fill my teeth. Throughout the whole day, no one else set foot in the temple except Bai Duqing's family. The 2 corpses originally left behind for worshipping the evil god were also dragged away and buried by Bai Duqing. As night fell, the lights in the village went out early. In this world without televisions and mobile phones, there was a lack of entertainment. At night there was nothing else to do except for couples quietly discussing philosophy of life. I was so bored that I could only float in the air, cloud patrolling around the village and commenting on the mortals' night performances. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a figure appearing in the moonlight. Huh! Why did she come out at this time? Bai Wenjin, wearing a bamboo hat, ran briskly towards the temple. I followed curiously and floated back into the temple. She stood in front of the altar, looking at the piece of meat, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. I'm afraid the last time she ate meat was last year. But she quickly retracted her gaze, with a determined look in her eyes. She lit 3 incense sticks, knelt in front of the shrine, and whispered, Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan, I don't know what my father said today. I hope you won't be angry. He doesn't know that I have decided to serve you for life. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. Finally, she slowly unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her tight red belly band. The moonlight poured through the skylight of the dilapidated temple, reflecting on her snow-white skin, as if covering her with a layer of soft light. Shit! I jumped down from the statue on the shrine, landed next to Bai Wenjin, and looked at him carefully with squinted eyes. I watched quite a few vow-fulfilling ceremonies tonight, but in terms of level of care, she was definitely top of the list. The only pity is that she is too thin as a layer of skin covering bones. Bai Wenjin knelt shyly in front of the platform, looked around, and confirmed that there was nothing unusual, and she felt relieved. According to the elders in the village, as long as the ceremony went smoothly, it meant that the gods approved of her intentions. She quickly put on her clothes. Her little face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out, and she didn't even dare to look directly at the clay statue in the shrine. Seeing her timid appearance, I waved my finger lightly, and suddenly a gentle breeze blew in the temple. The breeze blew across her temples and also blew up the pieces of meat offered on the table. Plop! The piece of meat fell steadily beside her. Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan, you, this is... She was stunned and at a loss. That piece of meat was the tribute her father had just brought in that morning, but now it was returned by the gods themselves. Does this mean that the gods are not happy? Bai Wenjin's shoulders began to tremble slightly, and his face was full of panic. Sir, our family is really poor. This is already the best. Please don't punish me. The 2 lightning bolts that killed the bandits during the day are still vivid in our minds. The power of God should not be underestimated. Oh, this child, why can't she understand what I mean? I waved gently again, and the breeze gently patted her shoulder. Feeling that there was no malice in the wind, she finally mustered up the courage and asked in a low voice, My lord, do you want me to take this piece of meat back to eat? Are you not blaming us? It was quiet all around, without a single sound of wind. Bai Wenjin burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly. Sir, I will go to help Dad farm tomorrow. When the family harvests the grain, I will definitely buy better offerings and come back to honor you. I looked at her back as she left with the meat in her hands, with a helpless look on my face. Buy things? I can't use mortals' things. It's better to exchange them for incense, and it's more reliable. I paced around the shrine for a few times, and suddenly slapped my forehead. Damn! I actually forgot about the power of entering dreams. That is the bridge of communication between me and the believers. Until late at night, when Bai Wenjin fell into a deep sleep, I turned into a wisp of green smoke and quietly sneaked into her dream. In the dream, she was sitting around the pot with her parents, eating meat happily. I looked at the happy smile on her face, and my heart was touched. This family has had a hard time. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still shallow, and I can only leave 2 words in my dream: incense. Then he exited the dream and returned to the shrine to practice and absorb spiritual energy. The next morning, the first thing Bai Wenjin thought of when he opened his eyes was the handwriting in his dream. It was Master Yuanqing who sent me a message in my dream. He only wants incense and offerings. She jumped up and ran out of the door in a hurry, bumping into her mother Bai Yume, whose face was filled with anxiety and tears. Wenjin, something terrible has happened. Bai Yume grabbed her and said, The piece of meat we offered as a sacrifice last night appeared in our kitchen this morning. In the kitchen, Bai Daqing sat on the floor with a sad face. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Bai Wenjin quickly explained what he saw and dreamed last night. You said that the piece of meat was sent by the god? Did he also ask you to bring incense and offerings in a dream? Bai Daqing's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. But not long after, he exclaimed in ecstasy. Oh! Mother of the child! Hurry up and get the incense, we will go and burn incense now. The three of them quickly packed up their things and ran towards the temple, attracting the attention of the villagers on the way. It's over. Bai Daqing's family has gone crazy. I heard that people in other villages were starving to death, but I didn't expect that his family would be the first one in our village. Everyone was talking about it, but no one helped their own family was almost out of food, so who would have extra food? In the temple, I was sleeping soundly when I was woken up by a system notification sound. Believer Bai Daqing plus 3 strands of incense. Believer Bai Wenjin plus 3 strands of incense. Believer White Jade Plum plus 3 strands of incense. I opened my eyes and almost exploded. Damn, this family got up too early! Looking up at the sky, it was just getting light. However, because of the incense, I felt calmer. The dream I had last night was indeed correct. I heard their prayers outside the temple. Master Yuanqing Jingjuan, please bless our crops to grow quickly so that our family of 3 can have enough food to eat soon. I nodded silently. Among my magical powers, one of them was plant growth. However, making a wish is one thing, it is better to exchange it for something good first. The current incense balance is 15.5, which is just enough to exchange for that low-grade Yushin pill. I deducted 10 wisps of incense, and a green pill floated in the air. I opened my mouth and took a breath, and the pill turned into green smoke and merged into my body. In an instant, my divine power surged. Check the system interface. God Xia Yuanqing, incense, 5.5 strands, God's position, Baijia village god, level, lower grade wandering god, cultivation progress, 1 out of 100, magic power, dreaming, plant growth, thunderbolt, believers 3. The divine power in my body became more and more powerful, and I turned into a wisp of green smoke, quietly passing over the village and heading straight for the fields. There was still a hint of coolness in the early morning air, but the villagers working in the fields were already sweating profusely. Their shorts were soaked with sweat and stuck to their bodies, showing their hard work. I looked down at all this and felt an inexplicable sense of emotion rising in my heart. Following the breath of the believers, I came to Bai Wenjin's field. Wenjin, let's work hard today and ask your mother to stew the meat in the evening, Bai Daqing encouraged while wiping the sweat off his face. Although he was too tired to straighten his back, his eyes immediately lit up when he thought of the meat in the evening. Their family had not eaten meat for a long time. Dad, all of this is thanks to true Lord Yuanqing. Bai Wenjin squatted in the field, weeding while looking towards the temple, his clear eyes full of devout respect. Congratulations to the host, ordinary believer. Bai Wenjin has been promoted to a supporting believer. Congratulations to the host for gaining the first supporting believer. 2 prompts suddenly appeared on the system interface, along with an achievement reward. I immediately clicked on the reward, and a body tempering technique gift pack appeared in front of me, containing 5 techniques suitable for beginners. Introduction. The gift package contains 5 body tempering techniques. You can choose any one of them. I was slightly stunned, and recalled what I heard from the villagers last night. This world not only has gods, but also monks. Almost all cultivators have a powerful god behind them. The gods are both protectors and guides. The gods of some villages can even personally teach skills and guide cultivation. The path of cultivation begins with tempering the body, followed by refining qi, building foundation, and golden elixir. Although there are a wide variety of skills in them all, they all require incense points. However, my divine power is limited and I don't have much incense points, so I can't afford to buy skills for believers. Unexpectedly, just because of Bai Wenjin's promotion, the system gave me a martial arts gift package for free. After looking through the gift package, I finally chose Yuan Ju. Kung Fu, Jade Yuan Ju, level, body tempering stage, introduction. It can make the body like jade, improve physical fitness, expand meridians, and lay a solid foundation. This is the most suitable one. My mind moved, and the technique turned into a ray of light, blending into my sea of consciousness, and I instantly understood the mystery. Compared with the other 4 exercises, Yuan Ju is not outstanding, but it is stable and suitable for people of all physiques, paving the way for cultivation. My eyes fell on Bai Wenjin again. She was my first supportive believer, and was also destined to be the first person to embark on the path of cultivation. Yuan Ju was taught to her in a dream tonight. And now there is something more important. I pointed my finger, and the divine power in my body transformed into wisps of emerald green light that sprinkled onto the fields, seeping into the soil and transforming into pure spiritual energy, nourishing the roots of the crops. Bang! Bai Daqing was suddenly stunned. His hoe fell to the ground, his eyes widened, staring at the crops in front of him. Ah! Bai Yume, who was not far away, screamed in fright and sat down in the mud, raising a cloud of dust. Bai Wenjin quickly stood up and wanted to see what happened to her mother, but the moment she turned around, she was also stunned by the scene in front of her. The originally withered and yellow crops turned into a vibrant green in the blink of an eye. Father, what is going on? Bai Yume stood up in a panic, looking at the scene in front of her, almost wondering if she was dreaming. The land in their Baijia village was barren, and the harvest every year was mediocre. But now the crops in the fields were growing so vigorously, it was simply unbelievable. Dad! Mom! It's Yuanqing Xinjuan! Bai Wenjin rushed to his parents and said excitedly, "Didn't we just make a wish in the temple this morning? It's not even noon yet, and the god has already granted our wish." I watched them crying with joy from the air, and my heart was filled with warmth. But casting the spell consumed too much divine power, so I had no choice but to return to the shrine to recuperate. At noon, the villagers finished work and went home. When they passed by Wenjin's fields, they stopped in surprise and asked, "What's going on? Why did Daqing's corn grow like this?" More and more people gathered around, and even the richest family in the village was shocked. "Daqing, what good fertilizer did your family use?" The village chief came over with a smile, looking at the corn while secretly glancing at Bai Daqing's expression. Bai Daqing grinned. "There is no fertilizer. We went to the temple this morning to worship Yuanqing Xinjuan. With the god's blessing, it will grow well naturally." "Master Yuanqing? Who is that?" The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Thinking of the fact that Daqing's family had been frequently visiting the long-abandoned temple recently, they couldn't help but wonder, could it be that there was a god in the temple again? But Bai Daqing's family was extremely poor. Where would the offerings come from? If there was really a god protecting them, they would probably have to offer the most precious things, such as Bai Wenjin? But seeing how lively she is now, it doesn't look like her vitality has been sucked away. "My dear uncles, our village's true lord Yuanqing is a truly good deity." Bai Wenjin raised his hands and said seriously, "As long as we burn incense with sincerity, the deity will surely bless our crops for a good harvest." But just as she finished her words, a child in the distance came running towards her like crazy, shouting breathlessly, "Grandpa Village Chief! Oh no! Bandits have entered the village! The bandits have entered the village!" This sentence exploded at the entrance of the village like a thunder. The faces of all the villagers changed instantly. Yesterday, bandits broke into the village, and everyone was so scared that they went back home and stayed indoors. The strange thing was that the 2 bandits came suddenly and left in a strange way. We didn't see them until the evening. Who would have thought that another wave would come at noon today? "Go home quickly! Hide quickly!" The village chief no longer cared about whether Bai Daqing's family had made a fortune recently. He just wanted to go back to the house quickly, block the doors and windows, and never let the bandits rush in. The villagers scattered in panic, but the most terrified were Bai Daqing's family. Bai Yume hugged Bai Wenjin tightly, still feeling the aftermath of yesterday's shock. If it weren't for Yuanqing Xinjuan's timely intervention, her daughter would have probably Bai Wenjin curled up in her mother's arms, trembling all over. She didn't want to think about that scene again. Just as everyone was preparing to flee, a roar was heard from the village entrance in the distance. At a glance, 4 ferocious figures were approaching at a rapid pace. "Whoever dares to run! I will kill him!" This sentence made the whole village feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. Many people froze immediately, and some of the timid ones even fell to their knees in fear. Baijia village has been without the protection of gods for many years and has long been the weakest among the surrounding villages. Facing the bandits, how could they have the courage to resist? When the 4 men approached, the villagers recognized them at a glance. They had wolf-tooth totems tattooed on their chests. They were from Langia village. This is the bandit gang that the dozen or so villages around are most afraid to provoke. Legend has it that the god they worship is a mountain god transformed from a wolf demon. The god is so ferocious that even the village god of Baijia village dares not provoke him. The village chief stood up tremblingly and tried to remain calm. "Several mountain kings, I wonder what brings you here, passing through our village?" The leading bandit sneered, murderous. "Yesterday, 2 of us entered your village and never came out again. Today, if we don't get an explanation, we will massacre your entire village." After saying that, he strode forward. A strong smell of blood hit his face. The village chief felt dizzy and staggered to the ground. The 4 bandits laughed loudly, stepped on him and kicked him all over, until he was covered in mud. Then they turned to the fields in the village with a playful smile and said, "Oh, I didn't realize that you Baijia village is quite rich?" Of course they knew that to grow such crops in this place without God's blessing, they could not rely on the weather alone, but had to spend a lot of money to buy good fertilizers from the town. "Whose land is this?" The villagers looked at each other, and no one dared to say a word. "I ask you, whose family does this belong to?" The bandit roared and rushed into the crowd, beating up several unlucky villagers, making them bleed from their noses. "It's Bai Daqing's family! It's Bai Daqing's family!" Finally, someone shouted. "Who is Bai Daqing?" A hoarse voice like a wolf's howl swept through the crowd, causing a commotion. Bai Daqing gritted his teeth and stood up, raising his hands. He knew that even if he didn't step forward, he would be betrayed eventually. "Wow, I didn't realize you're so good at hiding things. You can afford good fertilizers, and you have connections." 4 bandits surrounded him, and the other villagers retreated silently. No one dared to help. "Lead the way to your home." As he said that, he kicked Bai Daqing to the ground. Bai Daqing struggled to get up, and the surrounding bandits laughed so hard that they fell over. "Dad!" Bai Wenjin couldn't help but rush out, standing in front of his father, glaring at him. TSK, there is such a pretty girl?" At that moment, the bandits' eyes all changed, staring at Bai Wenjin with their saliva swallowed. "Little sister, don't be afraid. As long as you behave yourself, we brothers won't make things difficult for your father." "But—" The leading man reached out to grab Bai Wenjin before he finished speaking. "You beasts!" Bai Daqing roared, picked up the hoe and smashed it hard. Bang! With a loud noise, a bandit's arm was smashed into a bloody mess. There was an exclamation at the scene and the villagers were stunned. "You dare to do that? Kill him!" The bandits rushed forward and kicked Bai Daqing several meters away. His clothes were torn and blood was staining the ground. "Dad!" Bai Wenjin rushed forward, but the bandit grabbed his wrist tightly and his face turned pale with pain. "Go ahead and yell! The louder you yell, the more excited I will be." 4 bandits surrounded her with red eyes. Bai Yume knelt on the spot and begged in despair. The rest of the villagers just lowered their heads and no one dared to say a word. At this moment of despair, Bai Wenjin screamed miserably. "Master Yuanqing, save me!" The sound pierced the sky. As I was meditating in the shrine, my consciousness suddenly trembled and I noticed something unusual. A thought swept across the village. "Damn it!" I yelled angrily, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and instantly soared into the air. Thunder roars suddenly. Before people arrive, the power of heaven arrives. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The sky above Baijia village was clear as if it would never change. But just when everyone was caught off guard, several bolts of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Boom! 4 thunders struck without warning. Although the lightning pillars were only as thick as chopsticks, they accurately hit the 4 bandits who besieged Bai Wenjin. After the lightning dissipated, the 4 people turned into charred ashes in an instant, and the air was suddenly filled with a disgusting burnt smell. What's going on? The frightened villagers slowly raised their heads and looked at the 4 black charred bodies that were still standing, their eyes full of fear and confusion. Bai Wenjin, who was standing in the middle, did not look panicked. She just gently reached out and pushed the charcoal in front of her. Bang! The charcoal body fell to the ground with a loud bang and turned into flying fine ashes. Girl! Bai Daqing and Bai Yume screamed and rushed over instantly. Without caring about anything else, they kicked the other 3 charred pieces away. Then the 3 of them hugged each other tightly, crying loudly, a mixture of fear and gratitude for surviving the disaster. The villagers around them seemed to be under a spell, staring at the sky like wooden chickens. How could the thunder come from in broad daylight? Why did it only strike the 4 bandits, while Bai Wenjin, who was standing in the middle, was not hurt at all? This kind of miracle broke all their common sense and cognition. Thump! Suddenly, Bai Daqing's knees softened and he knelt heavily towards the temple, kowtowing and shouting loudly. Thank you for the protection of Yuanqing Jinjuan. Thank you for the grace of the gods for saving my life. After just a few knocks, he knocked his forehead until it was covered in blood, and his piety was so moving that it was heartbreaking. Go home and get the incense. Bai Yume's eyes turned red. My daughter said that it was the blessing of true Lord Yuanqing in her dream. He saved the crops this morning and now he's saving lives. I'm afraid I can never repay God's kindness in 3 lifetimes. The family of 3 turned and ran away, disappearing from the sight of the shocked villagers. After a long time, the village chief Baishan came back to his senses. You think, was the thunder just now a manifestation of the spirit of our village? That's very likely. How else can you explain it? He specializes in killing bandits, and he's so accurate. Yes, Bai Daqing's family hasn't been to town recently, so how come the crops are suddenly growing so well? Let's worship too. Bai Shitu's eyes lit up and he rushed to Bai Shan and shouted. Yes. No matter whether it's true or not, there's no harm in worshipping it. At once, everyone dispersed, each family took out incense and offerings, and rushed towards the temple in a mighty manner. At this time, Bai Daqing and his family had arrived first. Congratulations to the host, believer Bai Daqing has been promoted to devout believer. Congratulations to the host, believer Bai Yume has been promoted to devout believer. Congratulations to the host, the believer Bai Wenjin has been promoted to fanatic believer. Was sitting in the shrine, extremely weak. He had used up a lot of his divine power in the morning by using plant growth, and now he was forcibly using heavenly thunder to punish evil, which had almost drained out the last bit of his spiritual energy. But when I saw the prompts popping up one after another on the system, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. Not only did he capture 2 devout believers in one go, he also made Bai Wenjin a fanatical believer. The system immediately rewards me with 2 gift packs, Magic Power Gift Pack, you can choose, Raining, Wind, and Escape. God-gifted gift package, you can choose, Spiritual Spring, Spiritual Soil, and Spiritual Wood. I chose, Rain, without hesitation. Instead of pursuing fancy things, it is better to solve the problem at hand. What Baijia village lacks most is water. As for the gift from God, I chose the Spiritual Spring. It is located on the village well, which can not only purify water and nourish people, but also be used as a cultivation resource, with unlimited potential for follow-up. Incense plus 9 wisps. Incense plus 9 wisps. Incense plus 12 wisps. In just a few seconds, 30 wisps of incense were credited to my account. I was refreshed and immediately exchanged them for 3 lower-grade Yushin pills to restore my divine power. Cultivation, 4 out of 100, the divine power in my body became active again. Looking at the 3 people who kowtowed to the shrine, I nodded with satisfaction. What an obedient believer! And the 4 bandits who were killed by lightning? I didn't even bother to look at them. You scum, you dare to touch my people? Thinking of Bai Wenjin making a pious wish in front of the shrine last night, I snorted and was about to continue my meditation when I suddenly heard a commotion outside. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw the villagers pouring in like a tide, some holding incense, some holding meat, all crowding at the entrance of the temple. Let's worship the gods too! Yes, 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 may your whole family be safe! Bai Wenjin reminded softly. Uncle Shan, the name of the deity is Yuanqing Jinjuan. Yes, true Lord Yuanqing. Bai Shan nodded hurriedly and pulled his son to the shrine. When he saw the newly erected wood carvings and plaque, his eyes suddenly lit up. A god really was born in the village again. Master Yuanqing is above. Believer Bai Shan bows in worship. When Bai Shan learned that Bai Daqing's family had not lied and that there really was a god in the village, his face suddenly changed. He immediately knelt on the ground with his son and kowtowed repeatedly, with fear mixed with awe. Ordinary, believer +1. Ordinary, believer +1. Incense +3 strands, incense +3 strands. As 6 wisps of incense were placed on the altar, the corners of my lips lifted unconsciously, and my smile grew even more intense. The reason why I saved Bai Wenjin in front of the villagers was not only to protect her, but also to take this opportunity to prove with thundering force that I was not a fabricated deity made up by her family, but a real one Yuanqing Jinjuan. Only in this way will the people of Baijia village be convinced and come to worship and offer incense continuously. Uncle Shan, Brother Sure too, please take this piece of meat back. A gentle breeze brushed across Bai Wenjin's shoulders. He seemed to understand something and immediately turned around, walked towards Bai Shan and his son, and handed over the meat with both hands. Wenjin, what are you doing? Bai Sure too was startled, then frowned, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. This meat is offered to the true Lord, how can you just take it away? Isn't that blasphemy against the gods? Bai Wenjin's face was firm and his voice was clear. Uncle Shan, all the uncles know that we exchanged grain for this meat yesterday. It was originally intended to be offered to the true Lord. But the true Lord appeared in my dream last night and told me that I only needed to burn incense. He couldn't bear to see us starve, and he didn't want us to spend money on gifts. She spoke sincerely and politely, but everyone looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing it. They had never heard of a deity so kind. The usual offerings were nothing more than wine, meat, fruits and vegetables. If they prayed, they had to offer young boys and girls or their essence, spirit and power. This Yuanqing Jinjuan was actually so different. True Lord, is what Wenjin said true? Bai Shan fell to the ground again, doubtful and trembling with fear as he prayed. If this was false, Bai Wenjin would be punished at best, or the whole village would be affected at worst. After a moment, a gentle breeze blew out from the shrine and brushed across everyone's shoulders, like a mother's hand, warm and sacred. True Lord actually responded to her words. Oh my God! What Wenjin said is true. True Lord Yuanqing is so kind. The villagers burst into exclamations. The shock and ecstasy on their faces could hardly be suppressed. Seeing this, Bai Shan quickly shouted, Silence! No noise in front of the gods! He walked to the front of the crowd and said solemnly, The true Lord has been kind to our Baijia village. From today on, the whole village will take turns to send people to the temple to guard, burn incense and serve day and night, and don't let the true Lord be disgraced. Bai Shan was over 60 years old and had great prestige. As soon as he opened his mouth, the whole audience fell into silence. Soon, the villagers lined up and burned incense one by one. The temple was filled with incense smoke, solemn and dignified. On top of the shrine, looking at the constantly refreshing incense +3 strands prompt, I immersed myself in it with contentment. When the crowd dispersed, I looked at the panel and was overwhelmed with joy. Deity Xia Yuanqing, incense, 785.5 strands, position, village god of Baijia village, level, lower grade wandering god, cultivation progress, 4 out of 100, magic powers, entering dreams, plant growth, thunder, rain, believers, 263. Seeing that the remaining incense is approaching 1,000 strands, it is not far from exchanging for the Tianyin Yushinju. With the practice method that suits me, I can truly embark on the path of cultivation. But before that, I have to respond to the prayers of the believers. When they burn incense, most of them pray for good weather and a good harvest. Although I cannot benefit the whole village at once, I decided to do my best. In the afternoon, the villagers were surprised to find that the crops in their fields seemed to be taller. Although some people have not yet had their turn, they are envious, but they also understand that the gods also need to rest. This kind of immediate feedback is a great mercy. In the evening, the benefited villagers came to burn incense again to express their gratitude, and my remaining incense sticks officially exceeded 1,000 strands. Exchange, 10 strands of incense successfully purchased. Tianyan Yushinju. Next, I continued to practice until late at night. When the sky was about to brighten, my cultivation level had quietly increased. Cultivation progress, 4.5 out of 100. Although it's only half a step forward, it means that I can hopefully break through the realm without any external support within a month. Thinking of this, I decisively exchanged the remaining incense for low-grade Yushin pills. Now that the incense is steadily coming in every day, I can use it to speed up my practice and be more efficient. As the divine power surged, my whole body felt comfortable. I stretched lazily and suddenly thought of something. I have not yet taught the Yuanju to Bai Wenjin. I immediately rushed out and rushed to her house. Fortunately, she hadn't woken up yet, so I immediately used my magical power to enter her dreams. In the dream, the flower fields were fragrant, and Bai Wenjin was playing alone. Suddenly, a hazy shadow appeared in the middle of the flower fields, exuding an irresistible divine will. She was stunned, her eyes full of admiration and excitement. "You are Yuanqing Jinjuan," she murmured in a low voice, already certain in her heart, this is a dream in which God has come. Chapter 9 Promotion. Middle-level Wandering God. Xia Yuanqing didn't say much because his divine power was limited. He just stretched out his hand and shot out a ray of light, which merged into Bai Wenjin's forehead. When Bai Wenjin reacted, he found that it was already light outside. "Girl! What happened to you just now?" Listening to Bai Yume calling beside me, there seemed to be crying in her voice. Early in the morning, the couple shouted outside the door to Bai Wenjin to get up, but no matter how they shouted, there was no response from the room. Worried, they rushed in. Bai Wenjin slowly stood up and looked at his parents beside the bed, and found that they were looking at him with worried eyes. She held her forehead with her hand, her black hair falling on her shoulders. "Dad, Mom, Bai Wenjin felt as if there was something extra deep in his mind. After thinking about it, I realized that it was actually a booklet. Yu Yuanju. Body Tempering Stage Skills. Kung Fu? It's the cultivation method bestowed upon me by true Lord Yuanqing. After sensing all the contents in Yu Yuanju, Bai Wenjin sat on the bed in a daze, too shocked to speak. Seeing their daughter acting weird, Bai Daqing and his wife beside the bed became very anxious. After a long while, Bai Wenjin happily told them what happened in his dream. "Practice a technique? Ha! It's a practice technique. My girl, Master Yuanqing wants to help you become an immortal." Bai Daqing was so excited that he paced back and forth in the room, his hands were shaking. I have heard some rumors a long time ago that powerful gods will give believers methods of cultivation, thereby leading believers to achieve immortality. There are also many records in the books in the schools in the town, saying that all the immortal cultivation sects in the current Qin state were gradually formed with the support of gods. The most primitive skills and martial arts in the world were all bestowed by the gods. Now, the gods of their Baijia village are actually willing to pass down their skills. Or he passed it on to his daughter, Bai Wenjin. "Good boy, from today on, you don't need to help in the fields anymore, just practice at home." When Bai Daqing thought about his daughter who was about to become an immortal who was practicing cultivation, a hint of pride filled his face. "Hurry up and wash up, and go to the temple to thank Yuanqing Jinjuan." At the urging of his parents, Bai Wenjin quickly washed up, and the family of 3 went to the temple holding incense. When I arrived at the temple, as soon as I entered the door, I found that it was much cleaner than before. I guess it was the villager who was on duty guarding the temple today and came to clean up early in the morning. Looking at everyone queuing up obediently to burn incense, everyone's face was filled with piety. Inside the shrine, Xia Yuanqing looked at the villagers with satisfaction. Yesterday, after I ran around in the fields and helped them grow plants, those villagers who benefited have become loyal believers today. Xia Yuanqing was very satisfied with the amount of incense he received in the morning. When the incense reached a certain amount, Xia Yuanqing directly exchanged them all for low-grade Yushin pills. After taking it, your personal information panel will also undergo new changes. Cultivation progress, 100/100. The divine power in the body was filled to the extreme, turning into a golden light that bloomed in the shrine. God Xia Yuanqing. Deity, Baijia Village God. Level, Middle Grade Wandering God. Cultivation Progress, 0 out of 100. Magic Powers, Dreaming, Plant Growth, Thunder, Rainfall. Believers, 263. Promoted. I realized that my divine power was much stronger than yesterday. Is this the power of a mid-level wandering god? While he was delighted, all the villagers in the temple also saw the dazzling golden light released from the shrine. When the light faded, the villagers reacted and knelt down on the spot, kowtowed in the direction of the shrine. The true Lord Yuanqing has appeared! Everyone's faces were excited, and some younger boys and girls cheered loudly. This display of divine power in public directly promoted more than a dozen villagers from supportive believers to devout believers on the spot. Bai Wenjin, the believer, thanks true Lord Yuanqing for bestowing upon him the way to cultivate immortality. As the only fanatical believer in Baijia village, Bai Wenjin's eyes were filled with tears and his expression was full of reverence when he saw the golden light. What? In an instant, all the villagers around turned their heads and looked at Bai Wenjin. The way to cultivate immortality? Did true Lord Yuanqing bestow upon me the cultivation method? After hearing these words, many elderly people in the village were so shocked that their faces changed drastically. Having the technique means you can practice. You can become a powerful immortal in the future. Could an immortal really appear in a remote Baijia village? True Lord Yuanqing appeared in my dream and bestowed upon me the cultivation method for the body tempering stage, the Jade Yuan Ju. Bai Wenjin strode to the shrine and began to burn incense and kowtow with a serious expression. Incense plus 12. As a fanatical believer, Bai Wenjin burns twice as much incense as others. This made Xia Yuanqing look at her with even more satisfaction. Soon, upon hearing the news of the apparition of true Lord Yuanqing, other people in the village also rushed over. Bai Shan, the village chief, happened to hear Bai Wenjin's words as soon as he entered the temple gate. Practice the technique! Bai Shan stood there in a daze, his cloudy old eyes shedding 2 lines of tears with excitement. Good! After Bai Wenjin offered incense, he sat down on the ground in front of everyone, silently reciting the contents of Yuan Ju in his heart, and began to enter the state of cultivation. Because her Yuan Ju was directly bestowed upon her by Xia Yuanqing, she was able to enter the realm of enlightenment automatically the moment she received it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Wenjin activated the Jade Yuan Ju, attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather around his body. A faint glow appeared beside her, which undoubtedly confirmed what she said. True Lord Yuanqing really gave her a method to practice martial arts. From this moment on, Bai Wenjin officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Spiritual energy is beginning to appear, and the body is glowing. These are the characteristics of becoming a first-grade beginner in the body tempering stage. As the village chief, Bai Shan's knowledge is naturally much better than that of ordinary villagers. He recognized at a glance that Bai Wenjin was no longer an ordinary mortal. This made the other villagers standing nearby look envious. Bai Daqing and Bai Yume, who were standing behind Bai Wenjin, were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Looking back, their family was a poor one in the village and not many people looked up to them. It's different now. My daughter has become the only cultivator in the village, and her status is definitely higher than that of the village chief. This little girl's talent is actually pretty good. In the void, Xia Yuanqing looked down at Bai Wenjin. When the latter absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he also realized that the little girl's spiritual roots were actually of medium quality. Before, because my strength was too weak, my perception ability was also limited. Now that he has been promoted to a mid-level wandering god, not only has his strength increased a lot, but his perception has also been greatly improved. Therefore, the strength of the villagers' spiritual roots can be seen at a glance. He glanced at the crowd and found that among the more than 200 people in Baijia village, only Bai Wenjin had a middle-grade spiritual root. The other villagers are of inferior quality, belonging to the lowest category. Xia Yuanqing was not surprised by this. According to the legends of this world, if a person with powerful spiritual roots appears somewhere, some immortal cultivation sects will sense it, and then send strong people to recruit disciples. Since this kind of situation has never occurred in Baijia village, it means that there are no people with outstanding spiritual roots in Baijia village. However, these things are nothing to Xia Yuanqing. If you don't have good spiritual roots, your future will be average? TSK. He had seen in the system mall before that some rare treasures and elixirs were used to improve the spiritual roots of believers. As long as you follow him, you can get the legendary heavenly spiritual roots, or even the immortal spiritual roots that are rare in 1,000 years. Bai Wenjin, who was surrounded by people, stood up slowly, happily sensing the changes taking place in his body. Looking at his dantian, he felt a warm current there that he had never felt before. Moreover, there is spiritual power flowing in her body. Although I am still very weak now, as long as I practice seriously, I will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Chapter 10 begins. Literacy campaign for the whole village. That Wenjin girl. Village Chief Bai Shan came to Bai Wenjin with a hesitant look on his face. Uncle Shan, what do you want me to do? Bai Wenjin asked curiously. I don't dare. Bai Shan shook his head repeatedly. If he was facing the previous Bai Wenjin, as an elder and village chief, Bai Wenjin would naturally respect him. But now it's different. Bai Wenjin is now favored by the gods and has become an immortal cultivator. Its status has surpassed him. If he asks the other party to use honorifics with him again, it would simply shorten his life. Wenjin, can you ask Master Yuanqing Jinjuan if we can learn the Yuanju? The moment Bai Shan said this, all the villagers' eyes lit up. Who doesn't want to become an immortal cultivator who can reach heaven and earth? However, the Yuanju came from Xia Yuanqing. If Xia Yuanqing did not allow them to learn it, they naturally would not dare to do so. And they knew that in the entire Baijia village, Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan loved Bai Wenjin the most. With her acting as a lobbyist, the possibility of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan agreeing would be higher. Okay, I'll go ask. Bai Wenjin nodded and immediately came to the shrine. The nearby villagers also stepped back to give her enough space. Master Yuanqing! Believer Bai Wenjin wants to petition for all the villagers to practice the Yuanju together and become immortals. Please allow me, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. After saying that, Bai Wenjin began to kowtow continuously. Faced with her petition, Xia Yuanqing laughed loudly in the void. Yes. Of course. The stronger the believers are, the better it is for him. After all, only when the believers become strong can they go outside Baijia village and help him get more resources. In this way, Xia Yuanqing's strength will become stronger and stronger, and his status as a god will no longer be just a village god. If it weren't for these things, why would Xia Yuan, who had nothing better to do, teach Bai Wenjin martial arts? Early this morning, Xia Yuanqing appeared in Bai Wenjin's dream. His original intention was to let her learn it, and then teach it to other villagers. However, the divine power was limited at that time, and it was used up after teaching the Yuanju. So the following words cannot be said. Now that they took the initiative to petition, how could Xia Yuanqing not agree? A gentle breeze blew over the crowd, and after feeling this wave, all the villagers knelt down, knowing that this was the consent of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. As everyone was waiting, Bai Wenjin began to write some formulas on the ground in the temple with a small branch. But as these formulas were written, Xia Yuanqing discovered a very serious problem. This Baijia village. Most of them are illiterate. There are many people who cannot read. Bai Wenjin was taught directly by himself, so he could learn it instantly whether he knew how to read or not. But if other people want to learn, they have to study carefully, bit by bit, before they can gradually get started. Now, Bai Wenjin had just finished writing the introductory formula when he found that most people in the village couldn't understand it. If they can't even understand the incantations, how do you expect them to do any research on subsequent cultivation? We can't expect Xia Yuanqing to teach everyone in their dreams one by one. How many days will it take to deal with these 200 plus people? Everyone, I have an idea! When everyone was feeling depressed, the village chief Bai Shan shouted loudly. Bai Shan stood on the steps of the temple and looked at everyone. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan gave us the cultivation method because he hoped that all the people in our village would become stronger together. We cannot let him down. So, I want to build a school in the village, select 2 knowledgeable people to be teachers, and teach all the villagers how to read. However, as a reward for these 2 people, the fields of their 2 families will be cultivated by other people in the village in turn. How do you think? After these words were spoken, even Xia Yuanqing in the void nodded with satisfaction. Literacy campaign for the whole village. That's great. Saved myself a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I really have to teach the villagers in their dreams every night. Just imagining something like that makes people feel dull and boring. Faced with the proposal of the village chief Baishan, the whole village naturally agreed unanimously. In the past, no one had the time to study culture. Just the work in the fields is enough to keep me busy. Occasionally, I would go hunting in the mountains to provide meat for my family. Where is the time to learn culture? Now, there are ready-made cultivation methods available, and everyone has the motivation to learn. After the discussion, the villagers began to split into several groups. The first group was composed of young boys and girls. They were young and did less work, but they were very smart. Some of them simply stayed to study, while the others hurried back to their fields to work. Originally, the village chief wanted to use a wasteland in the village as a school, but at this time, Xia Yuanqing directly sent out a gust of breeze, which landed on him. Baishan looked at the place phone was pointing and found it was a small open space next to the temple. In an instant, he understood what Xia Yuanqing meant. You children must study hard. Xinjuing Yuanqing allows you to take classes next to the temple. This is a great blessing. Don't let Xinjuing Yuanqing down. Baishan looked at these boys and girls earnestly, and was quite envious in his heart. The thought of studying under the watchful eye of Master Yuanqing is so wonderful that it's hard to believe. Bai Wenjin was chosen as one of the two teachers. After all, she knew all the words on the Yuanju. With her around, everyone could learn the Yuanju faster. Even if it is done orally at the beginning, it is enough to help the villagers get started quickly. Inside the shrine, listening to the chanting sounds coming from outside, Xia Yuanqing smiled and flew towards the fields. With his current strength, he directly grew plants on the remaining crops in the village. After doing these things, he found that only half of his divine power was left. This shows that his strength is much stronger than yesterday. Being high in the sky, he waved his sleeves and a cloud of dark clouds flew over the horizon of Baijia village. The dark clouds drifted towards the fields and were immediately discovered by the villagers who were working in the fields. These are rain clouds! It's going to rain! Look! The dark clouds are only above the fields. This must be the reward given to us by Master Yuanqing Xinjuan. When the raindrops began to fall from the clouds, feeling the fresh smell of rain mixed with the fishy smell of earth, the villagers stood outside the fields, dancing with joy. With rain, their crops will grow better. This year, Baijia village is bound to have a bumper harvest. The drizzle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and then the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. Xia Yuanqing also returned to the temple to rest because his divine power was exhausted. In the past, he could only wait for the divine power in his body to slowly recover. But now that he had the Tianyin Yushinju, he could also speed up his recovery by practicing the technique. In this way, in the afternoon, he could continue to bring heavier rain to the villagers. In the peaceful atmosphere, Xia Yuanqing would occasionally glance at the open-air school outside. Seeing the villagers actively studying, he felt very gratified. In his spare time, looking at the balance of incense money accumulated today, he can finally study the system more and think about whether he should exchange it for other things. Chapter 11: The Spiritual Spring Outside the Temple. Medicine, mid-grade Yushin pill. Effect: increases a certain level of cultivation. Price: 50 sticks of incense. Having experienced the benefits brought by the low-grade Yushin pill, Xia Yuanqing naturally gave priority to looking at cultivation-related pills when checking the system mall. 50 strands? That's fine. Xia Yuanqing murmured softly. Today, all the members of Baijia village have become his believers, and more than half of them have reached the supporter level. Each person has 3 opportunities to burn incense every day, 3 incense sticks each time. So, as long as everyone can come once a day, the incense contributed to Xia Yuanqing will reach a considerable number. In 3 days at most, Xia Yuanqing will be able to be promoted to a high-grade wandering god. Such a fast state of cultivation is much more refreshing than the exhausting and hard practice on my own. Xia Yuanqing sighed, and finally understood why the gods in other villages or places like to suck the vitality of their believers and devour young boys and girls. After all, the speed of improving strength through serious hard training is too slow. If I were to practice only the Tianyan Yushinju, it would take at least a month just to advance from a low-grade Yushin to a mid-grade Yushin. If one wants to advance to the upper level of Wandering God, the time will increase several times. While lamenting the difficulty of spiritual practice, Xia Yuanqing also looked around to see if there was anything in the system mall that believers could use. When the believers become stronger, they can help him to fight outside Baijia village and plunder more land and believers, which will be of great help to his own incense. Therefore, Xia Yuanqing now also urgently hopes that the villagers of Baijia village can accelerate their growth. According to the pricing in the system, each martial art book for ordinary people in the body tempering stage costs 10 to 20 incense sticks, which is nothing for Xia Yuanqing at the moment. However, there are too few people in the village who can read and write. Bai Wenjin has to teach and practice on his own at the same time, so he simply does not have enough time to learn other martial arts. Therefore, the matter of bestowing them martial arts will inevitably have to be postponed. That night, after everyone went home to sleep, Xia Yuanqing also floated above Baijia village, overlooking the territory under his jurisdiction. Look up and into the distance, looking at other places outside Baijia village. In the dark, he had already sensed several powerful auras. These powerful men are not ordinary people, but village gods of nearby villages like himself. In the past, I was too weak to sense them, but now it seems that the village gods guarding the two villages closest to Baijia village should also be of the middle-grade wandering god level. Even if he wanted to devour them now and expand the territory of Baijia village, the difficulty and risk were still very high. As Bai Wenjin fell asleep, Xia Yuanqing also entered her dream. Compared with yesterday's image, Xia Yuanqing's figure is now clearer. Even though Bai Wenjin still couldn't see his face clearly, he recognized Xia Yuanqing the moment he saw him. "Master Yuanqing, what instructions do you have?" In the dream, Bai Wenjin knelt in front of Xia Yuanqing. He wanted to look up at Yuanqing Xinjuan, but he was afraid that his behavior would be rash and make Yuanqing Xinjuan unhappy. "Tomorrow, open the dry well in the open space outside the temple. The spring water inside contains spiritual energy that can help you practice." The moment Xia Yuanqing said this, his mood suddenly improved. This was the first time he was able to speak a complete sentence after entering the dream several times. After all, the ability to enter dreams only allows him to easily enter the dreams of believers, but every word spoken in this dream will consume divine power. Now that I can say it all in one breath, it feels so good. "The dry well outside the temple? Got it!" Bai Wenjin was stunned for a moment, recalling that when he was teaching next to the temple today, he had actually seen a dry well. "But I heard from the elders in the village that the well had dried up decades ago, and the villagers sealed it because they were afraid that a child would fall into it. Now, after hearing what Master Yuanqing said, it seems that this well contains the whole world." Realizing that true monarch Yuanqing was no longer talking, Bai Wenjin subconsciously looked up, only to find that true monarch Yuanqing had disappeared. She stood up and called around for a long time, but there was no response. By the time I came to my senses, it was already dawn outside. Remembering what Master Yuanqing had told her in her dream, Bai Wenjin quickly washed up and ran out without even having time to eat breakfast. "Uncle Shan!" Early in the morning, Bai Wenjin began to bang on the door of the village chief Bai Shan's house. "Wenjin, what's up with you so early in the morning?" Bai Shan had just finished breakfast and was about to take his family to the temple to burn incense. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the yard, he heard Bai Wenjin banging on the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Bai Wenjin gasping for breath, her fair face turning red. "Uncle Shan, Master Yuanqing Xinjuan came to me in a dream." Hearing this, the expressions of Bai Shan's family suddenly became serious. "Child, come in." Ever since Xia Yuanqing used the plant growth spell and rain-making technique on his family yesterday, Bai Shan's family has become loyal believers. Now that he heard that Lord Yuanqing Xinjuan had an order to convey, Bai Shan naturally did not dare to be negligent in any way. "Master Yuanqing said that the dry well near our schools should be reopened. The spring water inside will be beneficial to the cultivation of all our villagers." As soon as Bai Wenjin said this, the smiles on Bai Shan and Bai Shita's faces became more intense. Is it beneficial to cultivation? This is great news. Dad, didn't that well dry up decades ago? Bai Shita's wife looked at Bai Shan, with curiosity flashing in her expression. Stupid! A new spring has emerged from the dry well, and it is a spiritual spring that can help people practice cultivation. This is a miracle that Master Yuanqing Jinjuan has bestowed upon our Baijia village. Bai Shitu gave his wife a light slap on the head, then immediately looked for something at home to restart the dry well. This is good news. Shitu, quickly call a few guys and go unseal the well together. Bai Shan said happily, and he rushed out of the room and started shouting on the street to every household to carry wooden buckets filled with water and gather together near the temple. No, we should go to the temple first to burn incense to Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan, and then gather at the well. When the villagers heard that a magical spring was about to appear in Baijia village, they were so happy that many of them ran out with incense and wooden barrels without even having time to eat. Looking at the villagers lining up to burn incense for him devoutly, the system interface continued to display the information, incense +6. This made Xia Yuanqing feel that the miracle he bestowed on them was not in vain. After the dry well was reopened, Bai Shitu looked inside. When he saw that the water was extremely clear, he immediately turned back happily to tell everyone the good news. Especially after the first bucket of water was drawn up, Bai Wenjin took a sip first. The sweet taste filled his mouth, and there was a trace of spiritual energy flowing in his body. Spiritual spring! It really is a spiritual spring! As the only cultivator in the village, Bai Wenjin said it was a spiritual spring, so it must be correct. Thank you for the gift from Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. The villagers knelt down one after another, and kept thanking Xia Yuanqing. Then they started fetching water continuously, and each family got at least one bucket. With the help of the spiritual spring, their speed in practicing the Jade Yuan Ju was greatly accelerated. Because it rained in the past 2 days, the crops were growing well again. This made things much easier for the villagers. They also had more time to study in class, striving to embark on the path of cultivation like Bai Wenjin as soon as possible. In the afternoon, a few children came to the entrance of the village to play and happened to meet people from Zhaojiao village who were passing by. Seeing them riding on donkey carts and bringing back a lot of fertilizer, I could tell at a glance that they were going to the town. Chapter 12, Zhaojiao Village, the Mountain King is coming. What are you looking at? You poor bastards from Baijia village! Get lost! Seeing the children from Baijia village looking at them, the two people from Zhaojiao village immediately revealed arrogant expressions. Because there are no gods in Baijia village, it is one of the poorest villages within hundreds of miles. In the whole village, families who can eat meat once a month are considered the best in the village. When it comes to going to the town to buy fertilizer, even the village chief's family, who has the best financial conditions in Baijia village, would only dare to go to the town to look for cheap fertilizer when they have no other choice. In comparison, the people of Zhaojiao village are much stronger than those of Baijia village. The village has a population of over 500 and a professional team of hunters who go into the mountains once a month and bring back enough meat for every family in the village to share. In the long run, the physique of the people in Zhaojiao village is definitely much stronger than that of the people in Baijia village. In a one-on-one fight, they almost crushed the people from Baijia village. Listening to the insults from the people of Zhaojiao village, several children from Baijia village were also a little angry. In the past, the elders in the village said that Baijia village had no protection from gods, so you must never talk back to people from other villages when you are outside. If you see outsiders, you will just run away if you really can't. As long as you stay away, you won't be hit. But it's different now. Everyone in Baijia village knows that their own Yuanqing Jinjuan is very powerful. Just talking about the few villages nearby, is there any village god who can bestow the cultivation method? From this point, we can see that the strength of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan is definitely above the village gods of these villages. With Xia Yuanqing as their support, the children from Baijia village no longer ran away as they did before when they saw outsiders. Instead, they stood up straight and shouted, "We are not poor! We have gods in our village too!" Upon hearing this, the two people from Zhaojiao village who were driving the donkey cart were also stunned. Then he burst into laughter. What right does a newly born god have to show off to others? Speaking of gods, the village god of Xiaojia village has been protecting Gaojia village for more than 100 years. His strength is absolutely strong. Baijia village just has a weak new god that has just been born. How dare it challenge the people of Xiaojia village? With your rubbish weak god, can it pull out weeds for you or help you loosen the soil? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you can't do anything. Hearing that those two people dared to disrespect Xia Yuanqing, this was undoubtedly the most serious insult to the believers. Even for a child of 10 years old, it would be unbearable. You're talking nonsense. Our village's true Lord Yuanqing is really powerful. He gave us a cultivation method. He also gave us a well with spiritual spring water. Several children from Baijia village immediately started picking up stones from the ground and threw them at the two people from Zhaojia village on the donkey cart. Practice a technique? Spiritual spring! The two people from Zhaojia village widened their eyes. They looked at the children from Baijia village and found that the eyes of these children were extremely clear, and it was obvious that they were not lying. The two looked at each other, and were suddenly filled with shock. You little brats! You really deserve a beating! Two people from Zhaojia village were hit on the head by stones. They were so angry that they jumped off the donkey cart and started to chase the children. But the children were not stupid. They knew they couldn't beat the adults, so they turned around and started running. Seeing the children running into Baijia village, the two people from Zhaojia village did not dare to chase them. They knew that gods must have really appeared in Baijia village today. Even a weak god that has just been born is still not something that mortals can contend with. However, the two were also extremely curious, and wondered whether what the children from Baijia village said was true or false. The gods of their Baijia village. Did he really bestow upon me the cultivation method? Is there another spiritual spring? With this curiosity in mind, the two immediately returned to the donkey cart, and started to rush towards Aojia village. This matter must be reported to the village god and the village chief immediately. Zhaojia village is located next to Baijia village. At this moment, at the door of a villager's house in the village, many members of the Zhao family were looking at the gate in front of them with complicated expressions. From time to time, women's screams could be heard from inside, mixed with men's pleasure and shouts. A few minutes later, 5 men with wolf-fang patterns tattooed on their bodies slowly walked out. They put on their clothes and walked outside, laughing. Through the open door, one could vaguely see 5 naked women lying on the ground, crying with dull faces. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, the women in your Zhaojia village are really strong. The 5 men walked out of the yard, and when they passed by the village chief of Zhaojia village, they did not forget to praise his wife and daughter as the best. Village Chief Xiao looked grim, but he was powerless to do anything about the atrocities of the 5 people before him. As a man, how could he bear to see his wife and daughter being bullied by these beasts? And I have to watch the door for them outside. But when he caught a glimpse of the wolf-fang tattoos on their bodies, Village Chief Xiao knew that these 5 people were not people he could afford to offend. Langya village. He is the ruler of a dozen villages nearby. The deity they worship in their village is extremely powerful. More than 10 years ago, the neighboring Baijia village once rebelled against Langya village. What was the result? As soon as the two sides started fighting, the village god of Baijia village was swallowed up by the god of Langya village. It is precisely because of this that Baijia village became the poorest among the dozen or so nearby villages in just over a decade. If Baishan, the village chief of Baijia village, had not led the entire village to send more than a dozen women and some boys and girls to Langya village as a tribute more than 10 years ago, otherwise, it is possible that the entire village would have followed the fate of the village god and been slaughtered on the spot. Therefore, for the dozen or so villages nearby, if they want to save their lives, they dare not offend the people of Langya village. Village chief! Something big has happened! Suddenly, at the entrance of the village in the distance, there was the sound of a galloping donkey cart and the loud shouts of 2 villagers. Damn, he's really noisy! The 5 bandits from Langya village frowned. Their good mood, which had just started playing with the women, was ruined by these 2 guys. What are you shouting for? Get down here now! Village Chief Xiao's face turned cold, and he became even more frightened when he saw the unhappy looks on the 5 bandits' faces. Under his angry rebuke, The two villagers of the Zhao family who were driving the donkey cart finally saw the 5 Langia village bandits in front of the crowd. In an instant, the momentum of the two men wilted. "Several mountain kings, we did not mean to offend you." The two of them fell to their knees with a plop. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to look up. They could only kneel on the ground and tremble. "You two are running so fast and laughing so happily, what's going on? Do you have any good news to tell your village chief? Come on, the gentlemen are in a good mood today, let's listen to you too." A bandit slowly walked up to the two of them and grabbed their ears. "But if what you say doesn't make me happy, then you two won't have to keep your heads." Chapter 13 Soul Calming Bell. Boundary Flag. Practice the technique. There is also a spiritual spring. Under the threat of the bandits, the two people from Zhaojia village hurriedly shouted loudly. But the moment they said this, the faces of the people around them changed drastically. "You discovered the cultivation method and spiritual spring? Where?" The other 4 bandits also rushed up immediately, grabbed the two people from Zhaojia village by the shoulders, and held them tightly, fearing that they would have any chance to escape. "It's Baijia village! We just came from Baijia village. The people from Baijia village were bragging to us, saying that their gods had bestowed upon them cultivation techniques and spiritual springs." The two people from Zhaojia village were already scared out of their wits when facing one bandit. Now they were surrounded by 5 bandits. They became as soft as noodles on the spot and were caught by the bandits at will. "Baijia village?" The 5 bandits looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. The 5 of them came to investigate nearby this time because several brothers from their Langia village disappeared in succession in the past few days. The place where they disappeared was near Zhaojia village and Baijia village. Because Zhaojia village is much stronger than Baijia village, the 5 of them came to Zhaojia village first to check. After a round of searching, they found that the people of Zhaojia village were as timid as usual. The 5 of them were playing with the women in their village at will, and not only did they not dare to resist, they were even willing to guard the door for the 5 of them. As for the village god in their village, he didn't dare to say a word. After all, more than a dozen villages in the radius rely on Sanlang Mountain, and Langia village is the strongest human force on the edge of Sanlang Mountain. Faced with the terrifying power of Langia village, even if these dozen villages united together, they did not have the courage to resist. Langia village has been rampant for so many years, and this is the first time that brothers from the village have disappeared in their own territory. This incident made the boss very angry, and he directly sent out 5 of them to search. In the village, the 5 of them are already very skilled. As long as they work harder, they will have a chance to receive the reward from the boss. You know, those who are truly considered strong in Langia village are cultivators who are superior to ordinary people. If the 5 of them could accomplish great things, the boss might be so pleased that he would give them a chance to practice. That's why the 5 of them came here to conduct the investigation with such high enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, before the circumstances of the missing person case were clarified, an unexpected surprise came to me. "Is there a new god in Baijia village?" a bandit asked in surprise. I remember that 15 years ago, the village god of Baijia village was swallowed up by the wolf god of the village because the village god was disobedient. Logically speaking, even if a new god is born, it will take at least 30 years. Unexpectedly, only 15 years had passed and a new god was born. A new god is born, a god who can bestow cultivation techniques and spiritual springs. The 5 bandits looked at each other, as if they had guessed why their brothers had disappeared. If things go as expected, they might have been harmed by the people from Baijia village. If there are cultivation methods, it means there will be practitioners. The extremely rare cultivation resource, Lingquan, can help practitioners speed up their cultivation and create more practitioners. When they thought of this, the expressions of the 5 people suddenly changed. "Let's go back to the village and report to the boss." The 5 men immediately began to hurriedly return to the mountain stronghold. Although they were bandits, they were not stupid. They are indeed very powerful when dealing with ordinary mortals. But if there are cultivators in Baijia village, it would be hard to say whether the 5 of them can win. Furthermore, if there is a spiritual spring in Baijia village, it means that there may not be only one cultivator in their village. Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, you still go there? The 5 men were not stupid. Instead of taking risks in such a place, they would rather go back to the village and report to the leader. No matter what the result was, the 5 of them would definitely get some rewards. Langya Village. As the village chief Li Dedeo listened to the reports from the 5 people below, his expression gradually became serious. Brother, the Baijia village is planning a rebellion! When the other powerful men on both sides heard that there was a spiritual spring in such a small place like Baijia village, they all stood up and roared. Brother! I am willing to take people to Baijia village and bring back any cultivation techniques and spiritual springs for you, brother! A group of strong men from the mountain villages swarmed to compete for the mission to go to Baijia village. They are all cultivators, so they naturally know how rare cultivation resources like spiritual springs are. This mission is definitely a lucrative one. The deity was born in Baijia village not long ago. Even if the deity bestowed the cultivation techniques and spiritual springs, how many people in Baijia village could become practitioners in such a short time? Even if they become one, their strength will definitely not be high. Most of these powerful mountain bandits are at the 2nd or 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Any one of them can easily beat the people from Baijia village. As for the gods of Baijia village, they naturally had to ask the wolf god in the village to come forward. 15 years ago, he was able to devour a village god, but now, it is a piece of cake. Old 5, you go ahead. After some consideration, Li Dedeo decided to choose Lu Lawu, the person he trusted the most. Everyone knows that this job is a lucrative one. The first person to go to Baijia village will definitely be able to drink more spiritual spring water. In that case, it would be better to let one's trusted confidant do it. Thank you, brother! When Lu Lawu heard that he was asked to bring people over, he immediately shouted happily. Because this matter may involve a battle between gods, Li Dedeo still has to report this matter to the wolf god before Lu Lawu leaves. Wait until the wolf god agrees, then let Lu Lawu go. After all, as a beginner of the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, Lu Lawu is definitely a killing god-level existence when dealing with ordinary mortals. But if you confront the gods, there is definitely no chance of winning. In this world, gods are transformed from the souls of the dead. When the people in an area have no gods to believe in, a trait will be born in this area, with a chance of transforming a nearby dead soul into a god. That is the parade of gods. The gods in the parade stage have no physical form. How can a practitioner fight against an enemy without a physical body? I can only passively take the beating. Therefore, only gods can kill gods. After a stick of incense, Li Dedeo returned to the hall again. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Even though they couldn't go to Baijia village, if Lu Lawu brought back the spiritual spring and the cultivation techniques earlier, they would be able to divide them up earlier. Old 5, please go back in 3 days. The old wolf god has gone to the mountains. Li Dedeo also looked regretful. I had thought that I could enjoy the flavor of the spiritual spring tonight, but unfortunately the old wolf god went back to his tribe. Come back in 3 days. In this way, without the wolf god to help them, they did not dare to cause trouble in the village managed by gods. Hearing this, everyone could only sigh. Their village is located on the edge of Sanlang Mountain, and the interior of Sanlang Mountain is ruled by the Sanlang demon clan. The wolf god of their village was a member of the Sanlang demon clan before he was transformed into a god. The reason why the villages at the foot of the mountain are afraid of Langya village is not only because of the powerful strength of the wolf god, but also because of the fear of the monsters inside Sanlang Mountain. The monster corresponds to the cultivator of the human race. The Sanlang demon clan has ruled Sanlang Mountain for hundreds of years, and the strength of the wolf demons in the clan is so terrifying that it exceeds the imagination of Li Dedeo and others. With the wolf god and the forest wolf demon clan as its backers, Langya village has such a glorious status today. Late night. In the courtyard of the village chief's house, Baishan looked in a certain direction with complicated eyes. Dad, what are you looking at? Bai Shi, who had just finished taking a shower, walked over. I'm worried about the people from Langya village. I don't know when they will come to kill us. Baishan hunched over, his thoughts going back to 15 years ago, when he saw with his own eyes that the previous village god of Baijia village was swallowed up by an illusory wolf shadow. At that moment, the temple was desolate, the shrine was shattered, and the statues of gods were blown to pieces on the spot. These situations all prove the fall of the gods. Dad, true Lord Yuanqing said there's no need to worry. Bai Shitu patted Bai Shan on the back and spoke reassuringly. Before, when Xia Yuanqing killed the 4 bandits in public, Bai Shan took Bai Wenjin to the temple that night and told Xia Yuanqing about what happened in Langia village. Xia Yuanqing's response was a breeze, indicating that it was okay. Although Master Yuanqing did not seem to be afraid of the wolf god of Langia village, Bai Shan was worried that the wolf god would mobilize the wolf monsters in Selang Mountain. Those wolf monsters are also extremely powerful. If they unite, he is afraid that Yuanqing Jinjuan will suffer. Bai Shan is over 60 years old and has heard of many legends about gods in many places. But no god is as kind as Yuanqing Jinjuan. Baijia village finally has such a good deity who does not require tribute of young boys and girls and does not even absorb the vitality of believers. As the current village chief, he really does not want anything to happen to this deity. Temple. Xia Yuanqing was happily flying back and forth in the temple as he looked at the remaining incense sticks from today. If I continue to grow at this rate, I will probably have accumulated enough incense to be promoted to a high-grade wandering god by noon the day after tomorrow. However, before that, Xia Yuanqing suddenly remembered what the village chief Bai Shan had said to him. Langia village? That night, listening to Bai Shan talking to him, Xia Yuanqing finally realized that the gods in this world were not the kind of gods he had originally imagined. Rather, it is a special group formed by the transformation of some dead souls by the special power of this world. The gods can devour each other. Once they are devoured and refined, not only can they gain the other party's territory, but they can also enhance their strength. Like the dozen or so villages nearby, each village has its own gods. But village gods like Xia Yuanqing cannot leave their villages, and their range of activities is restricted. But the wolf god of Langia village is different. With his own strength, he suppressed the village gods of more than a dozen villages so that they could not raise their heads, and turned these villages into his own territory. Therefore, he can move freely in these dozen villages. It means that he can come to Baijia village to fight with me, but I cannot leave Baijia village. In this way, Xia Yuanqing has to make more preparations. Once the wolf god really comes, he must kill him before he runs out of Baijia village. Xia Yuanqing also had some clues about the strength of the wolf god. Based on his perception of the village gods of several other nearby villages, these guys were about the same strength as he was now. They are all middle-grade wandering gods. Moreover, he had just broken through to the middle-grade wandering god state not long ago. In this way, the wolf god who can suppress them is at least a high-grade wandering god. At my own rate of advancement, I would be able to reach the upper-grade wandering god in 2 days at most. By then, with the help of the power of my own territory, I should not be much inferior to the other party. As for whether the opponent's strength was that of a peak wandering god, Xia Yuanqing had also considered it, and found that if this wolf god really had the strength of a peak wandering god, then the territory he controlled would not be just these dozen villages. At least the villages that are farther away should also be under his rule. Thinking in this way, the approximate strength of the wolf god gradually became clear. Tonight, Xia Yuanqing did not go into Bai Wenjin's dream again, but stayed in the shrine and practiced silently. In this way, you can save some incense and allow yourself to be promoted to a high-grade wandering god as soon as possible. In the early morning, wisps of incense smoke were already rising in the temple. Feeling the incense and offerings from the believers, Xia Yuanqing's eyes kept scanning them. Starting from yesterday, the drinking water for the villagers of Baijia village has been changed to the sacred spring water next to the temple. As a practitioner, Bai Wenjin can absorb the spiritual energy in the drink and speed up her cultivation after drinking it, which makes her cultivation level of the first level of the body tempering period completely stable and even has a trend of rising. As for other villagers, after drinking the spiritual spring water, there was visibly light in their eyes early this morning. Everyone's physical condition is better than yesterday. In recent years, because there is no deity protecting Baijia village, they even have problems getting food. Add to that the hard work of farming every day, and their bodies are becoming increasingly exhausted. Now with the nourishment of the spiritual spring, their physical conditions have begun to change secretly. At noon, 2 or 3 screams were suddenly heard from the school. Ha! I feel the spiritual energy! Bai Shi 2 and 3 other strong men suddenly had red faces and started running wildly around everyone. Seeing Bai Wenjin nod in approval, Bai Shan and other older generations showed gratified expressions. There are more and more practitioners in their Baijia village. This is great news. Now that Bai Shi 2 and the other two have mastered the Yuan Ju, they can share some of the teaching pressure with Bai Wenjin. In this way, each person is responsible for a part of the villagers, which can speed up the process of the entire village becoming practitioners. At the same time, Xia Yuanqing, who was in charge of making it rain in the fields, suddenly received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained your first believer in the body tempering stage. A gift package appeared out of nowhere in front of Xia Yuanqing. Although Bai Wenjin was the first person in Baijia village to enter the body tempering stage, in fact, she became a body tempering stage practitioner because of Xia Yuanqing's direct instruction from the Divine Spirit. Achievement rewards cannot be triggered on the system side. Bai Shi 2 and the other two, on the other hand, were learning the basics in a serious manner. After opening the gift package, 2 magical artifacts suddenly jumped out. Item: Soul Calming Bell. Level: Middle Grade Wandering God. Effect: releases the sound of a soul calming bell, which has the ability to shock, stun, and kill souls and spirits. Item: Boundary Flag. Level: Middle Grade Wandering God. Effect: guard the territory of the gods and possess powerful defensive capabilities. Chapter 14 Top Grade Wandering God. Body Tempering Pill. 2. Xia Yuanqing looked at the 2 objects floating in front of him, and found it hard to imagine that the achievement rewards triggered after he trained his believers to become practitioners would be so generous. A soul calming bell as big as a palm and a boundary flag half an arm's length. These 2 things, one for attack and one for defense, directly doubled Xia Yuanqing's strength. Not only that, what makes Xia Yuanqing most happy is that all the artifacts obtained through the achievement gift pack can be upgraded using incense. In other words, these 2 things are now at the mid-grade Wandering God level, but as one continues to use incense to upgrade them, the levels of the Soul Calming Bell and the Boundary Flag will become higher and higher. This is a growth-oriented artifact. Without any hesitation, Xia Yuanqing placed the Boundary Flag directly at the entrance of Baijia village. Unless the artifact appears on its own, mortals cannot see the artifact. In this way, it will not affect the entry and exit of Baijia village, and can also protect Baijia village at all times. As for the Soul Calming Bell, Xia Yuanqing placed it into the system space. If Xia Yuanqing wanted to fight against the wolf god of Langia village before, he would have to use his cultivation to fight back. Now it's completely different. With the power of these 2 artifacts, Xia Yuanqing's strength has doubled. Looking back towards the school, Xia Yuanqing felt more and more how lovely these believers were. By the evening, the total number of practitioners in Baijia village had reached 9. They were already literate, and with Bai Wenjin's instruction and Ling Chuan's help, it wasn't difficult for them to learn the Jade Yuan Ju, a body tempering technique. However, when they actually became practitioners, they discovered that the difficulty of the path of cultivation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If there were no spiritual spring in the village, and they had to rely solely on their own practice of martial arts to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the speed during this period would be frighteningly slow. In a flash, it was the next morning. Xia Yuanqing stared at the system interface with excitement. With the incense offerings from believers, his remaining incense sticks finally reached 5,000. This also means that he can purchase a large number of mid-grade Yushin pills at one time and make a breakthrough directly. Without even taking the time to listen to the believers' words of loyalty and prayers, Xia Yuanqing directly purchased many mid-grade Yushin pills and began to refine them in one go. In an instant, golden light burst out from the sculptures in the shrine, like the sun, illuminating the entire temple with golden splendor. The vast and majestic divine power filled every part of Xia Yuanqing's body. When he looked up into the distance, he instantly sensed the locations of all the village gods in the dozen or so villages nearby. The detection of divine power spread to the vicinity of Sanlang Mountain, where Xia Yuanqing felt a fierce aura. Monster! It's a large amount of demon aura. Just as Baishan and the others said, Sanlang Mountain is the territory of the demon clan. When the divine power was withdrawn, Xia Yuanqing looked down at the situation in the temple and found that all the villagers were kneeling and praying to their statues. The incense in their hands quickly rose up and turned into wisps of numerical values that entered the system. Among this crowd, only Bai Wenjin's eyes were the clearest and most pious. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing opened the system mall and found the medicine interface for believers to use. Item: Primary Body Tempering Pill. Level: Body Tempering Stage. Effect: Suitable for first and second level practitioners in the body tempering stage. Price: 1 stick of incense. Before, he had to accumulate enough incense to help himself break through to the upper grade Wandering God, and now, he has finally succeeded in breaking through. There were dozens of incense sticks left. He took out 10 of them and exchanged them for primary body tempering pills. With a wave of his hand, 10 pills covered in golden light flew out from the shrine in full view of everyone. Look! The true Lord Yuanqing has appeared! When the villagers saw the 10 golden lights, they screamed excitedly. In the past, Xia Yuanqing always responded to them with gentle breeze. And now, he actually gave the real thing in public. Of the 10 body tempering pills, 8 floated in front of Bai Shi and his 8 companions, while the remaining 2 fell steadily into Bai Wenjin's palms. This scene immediately attracted the envy of all the villagers. This is body tempering pill! When Bai Shan saw the golden light of the pill that fell into his son's hands gradually fade away and reveal its true appearance, he recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the body tempering pill that he had seen people mention in books in the town when he was young? What are you guys still standing there for? This is the legendary elixir! Hurry up and kowtow to Master Yuanqing Jingjuan. Kneel down and thank him! Bai Wenjin and the other 9 people who were awakened by Bai Shan's shout immediately kowtowed repeatedly with a dazed look on their faces. They never dreamed that they would not only be able to become practitioners, but would even receive divine elixirs. With the elixir, their cultivation speed will be much faster, and their strength will become even stronger. The other 200 or so villagers looked at the 9 of them with envy, especially Bai Wenjin. After all, she won too. But they didn't dare to ask for this kind of God-given elixir. That was bestowed upon Bai Wenjin by Lord Yuanqing Jingjuan, and it was the supreme honor in everyone's heart. In the sight of everyone, Bai Wenjin and the other 2 sat down on the ground and each put a body-tempering pill into their mouth. 1 stick of incense later, when they had finished refining the body-tempering pill, Bai Shi and the other 8 people felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become much richer. Only 1 step away from reaching the first intermediate level of the body tempering period. At the same time, a ray of green light rose from Bai Wenjin's body, and when he opened his eyes, a hint of spiritual energy was clearly revealed in his expression. Breakthrough. I have broken through to the first intermediate level of the body tempering stage. Hearing her cheers, all the villagers around her started to applaud. Bai Wenjin had only been a practitioner for a few days when he had already achieved a new breakthrough. And all of this comes from the reward from Yuanqing Jingjuan. Xia Yuanqing looked at the more than 200 villagers with satisfaction. At this moment, he had already felt that dozens of villagers had transformed from supportive believers to devout believers. Bai Wenjin, on the other hand, has achieved the biggest breakthrough in history. From a fanatic to a die-hard believer. Looking at the rather eye-catching die-hard level prompt message, Xia Yuanqing felt more and more that the 2 body-tempering pills he gave were really worth it. According to the system standards, once a believer becomes a die-hard believer, he or she has already disregarded his or her own life and death. In the eyes of die-hard believers, nothing in the world is more important than Xia Yuanqing. If Xia Yuanqing asked them to die, these believers would commit suicide immediately without any hesitation. After seeing Xia Yuanqing rewarding all those who became practitioners, everyone began to work hard in their hearts and became more diligent in their practice. By the afternoon of that day, the total number of practitioners in the village had reached 15. The villagers who had newly become practitioners also very consciously began to join the ranks of Bai Wenjin and others, and gave detailed instruction to other villagers. Seeing that Baijia village as a whole has entered a positive state, Xia Yuanqing has plenty of time to study other things. This time, after he broke through to the upper grade Wandering God, not only did his own strength undergo tremendous changes, but even the system interface had different changes. Chapter 15. Start the Believer Career. Occupation of believers. In the original system interface, there was only one functional section, mall, but after Xia Yuanqing broke through to the upper grade wandering god, an additional, believer profession, appeared. After clicking in, you will see 3 career options in gray and white. Alchemist, Weapon Refiner, Array Master. According to the system's prompts, as long as these 3 professions are activated, Xia Yuanqing can exchange them for relevant professional knowledge and grant it to a certain believer so that he can have the ability of this profession. Not only that, when believers obtain these professions, Xia Yuanqing can also get some achievement rewards. When Xia Yuanqing thought of the achievement reward, his eyes narrowed immediately. Look at the 3 current professions, and tap them lightly to display the conditions for unlocking the profession. Alchemist, consume 10 strands of incense. Weapon Refiner, has a follower who is at the primary level of the 2nd rank of the body tempering stage. Array Master, the host has broken through to the peak of the wandering god. Looking at the requirements for opening these 3 professions, Xia Yuanqing thought about it, and found that it was not as difficult as he had imagined. 10 strands of incense, which is 1,000 strands, is not a big number for me now. It would take some time to have a follower who was at the beginner level of the 2nd stage of the body tempering period. After all, Bai Wenjin, who was practicing the fastest, was only at the intermediate level of the 1st stage of the body tempering period. From the initial stage of the 2nd level of the body tempering period, there are 3 small levels to be promoted to: Advanced, Peak, and Great Perfection. As for the 3rd one, which is the condition for opening the Formation Master, it requires a certain amount of time to accumulate. In the system mall, the price of a top-grade Yushin pill is 2 silks per piece. If one wants to accumulate enough cultivation to reach the peak level of the Wandering God, one will need 100 high-quality Wandering God pills, which is equivalent to 200 strands of incense. Therefore, it is currently unrealistic to quickly start the profession of Formation Master. After thinking it over, Xia Yuanqing decided to wait until tomorrow morning, when the believers came to burn incense, before considering starting the alchemist profession. Before that, Xia Yuanqing took a look at the current situation in Baijia village. As more and more believers entered the Jade Yuanju and became body tempering cultivators, he was also considering starting to equip these believers with some martial arts skills to support them. Although the monks in Baijia village now have spiritual power in their bodies, their combat skills are very average. Among so many people in Wanyan village, the only ones who have real combat experience are Bai Shi and the other hunters who go into the mountains to hunt. However, things like catching rabbits and looking for pheasants cannot be compared with the real fighting of monks. Browsing the believers section in the mall, Xia Yuanqing's eyes fell on the elementary martial arts of the body tempering stage. According to the system's pricing, the price of each martial art in the body tempering stage ranges from 10 to 20 incense sticks. For Xia Yuanqing now, it really means nothing. The specific prices of martial arts in the body tempering stage are primary, 10 strands, intermediate, 12 strands, advanced, 15, peak, 17, perfect, 20. As the cultivators in Baijia village were all in the 1st stage of the body tempering period, Xia Yuanqing chose to purchase 3 elementary martial arts of the body tempering period. Martial skill, Flame Palm. Martial arts, Explosive Speed Step. Martial arts, Fireball Technique. The 3 martial arts are close combat, body movement, and long-range attack. After exchanging them, Xia Yuanqing waited silently until night. As the night deepened and the people of Baijia village gradually fell asleep, Xia Yuanqing first came into Bai Wenjin's dream. Which of these 3 martial arts do you choose? Seeing Xia Yuanqing's figure appear again in the dream, Bai Wenjin was about to tell many things excitedly, but was interrupted by Xia Yuanqing. When he uses his ability to enter dreams, every second he stays in the believer's dream and every word he says will consume his divine power. Although he is now a high-level wandering god and his strength has greatly improved, the divine power in his body is not so great that he can chat freely with his believers. After hesitating for a few seconds, Bai Wenjin chose Fireball. After teaching her this martial art, Xia Yuanqing immediately went to Bai Shan's home and entered Bai Shita's dream directly. In the dream, Bai Shi was fantasizing about reviving the reputation of Baijia village and unifying a dozen nearby villages. Suddenly, all this was broken by the appearance of a person. Although he couldn't see the man's face clearly, Bai Shitu recognized his identity the moment he saw him. Master Yuanqing is above! The believer Bai Shitu finally sees you! Realizing that this guy was about to nag at him, Xia Yuanqing didn't give him a chance and directly threw out 3 martial arts for him to choose from. Master Yuanqing, I choose the flame palm! At the moment of making the choice, Xia Yuanqing shot out a ray of golden light with one hand, which merged into the body of the white stone. When Bai Shitu opened his eyes and saw the slightly brighter sky outside the window, he realized that he had gained an understanding of a new martial art in his mind. Is this a direct gift from the gods? Bai Shitu turned over and ran out of bed. Without time to put on more clothes, he just put on a pair of shorts and went straight to his yard. As he circulated the spiritual power in his body, he slapped forward with his palm. Huff! The flames burst out from the center of the palm and wrapped around the entire palm like a ball of blazing flames. Bah! There was a sound of someone falling from the direction of the toilet. Bai Shitu turned around and saw that it was his father, Bai Shan, who had fallen to the ground. But at this moment Bai Shan's face was dull, his eyes were wide open, staring at Bai Shitu's palm. Ignoring the pain of falling to the ground, Bai Shan rubbed his eyes frantically, trying to make sure if he had seen it wrong. Dad! Master Yuan also came to my dream! He also taught me a martial art! Flame palm! Bai Shitu helped Bai Shan up and excitedly performed another set of moves in the yard. However, the spiritual power in his body was too weak. After performing 2 sets of exercises, he felt a little tired. What are you still standing there for, little brat? Go burn incense and kowtow! After Bai Shan recovered from his shock, he shouted directly into several rooms, calling his wife, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. After they were told that Bai Shitu had also been granted direct spiritual power by the gods, the whole family, young and old, were so excited that they didn't even have time to eat, and they all rushed towards the temple in a panic. In the early morning, when many villagers learned that Bai Wenjin and Bai Shitu had both been taught by the gods last night, and had each learned a martial art, they looked at them with envy. Feeling the glory of being looked up to by everyone, Bai Shitu's loyalty instantly soared, and he became the second most loyal believer after Bai Wenjin. Everyone, Master Yuanqing has already given me instructions, saying that anyone who has entered the stage of cultivation can practice the small fireball technique. As she spoke, Bai Wenjin took out a booklet with clear handwriting inside. It was the rubbing she had written out based on what was in her mind after getting up early in the morning. Ha ha ha, the same goes for my flame palm. Bai Shitu, who was standing next to him, nodded, but the expression on his face was still smug. As a believer, it is such an honor to be taught martial arts directly by the gods. It also proves that his potential is favored by the gods. When the villagers learned that each of them had the opportunity to learn these 2 martial arts, they all wanted to learn Yuan Ju as soon as possible. The dozen or so villagers who had already embarked on the path of cultivation were divided into 2 groups. One group went to Bai Wenjin to learn the fireball technique, and the other group followed Bai Shitu to practice the flame palm. While they were collectively immersed in the frenzy of cultivation, Xia Yuanqing in the shrine was half yawning and focusing his attention on the remaining incense sticks. Because the prices of high-quality ocean-level items in the system mall are all based on silk. So Xia Yuanqing directly set it up in the system, and when the incense contributed by the believers to him fell into the balance, every time it reached 100 strands, it would automatically be converted into 1 silk. In just one morning, Xia Yuanqing received a total of 13 incense sticks. Start the career of alchemist. After lighting up the alchemist's panel, Xia Yuanqing saw an alchemist's basic gift pack instantly pop up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic knowledge of alchemists, body tempering stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the recipe, primary body tempering pill. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuanqing discovered that in the product category of the Believer Mall, there were suddenly some new items such as medicinal herbs, flames, and pill recipes. In addition, when the believer's alchemist profession is opened for the first time, Xia Yuanqing can transform a believer into a junior alchemist in the body tempering stage through direct instruction from the gods without entering a dream. As for this only candidate, Xia Yuanqing chose Bai Wenjin without a second thought. Bai Wenjin, who was teaching the fireball technique in the school, was suddenly stunned and stood there like a puppet. Wenjin, are you okay? The few people from Baijia village who chose to study with her came over worriedly. I thought Bai Wenjin was too tired, but unexpectedly, in the next second, Bai Wenjin suddenly jumped up with joy. Her actions immediately attracted the attention of other people in the school. What happened to Wenjin girl? Could it be that his cultivation level has been improved? It's possible. This child is favored by Master Yuanqing, so it's normal for him to cultivate faster. While everyone was talking about it, Bai Wenjin ran directly into the temple, scaring Bai Shan, who was on duty. She knelt down in the hall and thanked him excitedly. Thank you, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, for your teachings. Hearing her words, Bai Shan, who was sweeping the yard, looked towards the lobby curiously. It wasn't just her. Since the school was right next door, separated by just a wall, no one could stop themselves from hearing Bai Wenjin's voice. What did Master Yuanqing Jinjuan grant me? I don't know, let's go check it out. In an instant, many villagers rushed into the temple. If Bai Shan had not waved the broom and asked them to maintain order, the crowd would have almost broken down the door because of the impulse. After returning to the temple courtyard, seeing so many villagers looking at him expectantly, Bai Wenjin also said with a smile, I've become an alchemist. An alchemist at the primary level of the body tempering stage. Moreover, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan also gave me the recipe for the primary body tempering pill. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar among the villagers. Alchemist? The broom in his hand fell directly to the ground, and Bai Shan stared at Bai Wenjin with wide eyes. If Bai Shirtu hadn't been quick to hold him, the old man would have almost fallen to the ground again. Oh my God! Can our Baijia village produce an alchemist? As the only person in the village who had been to the town's tea house to drink tea when he was young, Bai Shan knew very well what the three words, alchemist, meant. If we say that yesterday's primary body tempering pill was a reward from Xia Yuanqing by the gods, that's more normal. After all, some powerful gods do have the ability to refine medicine. But no one would have expected that Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan actually possessed the incredible ability to turn a person into an alchemist out of thin air. Bai Shan took out a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. For him, if he could become a cultivator one day, he would be a superior person. As for the legendary alchemist who can refine elixirs, that is totally unimaginable. He had heard people in the town say that alchemists were the best among cultivators. To become an alchemist, not only does one have to have extremely high talent requirements, but one must also have a teacher to guide one through the process. It is almost impossible to become an alchemist just by studying and researching on your own. After all, once you become an alchemist, even if you are the most ordinary junior alchemist in the body tempering stage, it means that you will no longer be troubled by money in this life. If you casually refine a pill and sell it in the town, the money you earn is more than what a farmer can earn from farming for a year. Hearing Bai Shan's story about how the alchemist actually had such a high status among the practitioners, everyone began to speak with a strong sense of flattery when looking at Bai Wenjin. Wenjin, can you make us the primary body tempering pill now? More than a dozen practitioners immediately surrounded Bai Wenjin, looking at her eagerly. After taking the primary body tempering pill yesterday, they discovered that the effect of the pill was so good. One primary body tempering pill is equivalent to the results of their 3 or 4 days of practice. If they had enough primary body tempering pills, their cultivation speed would be so much faster. Everyone, refining medicine requires medicinal materials. I don't have any medicinal materials, so I can't refine medicine at all. Bai Wenjin shook her head. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan only taught her the pill formula and knowledge of alchemy. It was impossible for him to prepare all the raw materials for alchemy for her. In the void, Xia Yuanqing silently watched their actions, and at the same time, he also glanced at the situation in the distance. Just now, he suddenly noticed that a powerful aura seemed to appear on the edge of Selang Mountain in the distance. The opponent's strength is very likely to be that of a top-grade wandering god. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be the wolf god of Langya village. However, judging from the breath, the wolf god seemed to have just come out of Selang Mountain and returned to Langya village this morning. Originally, Xia Yuanqing planned to exchange some more primary body tempering pills for Bai Wenjin and the others today, But after sensing the breath of the wolf god, Xia Yuanqing decided to keep as many as possible for himself just to be on the safe side. If that wolf god really dares to come to me, the stronger my cultivation is, the better my chances of winning will be. Looking down at the crowd below, in just a short while, Bai Wenjin had already drawn on paper some of the herbs needed to refine the primary body-tempering pills. Bai Shitu and several other hunters took a quick look and recognized it. They had seen these herbs before when they went into the mountains to hunt. After all, the primary body-tempering pill is the most common elixir for cultivation, and the raw materials needed for its refining are all things that are relatively common in the mountains. In the past, Bai Shitu and his friends didn't recognize these herbs, so when they saw them, they just treated them as roadside weeds and didn't pay much attention to them. But now it is different. After listening to Bai Wenjin's introduction, saying that these things can be used to refine primary body-tempering pills, Bai Shitu immediately decided to take a few hunters who are also practitioners and start going into the mountains to collect herbs. Looking at their ignorant appearance, Xia Yuanqing was also helpless. These guys were so busy collecting herbs that they forgot that a medicine cauldron was needed to refine them. However, if you think about it carefully, the people in Baijia village are so poor that they can't afford to eat. How could I have the money to go to town to buy a medicine cauldron? There was no other choice, so Xia Yuanqing had to spend 30 incense sticks to buy them a medicine cauldron for the body tempering period in the system mall. I have to say, this thing is really expensive. Xia Yuanqing never thought that just a medicine cauldron would cost 30 incense sticks. Buzz! Just as the villagers were still chattering in the temple courtyard, a golden light flew out from the shrine, turned into a medicine cauldron and fell next to Bai Wenjin. The moment they saw this thing, many villagers showed curious expressions. They had never seen such a thing before. Even Bai Shan had only heard of the medicine cauldron, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Only Bai Wenjin, who had learned about alchemy, recognized the medicine cauldron instantly when he saw it. When she explained the function of this thing, the practitioners surrounding her also began to glow with light. Looking at the prompts in the system interface, they found that they had all been promoted to fanatical believers. It is sensed that the villagers of Baijia village have now reached the pious level, and many have been promoted to the fanatical level. Xia Yuanqing suddenly felt relieved. Thinking that they can bring me at least 20 to 30 sticks of incense every day, it is worth it that I have bestowed so many things on them. Seeing that Baijia village was gradually getting on the right track of cultivation, Xia Yuanqing was thinking about whether he should go into seclusion for a few days and strive to break through to the peak of the wandering god as soon as possible. Suddenly, he noticed an extremely strong breath erupting in the distance. In an instant, the village gods in a dozen or so villages nearby began to tremble when they sensed that breath. They all looked in the direction of Sanlang Mountain. They were too familiar with the aura just now. Because that was the wolf god from Langia village. Above the temple, Xia Yuanqing's figure stood in the clouds. He looked into the distance and could feel the anger from that powerful aura. Isn't this coming towards me? Somehow, Xia Yuanqing had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 16. Dark clouds are approaching, bandits are attacking. Langia village. The ferocious fence gates slowly opened, and a group of bandits holding weapons walked out aggressively. In the team, 8 powerful bandits at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage were carrying a sedan chair, on which sat the leader of the Langia village, Li Dedeo. At this moment, his expression was serious, and his hands were firmly holding a wolf-shaped statue in his arms. All the bandits nearby looked at the statue with awe in their faces. Because that wolf-shaped statue is the god of the Langia village. Early this morning, as soon as the wolf god returned to the village, he heard Li Dedeo report about Baishur village. When the wolf god learned that the believers who had disappeared a few days ago were most likely killed in Baishur village, he became furious. Later, he learned that the new deity in Baishur village actually had the ability to grant martial arts and obtain spiritual springs, which made the wolf god even more uneasy. The reason why the bandits in Langia village can practice is that the skills they practiced were all obtained by the wolf god from the forest wolf demon clan. Practitioners hunt demons and refine them into elixirs, or use their fur, claws, and fangs to make magical weapons. Similarly, devouring cultivators is absolutely a great tonic for the demon race. The Sanlang demon clan has occupied Sanlang Mountain for hundreds of years and has devoured countless cultivators. They naturally hoarded the human cultivation techniques they picked up from them. In order to allow the human puppet force of Langia village supported by the demon clan to control the dozen or so villages nearby, the demon clan agreed to hand over some low-level skills and martial arts to the wolf god, who would give them to the bandits. After all, the wolf god did not have the ability to teach cultivation techniques on his own, let alone help the bandits create a spiritual spring out of thin air. Judging from the ability, this newly born god in Baishur village seems to have much stronger potential than him. So the wolf god was a little worried and absolutely could not let this newborn guy continue to grow. Otherwise, sooner or later, his dominant position in these dozen villages will be lost. The people from Langia village rushed towards Baijiao village in a mighty manner. When they passed by other villages, the village gods of other villages had already noticed that something was wrong. The moment they sensed that the wolf god had left the village, they warned the villagers not to go out. Baijiao village, in the clouds above the temple. It's coming towards me. After sensing the bandits' route, Xia Yuanqing had already guessed the situation. Call. He casually blew out a gust of wind, which hit a large bell in the temple courtyard. Ding! The sound of the bells resounded everywhere, echoing throughout the village. Not only did the villagers in the school quickly stand up, but the villagers in the fields also hurried towards the temple after hearing the bell. Baishan looked at the bell in the yard with fear. This bell was placed in the temple and reserved for the use of gods. Once a major crisis occurs in the village, the gods will ring the bell to alert the entire village. I remember the last time the bell rang was 15 years ago. On that day, the wolf god of Langia village swallowed up the village god of Baijiao village in one gulp. Unexpectedly, after 15 years, the sound of the bell began to cover Baijiao village again. Master Yuan Qingjinjuan, what exactly happened? Bai Shi and several other hunters came to the temple with anxious looks. They had originally planned to go to the mountains in a group to collect herbs, bring them back and give them to Bai Wenjin to refine into primary body tempering pills. As a result, before he reached the village entrance, he heard the bell and hurried back. Xia Yuanqing waved a breeze and blew it in a certain direction. The moment they saw that direction, the faces of all the villagers present changed drastically. Just because of that direction. It's Langia village. Damn it! Isn't that Langia village going to come knocking on our door again? Alas, what is coming will come. Many villagers squatted on the ground, looking worried. From that day, when Xia Yuanqing killed the 4 bandits in public, they realized that this day would not be far away. But they never expected that the Baijiao village, which had just begun to move towards a better life, would be interrupted. The wolf god of Langia village is like the god of death to the dozen or so villages nearby. Everyone can't help but shiver just thinking about him in their minds. Damn it! I'm going to fight these bandits! Bai Shi cursed loudly, picked up his hunting machete, and prepared for battle. Knowing that the target of Langia village this time is Xia Yuanqing, as a die-hard believer, he naturally will not retreat at all. Women and children, prepare to retreat. Other men, young and old, defend the village together. We must not let them harm Yuan Qingjinjun. At this moment, Baishan, as the village chief, also shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with anger, and his old body suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Yes! I swear to protect Yuan Qingjinjun until my death! More than 100 men in the village went home and picked up kitchen knives. Even though they were no match for the bandits, they still had to repay their gratitude. Their crops are growing so well now, and many young people are beginning to embark on the path of cultivation. Aren't these all divine blessings bestowed by true Lord Yuanqing? If it were any other gods, they would never go to this extent for their believers. Since true Lord Yuanqing is so kind to us, the men of our Baijiao village cannot just sit and watch true Lord Yuanqing being devoured. From high in the sky, Xia Yuanqing looked down, and felt relieved when he saw that no one in the village would back down, and that they were all willing to fight for him. The children can hide, but we women are not afraid of trouble. After hiding the children, the village women who had left earlier also rushed back. They held hoes tightly in their hands, and their aura as they stood together was that women were no less than that of men. Especially the leader Bai Wenjin, as the person with the highest cultivation in the village, directly took the primary body tempering pill that was left over from yesterday. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, She now only wanted to refine this pill quickly so that her strength could have a new breakthrough before the bandits came to Baijia village. Call. A cool breeze swept across everyone's shoulders. Everyone turned to look at the human-shaped statue in the shrine. Feeling a hint of comfort in the breeze, everyone understood that it was true Lord Yuanqing who was comforting them and telling them not to be afraid. At this point, it has become such a critical moment, but Yuanqing Jinjuan is still taking care of the feelings of himself and others. It will be difficult to meet such a kind deity in the future. In an instant, the eyes of all the villagers became more determined. Looking at their performance, Xia Yuanqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was touched by the loyalty of the believers, he just. This level of battle is not something you can get involved in. Even the strongest person in the village, Bai Wenjin. In a battle of this level, even the slightest touch would result in instant death. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing exchanged all the incense he had accumulated for top-grade Yushin pills, and in an instant, he refined them into his own cultivation level. Cultivation progress, 21 out of 100. Although he is still far from becoming the top wandering god, Xia Yuanqing is not considered a weakling among the top wandering gods. With the help of the soul-calming bell and the boundary flag, Xia Yuanqing did not feel that he was much weaker than the wolf god of Langia village. At dusk, the figures of bandits were faintly seen on the road outside Baijia village. In Baijia village, everyone was holding weapons and guarding here quietly. They looked towards the village entrance in front of them, but for some reason, Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan didn't let them get close. Before, they had planned to ambush and attack outside the village entrance. However, when he reached the entrance of the village, Xia Yuanqing pushed him back with a gust of wind, signaling them not to leave the village. At this moment, even if they did not leave the village, they could already see the bandits in the distance. My fellow men, today, we have to fight for Master Yuanqing. We have to fight for our Baijia village. Bai Shan stood at the front. Although he was over 60 years old, the loyalty of his fanatical believers still made him put Xia Yuanqing's safety before his own life. He is the village chief of Baijia village and has the responsibility to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Baijia village. After observing for a few days, he discovered that Yuanqing Jinjuan was the blessing to their Baijia village. As long as Yuanqing Jinjuan is alive, Baijia village will have unlimited potential for development. As the village chief, he is not only protecting Yuanqing Jinjuan, but also the future of the village. Ahead, the bandits have arrived at the entrance of the village. When they saw that the people of Baijia village were holding weapons and ready for fighting, the bandits burst into laughter. Look! Those fools are still trying to resist. With those broken farm tools in their hands, can they be more powerful than our swords? Tisk, it's true that poor mountains and bad waters give rise to unruly people. You are just a bunch of mortals. How dare you block the path of us cultivators? You are really courting death. A dozen bandits took the initiative to walk out and rush towards the people of Baijia village with swords in hand. In their eyes, although there are many people in Baijia village, they are all garbage. Wanting to make enemies with the people from Langia village is really stupid to the extreme. Bandits are people who live on the edge of a knife. The fighting power of each of them is enough to defeat more than 7 or 8 people from Baijia village. What's more, among these bandits, there are nearly 50 cultivators. Faced with the attack they launched, what could the people of Baijia village use to resist? Small fireball technique. Bai Wenjin pinched his hands and made some magic gestures. A fireball as big as a fist appeared out of thin air and blasted directly towards the first wave of bandits. Damn it! There really is a practice method in martial arts. The moment they saw the small fireball, the bandits in the front immediately panicked. They are just soldiers in the mountain village and are not cultivators at all. Faced with the fierce fireball, I have no ability to resist at all. In an instant, several bandits in the second stage of the body tempering stage suddenly rushed out from behind and blocked the attack of the small fireball with their swords. Seeing that his attack was easily resolved by the other party, Bai Wenjin's face changed drastically. Alas, the strength is still too weak. In the sky, Xia Yuanqing said softly. His eyes swept towards the wolf-shaped sculpture held in Li Dedeo's arms, and he noticed wisps of black smoke floating out of the sculpture, flying into the air, and transforming into a dark green wolf-shaped monster. You must be the new village god of Baijia village. The wolf demon looked at Xia Yuanqing. They were both gods, so naturally they could see each other. It is indeed a top-grade wandering god. Xia Yuanqing looked at the wolf demon and sensed his breath. You. The wolf demon looked at Xia Yuanqing, and after sensing the fluctuation of the latter's divine power, his expression suddenly changed. After practicing for hundreds of years, he finally became a top-grade wandering god. But the other party? Wasn't it born only a few days ago? How could this be the aura of a top-grade wandering god? Although the divine power aura is not as strong as his own, the village god of Baijia village in front of him is indeed a genuine top-grade wandering god. You! Damn it! The wolf demon roared, and when he looked at Xia Yuanqing, a strong murderous intent burst out from his deep green pupils. He would never allow any of the gods around here to threaten his position. The roar caused gusts of evil wind, which turned into black clouds and began to attack Baijia village. At the same time, when the people of Baijia village and the bandits on the ground saw the abnormal celestial phenomena, they realized that their respective gods had begun fighting. Brothers! Fight with me! Destroy Baijia village! Kill the women! Several mountain bandit practitioners rushed to the front, leading 20 or 30 younger brothers, and charged directly towards the entrance of Baijia village. The sky was covered with dark clouds. On the ground, bandits are attacking. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, slowly stretched out a finger and pointed at the air at the entrance of the village. Then, the boundary flag that had been hidden suddenly showed up. Just above the entrance to the village, a flag more than half an arm long appeared. As the boundary flag appeared, a golden light burst out from it, enveloping the entire Baijia village. The bandits crashed into the light shield and were blown away one after another. They fell with bloody heads and looked extremely miserable. In the sky, the black clouds spreading towards Baijia village suddenly stopped moving when they touched the golden light shield. No matter how you move forward, you cannot shake the golden light shield at all. Inside Baijia village, everyone stared in amazement at the small flag and the golden shield that filled the sky. This is a divine weapon! Baishan opened his mouth in astonishment and stared at the small flag. According to legend, powerful gods will give birth to divine weapons, which are powerful weapons that only gods can use. It has the supreme power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. But there are more than 10 villages near Sanlang Mountain, including the wolf god and Langya village. I have never heard of any god giving birth to a divine weapon. At this moment, they finally understood why Yuanqing Zhenjuan had comforted them when they were in the temple before. It turns out that Lord Yuanqing Zhenjuan actually has a magical weapon in his hand. The wolf demon's roar resounded through heaven and earth, driving the black clouds to continuously impact the golden light shield. But how could the power of a divine weapon be so easily broken? The collision of black clouds and golden light released air waves that stirred up the sand in all directions, forming a strong wind that swept through the village entrance. The stronger the golden light, the stronger the murderous intent in the wolf demon's eyes. He absolutely cannot allow this new guy to continue to grow stronger. Today, no matter what means are used, we must devour it completely. When the wolf demon thought that after devouring Xia Yuanqing, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly, and he might even be promoted to the peak level of wandering god, he became more and more excited, and the frequency of his attacks increased. As the two sides fought many times, Xia Yuanqing gradually figured out the strength of this wolf demon. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and his eyes fell on Jiechi. As he secretly hooked his fingers slightly, the boundary flag, which was originally shining brightly with golden light, suddenly became dim. It was like the end of the oil in the lamp, and it was about to collapse. Chapter 17. Trick the dog and kill it. Master Yuanqing! Seeing that the light of the boundary flag was getting weaker and weaker, the people in Baijia village changed their expressions drastically, knowing that in the battle between the two gods, Xia Yuanqing was very likely to be at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha! A newly born little god dares to compete with the wolf god of my Langya village. He really overestimates his own abilities. Li Dedeo snorted coldly and waved his hand, signaling all the bandits under his command to launch a general attack on Baijia village. Brothers! Charge! In an instant, hundreds of bandits armed with sharp blades, led by a group of practitioners, rushed towards the entrance of Baijia village. Previously, due to the obstruction of the boundary flag, they were unable to enter Baijia village. But now it's different. The boundary flag has been suppressed by the wolf god. Looking at the golden light that is getting weaker and weaker, it is obvious that it can't hold on any longer. Fellow villagers! Grab your weapons! Fight them! Baishan tightly gripped the hoe in his hand, straightened his old body, and vowed to lead all the villagers to defend the entrance of Baijia village. However, at this moment, a gentle wind suddenly blew in the village, blocking their way. Although the breeze was gentle, it had a force as strong as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for the more than 200 people in Baijia village to move forward. Everyone looked puzzled and stared blankly up into the sky. They are too familiar with this breeze. This is Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan conveying some kind of order to them. Everyone back off! Quick! As the village chief, Baishan was quite smart. After feeling the breeze blocking their way forward, he immediately understood what Xia Yuanqing meant. Uncle Shan, we are not. Many villagers behind him frowned, not understanding why the village chief, who had led everyone to charge just a second ago, suddenly wanted to run away. This is what Master Yuanqing Jinjuan meant. We just need to obey his orders. Baishan winked at several old friends from the village in the crowd. They had known each other for many years and naturally understood the hint in his expressions. Go! Quick! Under the forced urging of the elders from each family, the people of Baijia village began to retreat continuously, and in a blink of an eye they retreated hundreds of meters away. However, their eyes were always looking forward, looking at the boundary flag above the village entrance. Not bad, quite smart. High in the sky, Xia Yuanqing felt a little satisfied when he saw Baishan leading the people of Baijia village to make room for a large open space. After realizing that the open space was large enough to accommodate all the people from Langia village, Xia Yuanqing secretly pulled out the boundary flag, leaving them completely unable to resist when facing the wolf god's black cloud attack. The golden light dissipated and turned into stars that fell into the mortal world. The boundary flag was put into Xia Yuanqing's sleeve and hidden from everyone's sight. Boy, you can't bear it anymore. In the air outside the village entrance, the wolf god saw the boundary flag being blown away and immediately roared arrogantly. He was seen controlling the black clouds and invading Baijia village. The black smoke gathered into many wolf shadows, and the wolf howls were resounding in all directions. In the distance, above many villages, the figures of village gods appeared one after another. They sighed and began to mourn in silence for Xia Yuanqing's death. Kill! On the ground, without the golden light of the boundary flag to block them, the bandits became more and more unscrupulous, waving their weapons and charging directly into Baijia village. Looking at the people from Baijia village in the distance, they showed ferocious faces, displaying the brutal attitude of Langia village. In the sky, the wolf god stepped into the territory of Baijia village. Looking at Xia Yuanqing, who retreated hundreds of meters away, his expression revealed disdain. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing smiled instead. He looked at the wolf god in front of him, and when he saw that the other party had completely entered the area of Baijia village, he no longer had to suppress the smile on his face. You finally came in. Previously, the wolf god and the bandits were outside Baijia village. Even though Xia Yuanqing had the help of 2 magical weapons, he was unable to attack the wolf god outside the village due to his range of activities. So, you can only get them to your own territory and then start killing them. Hearing this, the wolf god suddenly felt something was wrong. But Xia Yuanqing would not give him any chance to escape. Whoosh! The boundary flag flew out from his sleeve and stood at the entrance of the village again. Buzz! The brilliant golden light bloomed again, and the divine power fluctuations it emitted were far greater than before. The disappeared golden shield once again protected the entire Baijia village, turning into a solid wall that prevented outsiders from coming in and people inside from leaving. What happened? The bandits immediately stopped and looked up at the golden shield above, their expressions becoming confused. Didn't they remember that these golden lights had been crushed by the wolf god's black cloud? Why has it reappeared now? It's bad! We've fallen into a trap! Almost at the same time, the wolf god and the village chief Lidadeo both came to their senses. In the dark cloud, even though the wolf god was aware of Xia Yuanqing's thoughts, he still looked disdainful. Even if he tricked me into Baijia village, so what? You, a mere new god, really think you can defeat me after 100 years of hard practice? As the god of Langia village, he controls the life and death of more than a dozen villages, and has suppressed more than a dozen village gods so much that they cannot raise their heads for hundreds of years. You are just a little new god. Do you really think you can make any waves? The black clouds began to roll and boil, and under the nourishment of divine power, they condensed into phantoms of a pack of wolves, and began to kill Xia Yuanqing. How dare a little dog be so presumptuous? A soul-calming bell appeared in Xia Yuanqing's hand. As he shook it gently, the clear sound of the bell echoed throughout the Baijia village. Ah! On the ground, the bandits' eyes were all red, with tears of blood flowing from the corners of their eyes. They covered their heads with their hands, feeling as if thousands of troops were trampling on their heads. The destruction that comes from the depths of the soul is far more painful than physical injuries. Lidadeo, the village chief who was at the 5th level of the body tempering stage, trembled his hands, and the wolf sculpture fell to the ground. He himself lay on the ground like a maggot, howling in pain. In the distance, the people of Baijia village were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw this sudden scene. The black cloud that had condensed into the shadows of a wolf pack a second ago was now beginning to fall apart under the sound waves of the soul-calming bell. The wolf god was trembling with pain evident in his expression. At this moment, he began to panic. Looking at Xia Yuanqing in the distance, there was no longer the previous arrogance and tyranny in his eyes, but instead endless fear. Is this the combat power brought by the artifact? Although he was better than Xia Yuanqing in cultivation, he was not much stronger. Now, with the support of the boundary flag and the soul-calming bell, the real combat power displayed by Xia Yuanqing has far surpassed him. Run! Run quickly! At this moment, the wolf god had no second thoughts in his mind. The shock to his soul caused by the soul-calming bell had already given him a splitting headache, and even made him a little delirious. In this state, he was no match for Xia Yuanqing. The only way to turn the situation around is to escape from Baijia village. Then join forces with other village gods to defeat Xia Yuanqing together. However, Xia Yuanqing would never give him the chance to realize his ideas. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Xia Yuanqing shook the soul-calming bell in his hand again, and at the same time stretched out his finger again, attacking the wolf god. The divine power surged in his body, causing a thunder as thick as a bowl to rumble from the sky. Ouch! Feeling that he had been locked onto the lightning, the wolf god was about to fight back with all his might, but was hindered by the sound of the second soul-calming bell, which made him unable to calm down or even concentrate. By the time he felt a little better, the thunder had already struck him. Boom! The thunder carried Xia Yuanqing's divine power, causing the wolf god to scream in pain. The village gods from many villages in all directions looked into the distance in shock. They had already heard the screams from the wolf god. The battle between the two top-grade wandering gods and the residual power they released made the dozen or so village gods tremble with fear. They stared in the direction of Baijia village, and in a trance, a smile appeared on the faces of these village gods. Almost at the same time, the chiefs of more than a dozen villages received calls from the gods. Zhaojia village. All the men in the village, assemble! Get your weapons ready! The chief of Zhaojia village stood in the small square of the village, and began to obey the orders of the gods and summon all the fighting forces in the village. Everyone took their farm tools and weapons and came to the village entrance, waiting for the signal from the gods to set off. All the village gods looked towards the location of Baijia village, waiting for the outcome of the battle between Xia Yuanqing and the wolf god. If the wolf god wins, the villagers can fight their way out and help the bandits in Langia village to suppress the rebellion of the people in Baijia village. But if the village god of Baijia village wins... Thinking of this, more than a dozen village gods couldn't help but reveal greedy eyes. Judging from the aura of divine power, the cultivation level of the village god of Baijia village is not as good as that of the wolf god. The reason why he was able to fight the wolf god so fiercely was all thanks to the help of those two artifacts. Once the wolf god is defeated, the village god of Baijia village will certainly be seriously injured, and his divine power will definitely be in an extremely empty state. At this time, just lead people into Baijia village and destroy his temple and statues. Then the village god of Baijia village will also be completely destroyed. The statue is the embodiment of the gods in the whole world. It is also the biggest weakness. Under normal circumstances, attacks from mortals and cultivators cannot cause damage to statues of gods. But if the god is seriously injured, it would be completely different. At that time, other village gods would bestow an artifact containing their divine power on one of their believers. When those believers attack Xia Yuanqing's statue with the artifact in hand, they could completely destroy it. Xia Yuanqing's soul was devoured by the god that owned the magical artifact. More than a dozen village gods have been suppressed by the wolf god for 100 years. In their hearts, they will never allow a wolf god to appear in this area again. What's more, they wanted to snatch the two magical artifacts that Xia Yuanqing possessed immediately. As long as the village god of Baijia village and the wolf god are dead, then whoever can grab these two artifacts among the dozen or so village gods nearby will have enough strength to devour other village gods. Eventually, he became a new generation of powerful being that surpassed wolf god and Xia Yuanqing. Compared to the offerings from believers, the mutual devouring of gods is the quickest way for their cultivation to skyrocket. Above Baijia village, the black cloud released by the wolf god had been dissipated by the thunder, and the wolf god himself was fleeing everywhere in a panic. Call. I felt a breeze brushing my earlobes. Bai Wenjin followed the direction Chi Feng pointed and saw the wolf-shaped statue that was dropped to the ground by Li Dideo. Brother Sure too. Let's go get that wolf god statue. Help Master Yuanqing kill that wolf god. Bai Wenjin rushed out of the crowd and shouted to Bai Shitu at the same time. As the strongest hunter in the village, although Bai Shitu's cultivation is not as good as Bai Wenjin, his strength is far superior to that of other villagers. In addition, he also practiced the fire palm, which gave him a great advantage in close combat. Ha! For Jinju and Yuanqing! Bai Shitu roared, then leaped forward side by side with Bai Wenjin and rushed towards the bandits, who were struggling on the ground. After seeing their actions, the other villagers also came to their senses. Fellow villagers! Let's protect Yuanqing Jinjun together! Bai Shan raised the hoe in his hand and swung his arm towards the bandits' heads. Damn it! Kill these bastards! I can finally avenge my daughter! Mother! Your and my daughter's spirits in heaven can finally understand that I avenged you and your mother! In an instant, the people of Baijia village waved their weapons with red eyes. Over the past 100 years, which of the more than 10 nearby villages has not been devastated by Langia village? Countless young girls and women were tortured to death by the bandits in Langia village, and many of them even died tragically in front of their parents. The hatred that has been accumulated for 100 years can finally be avenged. The bandits looked at the people from Baijia village who were rushing towards them, and their expressions were filled with fear. However, they were affected by the lingering sound of the soul-calming bell. Their souls were weakened, and they could not use any strength in their bodies. They could only watch helplessly as the people from Baijia village surrounded them. In the chaos, Bai Wenjin successfully got the wolf statue. She raised her hands and looked towards the temple in the distance with a pious expression. Seeing this, the wolf god in the sky changed his expression drastically. This statue is his real body. Damn you, slave! The wolf god slapped Bai Wenjin through the air with one claw. Trying to hurt my believers! Get lost! Xia Yuanqing moved so fast that he appeared above the wolf god in the blink of an eye. One hand emitted golden light and protected Bai Wenjin, while the other hand grabbed the soul-calming bell and smashed it directly on the wolf god's head. The shock at such a close distance immediately made the wolf god's face dull and his soul stiff. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yuanqing sent down a bolt of lightning, hitting the wolf-shaped statue accurately. Click! The statue was smashed on the spot and turned into countless fragments scattered around. At the same time, the wolf god's body began to disintegrate, emitting black smoke, and then disappeared. And those fragments of the statue turned into starlight, like the flesh and blood of gods, nourishing this land. After doing all this, Xia Yuanqing immediately returned to the shrine. This time, although he successfully killed the wolf god, his consumption was too great. In the battle with the wolf god, there were dozens of thunders blasted out. Coupled with the continuous activation of the soul-calming bell and the maintenance of the boundary flag, the consumption of divine power was also astonishingly large. Now Xia Yuanqing has really reached the end of his life. Chapter 18. Divine Essence, Thunder Kills from a Distance. Congratulations to the host for killing a god for the first time. Obtain a Divine Essence. Obtain a Territory Jade Slip. Host, please expand the territory as soon as possible to unlock the remaining rewards. As soon as he returned to the shrine, Xia Yuanqing received a prompt from the system. At this moment, there were two things circling around him. One is a gray round bead engraved with a wolf pattern. The other one is a red gold jade slip. This gray round bead is the divine essence transformed from the wolf god's soul after he was killed. For gods, divine essence is the best tonic. By swallowing this, you can enhance your own divine power. Xia Yuanqing didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed the gray round bead and began to refine it. After a few minutes, Xia Yuanqing felt that the divine power in his body began to recover, and he felt relieved from his previous weak state. But at this moment, he looked into the distance vigilantly. Outside Baijia village, a fighting team formed by dozens of villagers appeared. Looking at the direction they came from, it should be Zhaojia village, which is closest to Baijia village. Seeing how aggressive these guys were, it was clear that they had no friendly intentions. On the previous battlefield, the people of Baijia village were still cleaning up the bodies of the bandits from Langia village. Bai Shan excitedly directed the villagers to carry the corpses. When he thought that his own master Yuanqing had actually destroyed the wolf god of Langia village, he couldn't stop smiling. From now on, with true Lord Yuanqing around, no one in the area near Sanlang Mountain would dare to bully their Baijia village. Dad! Someone is approaching our village! Bai Shitu suddenly realized something and looked abruptly towards the village entrance. As one of the strong men in the village, he had already sensed that there were many footsteps approaching this side outside the village entrance. Not only him, Bai Wenjin also noticed something was wrong. Everyone prepared to fight! Although Bai Shan didn't know what was going on, when he saw his son and Bai Wenjin become serious, he naturally became nervous as well. The villagers of Baijia picked up the weapons of the bandits one after another. After all, the equipment of these bandits was much stronger than the farm tools in their hands. Ever since the bandits of Langia village were defeated, the morale of the Bai family villagers has become visibly stronger. No matter who the invaders outside are, they can't be as strong as the bandits in Langia village. Even those guys were defeated in Baijia village, so what can the rest of the people do? A fierce fighting spirit burned in everyone, causing them to tightly grip their weapons and look coldly towards the entrance of the village. Not long after, they saw a group of people carrying farm tools coming to the vicinity of their Baijia village. People from Zhaojia village? The moment he saw those people, Bai Shan recognized them immediately. The two villages are neighbors. As the village chief, how could Bai Shan not know the people from Zhaojia village? Only. Seeing the village chief of Zhaojia village personally leading so many villagers to attack Baijia village, this really seemed wrong. Fellow villagers! Go ahead! The chief of Zhaojia village raised the hoe in his hand high, like a flag, and ordered everyone behind him to attack Baijia village. That's a divine artifact! When Bai Shan saw an illusory bright mark appearing on the hoe in the hands of the village chief of Zhaojia village, he recognized that this thing had been endowed with some divine power by the village god of Zhaojia village. Damn it! These beasts! The village god of Zhaojia village wants to take advantage of Master Yuanqing Xinjuan's injury to attack Master Yuanqing Xinjuan. Bai Shan cursed loudly. He naturally knew how to use the divine artifacts. When the previous village god of Baijia village was still alive, he once bestowed a magical artifact. Therefore, the moment Bai Shan saw the people from Zhaojia village bringing this thing, he understood the purpose of their trip. These bastards! They actually want to hurt Master Yuanqing! As Bai Shan shouted, Bai Shitu and the others all glared ahead, clenched their weapons, and were ready to fight. However, in the next second, another group of people appeared in another direction outside the village entrance. When they saw them, Bai Shan and the head of Zhaojia village both showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Because the village chief of that village also holds a magical weapon in his hand. Just by looking at each other, the village chief of Zhaojia village knew that everyone came here with the same purpose. They all want to fight for Xia Yuanqing's divine essence for their own gods. Everyone! Switch to defense! Bai Shan's face changed immediately, and a more terrifying guess arose in his mind. The battle between Yuanqing Jinjun and the wolf god must have been noticed by the village gods of more than a dozen nearby villages. If nothing unexpected happens, these gods should have sensed the fall of the wolf god. So, I'm afraid that what the Baijia village has to face is not just as simple as the Zhaojia village. It is very likely that they will have to face a general attack from more than a dozen villages. In this case, they alone can't stop it. Even though there are a group of cultivators like Bai Wenjin in Baijia village, Bai Wenjin and his companions have just started the path of cultivation not long ago. Although their strength is stronger than that of ordinary mortals, they have not reached the level of being able to kill instantly. What's more, the number of people in the punitive coalition composed of more than a dozen villages must be close to 1,000. Defend first! We have to buy time for Master Yuanqing! Bai Shan gave another command and roared, then turned to look at the temple in the distance. Now, the only thing they can do is to try their best to prevent people from other villages from approaching the temple of Yuanqing Jinjuan. We must not let them use magical tools to attack the shrine of true Lord Yuanqing. Wenjin girl! Hearing Bai Shan calling him, Bai Wenjin rushed over immediately. Hurry back to the temple. If we can't stop you here, you can hide with the shrine of true Lord Yuanqing. As long as you hide in the village, true Lord Yuanqing can slowly recover his power. Bai Shan knew very well that he and his men could not resist for long, so he simply let Bai Wenjin, the person most favored by God, carry out the task. Uncle Shan, you should also pay attention to safety. Bai Wenjin nodded, knowing that the situation was serious and concerned the life and death of Yuanqing Jinjuan, so she did not stay any longer and turned to rush towards the temple. After she rushed into the temple, she knelt in front of the shrine and told Xia Yuanqing what happened at the entrance of the village. However, Xia Yuanqing already knew all these things. For him, everything that happened within Baijia village could not escape his perception. This Bai Shan is pretty smart. Xia Yuanqing smiled slightly. However, he sent out a gust of wind, preventing Bai Wenjin from touching his shrine. Master Yuanqing, people from several villages have already arrived at the entrance of our village. If we don't hide now, it will be too late. Bai Wenjin thought Xia Yuanqing didn't understand what he meant, so he wanted to explain again. Little did they know that when Xia Yuanqing sensed that people from other villages were coming near Baijia village, he had already exchanged a top-grade Yotian-level restoring pill in the system mall. In just a few minutes, the divine power in his body had recovered about 20%. Although there is still a long way to go before he could reach his peak strength, the current divine power is still a piece of cake to deal with the hundreds of mortals outside. However, when Xia Yuanqing flew into the air and looked down at the villagers from other villages, he did not think of killing them all. Like the villagers of Baijia village, they are all loyal to the gods of their village. If I kill all those village gods one by one, by then, these dozen villages will be in a state without gods. And this is the best time for the jade slip of your territory to come into play. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, the system had already explained its function the first moment he obtained it. Item: Territory Jade Slip. Function: quickly refine the unknown land and integrate it into your own territory. Although this thing is an auxiliary product, for the gods, an artifact that can help quickly devour other territories is definitely one of the top artifacts. After all, the larger the territory, the more believers it can accommodate. The more believers there are, the more incense will be burned. As time goes by, the power of the gods will become stronger and stronger. In Xia Yuanqing's eyes, the hundreds of people gathered outside the entrance of Baijia village were his future believers. Quick! Hurry up! Outside the village entrance, the chief of Zhaojia village became anxious when he saw more and more villages joining the battle for the essence of the gods. They all came here under the orders of the village god, and they cannot be overtaken by other villages. Just as they rushed to the entrance of Baijia village, Xia Yuanqing, who was high in the sky, activated the boundary flag again. Buzz! In midair, the flag once again released dazzling golden light, covering the entire Baijia village. Seeing this, Bai Shan and other villagers of the Bai family showed excitement. They knew that their own true Lord Yuanqing had taken action. That magical little flag can even block the attacks of the wolf god, let alone these mortals outside. As expected, after seeing the golden light shield, the people in Zhaojia village were all stunned. No matter how hard they hit with the hose in their hands, they could not cause any damage to the golden shield. "Get out of the way! I'll do it!" The chief of Zhaojia village roared, raised the magical weapon in his hand and smashed it directly at the golden light shield. Divine artifacts contain divine power, which can even destroy statues of gods. It is impossible to smash such a layer of light shield. Bang! The hoe hit the light shield hard. Although it caused some vibration, the divine power in the hoe was too weak for Xia Yuanqing. Therefore, the attack could not cause any damage to the boundary flag. After smashing it, the village chief of Zhaojia village stared at the magical object in his hand with a grim expression. With this blow, the mark of the god on the hoe became noticeably fainter. This means that the previous blow has already consumed some of the divine power in the hoe. If they were all consumed, even if Xia Yuanqing's statue of the god was placed in front of him, it would not be able to be destroyed. After all, a hoe without divine power is just an ordinary hoe. Mortal beings want to smash the statues of gods? This is undoubtedly a foolish dream. Don't you also want the essence of the gods in Baijia village? Come on! I'll give it to you! The head of Zhaojia village suddenly signaled to the villagers around him to make way for people from other villages. Ha! Lao Zhao, you are sensible. More than a dozen village chiefs gathered here, each holding in their hands a magical artifact bestowed by their gods. Standing at the entrance of Baijia village, looking at the golden shield in front of them, they took out their magical weapons and smashed towards the shield. Bang! The damage caused by more than a dozen magical artifacts mixed together is so powerful that it cannot be underestimated. The golden light shield began to shake and almost cracked. But then, these dozen or so village heads stopped what they were doing. They looked at their respective divine artifacts silently, knowing that a lot of their divine power had been consumed. If they were to receive a few more blows, not only would they be unable to break the golden shield, but the divine weapons in their hands would most likely be reduced to ordinary iron tools. By then, even if we conquer Baijia village, it will be an advantage for other villages. In this way, they also understood why the village chief of Zhaojia village took the initiative to make concessions to them. It turns out that this old guy is doing something bad here. He wants to reap the benefits. After noticing the village chief of Zhaojia village's little tricks, more than a dozen village chiefs stopped their actions at the same time, and no longer attacked the golden light shield. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing in the sky smiled. As I had guessed, each of them was very loyal to the village god of his village. It is precisely because of this that people from more than a dozen villages gathered together to form a situation of mutual restraint. The divine power contained in the divine artifacts is limited. They can't just use it up, and then return to their village and ask the gods for continued blessings. From the perspective of gods, it is a very troublesome thing to bestow their own divine power on mortal things. The process takes quite a bit of time. And now, like Xia Yuanqing, what they lack most is time. If they fail to quickly capture Baijia village, Xia Yuanqing will have more and more time to recover. This is not good news for other village gods. After all, Xia Yuanqing has now obtained the essence of the wolf god's spirit. As long as you devour it, you will gain the power to move freely in a dozen villages. By that time, with Xia Yuanqing's strength, he would definitely be able to sweep away all these dozen village gods. Time passed by minute, and Xia Yuanqing used all of his remaining incense to exchange for the magic pill. Now, without the help of elixirs, he could only rely on the Tianying Yushinju to speed up his recovery. Outside the village entrance, more than a dozen villages have been hostile to each other for a long time. When they glanced at Baishan and others in the village, they knew that if they continued to drag on like this, it would not be a good thing for them. But they are unwilling to let their efforts be used to benefit others. While they were hesitating, more than half an hour had passed. The next second, a smile suddenly flashed across Xia Yuanqing's face in the air. A strong and powerful divine power emanated from his body. He raised his head and looked towards Zhaojia village not far away. His sight penetrated the sky and slowly fell on the village god of Xiaojia village. Damn it! How could he recover so quickly? The village god of Xiaojia village shuddered suddenly and realized that he seemed to be being targeted by Xia Yuanqing. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, many thunderclouds had already appeared in the sky above Xiaojia village. No! Don't! I was wrong! I was really wrong! When seeing those thunderclouds appear, the village god of Xiaojia village began to panic and roared to the sky like a madman, trying to get Xia Yuanqing's forgiveness. Sir! If you can spare my life, I am willing to bring 3 teams of boys and girls from Xiaojia village to honor you. From now on, I will honor you at least once a year. I can also help you manage Xiaojia village, so that these mortals can continue to reproduce and cultivate better boys and girls to be offered to you. The pleading voice of the village god of Xiaojia village reached Xia Yuanqing's ears. Listening to his disgusting words, Xia Yuanqing snorted coldly, stretched out a hand, and slapped it down from the void. Boom! In just a moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl rushed out from the thundercloud, pierced through the Xiaojia village temple, and directly shattered the shrine in the temple. Together with the statues of gods inside, they turned into the essence of gods and fell into Xia Yuanqing's hands. Looking at the divine essence, which was only at the middle grade wandering god level, its quality was undoubtedly much worse than that of the wolf god of Langia village. Almost at the same time, the village chief of Xiaojia village was stunned. Looking at the hoe in his hand, the mark of the gods engraved on it has disappeared. Not only that, the village god of Xiaojia village gradually became blurred in their memory. Although I remembered various things about the village god, I couldn't recall the face of the statue of the god. At this moment, all the people in Xiaojia village realized something extremely terrifying. That is, their village god was killed. Chapter 19. Take over Xiaojia village and unlock new magical powers. My lord, All the villagers in Xiaojia village sat on the ground with pale faces, and the panic in their eyes reflected the fear deep in their hearts. In this world, without the protection of gods, they cannot even guarantee the most basic life. For example, in Baijia village, how many people have starved to death in the past 15 years? When thinking about the miserable life in Baijia village over the years, this was undoubtedly a signal of doom for the people of Xiaojia village. At the same time, the Zhao family's strangeness was also discovered by people from other villages. Their divine mark has disappeared. Baishan narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the hoe held in the arms of the village chief of Xiaojia village. Previously, there was clearly a mark of the gods on it. Although it became a little dimmer due to the attack shield, it was still a long way from completely disappearing. However, just now, the village chief of Xiaojia village did not attack the light shield again, but the mark of the gods on it disappeared instantly. This situation. Baishan has encountered it before. It was 15 years ago, when the previous village god of Baijia village was killed. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Bai Wenjin returned to everyone while gasping for air. Uncle Shan, Master Yuan Qingjinjuan won't let me take him away. After hearing these words, combined with the strangeness of the villagers in Xiaojia village, it only took a moment for them to understand. Master Yuan Qingjinjuan. Bai Shitu stared blankly at the boundary flag above the village entrance. It was hard for him to imagine that his village god could be so powerful. It wasn't long since he killed the wolf god, and now he has killed the village god of Xiaojia village. Village chief! Something big has happened! Outside the village entrance, in the direction of Xiaojia village, a child from Xiaojia village suddenly stumbled over. Village chief! A bolt of lightning just appeared in the sky and struck the temple. The shrine and the statues of the gods were all smashed to pieces. The children in Xiaojia village were crying and shouting, and his words further confirmed the speculations of other villages. Really? The village god of Xiaojia village was really killed. The shrine was destroyed, and the statues of the gods shattered into light spots and merged into the ground. Isn't this the phenomenon of the fall of gods? The head of Xiaojia village, who already had a look of despair on his face, could no longer hold back his tears after hearing the sad news. He shuddered and fell to the ground. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, knowing that Xiaojia village had entered the countdown to its demise. Ha! True Lord Yuanqing is mighty! Master Yuanqing is indeed invincible! The young people in Baijia village cheered collectively, and their previous tension disappeared at this moment. As the saying goes, when some are happy, some are sad. The happier the Baijia village is, the more worried the people in other villages outside the village become. Before they came, they knew that the new village god of Baijia village was very powerful, so their own village god wanted to hunt him down quickly while he was seriously injured. But who could have imagined that the power of the village god of Baijia village would be so terrifying? He had just killed the wolf god not long ago. How could he still have the energy left to kill the village god of Zhaojia village? As a result, villagers from other villages also began to feel worried. If the village god of Baijia village still has some strength left, then if they attack Baijia village again, there is no guarantee that the gods of our own village will follow the same fate as Zhaojia village. Inside the shrine, Xia Yuanqing returned to his statue to rest. Although he still retains some divine powers now, he can no longer use them. Otherwise, once people from a dozen villages outside broke into Baijia village, he wouldn't be able to take care of himself, let alone protect his believers. As for the remaining dozen or so village gods, he could only wait until he recovered a little, and then kill them one by one. His current priority is to absorb the essence of the wolf god as soon as possible, and then absorb the essence of the village god of Zhaojia village. As long as he absorbs and refines these two things, his strength will be closer and closer to the peak of the wandering god. By then, for the dozen or so village gods around who are only mid-level wandering gods, their life and death will depend entirely on their own thoughts. The boundary flag at the entrance of the village has been in a defensive state, while the people of Zhaojia village outside the village have returned to their village and are discussing what to do next. As for the people from other villages, they also retreated. Faced with Xia Yuanqing's thundering methods, they were really scared. In the evening, villagers from Baijia village also came to burn incense for Xia Yuanqing. After absorbing a wave of incense, Xia Yuanqing exchanged for another restoration pill to speed up the recovery of his divine power. At the same time, he also successfully refined the divine essence of the wolf god. Cultivation progress, 60/100. Looking at the changes in the values in his personal attribute table, Xia Yuanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. His strength has increased a lot. If he were to fight the wolf god again now, he would definitely win more easily. As night falls, the villagers of Baijia village fall asleep one after another. They slept particularly soundly tonight. The Langya village, which had been a burden on the Baijia village for more than 100 years, was finally resolved today. Not only that, it was amazing to think that his village god was actually the most powerful being among the dozen or so villages nearby. Just thinking about it makes me feel proud. While sleeping, Xia Yuanqing also came into Bai Wenjin's dream. Master Yuanqing Xinjuan! You are so handsome today! When he saw that blurry figure, although he couldn't see Xia Yuanqing's facial features as usual, Bai Wenjin was already very satisfied to be able to chat with Xia Yuanqing in his dream. Starting tomorrow, you will have the villagers take my clay sculptures to Zhaojia village and bring them under my command. From now on, not only Zhaojia village, but also more than a dozen other villages will be gradually incorporated into our fold. Remember to bring people to build branch temples. After giving the instructions, Xia Yuanqing disappeared from Bai Wenjin's dream. When Bai Wenjin woke up and saw that it was already light outside, he immediately washed up and went to the village chief's house to discuss something. Ha! Kid, this is great news! After hearing what Bai Wenjin said, Bai Shan excitedly slapped his thigh. Child, gods devour each other. If Master Yuanqing Xinjuan can really unify more than a dozen nearby villages, then our Baijia village will be the ancestral home of the Yuanqing temple. The people of our Baijia village will also become the most prestigious people in the dozen or so nearby villages. Bai Shan happily circled around the yard, smiling from ear to ear with joy. Sure too. Hurry up and go to the temple with Wenjin, ask for the clay statue of Yuanqing Xinjuan from him, and then bring the practitioners in the village to Zhaojia village together. When he said this, all the resentment that had accumulated in Bai Shan's heart for many years burst out at this moment. He straightened his back, thinking that he was about to become the village chief of the ancestral home of the Yuanqing temple. Just thinking about this title made him feel very proud. Okay. Dad, I'll go right away. Bai Shi too was also very excited. It was a very honorable thing to lead people to other villages to build branch temples. From now on, his name will surely be passed down in the village. Early in the morning, the villagers heard the good news and immediately came to the temple in a mighty procession. After offering incense to Xia Yuanqing, they saw that there was a clay sculpture on the table in front of the shrine. Its appearance is exactly the same as the statue of Yuanqing Zhenjuan in the shrine, but it is made of clay. Throughout the world, clay sculptures are equivalent to incarnations of gods. It is a sacred object that contains the will of the gods. After expanding their territories, many powerful gods would build branch temples in new areas and set up their own clay statues in them for worship by believers in the new areas. God of Yuanqing, the believer Bai Shitu will definitely make this happen beautifully. After Bai Shitu kowtowed a few times, he looked at Bai Wenjin with envy as he held the clay sculpture in his arms. He and Bai Wenjin have a clear division of labor. Bai Wenjin is responsible for obeying Xia Yuanqing's orders and protecting the clay sculpture throughout the process, while Bai Shitu will lead other practitioners from Baijia village to demonstrate in Zhaojia village. Then, Zhaojia village was officially incorporated into Xia Yuanqing's territory. Watching them leave, Xia Yuanqing, flying high in the sky, also had a look of anticipation on his face. As long as he builds his own branch temple in Zhaojia village, he can activate the territory Jade Slip and officially take over the territory of Zhaojia village. When I think about the fact that the number of villagers in Zhaojia village is over 500, it is almost twice as many as that in Baijia village. If I could accept them all as believers, the amount of incense I receive every day would undoubtedly increase dramatically. When Bai Wenjin and others arrived at Zhaojia village, they found that the whole village was in a state of death and despair. The death of the village god hit them so hard that when they saw Bai Wenjin and others coming, fear appeared in their eyes. You know, Bai Wenjin and his group only have about 20 people. The population of Zhaojia village is over 500. Now facing Bai Wenjin and others, he didn't even have the slightest desire to resist. There is a world of difference between this and the way he stood at the entrance of Baijia village and shouted yesterday. Everyone, what do you want to do in Zhaojia village? The head of Zhaojia village looked weak. With the help of his son, he walked up to Bai Wenjin and others. The great Yuanqing Zhenjuan of our village is merciful and could not bear to see the villagers of Zhaojia village suffer from the disaster, so he specially bestowed his great divine grace and established a branch temple of Yuanqing Zhenjuan in Zhaojia village. As he spoke, Bai Wenjin gently lifted up Xia Yuanqing's clay sculpture with both hands. The moment they saw this scene, everyone in Zhaojia village suddenly looked delighted. Living in this world, it is normal for local gods to be killed and other gods to take over. Therefore, they were mentally prepared for Xia Yuanqing's arrival. Only, remembering their disrespect to Master Yuanqing at the village entrance yesterday, they were afraid that Xia Yuanqing would get angry and ask them for many young boys and girls as offerings. Believer Zhao Laosan is willing to lead the whole village to build a branch temple of Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan. Zhao Laosan, the village chief of Zhaojia village, knelt down with a plop. Under his leadership, more than 500 villagers from Zhaojia village knelt down behind him. Zhao Laosan, don't worry. Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan is very kind and doesn't like to collect the vitality of believers or devour young boys and girls. As long as every household burns incense at least once a day, that will be enough. As soon as Bai Wenjin finished speaking, more than 500 people from Zhaojia village looked up with incredible expressions. Their eyes began to moisten, finding it hard to imagine that there were such kind-hearted gods in this world. As long as you are loyal to Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan, you will have the opportunity to be granted cultivation techniques and martial arts, and even elixirs. Bai Shitu, who was standing nearby, snorted softly and immediately performed a set of flaming palms in front of everyone in Zhaojia village. Feeling the envious gazes of hundreds of people, Bai Shitu felt very happy. My lords, please. After Zhao Laosan stood up, a strong sense of flattery suddenly emerged in his eyes when he looked at Bai Wenjin and the others. If it was only the gods who came, then they would just have to listen to the gods obediently as they did before. But now it's different. This Lord Yuanqing Zhenjuan neither eats young boys and girls nor absorbs the vital energy of his believers. He even teaches them cultivation techniques and martial arts, and leads them on the path of cultivation. Why didn't such a kind god come to their village earlier? when I thought that Xia Yuanqing just wanted a temple and to burn incense once a day. The villagers of Zhaojia village began to feel aggrieved for Xia Yuanqing. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing, who was above Zhaojia village, suddenly found that a large number of believer +1 prompts were popping up in the background of his system. Among them, dozens of villagers from Zhaojia village directly became devout believers. Is that so? In midair, Xia Yuanqing scratched his head. He was truly shocked by the villagers of Zhaojia village. I just gave up the need to absorb vital energy and offer young boys and girls as sacrifices, but they became crazy about my belief? It seems that the degree of destruction inflicted on believers by the gods of this world is far beyond one's imagination. I originally thought that the people of Zhaojia village would have a certain degree of rejection when I thought about building a branch temple in their village. That's why Xia Yuanqing asked Bai Wenjin to bring Bai Shi Tu and the others along. God knows. The enthusiasm of the more than 500 villagers in Zhaojia village was no less than that of Bai Wenjin and his group. They also said that it was an injustice to Xia Yuanqing to let his clay sculpture temporarily live in the current Zhaojia village temple. All the people in Zhaojia village raised funds on the spot, and every household contributed all their money to build a better new temple for Xia Yuanqing. Seeing their state, Xia Yuanqing could only smile helplessly. After his clay sculpture moved into the temple, Xia Yuanqing directly activated the territory jade slip and began to refine Zhaojia village. In an instant, after the refining was completed, Xia Yuanqing felt the full control of Zhaojia village. At the same time, I also received achievement rewards from the system. Congratulations to the host for expanding the territory for the first time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random magical power. A translucent jade talisman appeared in front of Xia Yuanqing. The moment he reached out to touch it, the jade talisman suddenly flashed with light and merged into Xia Yuanqing's body. Magic power, borrowing the wind. Function, control and create wind. After comprehending the magical power of borrowing the wind, Xia Yuanqing's eyes began to flash with a hint of enlightenment. Although Xia Yuanqing was already accustomed to using the breeze to express his ideas to his believers before. But that method of controlling the breeze is not at the same level as the magical power of borrowing wind. With the help of wind and divine power, the spiritual power of heaven and earth can be mobilized to trigger the wind-related magical powers. In terms of power, it is not much weaker than his own lightning. To verify it, Xia Yuanqing immediately looked towards a nearby village. Chapter 20. Book of Promotion to Godhood. The Golden Age of 5,000 Believers. Almost at the same time, in the village temple, the village god hiding in the shrine suddenly broke out in cold sweat. No. No way. Are you targeting me now? When the village god was thinking of calling a believer to take his statue and run away, a strong wind suddenly blew up from the sky, mixed with sharp wind blades, and swept towards the temple. Sharp wind blades rushed into the temple, throwing the shrine into the sky, and were cut into countless dust by the large number of wind blades and scattered on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the temple below was still of some use to Xia Yuanqing, the strong wind just now would have destroyed the temple along with it. Seeing a brand new divine essence appear in his hand, Xia Yuanqing threw it directly into his mouth like a candy bean. With his current strength, devouring the essence of other mid-grade wandering gods is as easy as eating and drinking. At the entrance of Zhaojia village, Zhao Laosen and others saw Bai Wenjin and others off all the way. Now both villages believe in Xia Yuanqing, so the relationship between them is naturally very harmonious. What's more, Xia Yuanqing's main temple is in Baijia village. During important festivals, branch temples like Shaojia village would send respected people to Baijia village to burn incense. Divine Envoy Wenjin, please come often in the future. Zhao Laosen waved his arms enthusiastically to Bai Wenjin. As the head of the village, Zhao Laosen knew very well that Bai Wenjin was holding the clay sculpture of Yuanqing Zhenjuan, and how valuable it was. Only by gaining the trust of Lord Yuanqing Zhenjuan can one be qualified to touch the clay sculptures of gods. What's more, during the conversation with other practitioners in Baijia village, Zhao Laosen learned that Bai Wenjin was the first believer of Yuanqing Zhenjuan and the person Yuanqing Zhenjuan trusted the most. That's why Zhao Laosen is so flattering to Bai Wenjin. With the powerful strength of Master Yuanqing, being able to become the #1 believer under him, the future prospects are so bright that it is hard to imagine. If you try to curry favor with them now, you may be able to gain many benefits in the future. After leaving Gaojia village, Bai Wenjin and others just returned to the village and saw a child standing at the entrance of the village waiting for them. Sister Wenjin! You guys are finally back! Uncle Shan and the others are waiting for you at the temple. Hearing this, Bai Wenjin and others thought that something big had happened in the village, so they immediately sped up and ran all the way to the temple. As soon as we arrived near the temple, we saw that all the villagers, young and old, gathered there, with smiles on their faces. Wenjin! You're finally here! After seeing Bai Wenjin and others coming back, everyone called on them to quickly enter the temple. When they arrived at the lobby, Bai Wenjin and others were stunned when they saw more than 10 clay sculptures placed on the table in front of the shrine. It's not that they don't understand the meaning of these dozen clay sculptures. Only, it's really hard to imagine. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the clay sculpture of Master Yuanqing Jinjuan to each village to build branch temples. Hurry up and let those villages believe in Master Yuanqing Jinjuan as soon as possible. Bai Shan urged Bai Wenjin and the others with an excited look on his face. At the same time, he just glanced at the clay sculptures on the table and laughed excitedly. In the shrine, Xia Yuanqing stretched lazily. When Bai Wenjin and others were still staying in Zhaojia village, he had already killed all the village gods of the 15 nearby villages. In this way, all the villages located at the foot of Selang Mountain were officially incorporated into his territory. Xia Yuanqing sensed that the population of these 15 villages added together was enough to reach about 5,000 people. With such a huge number of people, even if they are all ordinary believers and only burn incense to themselves once a day, that would be 15,000 incense sticks, or 150 incense strands. How could Xia Yuanqing not be excited with such a feast? Now, Bai Wenjin and his companions only need to take their clay sculptures to various villages to build branch temples, and then they can officially usher in the moment of their own cultivation explosion. Bai Wenjin and the others, who had recovered from their shock, did not dare to be idle for a moment. They hurriedly set up the sedan chair that they had confiscated from Langia village yesterday, and carefully placed all the clay sculptures of gods into it. Soon, when the neighboring Gaojia village learned that the gods of other nearby villages had also been killed, Zhao Laosan immediately dispatched the hunting team of Zhaojia village to follow Bai Wenjin and his friends with weapons, responsible for protecting them all the way. Faced with Zhao Laosan's sensible behavior, Xia Yuanqing directly used his rain-making power remotely to water all the fields in Zhaojia village. Seeing the crops in the fields being watered by the rain, the excited villagers of Zhaojia village went to the temple to kowtow, and then one by one accelerated the construction of the new temple. That afternoon, after Bai Wenjin and others successfully set up branch temples in other villages, they rushed back to Baijia village and saw Bai Shan waiting for them at the temple gate with an extremely serious look. "Dad, what's the matter?" Seeing his father's serious expression, Bai Shi too, who had been busy for most of the day and was a little tired, suddenly became nervous. "I heard that other villages are going to build new temples for Master Yuanqing Jinjun?" Hearing this, Bai Wenjin nodded. "Humph, as our ancestral home, Baijia village must build the best temple for Master Yuanqing Jinjuan." Bai Shan snorted lightly, but when he said this, Bai Wenjin and others looked embarrassed. Especially Bai Wenjin and Bai Shi too, they are both die-hard believers. In their hearts, they have long placed Xia Yuanqing's status above their own lives. Building a new temple for Xia Yuanqing is definitely something that people would love to have. But their Baijia village is different from the other villages. Although the other 14 villages have been living ordinary lives in recent years, they have always been protected by gods, so every household can still come up with some money. What about Baijia village? People starve to death every year. If someone in the village can eat a piece of meat once a month, he or she is considered a wealthy family. In this case, where would they get the money to build a new temple? Stupid! You guys are still young, why don't you use your brains more when doing things? Bai Shan sighed and then spoke. Don't forget, you are cultivators now. If you go into the mountains to hunt, you can catch more prey than before. Moreover, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan has given Wenjin the recipe and the ability to refine medicine. You can refine the medicine and sell it in the town. Hearing Bai Shan's reminder, Bai Wenjin and other young people all had gleams in their eyes. Yes. They are different now than they were before. In the past, I was always very cautious every time I went into the mountains. If I caught some rabbits or pheasants near the foot of the mountain, I would happily rush home. It's different now, these 20 people are all practitioners. Even if he is only at the initial stage of the first level of the body tempering stage, he is still a genuine cultivator. If they formed a hunting team, their abilities would definitely be much stronger than before. Okay. Dad, starting tomorrow, we'll go to the mountains to hunt and collect herbs. Bai Shitu and the others immediately agreed that after offering incense to Master Yuanqing tomorrow morning, except for Bai Wenjin who would stay and continue to teach the skills to other people in the village, the others would form a small team and go directly into the mountains. That night, inside the shrine, Xia Yuanqing looked at the remaining balance of his incense offerings. Since he had successfully conquered 15 nearby villages today, the total number of his believers had exceeded 5,000. The total value of the incense he received was enough to exchange for some top-grade Wandering God pills to help him become the pinnacle Wandering God. However, before that, Xia Yuanqing first refined the essence of the village gods, and then began to exchange them for top-grade Yushin pills. Buzz. As his cultivation reached 100 out of 100, the familiar golden light spread from his body again. In the dead of night, the light lingers around the entire temple. After a stick of incense, Xia Yuanqing's realm successfully broke through to the peak of the Wandering God. Congratulations to the host for starting the follower profession, Array Master. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the top Wandering God and receiving the reward. Book of Godly Promotion. Look at the 2 prompt messages that pop up on the system. With just a quick glance, his eyes instantly caught sight of the second one. Book of Promotion to Divine Position. Looking at the extra booklet in his hand, Xia Yuanqing immediately became interested. His current status as a village god is that of a village god. Although his territory is far more than just Baijia village, in the final analysis, he is still within the scope of a village god. Now, as long as you complete the task requirements in the Book of Divine Position Promotion, you can break through your own godhood and obtain a stronger god position. In this way, your power will become greater and greater. He quickly opened the booklet and flipped through its contents. Promotion Mission: Kill the Mountain God of Salang Mountain. Attention! There are a lot of monsters inside Salang Mountain. It is very dangerous. Although the contents of the booklet are relatively concise, it also tells Xia Yuanqing where the path to promotion lies. Mountain God? Muttering to himself. His next goal in becoming a god is to become the Mountain God of Salang Mountain. However, I don't know much about Salang Mountain at the moment. I only know that there are many monsters in it, but I don't know what level of strength these monsters have. If I rashly go to find the mountain god before investigating thoroughly, I might suffer a loss. Afterwards, Xia Yuanqing stood up and flew to the location of Langya village. After devouring the wolf god, this place naturally became his territory. Only, at a glance, the ground here is littered with the dead bodies of bandits. As early as during the day, Xia Yuanqing discovered the situation here. Judging from the appearance of the corpses and the lingering spiritual energy nearby, these bandits all died at the claws of monsters. In the past, they followed the wolf god. But ever since the wolf god and the fighters of Langya village were wiped out by himself in Baijia village, the demons in Salang Mountain seemed to have received some news. They suddenly rushed into the village and directly took all the bandits who stayed there as food. After they had their fill, they left the mess behind and slowly left. When Xia Yuanqing arrived here, everything became what it is now. Surrounded by blood and mud, Xia Yuanqing looked up at the Salang Mountain not far away. Deep in the forest, he faintly felt a dormant and terrifying aura. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the mountain god. However, he is currently in a sleeping state. Is it also the soul of the dead from the Moriyama wolf demon clan? Carefully feeling the sleeping mountain god, Xia Yuanqing frowned slightly and found that the breath of this mountain god seemed somewhat similar to the wolf god he had killed before. There is a great possibility that he is also the transformed soul of the dead wolf demon clan. If this is really the case, if I killed the wolf god of Langya village, it would be equivalent to offending the other party. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xia Yuanqing became more alert. After returning to the shrine, Xia Yuanqing thought about it, and decided that he should strengthen the power of his territory. While the believers were still immersed in sleep, Xia Yuanqing came directly into Bai Shita's dream and taught him the explosive speed step. As one of his only two die-hard believers, Xia Yuanqing would naturally not be stingy with Bai Shitu. Bai Wenjin is a bit introverted and shy, and Xia Yuanqing intends to train her to be his future temple priest. So for things like going out to fight, we still need to train another one. Bai Shitu is in his 30s. Although it is a little late for him to start practicing at this age, these things are not a problem for him. As long as he is loyal enough to him, Xia Yuanqing can give him elixirs and various training resources and force him to become a genius. After doing all this, Xia Yuanqing came into Baishan's dream again. After observing for the past few days, Xia Yuanqing also discovered that Baishan was a very thoughtful person. Perhaps it was because he had been in charge of Baijia village for many years. In many cases, the angle and depth of his considerations were much stronger than those of other villagers. Since Bai Wenjin will become his temple priest in the future and Bai Shitu will be responsible for external warfare, he will need to find someone else to manage some of the territory. Bai Shan is now a fanatical believer, so Xia Yuanqing feels more at ease letting him manage about 5,000 believers. Starting tomorrow, you will go to each village to inform them that all believers will go to the temples in each village in turn. I will test their spiritual roots. After giving the task, Xia Yuanqing returned to his own shrine. The next morning, Bai Shitu and Bai Shan were both excited that they were appreciated by Xia Yuanqing. After burning incense, the father and son began to work separately. Bai Shitu led a dozen practitioners from Baijia village into the mountains to collect herbs and hunt, while Bai Shan took some people to various villages and announced that everyone was qualified to become a practitioner, and those with good talents would receive extra rewards from Yuanqing Jinjuan. As soon as the news came out, the other 14 villages instantly became excited. They didn't expect that just after they joined Yuanqing Jinjuan's army, Jinjuan would be so kind and willing to give them the opportunity to practice. In an instant, under Baishan's arrangement, the 14 villages began to take turns waiting outside the branch temples of each village, waiting for Xia Yuanqing's call. Zhaojia village. The village chief, Zhao Laosan, excitedly led the villagers to stand outside the temple. As a breeze blew from the air towards their shoulders, Zhao Laosan immediately took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. When he entered the temple hall and knelt on the ground, he was extremely nervous. A golden light shot out from the clay sculpture of the deity and fell on him. The next second, Xia Yuanqing sighed helplessly. He casually condensed the word, down, in front of Zhao Laosan with light. Since breaking through to the peak of the wandering god, the divine power in Xia Yuanqing's body has become strong enough to support him in condensing some fonts in midair. It is precisely because of this that his communication with believers is no longer limited to conversations and dreams at night. Thank you, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. When he saw the word, lower, although Zhao Laosan was a little disappointed with his talent, he became more moved when he thought that he, who only had lower-grade spiritual roots, was still qualified to obtain cultivation techniques from Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. People like me who are old and have poor talents. Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan is willing to help me embark on the path of cultivation. This kind of deity is truly kind to the extreme. Hint: believer Zhao Laosan is promoted to a fanatical believer. Xia Yuanqing was stunned for a moment. He was just testing his spiritual roots, and his spiritual roots were very poor. How could this improve his loyalty? Although Xia Yuanqing didn't quite understand, he still used the breeze to signal him that he could leave. After a morning, Xia Yuanqing had checked 3 villages and found that only in Wujia village, there was a young man named Wu Erkong, whose talent was the same as Bai Wenjin's, a middle-grade spiritual root. The rest of them all have inferior low-grade spiritual roots. It is obvious that believers with good talents are extremely difficult to find. That night, as soon as Xia Yuanqing returned to Baijia village, he sensed good news. Bai Wenjin has broken through to the advanced first level of the body tempering stage. Not only that, since the classes in Baijia village were also open to the other 14 villages, in just one day, within Xia Yuanqing's territory, there were more than a dozen people who had just started learning the Yuanju. This also proves that the number of practitioners in the territory has reached more than 30. When Xia Yuanqing thought that he would be able to complete the spiritual root tests on the remaining villages tomorrow and would have a better understanding of the talents of the believers, he looked towards the Salang mountain in the distance again and felt much calmer. One day in the future, when the god of Salang mountain wakes up, he wants to start a war with me. As long as the practitioners in the territory are strong enough, they can hand over the monsters in Salang mountain to the believers to deal with, instead of resisting both monsters and gods by himself. Although killing monsters is just a matter of convenience for me. However, if the number and strength of the monsters are too great, killing them will consume a lot of one's own divine power. When he fought with the god of Salang mountain, he would easily fall into a disadvantage due to insufficient divine power. Therefore, if the believers become stronger, it can be of great help to me. His sight fell in the direction of Wujia village. Xia Yuanqing came directly to the top of a room, looked at Wukong curled up on a thin bed, and slowly stretched out his hand to point at him. Enter a dream. In an instant, Xia Yuanqing appeared in his dream. Xia Yuanqing still had a deep impression of the thin young man. It's not just because he has a mid-grade spiritual root, but more because he is in his early 20s, but always keeps his head down and looks unhappy. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing came into his dream, wanting to see what kind of dreams such a taciturn boy would have. Chapter 21: Ghosts Wandering Outside the Territory. Summer. Although the sunlight was dazzling, it did not feel hot when it fell on my body. Instead, it brings a little coolness as the breeze blows by. By the pond, on a quiet afternoon, Wukong sat cross-legged on a stone, holding a simple fishing rod made of a wooden stick in his hand. He said nothing and just sat there, standing like a human-shaped stone. Xia Yuanqing walked up to him and looked at the young man. Xia Yuanqing was even more surprised to find that his expression was calm. Wukong's heart is too calm. From the outside, one can't sense any emotional fluctuations from him. However, this young man's loyalty is surprisingly high. In less than 3 days after joining his team, he had already become a devout believer. If his loyalty was only that of an ordinary believer, Xia Yuanqing wouldn't have come all the way here just for him. As if he was aware of Xia Yuanqing's presence, Wukong turned his head and took a look. When he realized that the figure standing next to him could not see the other person's face no matter how hard he looked, Wukong seemed to have thought of something in a trance. He put down his fishing rod, turned around, knelt down and kowtowed to Xia Yuanqing. Believer Wukong, I pay my respects to the true Lord Yuanqing. His tone was cold, not at all as crazy as the other believers towards Xia Yuanqing. You have a good talent. This is the cultivation method, Yuanju. In addition, you can also choose one from these 3 martial arts books as an extra reward. Xia Yuan then pointed out the Yuanju with one hand, which turned into light and merged into Wukong's mind. Afterwards, he waved his hand again and displayed the small fireball technique, flame palm, and explosive speed step in front of him. However, Wukong only took a glance, then looked up at Xia Yuanqing and asked, Master Jinjuan, I want to read books and draw. Can I exchange these for the chance to choose a martial art? Looking at Wukong's sincere eyes, Xia Yuanqing was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen such a strange believer. If it were anyone else, they would have gone crazy with joy at the chance to be taught martial arts directly by a god. Unexpectedly, the young man would use this rare God-given grace to exchange for some other books or painting tools. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing suddenly thought of something. Then, he slowly stretched out a hand and placed it on Wukong's forehead. In a flash, Xia Yuanqing taught Wukong the introductory training methods of a formation master. Just like how he taught Bai Wenjin to become an alchemist. When Wukong woke up, in addition to the formation master and the practice methods of Yuanju in his mind, there was also a set of tools suitable for the formation master and the body tempering stage in his room. Also, a volume of flower and tree array, which is a primary array formation for the body tempering period. Formation master. Wukong sat on his bed in a daze, looking at the carving method of flower and tree array in his hand, as well as the complicated training content of the array master in his mind. When he came to his senses, he found that half an hour had passed and the sun in the sky outside had reached noon. After arriving at the temple in Wujia village, he knelt in front of the shrine, holding 3 incense sticks. "Thank you for the gift from Master Yuanqing." Although he didn't say much, at this moment, Xia Yuanqing, who was far away in Baijia village, also realized that Wu Erkeng's loyalty had risen to die-hard fan. Xia Yuanqing stared at the prompt message given by the system with wide eyes. It was hard to imagine that the taciturn and indifferent boy was actually an unconventional guy. He looks listless, but how can he do something big when he makes a move? Xia Yuanqing was also surprised that he had directly risen to the level of a die-hard believer. In this way, I can't treat him unfairly. He directly rewarded him with 10 primary body-tempering pills through the air. Not only him, Bai Wenjin also received 10 as a reward. I originally wanted to give Bai Shitu 10, but he is still on the edge of Salang Mountain. That place was beyond Xia Yuanqing's territory, so even if Xia Yuanqing wanted to give him a reward, he could only wait until he came back. In addition, since more than a dozen nearby villages were under his jurisdiction, Xia Yuanqing was also responsible for bringing rain to the crops in the villagers' fields and promoting their growth. Fortunately, now that he has become a top wandering god, this little job is nothing to Xia Yuanqing. After doing all this, Xia Yuanqing also began to look at the information in the system interface. As your cultivation becomes stronger, the system will have more and more functions. There are currently only 2 functional areas. One is the system mall and the other is the believer profession. In addition, the third functional area finally appeared. Functional section, spiritual field planting. Function. After turning on this function, the host will be able to use incense to exchange for some things that are beneficial to spiritual field planting. Opening conditions, 300 incense sticks. TSK, the cost is not low. Xia Yuanqing frowned. He had originally been thinking of accumulating some incense to help himself advance to the great perfection wandering god. After all, the price of the peak wandering god pill is 10 incense sticks per pill. To accumulate the necessary skills to advance to the great perfection of the wandering god, one needs 1,000 incense sticks. My current daily incense income is around 400 strands, and it will take at least 2 or 3 days to collect the total. Now it seems that I have to think about whether I should start spiritual field planting first, or wait until my strength is further improved before considering spiritual field planting. In the afternoon, the Bai Shitu team that had been out finally returned. But when they stepped into the territory, Xia Yuanqing alertly sensed that there seemed to be something strange about them. Ha, we have collected enough body-tempering grass this time. After when Jin refines the elixir, our Baijia village will have enough money to build a new temple for Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. Bai Shitu and a dozen other people were walking on the road, and the joy in their eyes could not be concealed at all. When they meet people from other villages, they no longer have to walk with their heads down. Instead, people from other villages will come up to them and say hello. This feeling of being respected undoubtedly made them hold their heads high. Little did he know that in midair, Xia Yuanqing's sight was falling on Bai Shitu's left shoulder. There is a black handprint that mortals cannot see clearly. It's the spiritual power of the dead souls. Xia Yuanqing stared at the ghost claw mark carefully. Judging from the strength of its spiritual power, this ghost should be at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. His strength is not strong, but he is definitely much stronger than Bai Shitu and the others. That's why Bai Shitu didn't realize that he was being targeted by the ghost. Xia Yuanqing raised his head and looked in the direction outside the territory, knowing that there should be many ghosts wandering around outside. After all, the ghosts of the dead, like monsters, are very fond of the qi and blood of living people. It can devour the blood and soul of living people. For these dead creatures, it is a tonic that can improve their cultivation. However, most of these ghosts are afraid of gods and dare not approach places where gods have protection. Although the 15 villages near Salang Mountain are relatively weak, they are still protected by the gods. In a place like Baijia village, which has not had any protection from gods for 15 years, and because of the regular offerings of young boys and girls to the wolf god of Langia village, the dead souls do not dare to come to Baijia village to eat people. Now that the wolf god is dead, these 15 villages have all become part of Xia Yuanqing's territory. But at this moment, the ghosts dared to secretly attack the people of Baijia village. This is obviously disrespectful to the god Xia Yuanqing. That ghost was also very smart. Although he secretly absorbed some of Baishita's vitality, he did not absorb too much. It seemed that he wanted to leave a mark on Baishita's body so that he could secretly investigate the situation in Xia Yuanqing's territory. If they find an opportunity, they will most likely sneak into the territory and cause chaos. How dare a mere little devil set his sights on my followers? Xia Yuanqing snorted coldly and blew out a gust of wind, signaling Bai Shitu to go directly to the temple. During this process, Xia Yuanqing suddenly realized the problem. During this period of time, I have been focusing on the gods, but I forgot that there is a special group of dead souls in this world. After any living being dies, their soul will be in a state of freedom within the first 7 days. You can leave the land of death and go to other places. During these 7 days, if he has the chance to meet a pregnant woman, he will be absorbed by the woman, lose all his memories, and gradually transform into a pregnant fetus. But if it does not turn into a fetus within 7 days, it will turn into a dead soul and wander around. When they were free, they had no ability to cause trouble, so the gods from all places ignored them. Instead, they hope that they can stay in their territory, be reborn as fetuses, and become their believers in the future. But if after 7 days I become a dead soul, gods with better tempers would drive them out, while gods with more aggressive tempers would simply destroy them. After all, the existence of dead souls poses a certain threat to the gods. Gods are dead souls that are worshipped by people and have absorbed the power of the world. Once there are no gods in a place, the dead souls will take the opportunity to occupy this place, and it is possible for them to transform themselves into gods. Therefore, in the eyes of all gods, once something happens to them, the ghosts closest to them may take their place. As a result, the gods all hate the dead souls very much. As ghosts of the dead, if they want to become stronger, they must absorb the souls and blood of living things. Over time, everyone who was originally the same kind became rivals because of their different positions. The souls of the dead dare not enter the territory of the gods, and the gods are helpless against the souls of the dead outside their territory. This world is really complicated. Xia Yuanqing took a deep breath. Life for mortals in this world is really extremely difficult. In your own home, you should regularly offer vital energy to the gods. If you travel far away, you will be coveted by monsters and ghosts. If you are lucky enough to become a cultivator, you can fight against ghosts and monsters. If you are just a mortal all your life, if you can stay at home, it's better to stay at home as much as possible. Sure too. What's wrong with you? In the temple, Bai Shan and Bai Wenjin were chatting. When they saw Bai Shitu walking into the temple covered in dust, the smiling old man suddenly changed his expression. Go home and take a shower! Seeing his son in a dishevel, his body was covered in dust and blood from hunting rabbits and other prey. How can you come to the temple in such a dirty state? This is simply offending the eyes of Master Yuanqing. It's so disrespectful. Dad, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan called me here. Bai Shitu also looked aggrieved after being kicked. He had originally planned to go home and take a bath before coming to the temple, but he didn't expect that as soon as he entered the village, he felt Xia Yuanqing's call, so he hurried over, fearing that Xia Yuanqing would wait anxiously. This? Bai Shan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his son was summoned by Yuanqing Jinjuan. Master Yuanqing! The believer Bai Shitu has returned from hunting. After Bai Shitu received 3 incense sticks from his father, he knelt directly in front of the shrine. After he finished bowing, Xia Yuanqing shot out a golden light, which landed on his left shoulder. Ah! Bai Shitu screamed and his face turned pale. Hearing the sound, Bai Wenjin and Bai Shan outside the lobby immediately rushed over. When they saw a black ghost claw mark on Bai Shita's left shoulder, they immediately understood everything. Golden light enveloped the ghost claw mark. Facing Xia Yuanqing's spirit, the mark left by the dead soul naturally dissipated quickly. Thank you, Master Yuanqing, for saving my life! Bai Shan knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, knowing that the appearance of the ghost claw mark meant that they were being targeted by a ghost outside. Now, with Xia Yuanqing's divine power of purification, the ghost claw mark has dissipated. Thank you very much for saving my life! Bai Shitu, who had recovered from his shock, knelt on the spot with a weak look on his face. He also didn't expect that he would be targeted by the ghosts during his trip. Buzz! 10 primary body tempering pills appeared in front of Bai Shirtu. After seeing this reward, Bai Shirtu was immediately overjoyed. While watching him take the body tempering grass he had picked and give it to Bai Wenjin, Xia Yuanqing arrived at the edge of the territory. He looked outside and saw a ghost with a vicious face, several hundred meters outside his territory, hating his territory. The dead souls, like mortals, cannot see the gods directly. So he didn't know that he had been targeted by Xia Yuanqing. It seems that it is really necessary to let all believers practice, Xia Yuanqing murmured in a low voice. For him, every believer is a source of incense. If you are killed by the ghost, it will definitely be a loss for you. Mom, I heard there's a new god in the village, and he's very powerful. Just when Xia Yuanqing was about to return to Baijia village, he suddenly heard some rustling noises coming from outside. Turning around, he saw 2 skinny ghosts, one big and one small, beside a road outside the territory. Judging from their aura, one is a female ghost that looks like a woman, and the other is a little male ghost that looks like a child of only 7 or 8 years old. Alas, what a pity that when my mother and I were alive, we didn't have such a good god. The female ghost sighed and looked into the distance with eager eyes. Following the direction the mother and son were looking, Xia Yuanqing suddenly discovered that this seemed to be the location of Baijia village. Could it be that this mother and son were villagers of Baijia village when they were alive? At this moment, the ghost who had previously absorbed the vitality of the white stone suddenly set his eyes on the mother and son here. In terms of strength, this mother and son are both at the initial stage of the first level of the body tempering stage. They look so weak, probably because they have just died a few months ago and don't quite understand the cultivation method of the dead souls. The ghost that was approaching them step by step had the cultivation level of the third level of the body tempering stage. The huge gap in strength between the two sides is obvious. Shao Ning, run! Realizing that she and her mother were being targeted, the female ghost opened her arms and stood in front of the dead soul, hoping to use herself to buy her son a chance to escape. Run? Where else do you want to run to? The ghost had a gloomy face. He had left a mark on Bai Shita's body before, but he didn't expect that such a short time had passed and the mark on Bai Shita's body was wiped off. Not only that, Xia Yuanqing's divine power also caused some harm to him while he was outside the territory. Feeling that his cultivation had decreased a bit, the ghost could only think of other ways to make up for his lost cultivation. Originally, I was thinking of sucking the energy from some monsters or people passing by. Unexpectedly, they discovered a mother and son who were both dead souls. Seeing that they only have the cultivation level of the first level of the body tempering stage, eating them should be able to recover from the injuries he just suffered. Now, this ghost was blocking the road, looking at the mother and son with a cruel and mocking expression. If you run forward, you will be like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth, and you will be delivered into his hands. But if you run backwards, it is Xia Yuanqing's territory. The ghost could sense from the fact that its mark was directly erased by Xia Yuanqing that the new god who ruled this area must be very disgusted with ghosts. This mother and son dared to enter the territory of the gods, and the result was that they were shattered by divine power. Its end is countless times more miserable than being swallowed by itself. Mom, I want to go back and take a look. The little boy knew that he and his mother could not defeat the ghost in front of them, and that they would die anyway, moving forward or backward. It would be better. Die in your hometown. Even if he was killed by the gods, he would die in a place closer to his hometown. Shao Ning! The female ghost shouted in a hoarse voice. Seeing that her son had made up his mind, she simply pulled the little boy and ran towards the territory of the gods step by step. They knew that if they went in, they would be discovered instantly by the gods in charge of the area, and would be killed on the spot. But so what? Even if we die, we will die on the land of our hometown. Seeing that the mother and daughter were actually rushing towards him, Xia Yuanqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Stop right there! When the ghost saw that the mother and daughter chose a more cruel way to die than being devoured by itself, it immediately became furious. He rushed forward quickly, wanting to catch the mother and daughter before they entered Xia Yuanqing's territory. However, the mother and daughter had already reached the edge of the territory and stepped directly into it. Come back here! The ghost grabbed the ghost girl's shoulders and pulled her back forcefully. Mother! The little boy was pushed into the territory by the female ghost first. At this moment, he reached out and grabbed his mother's arm, trying his best to pull her. Xiaoning, let go! The female ghost was afraid that her son would also be taken away, so she simply kicked her son away and tried to resist the ghost by herself. In an instant, at this moment, a breeze wrapped around the little boy's arms. When the little boy sensed this wind containing divine power, he immediately sat on the ground in fear. He knew that the god who ruled over this territory was coming to kill him. Chapter 22, triggering the hidden function and establishing the underworld. In midair, Xia Yuanqing used the wind as his arms and borrowed the little boy's arms to pull back hard. How could that ghost be able to rival the power of the gods? In an instant, the female ghost and the dead souls were dragged into the territory. What have you done? The ghost fell to the ground, and when he realized his current situation, he was so scared that he immediately crawled out of the territory. He must crawl out of the territory before the god attacks him. Now that you're here, are you still thinking about leaving? Xia Yuanqing squinted his eyes and looked down at the dead soul below. From the moment he attacked by Shurtu, his fate was doomed to be the destruction of his soul. With a finger pointing into the void, Xia Yuanqing didn't need to use any magical powers at all. He just relied on his own divine power to easily crush the ghost into pieces. It turned into soul fragments and scattered around. Seeing this, the little boy threw himself into his mother's arms in fear. The mother and daughter were trembling all over, knowing that they would definitely not be able to go out today. But in the next moment, a line of words appeared out of thin air in front of them. Are you from Baijia village? When the female ghost saw this line of words full of divine aura, she instantly recognized that it was the local god who was talking to them. Yes. My name is Bai Huamei. My son's name is Bai Ning. Compared to the fear in Bai Huamei's eyes, Bai Ning, who was curled up in her arms, was much better. Although he was also very afraid of the invisible god, the thought that the other party did not kill him immediately but helped him save his mother made his fear lessen a little. Master Yuan Qingjinjuan, my mother and I have never harmed anyone. We just want to go home. Even if we die, we want to die in Baijia village. Bai Huamei hugged the child tightly in her arms, and her voice was tinged with tears. Hearing her calling out his name, Xia Yuanqing knew that she must come here often and watch the people from Baijia village pass by here. However, Xia Yuanqing still believed that she had never attacked any mortal. If she and the little boy Bai Ning had eaten human flesh, her cultivation would certainly not have remained at the initial stage of the first level of the body tempering period. Just when Xia Yuanqing was hesitating whether to expel them, Bai Ning broke free from Bai Huamei's arms in a trance. He knelt down in the direction of Baijia village, with a look of anticipation on his face. Master Yuan Qingjinjuan, can I believe in you? After these words were spoken, both his mother Bai Huamei and Xia Yuanqing were stunned. Do the dead believe in gods? How can such a relationship arise between two hostile camps? Just as Xia Yuanqing was feeling surprised, a prompt suddenly came from the system. Believer +1. Obtained the follower Bai Ning, Ghost. Bai Ning was promoted to the pious level. The moment Xia Yuanqing saw this prompt message, his eyes widened. Based on his understanding of the world, he had never heard of any dead soul believing in gods. This is a precedent among gods. But after looking at the prompt message in the system, Xia Yuanqing rubbed his eyes several times, and when he was sure that he had not seen it wrong, he had to say, System, you are so fucking cruel! After recovering from the shock, Xia Yuanqing suddenly realized something. If I could turn the dead souls into believers, then when facing other gods, wouldn't I have an innate advantage? The cultivation speed of the dead souls is much simpler than that of monsters and humans. They only need to absorb vital energy, and souls to become stronger. It can definitely become a surprise force under your command. Xiao Ning, what are you talking about? When Bai Huamei heard what her son said, she was so scared that her hands were shaking. The gods hate the dead the most. This is a truth that everyone knows. No god would allow the dead souls to wander in his territory, let alone let them believe in him. But in the next second, two words condensed by divine power suddenly appeared in front of the mother and son ghosts. Can. The moment they saw these two words, Bai Ning and Bai Huamei were stunned and speechless for a long time. As they reacted, a look of joy and excitement suddenly appeared on their faces. "Thank you, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan." The mother and son knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously towards the direction of Baijia village. At the same time, Xia Yuanqing also received a message from Bai Huamei reminding him to become a believer. Like Bai Ning, they all became devout believers in an instant. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing smiled slightly, knowing why they had such high loyalty right from the start. This is probably because in this world, there has never been a case of gods accepting the souls of the dead. Given the personalities of the mother and daughter, they were unwilling to actively devour people, and because they were too weak, they were unable to shake the monster. As time goes by, sooner or later you will be devoured by other ghosts. Now that he is under my command, he can be considered safe within my territory. Absorbed him. Xia Yuanqing condensed another line of words. He blew a gust of wind and made the mother and daughter look at the fragments of the dead souls scattered around them. "Mother! This was given to us by Master Yuanqing Jinjuan." Looking at those scattered fragments of the dead souls, this was definitely a great tonic for Bai Ning. "Shao Ning, just absorb it." Bai Huamei looked at her son lovingly, hoping that he would absorb more so that he could become stronger. Bai Ning didn't think too much about it and started to devour all the fragments of the dead souls. Soon, his aura began to rise. In just one stick of incense, he soared from the initial stage of the first level of the body tempering stage to the complete stage of the first level of the body tempering stage. In the middle, he directly crossed several small realms such as intermediate, advanced, and peak. After all, that ghost had reached the third level of the body tempering stage. It was normal for Bai Ning to have such a change after absorbing him. Congratulations to the host, the believer Bai Ning, ghost, has been promoted to a fanatical believer. Seeing that the 8-year-old boy's loyalty to him had increased again, Xia Yuanqing considered whether he should give priority to training Bai Ning. Among the 3 professions of current believers, alchemist and array master have been opened. Only the weapon refiner is still sealed. If you want to activate the weapon refiner, you must have a second-grade believer in the body tempering stage in your territory. Although Bai Wenjin had the body tempering pills given by himself as a resource for cultivation, it would still take at least 2 days if he wanted to break through to the second level of the body tempering stage. And this kid named Bai Ning has already reached the perfect stage of the first level of the body tempering stage. Judging from the spiritual energy emanating from him, he is only half a step away from the second level of the body tempering stage. If he could find another dead soul to devour, he could be promoted instantly. Xia Yuanqing began to look outside, and with the help of his divine power, he realized that there were still some ghosts wandering outside the territory. However, the strength of these ghosts is mostly above the second level of the body tempering stage. With Bai Ning's current strength, he is completely unable to challenge them. Although Bai Ning and Bai Huamei could not defeat those ghosts, if they could lure these ghosts into their territory, the result would be completely different. "Bring those dead souls in here." Watching the words transformed by divine power reappear, Bai Huamei glanced into the distance, and vaguely saw the figures of the dead souls that Xia Yuanqing had mentioned. "Shao Ning, you stay here. Mother will lead them over." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Huamei rushed out. She knew that attracting those ghosts was a dangerous thing, which was why she had to rush out first. "Mother!" Bai Ning shouted and was about to chase after him when he felt a breeze binding him to the spot. Obviously, this was what Yuanqing Jinjuan meant. She will not be in danger. Seeing Xia Yuanqing's response, Bai Ning still looked worried. He was only 8 years old when he was alive, and mentally, he was still a child. It is normal to feel uneasy when you see the mother who has always been by your side suddenly take the risk and run away. Fortunately, Bai Huamei was smart enough. When she attracted the 3 ghosts to approach her territory, she rushed in quickly. "Mother!" Bai Ning hugged Bai Huamei tightly. As long as the 2 of them stayed in the territory and had the protection of the god Xia Yuanqing, they would no longer be afraid of the dead souls outside. "How dare those 2 little devils enter the territory of the gods?" The 3 ghosts who had been chasing Bai Huamei stopped outside after sensing the aura of the god's territory. They looked at Bai Huamei and Bai Ning in astonishment. They could not imagine that these 2 weak guys could be so brave. Don't you know that gods hate dead souls the most? Wait, the two of them weren't killed by the gods in this area? Something is not right. The three ghosts had been circling outside, and their procrastination made Xia Yuanqing, who was in the air above, speechless. What do you think? Could it be that the god is too useless? That's why he can't sense what's happening at the edge of the territory? Yes, I heard that the new deity in charge of this area is a man called Yuanqing Jinjun. He has been fighting with other gods for some time. He is probably seriously injured and is still recovering in the shrine. Speaking of this, the eyes of the three ghosts lit up instantly. If that true Lord Yuanqing is too seriously injured to take care of the affairs in the territory, then during this period of time, wouldn't the mortals in those dozen or so villages become food for the three of them? When they thought about the thousands of mortals who had no cultivation and no protection from gods standing in front of the three of them, this was definitely a great opportunity. Even if they cannot eat thousands of people, eating just a few dozen people will allow their cultivation to increase rapidly. From being a lonely ghost, you may become a powerful figure in the vicinity. When they imagined these things, the three ghosts looked at Bai Huamei and her mother with more excitement. If the mother and daughter had not mistakenly entered the territory of the gods, they would never have discovered that this god named Yuanqing Jinjun turned out to be a useless person who was severely injured. Brothers! The brave ones will die of overeating. The timid ones will die of starvation. Whether you can become rich or not depends on this wave. The three ghosts with ferocious faces were approaching the territory. When Xia Yuanqing, who was in the air, saw this, he immediately sat up straight with joy. 3, 2, 1. He counted down slowly in his mouth, and when he saw the three ghosts entering his territory, Xia Yuanqing did not hesitate at all. He slapped out 3 golden lights, hitting the 3 of them directly. In an instant, before the 3 ghosts could react, they had turned into ghost fragments on the ground. Until their death, they never imagined that this was a trap set up by the gods and the ghosts of this mother and son. Thank you, true Lord Yuanqing! Bai Huamei and her mother quickly devoured the soul fragments. This time, there were enough soul fragments, and Bai Huamei was finally able to experience the pleasure of improved cultivation. Not long after, Bai Ning's aura broke through to the intermediate level of the 2nd grade of the body tempering stage. Bai Huamei also advanced to the peak of the 1st level of the body tempering stage. At the same time, the 2nd of the 3 major professions for the first batch of believers, the equipment refiner, was also officially opened. Originally, he had thought of imparting the weapon refiner's training methods directly to Bai Shitu through the air, but today, he had already consumed enough divine power in order to communicate with Bai Huamei and her mother. So he could only wait until night time and teach Bai Shitu through his dreams. In this way, I can save some of my divine power. However, compared to the fact that he had started his career as an equipment refiner, what really surprised Xia Yuanqing were the several prompt messages that just popped up from the system. The believer Bai Ning Ghost was promoted to a die-hard believer. The believer Bai Huamei Ghost was promoted to a die-hard believer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a die-hard soul believer for the first time, and opening the hidden system function area. Xia Yuanqing had never thought that he was helping the mother and daughter to improve their cultivation in order to start their career as a weapon refiner, but he accidentally triggered a hidden achievement reward. The underworld. On the system interface, 2 words entwined with divine power and ghostly aura slowly emerged. Functional area, Hell. Function. With the continuous update of the function area of the underworld, the host will unlock many functions such as the underworld soldiers, the underworld commander, the Hades palace, the 6 reincarnations, etc. When Xia Yuanqing saw the prompt information in the function column, his eyes widened. Ghost soldiers. In Shui. Yama. The role of these 3 categories alone has proved that the ghost believers will definitely become a powerful camp of believers under his command in the future. Apart from this, what really shocked Xia Yuanqing was the 6 paths of reincarnation function. There is no such thing as reincarnation in this world. Whoever can find a pregnant woman before becoming a ghost can live in the next life. Whether or not there can be a new life depends entirely on luck and the speed of seizing it. So, good people may not necessarily live to see the next life. But if I can establish a complete set of 6 reincarnations within my territory, then I will be able to decide what happens to someone after they die. When he thought of this, Xia Yuanqing realized that the power the system gave him was far more powerful than that of other gods. This absolute control over life and death has simply created a new law for the current world. However, if you want to enable these functions one after another, you still need to continue to become stronger. At this moment, after opening the interface of the underworld function area, a gray pattern of ghost soldiers slowly appeared before his eyes. Just like the believer profession, if you want to start the soldier profession, you must meet certain conditions. Looking at the demand information above, Xia Yuanqing's mouth corners suddenly turned up. Chapter 23 Great Perfection Wandering God, soldier Occupation. To unlock the soldier profession, you need to have more than 10 diehard ghost believers. Although in terms of numbers, 10 ghost believers are not a problem. But in terms of loyalty, the diehard level is more demanding. For example, when he triggered the underworld function, it was because Bai Ning and Bai Huamei had become his diehard believers. Therefore, diehard loyalty seems to be a mandatory requirement for the function of the underworld. At Xia Yuanqing's suggestion, Bai Huamei and her mother came to a remote area in the territory. Usually no one came here, and it was a remote area of Baijia village. Staying here will prevent the two of them from disturbing others. There is still a big difference between living people and dead souls. If the dead souls stay with mortals who have no cultivation for a long time, the deathly aura in them will affect the physical health of the mortals. As for the current situation in Baijia village, most of the villagers are still in the state of mortals. If the mother and daughter are allowed to move freely in the village, it will easily make the villagers of Baijia village fall ill. Since the dead souls do not need to sleep, Xia Yuanqing was unable to enter the dreams of the mother and daughter. He could only wait until his divine power recovered a little, and then use it to condense words and direct them to practice. He exchanged a body tempering technique suitable for the souls of the dead and a martial art from the believer mall, and immediately received direct instruction from the gods. Afterwards, he asked the mother and daughter to start searching for the souls with kind hearts around the territory and bring as many of them as possible into the territory. With them nearby helping to promote and recruit ghost believers, there shouldn't be any problem. Taking advantage of this time, Xia Yuanqing also taught Bai Shitu the weapon refiner's cultivation method by entering his dream. By the next morning, after all 15 villages had offered incense to him, Xia Yuanqing looked at the remaining incense and estimated that he should be able to advance to the state of great perfection by tomorrow. This speed of promotion also made him quite satisfied. When I become stronger, even if the mountain god in Silang Mountain wakes up, I will not be afraid of him. However, before that, he still had to form his own team of ghost soldiers. Hearing Bai Huamei's call, Xia Yuanqing arrived at the edge of the territory in the blink of an eye. Looking outside, behind Bai Huamei and Bai Ning, there were more than 20 ghosts gathered. They included men, women, young and old, just standing outside the territory, their eyes filled with expectation and fear. Although Bai Huamei and her mother had already told them that the gods of this territory accept dead souls as believers. But these dead souls are still a little worried. After all, in this world, from ancient times to the present, there has never been any news that gods accept dead souls as believers. News like gods from all over the world often slaughter the dead souls has become commonplace. Everyone, we too will go in first. Under the gaze of more than 20 ghosts, Bai Huamei and Bai Ning strode into the territory. More than 10 minutes passed, and seeing that the mother and daughter were still in no danger, some joy appeared in the eyes of those dead souls. Perhaps. Could there really be gods in this world willing to accept them? Soon, the first bold ghost walked into the territory. The moment he staggered into the territory, his whole body began to tremble wildly with fear, and his eyes stared around, as if he was worried that some danger would swallow him up on the spot. But after 3 minutes, it seemed as if nothing had happened around. Seeing this, he jumped up on the spot with joy. His appearance immediately aroused the curiosity of other ghosts. After they all entered the territory and confirmed that the gods here really had no intention of harming them, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the temple in the direction pointed by Bai Huamei. Believer dead soul, +1. Believer dead soul, +1. Believer dead soul, +1. In an instant, Xia Yuanqing, who was standing in midair, sensed that these more than 20 dead souls had all become his believers. However, their loyalty is at the support level. Although this is a good start, it is still far from being a die-hard fan. After letting Bai Huamei take them to the living area she had designated for the dead souls, she allowed them to practice with Bai Huamei and her mother. These ghosts have their own cultivation skills, so naturally they learn the techniques much faster than ordinary people. All members had completed the introductory training of the technique on the same day, and some ghosts even broke through directly from the first level of the body tempering stage to the intermediate level. Seeing that the loyalty of these ghosts had generally risen to the pious level, Xia Yuanqing felt at ease and used his divine power to condense words to teach them that they could form teams to hunt down other ghosts near the territory and devour them. After all, the ghosts that Bai Huamei and her mother found were all at the first level of the body tempering stage. This strength is really too weak. Fortunately, they can now fight in groups, otherwise, with this strength alone, it would be difficult for them to survive at the hands of other ghosts. Afterwards, Xia Yuanqing looked in the direction of the temple and heard the news that Bai Wenjin had successfully refined the first primary body tempering pill. Not only that, Bai Wenjin also improved his cultivation to the peak of the first level of the body tempering stage. With stronger strength and the alchemist training method directly taught by the gods, she was able to refine pills so smoothly. The villagers and people from the other 14 villages looked at these pills with envy. Even though everyone was envious, no one would ask for it. Everyone knew that the primary body tempering pills refined by Bai Wenjin had to be accumulated. Once 20 pills were collected, they would be taken to the town to sell for money, which would be used to build a temple in the ancestral land for Lord Yuanqing Junjun. In addition, with the daily studies in each village, the total number of practitioners in the territory has exceeded 100. Although the overall strength of the territory has been improved, because the number of villagers in each village is as high as about 5,000, the spiritual spring next to the temple in Baijia village cannot meet the cultivation needs of everyone. Xia Yuanqing could only put this issue aside for the time being. In the current system wall, there is no item for exchanging spiritual springs. So I can't help them build the spiritual spring again. I can only wait until 2 days later, after I turn on the spiritual field planting function, to see if this function can provide everyone with cultivation resources. As night fell, the ghosts that had been hunting around the territory all day finally returned to the territory. After all, the Yin energy is heavy at night, and groups of ghosts will start to become active. Once these 20 or so people encounter some powerful ghosts, even if everyone attacks together, they will not be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. In the past, at night, weak ghosts would find a safe place to hide to avoid being devoured by powerful ghosts. But now it's different. They are now believers of Xia Yuanqing. For them, the safest place is of course the territory of true Lord Yuanqing. Staying here, they can practice in a relaxed manner without having to worry about being suddenly devoured by other ghosts. Looking at them, the strength of more than 20 people has improved significantly, especially by Ning, who has reached the intermediate level of the second grade of the body tempering stage. And his mother, Bai Huamei, also advanced to the second level of the body tempering stage. Looking at their training speed, I have to say that the way the ghosts become stronger is much more straightforward than that of mortals. As the believers of the dead souls spent a peaceful night in the territory, this full sense of security was a long-lost comfort for them. As the sky began to brighten, their loyalty increased. Most people were promoted to the fanatic level, and 2 directly became die-hard fans. There are still 6 left. Xia Yuanqing frowned. At this rate, it would probably take a few more days to start the Yin soldier profession. But he did not dare to recruit a large number of ghost believers. After all, when these guys gathered together, the death aura on their bodies was too strong. If there were too many of them, the death aura would easily spread around and affect the mortals in Baijia village. After much thought, I decided to let them improve slowly first. When the functions of the underworld are gradually developed, or when the territory continues to expand, a separate area will be set aside to serve as a village for the dead souls. On the shrine, Xia Yuanqing enjoyed the incense brought by 15 villages. Seeing that the total balance of his incense sticks had exceeded 1,000 strands, Xia Yuanqing exchanged them for the Peak Yushin pill without saying a word. After absorbing it, the golden light that had not been seen for a long time bloomed again in the temple of Baijia village. The light shot straight into the sky, forming a blurry figure in the sky. In an instant, even the villagers from the other 14 villages saw this scene. "That's Master Yuanqing Jinjuan showing up!" Almost at the same time, all the believers who saw this scene knelt down on the spot. "Get up!" A gentle voice sounded in the minds of the believers. Everyone knelt on the ground in astonishment, staring blankly at the illusory and blurry figure. They knew that the voice that just sounded in their minds was the true Lord Yuanqing, whom they had always worshipped. "Ha! True Lord Yuanqing spoke to me!" Many villagers were so happy that they started running wildly in the village, and the villagers of Baijia village, the ancestral home, were so excited that they shed tears. As the illusory figure disappeared, Xia Yuanqing on the shrine was also sensing the strength of being promoted to the Great Perfection Wandering God. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to the Great Perfection Wandering God. Get a bonus package. When Xia Yuanqing opened the gift package that popped up in front of him, a new prompt immediately came from the system. The artifacts, Soul Calming Bell and Boundary Flag, are upgraded to top-grade Wandering artifacts. A new pattern was added to the surface of the Soul Calming Bell in the sleeve, and the Boundary Flag stationed on the edge of the territory also exuded an ancient charm at this moment. As for these two artifacts, Xia Yuanqing has put them aside since he killed the wolf god and has not used his divine power to nourish them, so their levels have remained unchanged. At this moment, the levels of the two divine weapons have all been upgraded, which has also further increased Xia Yuanqing's overall strength. He looked up the Sunlang Mountain in the distance, and could sense more and more clearly the mountain god sleeping in the mountain. Just as he had guessed before, the strength of this mountain god is indeed that of a great and perfect wandering god. However, the opponent's aura seemed to have reached the limit of the Great Perfection Wandering God. About to break through to the wild god. For many gods, cultivation is a very long process, so many gods choose to use sleep as a way of cultivation in their boring lives. In Xia Yuanqing's perception, the mountain god of Sunlang Mountain will wake up in a month at most, which means he will break through to the lower grade wild god. At that time, the other party will most likely take action against you. Facing the strength of the wild god, even if he was just a low-grade wild god, the opponent was far superior to himself, the wandering god who had just broken through to the Great Perfection. Check out the price of the Great Perfection Spiritual Medicinal Pill. 50 silk. The moment he saw the price, Xia Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief. If there are only 50 threads, then I should be able to collect enough incense to be promoted to a lower-grade wild god in half a month at most. But when he saw his information panel, his eyes immediately stopped on the column of cultivation progress. Cultivation progress, 0/1000. Damn it! Isn't it usually 0 out of 100? How come it suddenly became 0 out of 1000 now? Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing immediately felt a headache. Looking at the system prompts, it became clear that when a major realm is promoted, the progress of cultivation will change from 0/100 to 0 out of 1000. When Xia Yuanqing becomes a low-grade wild god, his cultivation progress will automatically return to 0 out of 100. Hearing this, Xia Yuanqing could only smile bitterly. Based on the average amount of incense I receive every day, it will take me about 4 months to accumulate enough. By that time, the mountain god in Sunlang Mountain had already awakened. In an instant, the relaxation brought by his promotion to the Great Perfection Wandering Spirit turned into an even more urgent sense of tension. I must find a way to quickly improve my strength. The 4-month promotion process was compressed into 1 month. Only in this way can you survive. If you want to increase your strength, you must expand your territory, accept more believers, and improve the strength of your believers. Looking at the believers' panels, everyone's strength is indeed getting stronger, but if they want to fight against the monsters in Sunlang Mountain, they really can't do it. In this case, he must speed up the training of Yin soldiers. They are a special force under his command and are also the most powerful among all the believers he currently has. During the day, they go out to devour other souls, and then return to their territory to rest in the evening. At least before starting the Yinbing profession, all believers of the dead soul must enhance their strength in this way. At night, with the call of Chudan, in this dim night, outside the temple, all the people in Baijiao village held torches and looked at Bai Wenjin in front of them. It took her 2 days, and with enough body-tempering grass, she finally managed to refine 20 primary body-tempering pills. Although its color and effect are far inferior to the primary body-tempering pill that Xia Yuanqing exchanged from the system, no matter how ordinary it is still a qualified pill. Sure too, tomorrow, you take 10 people to the town. After selling all the pills, our Baijia village can officially start construction of the new temple. Bai Shan looked at the 20 pills excitedly. You know, in these few days, the temples built by other villages have already taken shape. However, their Baijia village, the ancestral home, has never been built. This made the villagers of Baijia village feel very guilty. Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan was so good to them, but as believers of the ancestral temple, they were surpassed by later comers from other villages in terms of filial piety to Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. This is really... I feel so ashamed towards Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. Listening to the discussion of the people in Baijia village, Xia Yuanqing, who was staying in the temple, also showed a gratified smile. But in the next second, a new prompt message appeared from the system. The number of diehard ghost followers has reached 10. Will the host start the ghost soldier profession? Chapter 24, Opening up the Yin and Yang Worlds. Ha, finally enough! Xia Yuanqing instantly appeared in the living area of the ghost believers, looking down at the 20 or so ghost believers below. The aura on them was obviously stronger than yesterday. Obviously, the effect of fighting in a group is far greater than fighting alone. As Xia Yuanqing silently said in his heart, start the Yin soldier profession. Located in the system, the underworld, function area interface suddenly flashed a faint blue light. Immediately afterwards, the light appeared in Xia Yuanqing's palm. When staring at this pale blue light, one can vaguely sense a door deep inside. Artifact, Gate of the Underworld. Level, Top Grade Wandering God. Function, open the gate between the Yin and Yang worlds. The third artifact? The gate between the Yin and Yang worlds? Xia Yuanqing was stunned. He didn't expect that starting the believer profession would actually allow him to get a magical weapon. Although this gate to the underworld has no actual combat capabilities, it seems to be able to create an underworld that is opposite to the current world. A world suitable for the dead. Xia Yuanqing looked at the underworld interface in the system and found that after he obtained the artifact, the gate to the netherworld, the two words, underworld, seemed to flash a light blue. Compared to the original gloom, it seems to have added some divine aura. Xia Yuanqing looked at the faint light gathered in his palm, and with a slight thought in his mind, a light blue door appeared in front of him. Whisper. An extremely strange wind blew out from it, bringing a bone-chilling chill. At this moment, the ghost believers below all shuddered. You have to know that they no longer have physical bodies and have turned into ghosts with extremely heavy Yin energy, so they generally don't feel cold. It is even more impossible that one would suddenly be enveloped by a desperate silence. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan! When they felt the danger, all the believers of the dead souls shouted Xia Yuanqing in unison, hoping that the god they believed in could help them. It's okay, don't be afraid. Xia Yuanqing's voice rang out in their consciousness, and upon hearing it, the ghost believers felt a little better. With the protection of the gods, even if the cold wind brings a feeling of fear, they still have confidence in their hearts. Xia Yuanqing looked at the door to the underworld in front of him, and strode straight in. The moment he walked through the door, Xia Yuanqing suddenly thought of something. As a god, I cannot leave my territory. Now. When he came to his senses, he found himself in an empty world. Looking up at the sky, it is covered with dark clouds. Although there is light, compared with the world of the living, there is no sun and moon. Is this the underworld I created? The moment he arrived here, some information suddenly emerged in Xia Yuanqing's mind. This is a special world he created with the help of the power of the system, namely the underworld. This place belongs to his territory, and is of the same status as the territories of the 15 villages in the Young Realm, and even the area is exactly the same. It's just that these two worlds do not interfere with each other, yet are closely related. The spiritual energy of the Yang Realm is suitable for cultivation by creatures such as monsters and humans. The spiritual energy of the underworld is focused on the cultivation of the dead souls. If the dead souls are placed here, the negative energy in them will no longer affect the people in the Yang world. After understanding these things, Xia Yuanqing's eyes emitted faint rays of light in an instant, allowing him to see through the two worlds of yin and yang and sense the situation of the territories of the two worlds at any time. With a wave of his hand, the door to the underworld began to gradually appear next to the dead soul believers in the world of the living. What's this? The believers of the dead soul looked at the ancient door that suddenly appeared. The faint green light it emitted made them feel a strong fear from the bottom of their hearts. But in the next second, they sensed a familiar and intimate feeling on this door. It's the aura of Master Yuanqing Xingjuan. As die-hard believers, Bai Ning and 10 others were most sensitive to Xia Yuanqing's aura, and immediately realized that this door must be related to true Lord Yuanqing. You all come in. After hearing Xia Yuanqing's call, even though everyone thought the door was weird, they still strode forward. In their hearts, the orders of Yuanqing Xingjuan are the direction in which they should move forward. They will not have any objection to the content of the order. As more than 20 believers of the dead entered the underworld, they suddenly felt a sense of comfort. Compared to the spiritual energy in the yang world, the spiritual energy here is more suitable for them. Even just sitting here and resting can make people feel relaxed and happy. From now on, this is your home. You can pass through this door and travel between the yin and yang worlds. Xia Yuanqing's voice was still ringing, but when these believers of the dead learned that this place, which was extremely suitable for their survival, was their new home, they all ran around happily on the spot. The scope of the yin realm is equal to that of the yang realm. The territory of the yang realm is 15 villages, so the scope here is the same. These ghost believers stayed in the Baijia village in the yang world. Because they did not want to harm the living believers, they lived in a remote place in Baijia village. And now, they suddenly have such a large living area, how can they not be excited? Following Xia Yuanqing's roll call, 10 die-hard believers stood in a row and looked forward with anticipation. The other dozen or so ghost believers stood not far away, looking at them curiously, wondering why Master Yuanqing Xingjuan called these 10 people together. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing opened the system interface of Underworld and bestowed the yin soldier profession on them. Unlike the professions of believers in the yang world, if believers in the yang world want to obtain a profession, they need to study hard, or let Xia Yuanqing expend divine power to grant it directly. However, as for the yin soldier profession in the underworld, as long as one's loyalty to Xia Yuanqing reaches the die-hard level, with Xia Yuanqing's nod of approval, one can be directly granted the yin soldier profession. Congratulations to the host for officially having a follower of the yin army. Obtain 10 ghost swords. Item: Ghost sword. Level: Body tempering stage. Function: a weapon from the underworld used exclusively by ghost soldiers in the body tempering stage. The ghost knife has a special restraining power on the dead souls and has the special effect of doubling the power. Seeing that 10 identical long swords suddenly appeared in the system space, Xia Yuanqing went to the system mall to search and found that the price of these swords was 20 wisps of incense each. It is a weapon exclusively for yin soldiers. It also has a binding function. When the ghost soldiers are not in use, they can be integrated into the body and summoned out when needed. Even if it falls into the hands of other ghosts, since the ghost sword is a weapon exclusive to the ghost soldiers, it will not cause any harm to the ghost soldiers. After learning about these special effects, Xia Yuanqing immediately gave the 10 ghost swords to the 10 ghost soldiers. Possessing such magical weapons, the ghost soldiers all showed a burning desire for power. At the same time, Xia Yuanqing looked at the system mall. As he had started the yin soldier profession, many weapons exclusively for yin soldier use appeared in it. However, because they are all exclusive weapons, their prices are much more expensive than the same level weapons in the yang realm. Buzz! A bell sounded in the underworld, which immediately attracted the attention of Xia Yuanqing and the believers of the dead souls. When they followed the sound, they found a temple in this empty world. From a geographical point of view, it is in the same area as the Baijia village temple in Yangjia. And this is Xia Yuanqing's temple in the underworld. More than 20 believers of the dead walked into the temple, looked at the statue of Xia Yuanqing in the shrine, and knelt down. Seeing that they were just kneeling and worshipping without burning incense, Xia Yuanqing felt very anxious. No incense, just kneeling? What's the use of this? What I want is incense. But this is the underworld, where can we get incense? Xia Yuanqing quickly found the system to ask if he could get a bunch of incense from the Yang world and put it here so that the dead souls could burn incense for him. But the result is that everything from the Yang world is ineffective here. In order to use it, it must be transformed into something from the underworld. The easiest way is to go to the grave. Let the people in the Yang world use paper and other yin-related objects as a medium to burn some daily necessities in the Yang world and give them to the people in the yin world for use. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuanqing suddenly felt that this process was very familiar. Isn't this what the world was like before I traveled through time? Every year, the younger generations burn paper money and other things for their deceased relatives. I didn't expect that the rules of the underworld I created were also like this. Xia Yuanqing glanced at the 20 or so ghost believers. Their identities in their previous lives were villagers from the 15 villages in his territory. Moreover, these 20-plus guys all died in the last 1 or 2 years. Most of their families are still alive. After thinking for a while, Xia Yuanqing asked, "Do you want to meet your family members in dreams?" As soon as these words were spoken, the emotions of the 20 or so ghost believers became extremely excited. Xia Yuanqing sensed the situation in the Yang realm and discovered that the villagers everywhere were already fast asleep, which was perfect for him to use his magical power of entering dreams. However, this time, we have to help the believers in the netherworld to send dreams to their relatives in the world of the living, and we have to help more than 20 people at once. Just thinking about it, you will know that the consumption of one's own divine power during this period is extremely high. However, in order to allow the believers of the dead to burn incense to him in the future, Xia Yuanqing had to grit his teeth and start to use his magical powers. In just 10 minutes, Xia Yuanqing felt that 9/10 of his divine power had been consumed. This long-lost feeling of emptiness really made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, what surprised Xia Yuanqing was that, because of the relative's dream, the remaining dozen or so ghost believers were all promoted to the die-hard level. Early morning. In several villages, some families, after burning incense, suddenly came to Baijia village with anxious looks on their faces. As soon as Baishan and Baishitu opened the door, they were surrounded by villagers from other villages. Seeing that some of them had swollen eyes from crying, Baishan was shocked. He rubbed his eyes, totally not understanding what was going on. Following the villagers' explanation, shocking news soon spread to 15 villages. Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan actually accepts the souls of the dead as believers. Not only that, Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan used his divine power to open up a world belonging to the souls of the dead, called the underworld. After death, people can enter that world and continue to serve Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan, and even live a peaceful life like them. They no longer have to become wandering ghosts like other dead souls, being chased by gods from all over the place and running away in panic, looking as miserable as a stray dog. At the same time, as long as the deceased believers behave well, they can become ghost soldiers and obtain the special weapons bestowed by Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. According to the order of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan, from now on, these ghost soldiers will shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people in the world of the living and help them clear out the dead souls near the village who intend to do evil to the living. After hearing the news, villagers from 15 villages came to the temple and began to thank Xia Yuanqing. With this, underworld, even after they pass away, they can continue to protect their families and continue to serve Yuanqing Jinjuan. For all the villagers, this is definitely a happy event that they never dared to imagine. It's just that when those dead souls were chatting with their living relatives through dreams, they mentioned that the current underworld was just created by Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. So except for a temple, everything else inside is empty. They thought that their relatives living in the world of the living could help them burn some houses or things. It is precisely for this reason that so many villagers came to Baijia village early in the morning, wanting the strong men of Baijia village to take them to the town to buy some things. When we get back to the village, we will burn it for the 20 or so believers in the dead souls. Brother Stone! Hearing the voice, Bai Shirtu turned his head and looked into the distance. When he found that it was Bai Wenjin, Bai Shirtu was stunned for a moment. Brother Shirtu, when you go to town, can you help me buy some things for the people in the underworld? Bai Wenjin ran over breathlessly, and told Bai Shirtu and Bai Shan what happened early this morning. Her mother Bai Yume almost fainted from crying at home. It was last night. A few months ago, Bai Yume's younger sister Bai Huame, who starved to death, and her 8-year-old nephew Bai Ning appeared in her dreams. "Don't worry, you take care of the village and leave the town matters to me." Bai Shitu nodded. He and Bai Wenjin could not leave Baijia village at the same time, so he took people to the town while Bai Wenjin stayed in the village. Bai Shitu led his men to the town in a mighty procession, planning to sell those primary body-tempering pills and then buy some more special paper. After all, houses and things made of ordinary paper cannot be burned in the underworld. Xia Yuanqing had already told the ghost believers what the special paper was, and they then conveyed it to the people in the young world. It was not until noon that Xia Yuanqing gradually woke up in the shrine. After consuming his divine power last night, he went straight back to the shrine to rest, hoping to recover as quickly as possible, so he fell into a short sleep. Now that he had woken up, in addition to checking the incense he had received today, what shocked him even more was the large number of prompts sent to him by the system. "Oh my God! So fierce!" Looking at the prompt messages, it showed that in just one morning, more than 300 people in the territory were promoted to die-hard believers. The reason for this is that he created the underworld. In this way, although the number of his believers did not increase, because more than 300 people became die-hard believers at once, the total amount of incense he received immediately increased. Xia Yuanqing's eyes suddenly lit up when he realized that there was some information contained in it. He immediately sent a message to the ghost soldiers in the underworld, asking them to rush to the world of the living and tell them that they don't need to hunt down the dead souls today, but to search around the territory for the souls of the villagers of the 15 villages when they were alive. In this way, he could increase the number of his ghost believers, and at the same time quickly convert thousands of villagers in the 15 villages into die-hard believers. In response to this order, more than 20 ghost soldiers rushed out of the gate of the underworld and headed out of the territory. Looking at their excited expressions, Xia Yuanqing nodded with satisfaction. Last night, after they all became die-hard believers, Xia Yuanqing converted the remaining dozen or so ghost believers into ghost soldiers. He took the opportunity to equip them with a ghost sword at his own expense. As a result, the combat effectiveness of these more than 20 ghost soldiers is much stronger than yesterday. Xia Yuanqing stayed in the temple, watching other believers learn the Yuanju, while waiting for the dead soul believers to bring him more good news. By the evening, the ghost believers had not yet returned, but they had sensed the presence of Bai Shitu and the others. "Are you back from selling the pills?" Xia Yuanqing smiled slightly, knowing that they drove their donkey carts all the way to the town to sell elixirs in order to honor him and build a new temple for him. Faced with such a filial group of believers, how could Xia Yuanqing not pay more attention to them? But after Bai Shitu and the others entered the territory and noticed their condition, Xia Yuanqing's face instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 25, Wei Family in Blackstone Town. "Brother Shitu, hold on. We're almost home." A group of more than 10 people were riding on donkey carts and rushing back to Baijia village in the gradually darkening sky. "Hey, you guys are back." On the way, people from other villages waved and greeted these people when they saw them. As everyone knows, early this morning, Bai Shitu led a dozen fellow practitioners from Baijia village to the town. On the one hand, I sell some pills for money, and on the other hand, I help everyone purchase some things. At this moment, after seeing their donkey cart returning, other villagers nearby also walked up happily. But when they saw that Bai Shitu on the donkey cart was seriously injured, his clothes were soaked with blood, and he was unconscious, they were so scared that they stepped back. What happened?" Looking at Bai Shitu's miserable appearance, the other villagers panicked and didn't know what to do. "Everyone, let's go back to the village first. Some things can be discussed another day." After shouting, several villagers from Baijia village on the donkey carts immediately sped up and rushed towards Baijia village. The other villagers who stayed behind immediately realized that something had happened and hurried back to their respective villages to report. "Uncle Shan!" From a distance, several people on donkey carts began shouting. Bai Shan, who had been sitting at the door of his house waiting for his son to come back, trembled suddenly when he heard these voices. There was a mixture of anxiety and uneasiness in the tone of these voices, which definitely did not sound like they were announcing good news. It was already dark at this time. Even if Bai Shan stood up straight, he could not see the specific situation on the donkey cart. He could only quicken his pace and run towards the donkey cart. What happened? Baishan asked curiously after seeing several donkey carts. Uncle Shan, Brother Shi too, please think of a solution. The dozen or so villagers from Baijia village who followed Bai Shi to the town burst into tears when they saw Baishan. With the help of moonlight, Baishan also saw that their bodies were covered with bruises. Obviously they had been beaten. But when his eyes fell on the white stone on the donkey cart. Stone! Baishan roared, pushed the others aside, and hurried to his son's side. Seeing that his son was unable to respond to him, Baishan's eyes turned red with anxiety. Go call someone! Baishan yelled at a few people nearby, and they finally reacted and hurried to find the village doctor. When the village doctor arrived, he saw that Bai Shi was in such a serious condition that his internal organs were damaged, so he could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Brother Shan, the only one who can save Shi now is Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. As the only village doctor in Baijia village, he could still treat some minor illnesses, but not the case in front of him where the patient had lost too much blood and was unconscious. He really had no other choice. A group of people pulled Bai Shi and hurried to the temple. The huge momentum also attracted many other villagers from Baijia village to watch. Everyone knew that Bai Shi and the others had gone to town early this morning, so they were all waiting for them to come back, wanting to see together how much the pills were sold for. Unexpectedly, after finally waiting for Bai Shi and the others to arrive, the result turned out to be like this. Mom, what happened to Brother Shi? Bai Wenjin also followed his parents out of the house, looked at the donkey cart passing by in the distance, and asked curiously. I'm not sure. Judging from the looks of your Uncle Shan and the others, maybe something has happened. Bai Yume shook her head. When the mother and daughter looked at Bai Daqing in front of them, the latter spoke. Let's go to the temple and see if there's anything our family can help with. When everyone arrived at the temple, Baishan cried and brought Bai Shi to the temple yard on a straw mat. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, please save my child. Baishan knelt on the ground and kowtowed out to Xia Yuanqing one after another. Looking at Baishan's appearance, Xia Yuanqing was also furious inside the shrine. In the entire territory, everyone knows that Bai Shi is one of his most promising believers. Alchemist, weapon refiner, array master. I have currently opened 3 living professions, one of which was given to Bai Shi. I didn't expect that he would be beaten to the point of death just after going out. This is simply a slap in the face of Xia Yuanqing. Since Xia Yuanqing does not have any healing powers, he can only exchange some healing pills through the system mall. At this time, Xia Yuanqing didn't care about the price of the pills. He directly exchanged more than a dozen pills and gave them to Bai Wenjin, and told her how to use them. Looking at the golden light emanating from the shrine, which fell into Bai Wenjin's hands and turned into so many pills, everyone knew that this was the appearance of true Lord Yuanqing. Lord Jinjuan wants to save Bai Shi. Thank you, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. Baishan kept bowing his head until a breeze blew and slowly lifted him up. What happened? A serious voice was heard in the temple. The villagers gathered around could also hear that Master Yuanqing was angry. A dozen people squeezed out of the crowd. They were the companions who went to the town with Bai Shi. Seeing that they were also beaten badly, Xia Yuanqing had no choice but to exchange some pills again and give them to Bai Wenjin. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, when we went to the town this morning, we found several pharmacies. After comparing the prices, we decided to sell the pills to the Wei family pharmacy that offered the highest price. When we handed them the 20 primary body-tempering pills, they suddenly denied it. Not only did they not pay us, they also accused us of being thieves who stole the pills and beat us out. We couldn't beat them, so we could only seek justice in the street. But someone from the Wei family came and said we were spreading rumors and that we had stolen a lot of things from the Wei family, so they beat us up again. That's when Brother Shi was severely injured. All the money we had was taken away from us. We went to several pharmacies in the town and asked them to help treat Shi first. We would return them to the village to get money and then pay them back for the medicine. But when they heard that we were beaten by the Wei family, they didn't dare to treat Brother Shi and drove us all out. More than a dozen grown men knelt in the courtyard of the temple and cried. After hearing these words, the villagers from the surrounding Baijia village and the villagers from other villages who had rushed over were immediately furious. The money that Bai Shitu and his friends have doesn't just come from Baijiao village, a lot of it also comes from the other 14 villages. They thought of asking Bai Shitu and others to buy some paper for their village. After returning, they would make houses or something and burn them for their families in the underworld. But who could have thought that things would turn out like this? Uncle Shan! Brother Shitu is awake! Under Bai Wenjin's care, Bai Shitu, who took the elixir, gradually woke up. When he saw that he was in the temple courtyard, he immediately asked his son to help him up and knelt in the courtyard, with guilt written all over his face. Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan, it's all my fault. If I hadn't thought that the Wei family would pay more, these things wouldn't have happened. After listening to Bai Shitu's words, Xia Yuanqing also sighed. I know that Bai Shitu wanted to make more money in order to prepare more things for himself to build a new temple. How could I blame him for something like this? You should have a good rest first. During this period of time, the villages should not go out. After saying this, Xia Yuanqing returned to the shrine. Although everyone was angry, there was nothing they could do. Yuanqing Zhenjuan is the god here and cannot cross the distance to go to the town. And they are so weak, how can they possibly defeat the Wei family in Blackstone Town? It is said that the Wei family has several cultivators in the qi refining stage. He is a powerful person who is completely superior to the body tempering stage. Not to mention Baijia village, even if the villagers of the 15 villages in the territory attacked together, there would be no match for the Wei family of Haishi Town. Xia Yuanqing knew this, so he forbade the villagers to go out during this period. If the Wei family dared to come to the territory to cause trouble, Xia Yuanqing could definitely suppress them, but the only thing I'm afraid of is that these guys won't come. Tonight, with the elixir given by Xia Yuanqing, the lives of Bai Shitu and others were saved, but it would take at least a few days to fully recover. In the early morning, Xia Yuanqing, who was practicing, heard a new call. The ghost soldiers are back. More than 20 ghost soldiers brought nearly 100 dead souls. They all met Xia Yuanqing's requirements. Although they were weak, each of them was a villager in the territory when they were alive. Because they missed their hometown, they did not leave the village too far after becoming ghosts, but just wandered in the area near the territory. Today, after being searched by more than 20 ghost soldiers, they finally arrived near the territory with half belief and half doubt. As the gate to the underworld opened, the dead souls who entered the territory were willing to become Xia Yuanqing's believers. After all, being able to continue protecting their families in another way is also a kind of happiness for them. In addition, from today on, they are also people who are protected by the gods. When they thought that they were no longer lonely ghosts but believers with support and families, their loyalty began to rise. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing confirmed a guess in his mind. The loyalty of the dead believers grows faster than the loyalty of the living believers. After all, when people are alive, they are protected by gods. Although life is still difficult, at least there is someone who can guarantee safety. As for the dead souls, no one knows whether they can live to see tomorrow. If you are not careful, you may be ambushed and devoured by other ghosts. Such bad days changed instantly after they joined Xia Yuanqing's team. Seeing that the number of ghost believers had exceeded 100, Xia Yuanqing changed his orders, asking them to switch from their previous full-scale search for ghost villagers to a part-time search. The main focus is to devour other dead souls and become stronger quickly. Especially when the ghost soldiers learned about what happened in Baishur village today, they were so angry that they kept cursing in the underworld. The money given to Yuanqing Zhenjuan to build the ancestral temple was actually stolen. The money that the families gave to buy things for these dead souls was also stolen. Even the soul believers who had just joined the underworld tonight were furious when they heard this. With no time to rest, more than 100 ghost followers rushed out of the territory and started a ghost killing nearby. With more than 20 ghost soldiers as the main force, the other 80 or 90 ghost believers also followed suit and launched the charge. The souls of the dead, which had always been scattered, have now gathered into a group of hundreds of people, and the power they unleashed is far beyond their original strength. Tonight, Xia Yuanqing was not idle either. It began to descend upon various villages, and some young people with decent talents were taught the Jade Yuan Ju directly by the gods in their dreams. In this way, the progress of national cultivation can be accelerated. When the sky gradually brightened, Xia Yuanqing returned to the shrine with a tired look on his face. The busy night had exhausted him greatly. However, hard work also has rich rewards. Through his efforts, in just one night, there were more than 100 believers who had entered the Yuanju realm in the territory. This is equivalent to adding more than 100 practitioners to the territory. Invisibly, the overall strength of the territory was enhanced. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, there is a group of people heading towards the territory. Xia Yuanqing, who had just returned to the shrine to rest, suddenly received news from the ghost soldiers. They were hunting some ghosts outside the territory and happened to see some people in the distance heading towards the territory. Xia Yuanqing half squinted his eyes and learned from the news sent by the ghost soldiers that there were about 20 to 30 people in the group, and their strength was above the 4th level of the body tempering stage. For some villages in the countryside, these powerful people are bound to be irresistible. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are most likely from the Wei family in Haishi town. After all, in these 15 remote villages on the edge of Silang Mountain, there haven't been so many foreign practitioners for hundreds of years. When they arrived at the edge of the territory, Xia Yuanqing did not open the boundary flag, but let them in directly. Only in this way can we close the door and beat the dog. Why is there only one deity here? After these 20 or 30 people entered the territory, the leader immediately took out a compass from his sleeve. It exudes a faint aura of divine power, and is obviously a divine artifact. From what he said, we can judge that this magical artifact is used to detect gods. This is strange. Could it be that the spirit of Langya village has devoured the spirits of other nearby villages? That's not right. Didn't the ancestors say that the reason why the wolf demon god of Langya village kept more than a dozen village gods alive was to wait for the mountain god of Silang Mountain to wake up and offer them as offerings to the mountain god? Could it be that the mountain god of Silang Mountain has awakened? After listening to what those people said, Xia Yuanqing finally understood something that he had never figured out. Before, he was very curious why the wolf god of Langya village did not devour the village gods of other nearby villages. With his strength, he was able to subdue these village gods by force and possessed the ability to travel through many villages. Logically, he could devour all these village gods. In this way, the wolf god will be able to break through to the peak level of the wandering god. If that was the case, Xia Yuanqing would definitely not be able to resist when the wolf god led the bandits from Langya village to attack Baijia village. Therefore, Xia Yuanqing never understood why the wolf god wanted to keep these village gods. It was not until now, after listening to the words of these outsiders, that Xia Yuanqing understood the reason. The wolf god of Langya village seems to be a descendant of the mountain god of Silang Mountain. The former kept the village god in captivity in order to present it to the latter after the mountain god woke up. When the mountain god successfully breaks through to the lower grade wild god, he can instantly consolidate his cultivation by absorbing these village gods. It allowed him to smoothly and quickly pass through the superficial period of just breaking through to the lower grade wild god, and then fall into a deep sleep again to start practicing the middle grade wild god. However, before the mountain god woke up, both the wolf god and the village gods had been devoured by him. After thinking about these things clearly, Xia Yuanqing knew that his feud with the mountain god was truly an endless battle. However, before that, we still have to deal with these 20 or 30 outsiders first. Judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they had no good intentions. He sensed that they seemed to be carrying more than one magical weapon, which was obviously used to fight against him. Judging from the divine aura contained in these divine artifacts, the god standing behind this group of people is definitely a low-grade wild god. Chapter 26: Spiritual Fields and Spiritual Springs. Fully open. If the opponent came in his true form, Xia Yuanqing would definitely not be his opponent now. Pity. As it was just a magical artifact that contained a part of the other party's divine power, Xia Yuanqing did not feel any pressure. The reason why the other party was so confident in asking their believers to bring magical artifacts was simply because they thought the mountain god of Silang Mountain was still in a dormant state, and the most powerful god nearby was the wolf god of Langya village. The followers of the lower grade wild god, who came here with magical instruments possessing the power of the wild god, were enough to intimidate the wolf god so that he would not dare to make any other moves. After all, the wolf god is only a high-ranking wandering god, and he is still very afraid of the magical artifacts that contain the power of the wild god. But this group of people never expected that the gods of this place had changed with a new dynasty. Now is my Xia Yuanqing's era. A mere low-grade wild god's divine weapon is not enough to suppress me. Let's go find the temple of that god. As long as we can shock the other party, we can take away the alchemist hiding in these villages. The group of people had already sensed the location of Xia Yuanqing's original temple through the dials in their hands. Hearing their words, Xia Yuanqing in midair snorted coldly, knowing that they were here to capture Bai Wenjin. Sure enough, these guys are from the Wei family. Through Bai Shi and his group yesterday, they already knew that there was an alchemist in their territory who was able to refine body-tempering pills. Every alchemist is invaluable to the power. As long as there are enough body-tempering pills, this force can continuously produce more powerful people in the body-tempering stage. Besides, the price of the body-tempering pill is expensive. Even if you sell it, you can exchange it for a lot of cultivation materials. The Wei family is probably planning this. Hey, who are you? Not long after the group entered the territory, they met some villagers. Most of the villagers in the 15 villages know each other, especially since everyone now believes in the same god, which makes the 15 villages even more united. When meeting strangers, we will subconsciously be alert. We are from the Wei family in Blackstone Town. Hey, old man, tell us where your alchemist is. Seeing that the other party was just an old farmer with no cultivation, the Wei family members immediately revealed a hint of contempt in their expressions. In their eyes, these country guys are as weak as ants. As long as they throw a random punch, they can easily kill it. You are the unscrupulous Wei family members. When the old farmer heard their identities, his face changed immediately and he started cursing. You old man, you are really brave. Hearing that the other party dared to scold them, a man from the Wei family suddenly walked out and rushed directly towards the old farmer. He waved his fist, intending to kill him with one blow. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and struck straight towards the Wei family member. The speed was so fast that this guy, who was only at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage, could not resist it. In that instant, a jade pendant flew out from the crowd and turned into layers of green waves blocking the man. Boom! The thunder bombarded the green wave barrier, and the divine power shock it caused turned into a strong wind that blew in all directions. The old farmer stood there safely under Xia Yuanqing's protection, but those members of the Wei family flew backwards and rolled on the ground. Their clothes were torn by stones, revealing traces of blood. It's the gods here who took action! Those members of the Wei family quickly stood up and looked around in fear. If the gods do not show up on their own initiative, humans will not be able to see them. But they also knew that the god who protected the local area had already discovered them, the outsiders. In the distance, people from various villages rushed out with weapons in hand. When they looked at the 20 or 30 Wei family members, the dozen people who followed Bai Shi to the town yesterday suddenly shouted. It's them! They were the ones who beat us and Brother Shi yesterday! As soon as these words were spoken, a huge anger was aroused in the hearts of the villagers in each village. They are villagers from a remote village in the countryside, and it is difficult for them to save money throughout the year. But even this little bit of money was snatched away by these people. Beasts! Kill them! Chop them up and feed them to the dogs! Seeing more and more villagers gathering around, the Wei family didn't care at all. What really frightened them was the powerful god. Seeing that there were traces of cracks on the surface of the jade pendant, it meant that this magical artifact could not be used for many times. If they were bombarded by that god again, they would most likely die here. Retreat! The gods here are very powerful! Much stronger than the wolf god of Langya village! The Wei family member holding the watch dial has tested that the divine power emanating from the gods here has reached the level of great perfection. Such a terrifying guy cannot be suppressed unless the gods worshipped by their Wei family come in person. Damn it! Where on earth did this god come from? The Wei family was also extremely curious. Logically speaking, with the suppression of the mountain god of Salang Mountain and the wolf god of Langya village, other gods nearby would never be able to make it. But now a new god has emerged, and his power is still so terrifying. In an instant, they realized that there was definitely something strange here. An ordinary barren land cannot give birth to such a powerful god. Just as they started to run away, a boundary flag suddenly appeared at the edge of the territory. It released a powerful golden light, covering the entire territory. This is a divine weapon! The moment they saw the boundary flag, the Wei family members were all stunned. They had only heard of the name of the artifact but had never actually seen it. We are in trouble today. It is impossible for us all to escape. Now, we can only think of a way, even if it's just to send one person away. The family must be informed of the existence of a divine weapon here. As believers, they are also loyal to their own gods. If this divine weapon could fall into the hands of their own gods, then even if they died here today, it would be worth it. I'll stop the thunder. You guys hurry up and break that artifact. The Wei family member who was carrying the jade pendant threw it out again, stimulating the divine power inside, which turned into a dazzling green light to protect all of them. It was at this time that a member of the Wei family pulled out a machete in the crowd. The blade is sharp, flashing a dazzling cold light. The majestic aura of divine power was surging, and the Wei family members held knives in both hands and slashed towards the boundary flag in front of them, drawing a several-meter-long sword light. Boom! The golden light of the boundary flag collides with the sword light. In an instant, a crack appeared on the golden shield released by the boundary flag. The aura of divine power emanating from the machete also became a little weaker at this moment. Wow! Xia Yuanqing clapped his hands downwards, and bolts of lightning shot out from his palms, blasting towards the green jade pendant below. This was his first time to compete with a low-level wild god, although the opponent's real body did not come. But the divine weapon below comes from the opponent's divine power. It was just a jade pendant, but it was able to block several of his attacks. It is enough to see that if the real body of the lower-grade wild god comes, how terrifying his strength will be. Open it for me! The Wei family member holding a machete kept activating the magical artifacts, and many cracks appeared on his arms. Every time he collided with the boundary flag, the aftermath of the shock was destroying his body. It looked like I couldn't bear it anymore. Puff! Both arms exploded completely. Blood splattered on the other Wei family members around them. With the sudden death of this man, the others immediately picked up their machetes and continued to chop at the boundary flag. Seeing more and more cracks on the golden shield, it was obvious that the boundary flag could not hold on any longer. As long as they can get out of the territory, that god will no longer pose a threat to them. The Wei family was extremely determined to escape. As they died one after another, the machetes in their hands gradually lost their magical power. The divine power contained within has been exhausted. But at the last moment, the blade light hit the golden shield and forcibly opened up a cracked channel. Walk! Everyone roared and rushed forward in unison. When they came, there were 20 or 30 people, but now, there are less than 10 people left. The machete was broken and the jade pendant turned into powder. Only that compass still retains a trace of divine power. Seeing thunder appear in the sky again, they had no choice but to throw the compass away to resist the thunder. Click! Under the competition of Xia Yuanqing's magical powers, the compass also completely exploded and turned into countless powders that scattered everywhere. Boom! The thunder pierced through the bodies of the three men, turning them into charcoal. But at this time, 2 members of the Wei family had already sneaked out. Xia Yuanqing had a grim look on his face. Due to the hard work he had done last night, his divine power was already insufficient this morning. Furthermore, the Wei family members had brought 3 divine artifacts from low-grade wild gods, which led to Xia Yuanqing wanting to keep all of them here. Extremely difficult. Don't chase after them. Seeing that the believers were about to rush forward to kill him, Xia Yuanqing immediately spoke up to stop them. In his eyes, these members of the Wei family could indeed be killed easily. But for the current believers in the territory, he is an absolute strong man. Even if Bai Wenjin faced them, he would surely die. Looking in the direction where the 2 men fled, Xia Yuanqing immediately called out to his fellow ghost believers. Let them take action to kill those 2 guys. In an instant, the soul believers outside the territory took action and rushed towards the location of the 2 people. The 2 men now no longer have any magical weapons on them, and they were also frightened by Xia Yuanqing. Even though their cultivation is stronger than that of the ghost soldiers, they are still no match for the siege of hundreds of ghost believers. Soon, when the ghost believers were about to catch up with the two of them, as practitioners, the two-way family members could also sense the existence of the ghosts. Damn it! How did I suddenly encounter a ghost? The two of them didn't know why they were so unlucky today. They finally escaped from the territory of the gods, but unexpectedly, they were chased by so many ghosts again. Let's go! Into Sunlang Mountain! Seeing that the situation was not good, a member of the Wei family pulled out a token from his waist. This token is the symbol of the Wei family. Many forces and practitioners walking in Blackstone Town recognize this token. Generally speaking, when people see this thing, they will give the Wei family some face. We are from the Wei family of Blackstone Town. Please ask the Sunlang monster tribe of Sunlang Mountain to save our lives. Tomorrow, the two of us will bring 10 pairs of boys and girls to honor the god of Sunlang Mountain. The moment the two Wei family members rushed into Sunlang Mountain, they roared at the top of their lungs and used their spiritual power to transmit their voices into the depths of Sunlang Mountain. In an instant, wolf howls were heard from Sunlang Mountain, like a mighty pressure that turned into a heavy invisible wall, blocking the two Wei family members. This forced the ghost believers who had just chased after them to stop. I wanted to continue rushing forward, but I found that there were a lot of monsters in the distance rushing towards this side. Although the ghost soldiers have the Yinhun sword in their hands, the Yinhun sword is mainly used to restrain the souls of the dead. It will be much less effective against strong enemies like monsters. What's more, this Sunlang Mountain is the world of the Sunlang monster clan. Once a fight breaks out with these wolf monsters, the believers in the dead souls will definitely suffer. Come back. After hearing Xia Yuanqing's call, the ghost believers withdrew from Sunlang Mountain. In the territory, Xia Yuanqing half-squinted his eyes and looked towards Sunlang Mountain. He knew that the Sunlang demon tribe and Sunlang Mountain were deliberately targeting him. Ever since he killed the wolf god of Langya village, the monsters in Sunlang Mountain have obviously been much more low-key than before. After all, their mountain god was sleeping. Without the protection of the gods, these wolf demons dare not invade their territory at will. But if the followers of the ghost rush into the depths of Sunlang Mountain in large numbers, it would be equivalent to entering someone else's territory. Xia Yuanqing was unable to provide any support to the believers of the dead souls. In this way, those wolf demons will definitely show no mercy if they have the chance to attack. Just now, these wolf demons were obviously trying to help the Wei family. After all, the deity behind the Wei family is also very powerful. If Xia Yuanqing joins forces with the mountain god who will wake up soon, he will probably have a hard time. In the territory, the villagers have already returned home. They know that this time they have declared war against the Wei family once and for all. They need to practice and become stronger as quickly as possible. Only in this way will they not be a drag on Master Yuanqing. And those believers of the dead souls who withdrew from the mountains, with the reward from Xia Yuanqing, devoured all the souls of the dead Wei family members. Soon, several second-level body-tempering stage warriors emerged among the Yin soldiers. It can also be regarded as a wave of cultivation benefits brought by the Wei family to the believers of the dead souls. Xia Yuanqing also returned to the shrine and fell into a deep sleep in order to speed up the recovery of his divine power. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. After looking at the remaining incense sticks, Xia Yuanqing directly consumed 300 incense sticks and activated the spiritual field planting function area. After this battle, Xia Yuanqing also realized that if he had to do everything by himself, he would be too busy. Therefore, it is necessary for his believers to grow as quickly as possible. Only in this way can they help share some of the burden. After turning on spiritual field planting, Xia Yuanqing clicked on the interface of this new function area in the system. Suddenly I discovered that I seemed to be able to exchange for spiritual fields, spiritual springs, and some spiritual medicine seedlings. Like the material for refining body-tempering pills, body-tempering grass. Its seedlings are available in the system mall, and the price is 10 for one strand of incense. Thinking of how the Forest Wolf clan openly helped the Wei family to fight against him today, Xia Yuanqing knew that if his followers wanted to go to the mountains to collect body-tempering grass again in the future, they would probably be besieged by those monsters. I originally thought that in recent days, the believer's cultivation required me to use incense to buy body-tempering pills for them. But who could have expected that after opening the spiritual field planting, one could actually exchange for body-tempering grass seedlings in the system mall? Moreover, the price is also very cheap. Although the body-tempering grass belongs to the lowest level of spiritual medicine and grows very fast, if it is planted on ordinary land, it will still take some time to wait for it to mature. Xia Yuanqing looked at the price of the spiritual fields and found that the price of the spiritual fields at the body-tempering stage was 1 silk per acre. As long as you purchase it, you can turn an acre of land in the territory into a spiritual field of the body-tempering stage level according to your own wishes. All kinds of plants planted inside will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become elixirs for the body-tempering period. Herbs like the body-tempering grass, which is already in the body-tempering stage, can achieve the effect of accelerated growth. Plus his own magical power, plant growth, and the irrigation of spiritual spring water. The time it takes for the body-tempering grass to grow from a seedling to a mature one will be infinitely compressed. Just do it! Xia Yuanqing directly called Bai Wenjin and asked her to choose an acre of land in her own land. Afterwards, Xia Yuanqing turned this acre of land into a spiritual field. Just by walking here, you can feel that the spiritual energy here is much richer than other places. Shua. Xia Yuanqing exchanged for 1,000 body-tempering grass seedlings in one go. This thing is cheap and easy to use. For current believers, it is definitely the best treasure. Thank you, true Lord Yuanqing! When the villagers of Baijia village saw the 1,000 body-tempering grass seedlings, they all jumped for joy. They immediately divided the work, fetched the spiritual spring water, and everyone worked together quickly to plant in the spiritual field. In addition, Xia Yuanqing also looked at the price of the spiritual spring in the body-tempering period. It is slightly more expensive than Lingtian, 1.5 silk per spring. After much thought, Xia Yuanqing waved his hand and left a spiritual spring in each of the other 14 villages. Before, 15 villages shared a spiritual spring in Baijia village, so each person's share was really small. Now they need to carry water to irrigate the young seedlings of tempering grass in the spiritual fields, which makes it impossible to supply water to all the villagers. Seeing that the believers could contribute hundreds of incense sticks to him every day, Xia Yuanqing simply arranged a spiritual spring for each of their villages. When the villagers from the other 14 villages saw that their villages also had spiritual springs, they were instantly excited and thanked Xia Yuanqing in the temple. Soon, some believers were promoted to the diehard level. After doing all this, Xia Yuanqing suddenly found a new prompt coming from the system. Congratulations to the host for opening up the first acre of spiritual field in the body-tempering stage. Get a bonus package. Congratulations to the host for having more than 10 spiritual springs in the territory of the body-tempering stage. Get a bonus package. Congratulations to the host for having more than 1,000 diehard believers in his territory. Get a reward package. Watching 3 gift packs appear in a row, especially the last one, which was a specially marked big gift pack. After Xia Yuanqing used his plant growth magic power on the body-tempering grass seedlings, he quickly returned to the shrine and looked at the 3 gift bags with burning eyes. All turned on. Chapter 27, Magical Power. Sitting on fire. Breathing flames. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power of spitting flames. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power of sitting on fire. The first 2 reward gift packages were opened first, and what emerged from them were 2 brand new magical powers. Magic power, flame breathing. Effect, can spit out flames to attack. Magic power, sitting on fire. Effect, immune to fire attacks. Xia Yuanqing's eyes immediately lit up. These 2 magical powers seem to complement each other. Like spitting fire and striking lightning, they are both decisive and deadly attack-type magical powers. With this thunder and this fire in hand, my combat effectiveness will definitely be enhanced. In addition, the defensive effect of the sitting fire divine ability is also surprisingly powerful. As long as the enemy's fire attack does not reach a level that far exceeds one's own strength, all the fire released by the opponent will be ineffective against one's own. In the future, if I encounter other gods with similar cultivation as me who are good at fire attacks, I can easily pin them to the ground with just the ability of sitting on fire. As his eyes fell on the last gift package, Xia Yuanqing's expression became particularly expectant. The first 2 reward packages are so generous, so as a big reward package, the things inside must be even more precious. When the third gift package released light and turned into 50 pills that appeared in front of Xia Yuanqing, the moment he saw these things clearly, Xia Yuanqing was so excited that he laughed on the spot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 Great Perfection Wandering God pills. Ha! 50 pieces! According to the system's selling price, 1 Great Perfection Wandering God pill is 50 incense sticks, and 50 pills are 2,500 incense sticks. This is equivalent to sending a large wave of incense to yourself out of thin air. With these 50 Great Perfection Wandering God pills, Xia Yuanqing's cultivation will see a rapid increase. It makes him get closer and closer to the low-grade wild god. At this moment, everyone in the entire territory was immersed in the atmosphere of cultivation. The villagers in each village had the help of spiritual spring water, and the villagers of Baijia village united together to help Bai Wenjin grow body-tempering grass. As the god they believe in, Xia Yuanqing has been refining the 50 pills he had just obtained. This creates a beautiful picture of prosperity throughout the entire territory. At night, the believers of the dead also return to the underworld to rest. Although there are still no houses or other buildings here, the number of people around has exceeded 100, and the scene is much more lively than before. What's more, they were from the same 15 villages when they were alive and knew each other. Chatting like this will speed up the process of getting to know each other better. For 3 or 4 days, everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of cultivation. On the day of the 5th day, Baishan came to the lobby of the temple. Master Yuan Qingzhenjuan, my son Shi is almost recovered. Thanks to your care, his cultivation has also broken through to the first level of the second stage of the body tempering stage. I think it is not a big deal for the villagers in the entire territory to stay in the territory all the time. After swallowing his saliva, Baishan continued. In Blackstone Town, although the Wei family was repelled by you, we dare not go to Blackstone Town to continue selling things, so I thought of letting Shi take people to Dongle Town to see if we can sell the pills there. These matters were discussed by the village chiefs of the 15 villages, and finally, Baishan came to Xia Yuanqing to make a request. If Xia Yuanqing was willing, they would send people to Dongle Town. If Xia Yuanqing was unwilling, they would continue to abide by Xia Yuanqing's previous orders, and all villagers in the territory were not allowed to go out. Can. A few seconds later, Xia Yuanqing's voice was heard from the shrine. Thank you, Master Yuan Qingzhenjuan. After hearing Xia Yuanqing's agreement, Baishan kowtowed a few times and immediately went outside the temple to convey Yuan Qingzhenjuan's intention to the other 14 village chiefs who were waiting there. Seeing that Bai Shi quickly organized a new team to go out, Xia Yuanqing also specially sensed that there were a total of 30 people, and each of them was a cultivator. As the leader, Bai Shi's strength is quite good and he has reached the initial stage of the second level of the body tempering period. As long as he doesn't encounter some powerful forces in the town, his strength is generally enough. This time, they took the newly refined body tempering pills by Bai Wenjin and took a donkey cart to take a long detour to Dongle Town. Because the territory was far away from Dongle Town, Xia Yuanqing secretly ordered 50 ghost soldiers to follow behind them and protect them silently. At least in areas where there is no god's jurisdiction, these ghost soldiers can still provide them with a sense of security. During these few days, although the villagers in the territory practiced at an average speed, the Yin soldiers under Xia Yuanqing were different. The number of ghost believers has exceeded 300, among which the number of ghost soldiers has reached more than 90. There were even some Yin Bing believers who were at the third level of the body tempering stage. Coupled with the special effects of the ghost sword, even in a one-on-one duel, a ghost soldier believer at the third level of the body tempering stage dares to challenge a ghost at the fourth level of the body tempering stage. If more than 10 ghost soldiers attack together, even a ghost at the fifth level of the body tempering stage will silently choose to take a detour after seeing them. As a result, there are not many ghosts near the territory who dare to covet the villagers in the territory. However, every time Xia Yuanqing looked at Silang Mountain, he vaguely felt that the breath of the mountain god was getting stronger and stronger, and he was afraid that the day of his awakening was getting closer and closer. The reason why the Wei family god in Blackstone Town no longer sent people to the territory to cause trouble was probably because he wanted to wait until the mountain god of Sanlang Mountain woke up, and then the two sides would join forces to attack him. After all, if the Wei family god came alone, if something went wrong, it would be easy for the nearby Sanlang Mountain god to take advantage. It would be better for the two of them to attack Xia Yuanqing together, which would reduce the pressure on both of them. It is precisely because he knows this that Xia Yuanqing has been practicing so hard in recent times. However, when looking at the data in the cultivation progress column, I still felt helpless. 65/1000. Although he had accumulated nearly 3,000 incense sticks in the past few days, if these incense sticks were exchanged for the Great Perfection Wandering God pills, there would only be more than 60 of them. Even if it is transformed into cultivation after swallowing it, it is still far from reaching the level of being promoted to a low-grade wild god. After much thought, Xia Yuanqing could only leave himself a backup plan. That's the boundary flag. If the day comes when the mountain god comes to attack his territory, he will need to refine all the incense into the boundary flag. In this way, the level of the boundary flag can be quickly improved, and perhaps it can stop the invasion of the mountain god and the Wei family gods. That afternoon, in the courtyard of the temple, Bai Wenjin successfully broke through to the third intermediate level of the body tempering stage. This speed of cultivation is worthy of Xia Yuanqing's training of her. Not only did her cultivation level break through, but the young man Wu Erkong from Wujia village also successfully advanced to the initial stage of the second level of the body tempering period. Unfortunately, with their current strength, they are still far from being able to compete with enemies outside the territory. The next day at noon, Bai Shi and others who had gone to Dongle Town finally returned. When they saw that their group was in high spirits and returned unharmed, the villagers from the other 14 villages rushed to Baijia village after receiving the news. Everyone, don't rush to grab them. We sold a total of 20 primary body tempering pills this time. We made a lot of money! Seeing how enthusiastic the villagers were, Bai Shi and others simply pulled open the cover on the donkey cart, revealing the boxes of supplies inside. When they saw these things, all the villagers around cheered together. Bai Shan also came to the temple courtyard with an excited look on his face and shouted, Master Yuanqing Xinjuan! Our Baijia village finally has the money to build your ancestral temple. Chapter 28 Zuding Temple, Temple Priest Bai Wenjin. When it came to building the ancestral temple, not only did the villagers of Baijia village sign up crazily, but even the villagers from the other 14 villages were scrambling to contribute to Yuanqing Xinjuan. You know, nowadays, there are more and more die-hard believers among the villagers in the territory. For them, being able to participate in the construction of the ancestral temple is definitely a supreme honor. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. In addition, many people have become practitioners, and their strength is much stronger than before. In just 3 days, the prototype of the ancestral temple had taken shape. Compared to the small temple where Xia Yuanqing lives now, the brand new ancestral temple not only has a temple lobby that has been expanded 5 times, but also has many courtyards and rooms. These are the opinions of the 15 village chiefs. They said that the temples where those powerful gods reside should not only have places for believers to kneel and worship the gods, but also areas where temple priests and other people who manage the temples live. This time, the ancestral temple built by 15 villages together had 8 courtyards and more than 20 rooms of various types, enough to accommodate many people. A few days later, when the ancestral temple was built, all the villagers from the 15 villages came to Baijia village. Everyone was beating gongs and drums to celebrate the auspicious day of helping Yuanqing Xinjuan move. Under the reverent gaze of everyone, Bai Wenjin, dressed in a long robe, slowly came to the shrine. After respectfully burning incense, he gently extended his hands towards the shrine. This scene made the 15 village chiefs in the back hold their breath nervously. Ever since Yuanqing Xinjuan descended to Baijia village, no one has dared to touch the shrine. Early this morning, after asking for permission, everyone got Yuanqing Xinjuan's permission and finally felt relieved. Now, as the priest of the ancestral temple recognized by 15 villages, Bai Wenjin naturally has the responsibility to help Yuanqing Xinjuan move to his new home. As she walked out of the old temple holding the shrine, thousands of believers outside shed tears of excitement. As Bai Wenjin placed the shrine on the platform in the lobby of the new temple, all the believers cheered in excitement. Seeing thousands of believers so happy for him, Xia Yuanqing in the shrine nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, good news came from the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new temple. Reward: 100 Great Perfection Wandering God Pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a temple priest. Reward: 1000 Primary Body Tempering Pills. 10 copies of the Body Tempering Stage skills as a reward. Reward: 20 elementary martial arts books for the Body Tempering Stage. Looking at the series of rewards, Xia Yuanqing couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn it! Can you get so many rewards just by moving to a new home? If I had known this would happen, I would have moved to a new home every day. Is that okay? Faced with Xia Yuanqing's idea, the system rejected it. Each time a temple is relocated, its specifications must be at least 5 times larger than the previous one in order to trigger this achievement reward. The construction of the ancestral temple this time has exhausted the resources of 15 villages. Not to mention building a new temple with specifications 5 times higher than the current one. Even if they wanted to build another one exactly the same as the current one, the 15 villages would not be able to come up with so much money. What's more, during these few days, most of the villagers have been working day and night. It is better to avoid such wasteful and time-consuming things. Seeing that the system had rewarded him with so many things, and hearing the congratulations from the believers, Xia Yuanqing was immediately happy and said, I am very pleased with the sincerity of all the believers. As Xia Yuanqing waved his hand, the 10 body tempering stage exercises and 20 body tempering stage elementary martial arts awarded by the system all appeared in the lobby. In addition, Xia Yuanqing took a look at the 1000 primary body tempering pills in the system space, and invested more than 40 incense sticks to buy more than 4000 primary body tempering pills, a total of more than 5000 pills. Schwa. More than 5,000 primary body tempering pills were suspended in front of every believer. When they saw these rewards, more than 5,000 believers were moved to tears. For them, building a temple for Xia Yuanqing was the right thing to do. It is the gratitude of these believers to the gods. Unexpectedly, true Lord Yuanqing was so merciful and gave them so many rewards. Master Yuanqing Xinjuan, we believers will never forget your kindness. In just a few seconds, the number of die-hard believers in the entire territory began to surge, directly skyrocketing to more than 3,000 people. And the rest of them have also reached the fanatical level. It's very close to the die-hard fan level. Xia Yuanqing looked at the prompts given by the system about being promoted to a die-hard believer. He never expected that something he did on a whim would receive such amazing feedback. The original copies of all the skills and martial arts were placed in the library of the ancestral temple. The other 14 villages sent people to copy the contents and bring them back to the 14 branch temples for safekeeping. In this way, believers will have more choices in cultivation. If they feel that a certain technique or martial art is suitable for them, they can directly learn it, which can also comprehensively improve the strength of believers. That afternoon, the Bai Daqing couple helped Bai Wenjin move and sent all her daily necessities to the ancestral temple. Child, from today on, you are the temple priest of our ancestral temple. You must serve Master Yuanqing Xinjuan well. Don't act like a child, and don't make Master Yuanqing Xinjuan angry. Listening to his parents' instructions, Bai Wenjin nodded repeatedly. That night, Bai Wenjin wore plain clothes and happily walked around the entire ancestral temple. Seeing how happy she was, Xia Yuanqing in the shrine couldn't help but smile. Wenjin. Hearing a voice calling him, Bai Wenjin immediately recognized it as the voice of true Lord Yuanqing. She immediately ran to the lobby, but just as she was about to step into it, she remembered that she was barefoot. If I just run into the lobby like this, wouldn't it be an offense to Master Yuanqing Xinjuan? Master Yuanqing Xinjuan, I, the disciple Bai Wenjin, was reckless. Please forgive me. I will go back to my room and put on my shoes. Bai Wenjin looked a little panicked. He knew he had made a serious mistake, so he could only kneel outside the lobby and kowtow continuously. It's okay. From now on, when there's no one else in the temple, you don't need to be as restrained as usual. Come in. Xia Yuanqing chuckled. He didn't like all the messy rules in the first place, but when he thought about the thousands of believers coming to kneel down and worship him during the day. With so many believers, it is indeed necessary to let them follow some rules so that things will be convenient for them. But at night, there were only himself and Bai Wenjin, the appointed temple priest, in the entire temple. Then naturally there would be no need for them to follow so many rules. Otherwise, Xia Yuanqing himself would feel very tired. "Thank you, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan." Hearing this, Bai Wenjin happily walked into the lobby barefoot with her two white, jade-like feet. She sat obediently beside him, looking at Xia Yuanqing in the shrine with curiosity. Chapter 29 All In. Boundary Flag Promotion. As a temple keeper, your cultivation should be improved a bit. Xia Yuanqing looked at the girl in white in front of him, and then exchanged 10 intermediate body tempering pills from the system. The primary body tempering pill has a very good effect on practitioners in the first or second stage of the body tempering period. Bai Wenjin is now at the peak of the third level of the body tempering period and is very close to the state of perfection. If I continue to use the primary body tempering pill, it will obviously slow down my cultivation speed. Coincidentally, the intermediate body tempering pill is very suitable for practitioners at the third or fourth level of the body tempering stage. While rewarding her with the elixir, Xia Yuanqing also gave her the recipe for the intermediate body tempering pill. "Thank you, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan." After getting the pills, Bai Wenjin started taking them immediately. The sense of security when standing before the shrine is absolutely incomparable. Watching her aura slowly rising, Xia Yuanqing also began to think about how to comprehensively improve the situation in the territory. After these days of research, he discovered that every time the territory had a breakthrough in various aspects, it would trigger the system's achievement rewards. The value of the things I got through rewards is much higher than the incense I accumulated every day. Just like the great perfection Yushin pills that he obtained today, if he relied on himself to accumulate them, it would take several days to obtain these 100 pills. Now, the day when the mountain god of Sanlang Mountain awakens is getting closer and closer. Every time Xia Yuanqing looks towards the location of Sanlang Mountain, he can clearly feel that the aura is getting stronger. It is difficult to support yourself to become stronger quickly just by accumulating incense from believers every day. Although there are 2 magical weapons in hand, they can be used as trump cards at the last critical moment. But in the final analysis, as a great wandering god, with the blessing of 2 divine artifacts, it is still an unknown whether he can withstand the siege of 2 low-grade wild gods. It would be better to improve your strength as soon as possible. If you can be promoted to a lower-grade wild god, then with the power of the 2 artifacts, even if you cannot suppress the mountain god of Sanlang Mountain and the gods of the Wei family, you can at least prevent them from invading the territory. After much thought, Xia Yuanqing decided to improve the strength of the territory as much as possible in the next week. See if you can trigger any achievement rewards. The next morning, after a night of practice, Bai Wenjin reached the perfect state of the third level of the body tempering stage. If there are enough elixirs, you can reach the fourth level of the body tempering stage in 3 days at most. Early in the morning, when the villagers from 15 villages lined up in order to burn incense in the temples of their respective villages, Xia Yuanqing officially announced that 1 acre of spiritual farmland would be added to each village, and each village would be rewarded with 1,000 body tempering grass seedlings. In each village, if anyone wants to learn to be an alchemist, they can come to the ancestral temple and learn from the temple priest Bai Wenjin. As soon as this news came out, villagers from all villages began to send people to plant body tempering grass in the spiritual fields. Ever since Bai Shi Tu and his friends sold the body tempering pill in Dongle Town, everyone realized that they had worked hard to grow food for a year, but in the end they were reluctant to eat it themselves and sent most of it to the town to sell. But the money they got, even if all 15 villages were added together, was only about the same as what Bai Wenjin earned from refining pills for a few days. If every village could produce an alchemist, everyone's life would become prosperous. The happiest place is Baijia village. With the reward this morning, their village now has 2 acres of spiritual fields, plus 2,000 body tempering grasses. This is definitely a huge asset. That afternoon, Xia Yuanqing, who was practicing in the shrine, also received a new system prompt. Congratulations to the host, the number of practitioners within the territory has successfully exceeded 1,000. Get a bonus package. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuanqing obtained 50 Great Perfection Yushin pills the moment he opened it. As expected, Increasing the overall power of the territory will trigger achievement rewards. After taking these Great Perfection Wandering Spirit pills, Xia Yuanqing's cultivation progress also underwent new changes. 202/1000. In just one afternoon, my strength has improved significantly. Feeling the divine power in his body becoming stronger and stronger, before Xia Yuanqing could even stop smiling, he received the next system prompt. Congratulations to the host, the number of ghost soldiers has exceeded 100. Received a system reward, a small iron mine. Seeing an illusory iron mine suddenly appear in the system space, although it is only a small mine, it also represents that the overall economy in his territory will usher in a new boost. Xia Yuanqing did not place this mine in Baijia village, but in a more remote village. With the help of Xia Yuanqing, only a few dozen practitioners are needed to maintain daily iron or mining work. As the only weapon refiner in the entire territory, Bai Shitu was sent by Xia Yuanqing to temporarily live near the iron mine. The mined iron ore will be given to him first for refining. When brand new weapons were forged, the feeling of holding them in the hands was much more comfortable than farm tools. As the days passed, the day when the mountain god of Salang Mountain awakened soon arrived. In the early morning, Xia Yuanqing, who was practicing in the shrine, suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising. He looked closely at the location where the aura was coming from and suddenly realized that it was the direction of Salang Mountain. It broke through. Even though he was far away, Xia Yuanqing could clearly sense the aura of the Salang Mountain god being promoted to a lower-grade wild god. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing's cultivation level remained at 210/1000. Not to mention breaking through to the lower-grade wild god, even the limit of the Great Perfection Wandering God is far from being reached. Xia Yuanqing was thinking, if nothing unexpected happens, in the next 2 days, Salang Mountain and the Wei family should join forces and come to the vicinity of his territory. Sensing the coming crisis, Xia Yuanqing immediately called for the boundary flag. During these days, he had accumulated a lot of incense, just so that it would come in handy at this critical moment. As wisps of incense were absorbed into the boundary flag, the arm-length flag began to shine. A faint golden layer of light continued to bloom, forming circles of fluorescence that spread in all directions, like a rising sun, gradually illuminating the entire territory. As more and more incense is added, the aura of the boundary flag becomes stronger. Buzz. As the light it emitted became more and more intense, the level of the boundary flag finally climbed to the peak level of the Wandering God at this moment. Feeling that the defense of the boundary flag was much stronger than before, Xia Yuanqing was delighted. At the same time, he looked at the remaining incense sticks and found that it had dropped by 1/3. Should the remaining incense be integrated into the soul-calming bell, or should it all be given to the boundary flag? After a few seconds, Xia Yuanqing still chose to go all in. If they are divided equally, both the boundary flag and the soul-calming bell will be stuck at the level of the peak Wandering God. However, it is unlikely that a divine weapon of this level could pose a threat to lower-grade wild gods. What's more, he had to resist 2 low-grade wild gods. It would be better to allocate all resources to the boundary flag at one time, so that the territory's defense capabilities can soar to the current maximum limit. In this way, it can help the territory to hold back the enemies outside. During this period of time, Xia Yuanqing will have incense income every day, which can continuously strengthen the power of the boundary flag. As for the mountain gods of Salang Mountain and the gods of the Wei family who were blocking the territory, they were completely unable to afford to waste their time. If the gods do not guard their own territory for a long time and if other gods steal their territory, it will definitely be a catastrophic disaster. Although the Wei family is a powerful force in Haishi Town, it does not mean that the Wei family has the final say in Haishi Town. If the Wei family gods dare to block the entrance of their territory, the other powerful gods in Blackstone Town will want to seize the Wei family's territory. After thinking these things through, Xia Yuanqing took a deep breath and looked at the boundary flag in front of him with a determined look. A low cry. All in. Chapter 30. The mountain god descends, supernatural powers sit on fire. As all the incense was integrated into the boundary flag, a golden halo pattern gradually emerged on the flag. Xia Yuanqing sensed the breath and found that the boundary flag was getting closer and closer to the state of great perfection. With 3 more days of incense offerings at most, I should be able to enter the realm of great perfection. At noon, Bai Wenjin, with an excited look on his face, brought 3 villagers to the temple lobby. They all knelt in front of the shrine. Bai Wenjin reached out and took out a box. When he opened it, some round body tempering pills lay inside. Master Yuanqing Xingjuan. 3 more body tempering primary alchemists have emerged in the village. Moreover, I successfully refined an intermediate level body tempering pill. When Bai Wenjin announced the good news, the 3 villagers following her also looked at the shrine with excitement. Very good, you did a good job. Hearing Xia Yuanqing's voice in the lobby, Bai Wenjin and others' faces suddenly flushed, with pride flashing in their eyes. Being recognized by Lord Yuanqing Xingjuan is definitely the proudest thing for believers like them. However, Xia Yuanqing in the shrine showed a slight embarrassment. He had originally planned to exchange some things from the system mall and give some rewards to these 4 people. But when he looked at the single-digit balance of his incense offerings, he felt a little depressed. I also put all the incense I received in the morning into the boundary flag, so I am really poor now. Fortunately, these believers are all diehards. Even if I don't give them any physical rewards, just some verbal praise can keep them happy. Master Yuanqing Xingjuan, there is movement over at Samlang Mountain. The ghost soldiers who were far outside the territory suddenly rushed back to the territory and began to report to Xia Yuanqing. Hearing this, Xia Yuanqing's expression immediately became serious. He leaped into the sky and looked outside the territory. In the direction of Samlang Mountain, there really is a lot of aura surging. A large amount of monster aura and human aura mixed together, turning into a torrent rushing towards the territory. Attention everyone, do not leave the territory! Xia Yuanqing's voice resounded throughout the territory, and villagers from 15 villages heard the order at the same time. At this moment, the 15 village chiefs also realized something. As early as a few days ago, Xia Yuanqing told the 15 of them in a dream that in the future, the Yuanqing territory would most likely be attacked by other gods. At that time, all believers will not need to go out to meet the enemy, but just stay safely in the territory and continue to practice and live. After all, even Xia Yuanqing was no match for the 2 lower-grade wild gods, so what role could these body-tempering stage practitioners play? On the Lus road outside the territory, clouds of dust rose up, which were the groups of monsters from Samlang Mountain galloping. The roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, piercing through the sky like a sharp arrow and piercing through the territory. At first glance, a large black mass of monsters swarmed towards the territory like a tide. Birds and monsters were circling in the sky, their eyes were darting and looking into the distance with murderous intent. In this huge herd of beasts, in the middle are the forest wolf monsters numbering thousands. They exuded a strong blood energy. The most powerful forest wolf monster took heavy steps with the wolf-shaped statue on its head. A faint green light shone from the eyes of the statue, as if a peerless ferocious monster from the depths of the wilderness was overlooking all living beings. Not far away, a group of human practitioners were slowly approaching. There were only a few dozen of them, but on the sedan chair in the middle of the team was a statue that was far more terrifying than the god of Samlang Mountain. It's finally here. Above the territory, Xia Yuanqing had already sensed the breath of the 2 gods. Call! A gust of wind rushed straight into the sky, forming 2 figures in the air. A ferocious wolf body several meters long, and an old human in a black robe. They are the mountain gods of Samlang Mountain and the gods behind the Wei family in Haishi town. In just a few months you have grown to this level. The mountain wolf demon spoke first. It stared at Xia Yuanqing above its territory, and sensed that the latter's cultivation was becoming more and more profound. Even when it was asleep, it had a vague sense of the situation outside. I remember that Xia Yuanqing at that time was so weak and pitiful, like a small grass sticking out from a crack in the rock, which could be torn into pieces with just a casual claw. It is precisely because of this that he is allowed to grow up without restraint. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, this small grass actually grew into a small tree, and even had the ambition to break through its own piece of the sky. Your ability to speak human language has improved rapidly, beast. Xia Yuanqing glanced at the mountain god, and then his eyes fell on the old man in black. Although the mountain god looks ferocious, in fact, his cultivation is far inferior to that of the old man in black beside him. That is the god who protects the Wei family. Boy! Today, this mountain god will tear you apart! I will swallow you up bite by bite! When the mountain god heard Xia Yuanqing directly call him a beast, he became so angry that his eyes turned red. Solemn mountain god, don't say any more to him, just act now. The old man in black frowned. As the god of Blackstone Town, he could not cross such a long distance from his territory to Xia Yuanqing. Everything was done with the help of the power of the Solemn mountain god, who forcibly opened up a short road near the Solemn mountain. Fortunately, Xia Yuanqing's territory is at the foot of Solemn mountain, otherwise, even if the old man in black wanted to come here in person, he would not be able to do it. But I can only come to the vicinity of Solemn mountain with the help of the power of the Solemn mountain god, so it is inevitable that my behavior will be restricted by the other party. In addition, the old man in black was also worried that he had been away from the Wei family's territory for too long. If other gods in Blackstone Town took the opportunity to attack the Wei family's territory, he would not be able to rush back to rescue them. So the moment he saw Xia Yuanqing, he thought about taking action quickly without delaying for too long. The longer he stays here, the greater the harm to him. You humans are so impatient. The mountain god of Solemn mountain glanced at the old man in black and knew that the other party had come here at a great risk. If he had not set his eyes on the flag artifact held by Xia Yuanqing, the old man in black would probably not be willing to come here in person. At most, some believers could come here with magical tools to help the god of Solemn mountain attack Xia Yuanqing. The next second, the statues of the two gods emitted light together, which indicated that they were about to attack with all their strength. The mountain god roared wildly and rushed towards Xia Yuanqing with the power of the mountain. On the other side, the old man in black waved his hand and released a raging flame that turned into hundreds of meteors, smashing towards the Yuanqing territory. Boundary flag! Rise! Xia Yuanan pointed with one hand, and a flag above the territory instantly flew up, emitting a dazzling golden light that completely protected the entire territory. Boom! The mountain god slammed into the golden barrier with all his strength. The huge force shook the earth and caused many cracks to appear on the golden barrier in an instant. Xia Yuanqing's face tightened as he sensed the terrifying power of the mountain god. Divine power flowed between his hands, turning into a trickle of water that flowed into the boundary flag. The boundary flag was hoisted and set sail, and the golden light that was emitted quickly repaired the cracks, making the entire golden barrier as indestructible as Mount Tai. A violent meteor shower came, swaying with scorching flames, blocking out the sky with its destructive power. Feeling the sky lit up by the meteor shower, Xia Yuanqing, who was in the territory, laughed instead of getting angry. When the old man in black saw Xia Yuanqing actually rushing towards the sky and using his own divine power to fight against the meteors in the sky, he immediately snorted with contempt. He put all his strength into this attack, and even the Solemn mountain god didn't dare to take it head-on. And this little village god actually gave up the protection of the sacred artifact, and instead resisted with his own body. This was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree, and he had no fear of power at all. However, in the next second, Xia Yuanqing, who was flying straight in the air, suddenly radiated red divine light all over his body, and two huge hands that covered the sky appeared, and reached out to catch the meteor showers that filled the sky with red clouds. At the moment when the two red lights collided with each other, only a low divine voice was heard circulating in the world. Magic power! Sit on the fire! Chapter 31 Bathing in Fire, Shocking the Two Gods. Above Yuanqing's territory, flames shot up into the sky. The battle between the two gods turned into a sea of fire that enveloped the sky. It looks like the matter has been resolved. The mountain god looked up at the sky, knowing the power of the previous attack. Even if he wanted to block it, it would take some effort. And that village god was just a wandering god who had reached the highest level of perfection. Facing such a terrifying fireball attack, he had no chance of winning at all. Just when the man and the wolf were preparing to join forces to divide up the entire Yuanqing territory, they suddenly discovered that Xia Yuanqing's breath was still present in the sea of fire. Moreover, he seemed not affected at all. When the fire died down, Xia Yuanqing appeared in their sight safe and sound. How is that possible? Compared to the mountain god's shock, the old man in black was undoubtedly more surprised. He didn't hold back at all just now. How could this village god possibly resist? It seems that your strength is very limited. The mountain god glanced at the old man in black. He had always thought that the other party's strength was superior to his own, so he had to give him some face in certain matters. Now it seems that this old man is just a show-off. On the surface, it seems that his cultivation is more profound than his own, but in fact, his real strength is not as good as that of a low-level wild god like himself who has just broken through. The two of them took turns attacking, and his own attack almost destroyed the defensive artifact, while the other side created such a huge momentum but could not even hurt the village god. Waste. Feeling the contempt from the mountain god, the old man in black was also furious. He looked up at Xia Yuanqing in the air, although he didn't know how the latter had managed to survive his attack. But no matter what, today, he must regain his face. The old man in black danced with his hands and moved around, and layers of flames rose up around him. Die! The old man in black pushed his hands forward, and the flame cloud turned into a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky, killing Xia Yuanqing. The divine power contained in this attack far exceeds that of the previous fire meteor shower. Sensing the opponent's powerful divine power, Xia Yuanqing in the air remained calm as ever. Although the other party's cultivation is much deeper than his own, in the final analysis, he is only one level higher than his own. Although his strength is strong, he has not yet reached a level that can kill him instantly. Therefore, the opponent's fire power is still within the limit of his own fire-sitting ability. Xia Yuanqing continued to stand in the air, facing the surging column of fire. A few seconds later, when the two guys outside the territory found that Xia Yuanqing was still standing there with a calm face and without a single injury on his body, the wolf and the man were scared. Who on earth is this guy? The mountain god retracted its claws. When the old man in black released the pillar of fire, it deliberately sensed it quietly, and found that the old man in black was indeed full of murderous intent. The power of this pillar of fire was even stronger than the previous meteor shower. Logically speaking, the god of the Wei family did not play himself. He was indeed risking his life to attack the village god. But this result. Something is really wrong. I just don't believe it. The old man in black was shaking with anger. Among the gods of the many forces in Blackstone Town, he was also ranked among the top 3. If he didn't have enough hard power, the god of Selang Mountain would not be willing to help him pave a road to the vicinity of Yuanqing territory. But who could have thought that his 2 consecutive attacks would be defeated by a small great perfection wandering god? If this word gets out, will he still be able to survive in Blackrock Town? Not to mention the guys in Blackstone Town, even the mountain god of Selang Mountain looked at him without as much awe as before. It seemed that in its eyes I was just a silver spear or candlehead, good-looking but useless. The old man in black attacked again. This time, in order to kill Xia Yuanqing as quickly as possible, he launched a series of attacks without stopping. The purpose is to use enough strength to kill Xia Yuanqing in one fell swoop. Xia Yuanqing, who saw through his thoughts, just hovered quietly in the air, ignoring all the attacks from the front. After the attack, Xia Yuanqing continued to recover his divine power on the spot. On the other hand, the old man in black was already panting due to excessive consumption of his spiritual power. At this moment he stopped. He looked at Xia Yuanqing in the distance with deep eyes. Although he didn't know what method the other party used to block his attack, in short, he had gradually realized that all his attacks seemed to have no effect on Xia Yuanqing. If he continued to attack like this, it would only accelerate the consumption of his divine power, and would not bring him any benefits. It's your turn. The old man in black turned and looked at the mountain god. It's really useless. The mountain god started to mock. Previously, its attitude towards the old man in black was mixed with a hint of awe. But after the old man in black's attack on Xia Yuanqing failed to have any effect, the mountain god's attitude towards him changed drastically. Even if I can't deal with him, I can deal with you. Flames rose from the black-clothed old man's body again, and a sense of crisis enveloped the mountain god. If you dare to attack me, I will make sure you can't go back to Blackrock Town. The mountain god was not someone who could be frightened. The other party's cultivation was indeed more powerful than his, but that didn't mean he would be afraid of the old man in black. What's more, the reason why the old man in black can appear here is because he relies on the power of the mountain god to pave the way for him. If we really have a falling out, I will just take away his divine power. At that time, the old man in black must rush back to Blackstone Town, and in the process of rushing back, the consumption of his divine power will reach an alarming level. With the divine power currently left in his body, he wouldn't be able to make it back to Blackrock Town. At that time, he will fall into a weak state. Even if the mountain god does not devour him, when he passes through the territories of other gods, can the other gods bear it? Hearing the implicit threats in Shan Xunhua's words, the old man in black was so angry that he wanted to kill the old wolf on the spot. However, his current situation was not very good, so he could only swallow his anger. "What do you want to do?" After calming down, the old man in black could only force a smile. "There's something wrong with this kid. Let's withdraw first and gather more people." The mountain god hesitated for a moment and finally expressed his thoughts. Although his previous impact was very effective on Xia Yuanqing, the other party also repaired the cracks in the golden shield in an instant. This means that although one's strength is stronger than the opponent's, one is still unable to break his defense. If they continue to waste time like this, the conditions of himself and the old man in black will only get worse. It would be really bad luck if they were tricked by the village god again. "Okay." The old man in black nodded. He could also see that the old wolf, the mountain god of Sunlang Mountain, was very cunning. The other party has been saving his divine power just to defend himself. This is to prevent me from taking advantage of the situation and getting rid of it after getting rid of the village god. The alliance between the man and the wolf seemed harmonious, but in fact they were thinking that after getting rid of Xia Yuanqing, if there was a suitable opportunity, they would devour the other party as well. After discussing it, they and the wolf returned to their respective shrines and signaled the believers to retreat first. Seeing these guys leave in disgrace, Xia Yuanqing in the air breathed a sigh of relief. When looking at the sedan chair of the Wei family god, Xia Yuanqing felt fortunate. Fortunately, the opponent is a fire attack god. If it was a god with other attack methods, it would be hard to say whether I could defend my territory today. However, judging from the look in their eyes before they left, it won't be long before they come back again, and by then, it will probably be even more difficult to deal with them. Xia Yuanqing returned to the shrine and began to think silently about how to fight back. Little did they know that in the evening of the same day, a large group of figures suddenly appeared outside the territory. Chapter 32. The fame begins to emerge. True Lord Yuanqing. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, there is a group of living people and dead souls outside the territory. It seems they are here to join the territory and want to worship you. At night, the ghost soldiers patrolling near the territory discovered this situation and immediately returned to the territory to pass on the message. Ah! Xia Yuanqing, who was practicing, was also stunned when he received the news. He stood up and flew to the edge of the territory, and found that more than 100 meters away from the territory, there were indeed two large groups of people. One side is made up of living people, numbering probably over 100. They were dressed in rags and holding broken bowls in their hands. It was obvious at first glance that they were beggars. On the other side, there are more than 200 souls living in the darkness, among whom there is even a junior master of the third level of the body tempering stage. They looked awkwardly at the nearby ghost soldiers, and under the surveillance of those ghost soldiers holding ghost knives, they did not dare to act rashly. Even though he was drooling at the living people next to him, he still didn't dare to do anything. Everyone has come to seek refuge with the true Lord Yuanqing. If they cause trouble at the gate of this deity, will he still accept them? Take them to the gate of the underworld. Xia Yuanqing first allowed these more than 200 ghosts to enter the territory, but during the process, they were all escorted by the ghost soldiers. Once anyone was found daring to cause trouble, they would be killed on the spot by the ghost soldiers. As for the remaining beggars, Xia Yuanqing entered the dreams of Bai Wenjin and Bai Shan and asked them to come out of their homes and quickly take in and manage this group of people. Late at night, after receiving Xia Yuanqing's order, Bai Shan immediately woke up from his dream, took some young people from the village, and called out the village heads of the other 14 villages. 15 village chiefs, along with more than 30 practitioners, came to the outside of the territory holding lanterns. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan has already sensed your sincerity. Come in first. Although these more than 100 beggars are willing to believe in Xia Yuanqing and become his followers. But these guys were newcomers after all, and their loyalty to Yuanqing Jinjuan was not very high, so they were temporarily placed in a thatched hut to rest. In the early morning, they will be sent to the branch temple in the nearby village to burn incense to Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. After being examined by 15 village chiefs, Xia Yuanqing realized that these beggars were all from the vicinity of Haishi town. They heard this afternoon that the Wei family suffered a defeat here, so they wanted to try their luck and see if the gods here are willing to accept them. Unexpectedly, after the publicity of 15 village chiefs, when these people learned that the Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan here not only would not eat young boys and girls, and would not suck the vitality of believers, but would even distribute cultivation techniques and resources for free. These beggars were so excited that they immediately went to the temple to kowtow. Fortunately, they were directly shocked by more than 30 practitioners, who told them that they must wait until early morning to burn incense. This was the rule and also a respect for Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. Not only them, Xia Yuanqing went to the underworld and found that the more than 200 ghosts also came to him for surrender after hearing that he had resisted the joint siege of the mountain god of Sanlang Mountain and the gods of the Wei family, but nothing happened. Although since some time ago, many dead souls nearby have known that Yuanqing Jinjuan of Yuanqing territory is willing to accept dead souls as believers. But the news has also been spread from Sanlang Mountain that the god of Sanlang Mountain will soon come out, and will join forces with the gods of the Wei family to kill this so-called true Lord Yuanqing. These ghosts are afraid of death, so they stay away from Yuanqing's territory. Now, Xia Yuanqing was able to fight against two gods at once, and also made the Sanlang Mountain god and the old man in black leave in disgrace. When the dead souls learned about this, they did not even wait until the next day and came to seek refuge that very night. It seems that my reputation has spread. Upon learning that the situation of both parties was caused by today's battle, Xia Yuanqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the temple, couldn't help but laugh. He also suddenly remembered that in this world, the stronger the gods were, the higher the status of their followers would be in this world. Regardless of race, even the living and the dead, everyone is trying their best to survive. Since they can live better by following powerful gods, why don't they join them? However, many gods look down on beggars and poor people. They are not willing to accept them as believers at all. So, when thinking about this, Xia Yuanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Other gods like to recruit powerful people as believers, because strong people can capture more boys and girls for them, and dedicate more pure and powerful vitality. For some wild gods, they simply don't bother to care about the vitality of these weak ones. But I am different. The larger his base of believers is, the more incense he will receive every day. He doesn't absorb the vitality of believers, so what he wants is the number of believers and their loyalty. Even if the beggar has no qualifications, it is completely acceptable. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing seemed to have found the biggest difference between himself and other gods in this world. There is no discrimination in education. No matter what race or person, no matter whether their qualifications are good or bad. As long as you are willing to believe in me, you can become a believer and enjoy my protection. That night, Xia Yuanqing directly informed the 15 village heads of his ideas. Let them start the official promotion from tomorrow. No matter who you are, as long as you are willing to believe in Yuanqing Jinjuan, you can be protected. And remember to publicize today's achievements widely to prove your strength. The next morning, Xia Yuanqing came to the sky of a branch temple. Seeing that more than 100 beggars had successfully become his believers, he was very happy. In addition, the 15 villages also wanted to send some people to promote Xia Yuanqing and preach in some nearby towns. When the news came out, the first people to sign up were actually those 100 or so beggars. When it comes to farming or other things, they are far inferior to the villagers in these 15 villages. But when it comes to eloquence, these 100 people are definitely among the best in the territory. As beggars, their lives are already difficult. If they couldn't speak, they would not have survived until now. Moreover, they had just joined the territory and had the support of the gods, so naturally they wanted to show off more. They had heard that Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan had a very good temper, and that as long as they believed in him, he would give them good things like elixirs at their request. Let them go. The 15 village chiefs originally wanted to think about it, but unexpectedly, Xia Yuanqing's voice suddenly came from all around. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and thank Master Yuan Qingjuan. 15 village chiefs knelt in front of the shrine, and then looked sternly at the new believers. It was the first time they heard Xia Yuanqing's voice, so it was normal that they didn't understand it very well. Ha! Thank you, Master Yuan Qingjuan. More than 100 believers immediately cowed out excitedly, and 4 or 5 of them were instantly promoted to devout believers. Not only them, Xia Yuanqing also focused his attention on the more than 200 newly joined ghost believers in the underworld. After learning about the life in the underworld, they went crazy with envy. If they had known that following true Lord Yuanqing would be so great, they should not have been watching in secret these days. Inside the shrine, Xia Yuanqing opened his personal information interface. It was found that the number of believers had climbed to 5,412, and the number of ghost believers was 420. The total number is approaching 6,000. Seeing this, a bold idea emerged in Xia Yuanqing's mind. He merely forced back the mountain god of Selang Mountain and the gods of the Wei family, and he became famous in the vicinity and attracted so many new believers. If I swallow them both myself, not only can you accept their believers, but you can even increase your own influence. Let more people and dead souls believe in you. Thinking that this was a good way to recruit believers, Xia Yuanqing couldn't wait to kill the wolf and the old man in black. Chapter 33 Functional Area Upgrade. Natural Resources. That afternoon, the Yin soldiers had already recruited more than 300 new believers of the dead souls. After all, it is easier and more convenient for the dead to become believers than for the living. In this whole world, I am afraid that apart from Xia Yuanqing, there are few other gods willing to take in the dead souls. But it's different for the living. Most of them are protected by gods, except for those who lost their gods because of the battle between gods like the Baijia village. And those beggars who wander around. Therefore, the difficulty is obviously greater when recruiting these people as believers. However, Xia Yuanqing's biggest requirement for believers is quantity. With the more than 300 newly recruited souls entering the underworld today and becoming believers, the total number of Xia Yuanqing's believers has successfully exceeded 6,000. This caused the amount of incense he received every day to increase. In the evening, the believers who went to various places to preach also returned. Although it was the first day of missionary work, he still brought back 40 or 50 people. Without exception, all of them are beggars. However, Xia Yuanqing would not despise them because of their backgrounds. In the past, the believers in the territory did not even have enough to eat. But now it is different. The crops in the 15 villages are growing well, and there is also a small iron mine in the village. There is a huge demand for labor alone. After these new believers joined the territory, they went to the iron mining area to work in order to perform well. Master Yuan Qingjuan. Bai Shan arrived at the ancestral temple and entered the lobby under the guidance of the temple priest Bai Wenjin. According to the missionaries, the Wei family seems to be contacting other powerful forces in Blackstone Town and intends to attack you together. After learning the news, Bai Shan did not dare to rest for a moment, and quickly came to the temple to report the matter to Xia Yuanqing. No problem. Xia Yuanqing's voice was gentle. He had already guessed what Bai Shan said. The mountain god and the old man in black would never let him go. Since they knew that they alone could not break Xia Yuanqing's defense, they would definitely try to win over other allies. Plan to attack me together. Especially the mountain god, which is adjacent to his territory. With his current growth rate, once he really breaks through to the lower grade wild god, the first one he will kill will be it. So it is eager to destroy itself. However, the gods of other forces are not stupid either. The fact that he was able to keep both of them out of his territory was enough to prove his strength. If you want to wade into this muddy water, you may easily fail if you are not careful. When faced with the Wei family's solicitation, those gods would not agree so quickly. Therefore, this period of time is the best opportunity for you to improve your overall strength. Xia Yuanqing looked at the boundary flag guarding the edge of the territory. By tomorrow morning, he would have collected enough incense to help it advance to the level of a great and perfect wandering god. By then, the defense of one's own territory will become even stronger. If the mountain god wants to break his golden shield again, it won't be as easy as last time. At this moment, both sides are racing against time. Next day at noon. When Xia Yuanqing successfully completed the promotion of the boundary flag, he undoubtedly felt more at ease. Turning our attention to the underworld, the number of believers of the dead souls is increasing day by day, and the number of ghost soldiers is also beginning to change constantly. As night fell, the number of believers of the dead finally saw a big breakthrough. 1,000. Officially reached the level of 1,000 people. Not only that, the number of ghost soldiers also increased to 200 people. Congratulations to the host for having over 1,000 soul believers. Get reward, Ghost Messenger Profession. On the system interface of the Underworld function area, a Ghost Messenger profession suddenly appeared next to the Ghost Soldier profession. Primary Ghost Messenger, a higher level occupation of the soldiers. Soldiers who have reached the Qi refining stage can become primary ghost messengers with the approval of the host. After becoming a ghost catcher, you will have a chance to automatically upgrade your qualifications, and when commanding more than 10 ghost soldiers, your overall strength will be increased to a certain extent. Improvement of the qualifications of the dead souls? After seeing the benefits of becoming a ghost catcher, Xia Yuanqing was also stunned for a moment out of curiosity. I didn't expect that after people die, they turn into souls, but their talents can still increase. If a person had low-grade spiritual roots during his lifetime and became a ghost messenger after his death, his qualifications would be improved to a certain extent. Even if he could not instantly transform into a medium-grade spiritual root level, at least he would be very close to a medium-grade spiritual root. This is also of great benefit to the cultivation of their dead souls. In addition, when leading the ghost soldiers, you will get additional strength boost, which is simply a real promotion and wealth. However, if you want to become a ghost catcher, you must at least reach the Qi refining stage. Among the current soldiers, the strongest is only at the initial stage of the 6th level of the body tempering period. There is still a long way to go before reaching the Qi refining stage. Sister Wenjin! The weather was just right, and as it was almost noon, a group of children had arrived at the gate of the ancestral temple and were shouting loudly inside. What's wrong? Bai Wenjin, dressed in plain clothes, walked out slowly and looked at the group of children with a smile. Sister Wenjin! The body-tempering grass in the spiritual field is ripe. Seeing the children surrounding her and shouting happily, Bai Wenjin was surprised and went to the fields to check. At the same time, Xia Yuanqing, who was practicing, also received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the first spiritual field harvest. Obtain a chance to upgrade the function area. Xia Yuanqing slowly opened his eyes and looked at the prompt message that popped up in the system. Spiritual field planting, functional area unlocks upgrade conditions. Consume 500 silk threads to advance to the natural resources, functional area. Looking at the introduction of the system, once you are promoted to a natural resource functional area, you can purchase more resource products in the system mall. For example, if you already own a small iron mine, you can buy it directly. It can not only provide enough jobs for the believers in the territory, but also increase their income and allow their overall strength to continue to improve. Not only that, Xia Yuanqing also discovered a product that surprised him the most. Small spiritual vein. It is a spiritual vein that can produce spiritual stones. This kind of thing has always been born in the territory of some powerful gods. Once this appears in the territory, the believer's cultivation resources will skyrocket. Xia Yuanqing thought about it, and originally planned to continue to invest in the improvement of the boundary flag. But now it seems that it is also a good idea to give priority to using it in the upgrade of the natural resources, functional area. 500 strands is fine. With a ruthless heart, Xia Yuanqing directly chose to upgrade. In an instant, spiritual field planting was promoted to natural resources. Congratulations to the host for completing the first functional area promotion. Get a reward package. When he saw the big gift bag suddenly popping up in front of him, The 500 incense sticks that he had burned with great pain were instantly forgotten and turned into a scent that filled his heart. When the gift package was opened, the familiar figure appeared again. Great Perfection Wandering God Pill. 200 pieces. When a pile of golden little pills appeared in front of him, Xia Yuanqing couldn't suppress the smile. Ha! Big profit! 500 incense sticks in exchange for the Great Perfection Yushin pill worth 10,000 incense sticks. This investment is perfect. Needless to say, Xia Yuanqing started to refine and take it directly. It was not until the next afternoon, when all the pills were refined, that Xia Yuanqing's aura expanded a lot. Cultivation progress, 438/1000. In just a few days, his cultivation had already climbed halfway. According to the current daily incense income, as long as he can delay the mountain god of Salang Mountain and others for a while, he will have hope of breaking through to the lower grade wild god. However, in order to speed up one's cultivation, relying solely on daily practice is too slow. It would be better to invest the incense you have earned to trigger more achievement gift packs. Looking at the system mall, Xia Yuanqing had already selected several targets inside. Chapter 34, The Killer Weapon. The Soul Calming Bell. Purchase 9 small iron mines. Xia Yuanqing quickly selected in the system mall, and then placed these 9 iron mines next to the previous small iron mine. 10 small iron mines are connected together, and the iron ore contained inside them will undoubtedly bring huge income to the believers in the entire territory. However, compared to money, Xia Yuanqing pays more attention to his achievement rewards. Congratulations to the host for having more than 10 small iron mines in his territory. Get a bonus package. 20 pieces of Great Perfection Wandering God pills. 10 pieces of primary body tempering weapons. 10 pieces of primary body tempering armor. 10 copies of the primary body tempering equipment atlas. 1 copy of the intermediate body tempering equipment atlas. Looking at the series of rewards, except for the 20 Great Perfection Wandering God pills, the other things seemed to have no effect on him. Xia Yuanqing took a casual look and threw them all into the library and weapon workshop of the ancestral temple, intending to distribute them after Bai Wenjin returned to the temple. After all, she is now Xia Yuanqing's temple priest, and her job is to help Xia Yuanqing deal with these chores. At this moment, in the spiritual field of Baijia village, looking at the mature body tempering grass, the villagers who came after hearing the news all showed smiles of a good harvest. After harvesting all the body tempering grasses, collect the seeds from them and start sowing them. After Bai Wenjin returned to the temple, she immediately summoned several other alchemists, and started to refine primary and intermediate body tempering pills with her. Located in the iron ore area, Bai Shi too has already accepted several apprentices and started to teach them the knowledge of weapon refiners. Otherwise, with so much iron ore, he, a weapon refiner alone, would not be able to refine all of it even if he worked day and night. Looking at the prosperous Yuanqing territory today, Xia Yuanqing looked at the balance of his incense offerings, although he still wanted to exchange them for some other natural resources to increase the foundation of the territory. However, the incense expenses today are too high, and we can't use up all the incense at once. The next day, after new incense offerings came in, Xia Yuanqing also began to check the natural resources within the current territory. Spiritual Field, 16 acres. Spiritual Spring, 15. Small iron ore mines, 10. With these resources, the current development of the territory is very stable. However, in order to speed up the believer's cultivation, Xia Yuanqing still set his sights on the spiritual veins. Natural resources, small low-grade spiritual vein. Price, 10 incense points. As my followers become more and more popular, new conversion units have been introduced into the system. 100 sticks of incense equals 1 stick of incense. And 1 point of incense is equivalent to 100 incense sticks. Looking at the expensive small-scale inferior spirit vein, Xia Yuanqing also felt a bit of a headache. Spiritual veins can be used to mine spiritual stones, which are excellent tools for both monsters and humans to increase their cultivation speed. If there is a spiritual vein in the territory, the benefits to the believers in the entire territory are self-evident. But the price is indeed a bit expensive. Xia Yuanqing's current daily income from incense offerings is around 4 to 500 strands. The price of this spiritual vein is equal to his income for 2 days. After hesitating for a while, Xia Yuanqing decided to wait until tomorrow to buy it. That afternoon, Baishan brought the other 14 village heads to the temple. Seeing the bitter looks on their faces, Xia Yuanqing knew that the people in power in these 15 villages must have encountered some trouble. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, there are more and more residents in our territory. The 15 villages are almost saturated and can accommodate a maximum of 200 more people. Listening to their complaints, Xia Yuanqing suddenly remembered that in recent days, due to the missionaries spreading Xia Yuanqing's reputation outside, there were at least dozens of new believers and ghost believers joining the territory every day. As for these outsiders, the 15 village chiefs accepted them all according to Xia Yuanqing's orders. But as the number of people increased, the 15 villages, which were originally sparsely populated, gradually became saturated. Currently, the number of living people in the territory has reached 5,600. And this number is constantly increasing. If the scope of the territory is not expanded, according to the current rate of population growth, the territory will become crowded in at most half a month. This will also become inconvenient for many things in life. Xia Yuanqing pondered for a moment, and realized that he could not only develop the natural resources within the territory, but also continuously expand the territory. Fortunately, I did not exchange for a small inferior spirit vein today, otherwise, living conditions in the territory would become even more crowded. Half a month? Not bad. Xia Yuanqing murmured in his heart. He looked towards the Selang mountain in the distance, knowing that the mountain god and the old man in black would not give him half a month to grow. In this case, if I succeed in devouring the god of Selang mountain, not only will my godhood and cultivation level be promoted, but I can also greatly increase the area of my territory. You should know that the scope of the Senlangshan territory is comparable to the area of 3 Yuanqing territories. In an instant, when Xia Yuanqing looked towards Senlang mountain, a hint of fierceness suddenly appeared in his eyes. I must swallow this mountain. After comforting the 15 village chiefs and telling them not to worry about the housing problem, Xia Yuanqing went directly to the underworld. According to the investigation of the ghost soldiers, in the past few days, the Wei family gods and the Selang mountain gods have won over 3 allies. They are a low-grade wild god, and 2 great perfect wandering gods. If nothing unexpected happens, they should launch a second siege on me in 2 days at most. At that time, he will face 3 low-grade wild gods and 2 great perfect wandering gods, and the pressure will be extremely great. Xia Yuanqing looked at the boundary flag stationed on the edge of the territory. He was only at the great perfection wandering god realm, and it was probably difficult for him to withstand the siege of so many gods. Therefore, what he could rely on right now was the soul calming bell. The existence of this magical artifact is currently unknown to the mountain gods and their companions. In the last battle, Xia Yuanqing deliberately hid this artifact. I just want to use it as a trump card in critical moments. Now it seems that I have to pour all the incense on hand into the soul calming bell, wait for the gods to come to me, and then try to kill a god with the soul calming bell. Do what you say. Xia Yuanqing immediately merged all the incense into the soul calming bell. After absorbing so much incense, the soul calming bell was successfully promoted to the peak wandering spirit realm. It would undoubtedly be difficult to kill a god head-on with this kind of power. Therefore, I must find a suitable opportunity to kill one in one fell swoop. If successful, it should be able to intimidate the other guys and add some constraints to their attacks. Unexpectedly, at noon the next day, when Xia Yuanqing was still infusing incense into the soul calming bell, news came from the ghost soldiers. The believers of the 5 gods are rushing towards this side with the statues of the 5 gods. After receiving this news, Xia Yuanqing's expression was extremely calm. He looked at the soul calming bell hidden in his sleeve, knowing that this battle was inevitable. Compared to yesterday, the power of the soul calming bell has now been raised to a new level, and it can also bring me more opportunities in this battle. Chapter 35, 1 verses 5. Wind, thunder, and fire all at once. The team in the distance was becoming more and more powerful, and the statues of the 5 great gods were displaying a decisive momentum that was soaring into the sky. When they saw the Yuanqing territory, the figures of the 5 great gods also appeared in the air. Everyone, this time, it all depends on you. The god of Selang Mountain looked at the other 4 human gods. The 5 of them were already on their way, and had already made a division of labor. The mountain god of Selang Mountain used his divine power to pave the way for them, allowing them to leave their own territory and fight freely at the border between Selang Mountain and Yuanqing territory. Because this time he had to take on the task of paving the way for the 4 gods, the Selang Mountain god had no extra divine power to participate in the battle. Don't worry, he's just a great perfection wandering god. Even if he has a defensive artifact, he can't stop the 4 of us working together, a young man in purple said with a smile. Although he looks young, in terms of cultivation, he is the most powerful among the 5 gods. It is much stronger than the Wei family gods. Looking at the entire Blackstone town, he is the second strongest among all the gods in different places. Originally, the Wei family god wanted to invite the strongest man, but that god was in a state of seclusion and sleep, and could not be awakened in a short time. There was no other choice but to recruit 2 more guys at the Great Perfection Wandering God level into the team. Don't underestimate that guy. He is very powerful. The Wei family god looked at the purple-shirted man. The other party looked down on Xia Yuanqing so much in his words. As someone who had retreated from Xia Yuanqing, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for him? From what you said before, this true Lord Yuanqing should have a strong resistance to the fire power, which is why you were so frustrated. However, my major is water-based divine power. This little village god can't possibly have special defenses against water-based divine power. The purple-shirted man glanced at the black-shirted old man, and the contempt and sarcasm in his expression were obvious. Everyone, don't forget, if I defeat this village god, the artifact in his hand will belong to me, and the rest will be divided among you. Speaking of divine weapons, there was an obvious light flowing in the eyes of the man in purple. The reason why he took such a big risk to come here was just for the boundary flag. As long as he gets this magical weapon, his strength will be further enhanced. Reach the same level as the strongest god in Blackrock Town. By then, the structure of Blackstone Town should have changed. As they arrived outside the Yuanqing territory, before they started attacking, they saw the boundary flag rising into the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light. When they sensed that the aura of the boundary flag was much stronger than in the previous battle, the faces of the mountain god and the Wei family gods became even uglier. It's only been a few days. How come that guy's strength has increased so much? We must get rid of him this time. The mountain god felt a little uneasy. He had a hunch that if he didn't dare to kill Xia Yuanqing this time, he would be the one to die the next time he faced Xia Yuanqing. Get started! The Wei family god let out a low roar, and he and the 2 great masters beside him attacked together, targeting the golden shield. The man in purple stood in the air, quietly waiting for Xia Yuanqing to appear. His mission is to restrain Xia Yuanqing. As for that defensive artifact, it was left to the Wei family gods to deal with. Let's go! The Wei family's gods took the lead in attacking, releasing flames that rushed towards the golden shield of the boundary flag. The other 2 great perfect wandering gods followed closely behind. In order to save time, everyone began to use their full strength from the first attack. Buzz! The boundary flag was under siege by 3 gods, and the powerful golden shield instantly showed signs of cracking. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing's figure appeared in the air. With a wave of his hand, he injected divine power into the boundary flag, which turned into golden divine power to repair the cracks on the shield. Hey, come out and play with me! The moment the purple-shirted man saw Xia Yuanqing appear, he hooked his little finger in the air. The contempt and mockery on his face were already very obvious. Then have some fun! Xia Yuanqing's face was calm as he glanced at the 5 gods. From their actions, he had already figured out their division of labor. Although the 3 Wei family gods are powerful, it is not so easy for them to break through their boundary flag in an instant. The power of this purple-shirted man was the most terrifying. A thick vapor appeared on his body. He was obviously a god who was good at using water power. In this way, I can still hold out in a one-on-one fight with him in the short term, but over time, I will definitely not be that guy's opponent. So, the key point of this battle lies in the mountain god of Selang Mountain. I must get rid of him first. As long as he is killed and his divine essence is snatched away as soon as possible, he will have a chance to turn the tide. After deciding on a plan in his mind, Xia Yuanqing did not rush to attack the mountain god of Salang Mountain. The opponent's strength is also strong. If I want to kill him, it will be very difficult even by sneak attack. There is only one chance. Once you miss it, all that awaits you is destruction. Xia Yuanqing was flying in the air, his eyes first falling on the man in purple. Water waves! A large amount of water appeared out of thin air around the purple-shirted man, shaped like river waves, rushing towards Xia Yuanqing. Supernatural power! Spit flames! Xia Yuanqing opened his mouth and sprayed forward. A blazing column of fire instantly rushed out, creating a sea of fire that surrounded the man in purple. Fire and water cannot coexist, and thick fog rises and spreads in the sky. Thunder strikes. Xia Yuanqing pointed his finger forward, and in the dense clouds, there was a flash of thunder. The thunderous lightning rushed towards the man in purple like a ferocious tiger. A small village god actually possesses the magical powers of both thunder and fire. The purple-shirted man frowned, sensing that Xia Yuanqing's strength seemed to be much stronger than what the Wei family spirit said. It seemed that Xia Yuanqing didn't use his full strength in the last battle. The man in purple put his hands in front of him and condensed a thick water ball to protect himself firmly inside. The thunder struck the water ball, causing a large amount of water splashes, but it could not shake the purple-shirted man inside at all. Supernatural power! Borrow the wind! A gust of wind suddenly appeared beside Xia Yuanqing, carrying the power of the wind, transformed into thousands of wind blades, densely packed towards the water ball. Wind, thunder, and fire! When the man in purple realized that Xia Yuanqing could actually control the wind, he instantly became serious. He knew that Xia Yuanqing's strength was still no match for him, but if he wanted to defeat Xia Yuanqing alone, he would inevitably have to consume a lot of divine power. After Xia Yuanqing is eliminated, will his remaining divine power be able to deal with the other four gods? Just as Xia Yuanqing guessed, although the five great gods formed an alliance, in fact, they all had their own ulterior motives. Once there is a suitable opportunity, they will never give up the chance to devour others. As the most powerful purple-shirted man among the five gods, he also needs to be careful not to consume too much energy in case the other four suddenly attack him afterwards. So when he saw that Xia Yuanqing was so difficult to deal with, he felt anxious. Looking down, the purple-shirted man suddenly changed his plan when he saw that the three Wei family gods had not yet blasted open the defensive artifact. They changed from launching a fierce attack on Xia Yuanqing in an effort to kill him quickly to gradually fighting a protracted war in an effort to delay Xia Yuanqing. After the boundary flag was breached, others came to help him kill Xia Yuanqing. In this way, the purple-shirted man's divine power consumption would not be so great. Below, the three Wei family gods also sensed the purple-shirted man's thoughts. Although the three of them remained silent, they slowed down their attacks at the same time. Drag. They are dragging too. The purpose was to make the purple-shirted man's energy consumption increase, so that when they each fought for their own interests later, they would not be suppressed by him, the strongest man. Elsewhere, the mountain god of Salang Mountain showed a look of dissatisfaction after seeing the actions of the four of them. The longer the four of them delayed, the more divine power would be consumed by the god who was paving the way for them. No matter which of these four guys is secretly fishing, it is not a good thing for the mountain god of Salang Mountain. People are really divided. After figuring out the mental states of these five guys, Xia Yuanqing chuckled and turned his peripheral vision to glance at the mountain god of Salang Mountain not far away. Since you all like to slack off, don't blame me for cutting off your retreat. Wind, thunder, and fire. Open together. Strong wind, fire, and thunder. The three of them erupted completely, swirling around Xia Yuanqing like raging waves. Chapter 36 Soul Calm and Kill. Promoted to the mountain god of Salang Mountain. This guy. Seeing Xia Yuanqing going crazy, the purple-shirted man's expression became more and more ugly. The more fierce Xia Yuanqing's attack, the more divine power he would need to expend in order to block it. This was not the best battle he had imagined. Just as the purple-shirt man once again condensed a large amount of water to fight against Xia Yuanqing, thick fog began to cover the battlefield, instantly affecting everyone's divine perception. In the fog, the man in purple was extremely careful and released a water ball directly to protect himself from Xia Yuanqing's sneak attack. But at this moment, Xia Yuanqing's figure had appeared behind the mountain god of Salang Mountain. A black light flashed from his sleeves, and under the urging of divine power, it suddenly appeared on the head of the mountain god of Salang Mountain. What a courage! The moment the mountain god of Salang Mountain sensed something was wrong, he immediately let out a roar. It never expected that Xia Yuanqing would not take the opportunity to sneak attack the man in purple, but instead come to cause trouble for it. Does he think he is the weakest? A feeling of humiliation of being looked down upon instantly emerged in the heart of the mountain god of Salang Mountain, causing it to raise its claws to fight back. But as he heard a strange ringing sound from above, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his head. It's a magic weapon! A divine weapon that directly attacks the soul. The moment the mountain god of Salang Mountain was affected, his limbs became briefly stiff and slow. Taking advantage of this moment, Xia Yuanqing opened his mouth and unleashed a close-range flaming attack, accurately hitting the head of the mountain god of Salang Mountain. Faced with attacks from both inside and outside, the god of Salang Mountain felt as if his head was about to explode. Court death! After recovering from his shock, the man in purple appeared above and slapped Xia Yuanqing directly with his palm. The god of Salang Mountain was severely injured, which caused the paths of the other four gods to become unstable. No matter what they did, the divine power in their bodies would dissipate quickly as they were far away from their own territory. This scared the other four people. They dropped everything they were doing and turned to attack Xia Yuanqing. Buzz! The soul-calming bell was activated again. The five great gods were all affected, especially the god of Salang Mountain, who had already suffered severe damage and was hit again before he could recover. It was directly below the soul-calming bell and was most strongly attacked by the bell. There are actually two divine weapons! The purple-shirt man's eyes turned red as he protected his soul. This village god is much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Kill! At the edge of the territory, a group of believers from Yuanqing territory, led by Bai Shitu, began to rush out of the territory. Bai Shitu, the leader of this charge, brazenly raised a big knife in his hand. A strong aura of divine power emanated from the knife. This is exactly the magical weapon bestowed upon him by Xia Yuanqing. Not only that, groups of ghost soldiers appeared in the darkness. Their strength is much stronger than Bai Shitu and his men. The four leading Yin soldiers who are in the 6th stage of the body tempering period, the Yin soul swords in their hands are also possessed by Xia Yuanqing's divine power and transformed into divine artifacts. The two major camps of territory believers, the Yin soldiers and the villagers, aimed precisely at the statues of the five major gods the moment they rushed out of the territory. Not good! When they realized that Xia Yuanqing's followers and those ghosts were actually going to attack their statues, both the purple-shirt man and the Wei family gods realized that something was wrong. They could only give up reinforcing the god of Salang Mountain and instead command their believers to protect their statue. But just as they were making this move, they suddenly discovered that both Bai Shitu and his men, as well as the Yin soldiers, had retreated back to their territory. It seemed as if the charge just now was just to amuse them. Ouch! A miserable voice came from above. At this moment, the faces of the four purple-robed men turned pale. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. Xia Yuanqing's followers had no intention of actually attacking the statues of themselves from the beginning to the end. They just wanted to divert their attention to the statues below. As a result, they would not be able to fully support the god of Salang Mountain. It also gave Xia Yuanqing enough time to continue attacking the latter. When the four of them looked at the mountain god of Salang Mountain again, they found that he was dying. Xia Yuanqing walked on the breeze and returned to the territory. Thunder! A bolt of lightning struck the body of the mountain god of Salang Mountain, directly causing its divine body to begin to disintegrate. No! The other four gods attacked the boundary flag one after another, trying to quickly break through the golden shields and rescue the god of Salang Mountain. What to do? Just before the golden shield was covered with cracks and was about to collapse, the mountain god of Salang Mountain had already dissipated and transformed into a divine essence. Ouch! The monsters from Sunlang Mountain sensed that the existence of their own gods had become blurred in their memories, and they knew that the mountain god had fallen. Without the power of the mountain god paving the way, the auras of the four gods began to fluctuate violently, and a sense of danger broke out. The divine power in their bodies was dissipating faster, causing panic to appear on the faces of the four gods. At the same time, new prompts appeared on the system interface. Congratulations to the host for killing the mountain god of Sunlang Mountain. Automatically obtain the status of a deity, god of Sunlang Mountain. Congratulations to the host for completing the godhood promotion mission for the first time, and receiving a reward package. The moment the gift package appeared, Xia Yuanqing opened it directly. Congratulations on getting the chance to use the artifact level +1. When Xia Yuanqing saw this information, he used it on the boundary flag without thinking. As the golden light shone in all directions, at this moment, Jiechi's level also broke through to the realm of lower-grade wild god before Xia Yuanqing. The golden shield that was previously full of cracks was now completely restored, and even released an even more powerful golden light, covering the entire Sunlang Mountain. No! 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 Sensing that the place where they were had become Xia Yuanqing's territory, this was definitely an unbearable disaster for the four gods. Because they had left their own territory, their divine power was already depleting very quickly. Now they had accidentally entered the territory of other gods, which caused the speed at which their divine power was depleted to increase dramatically again. They had already consumed a lot of divine power when fighting Xia Yuanqing and attacking the boundary flag. Now they had encountered such misfortune, which made the four gods cry without tears. Below, the believers from the five gods were suppressed by Xia Yuanqing's divine power, their bodies became stiff like puppets, and they had no ability to move at all. Brothers! Charge! Seeing this, the villagers who had been waiting on the spot and the ghost soldiers began to attack together. What's the use of the five spirits' followers having no ability to resist, no matter how high their cultivation is? Bang! The sword hit the statues of the remaining four gods one after another, and all the damage caused was reflected back on the four gods. Everyone, don't be anxious. Xia Yuanqing controlled the boundary flag, emitting golden light that bound the four gods, leaving them with insufficient energy to help their believers. Click! The two statues of the great and perfect wandering gods were the first to fail to withstand the attacks of the ghost soldiers' magical weapons. As they shattered, two gods in the sky were transformed into divine essence. The moment they disappeared, their expressions were filled with despair and regret. If they had known this would happen, they would never have come here to cause trouble. Fight him! The purple-shirted man and the Wei family god are, after all, low-grade wild gods. Now that they know that the two of them may not be able to hold on, they must at least drag Xia Yuanqing with them to death. TSK, a god without a divine weapon is just ignorant. Xia Yuanqing snorted disdainfully and directly controlled the boundary flag to forcibly block their attacks. Even if cracks appear in the golden light, so what? At this moment, Jiechi, who has been promoted to the lower-grade wild god realm, can withstand at least a dozen full-strength attacks from these two people. What about the two of them? Is the remaining divine power in the body enough to launch so many attacks? Besides, Xia Yuanqing wouldn't give them a chance. Click! Bai Shi too began to chop at the statue of the Wei family god frantically. When the big knife in his hand ran out of power, the statue of the Wei family god completely shattered. A shrill scream sounded in the air, foreshadowing the fall of a low-level wild god. The last purple-clothed man was the strongest, but facing the joint attack of two ghost soldiers holding magical weapons, his statue could not withstand it for long and turned into starlight and scattered on the ground. Catch them all! After leaving these words, Xia Yuanqing immediately returned to the temple with all the essence of the gods. His face looked ugly. Although he won the battle, it was a narrow victory after all. The divine power in his body was completely exhausted, making Xia Yuanqing so weak that he was almost forced to fall asleep. After exchanging some recovery pills in the system mall, he immediately started practicing. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Chapter 37, Low-Grade Wild God. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a lower-grade wild god. Get a promotion package. Tip: you have been promoted to a lower grade wild god. New abilities are unlocked in the system mall and various functional areas. Current cultivation progress 12/100. When Xia Yuanqing slowly stood up, he not only broke through to the lower grade wild god, but even reached 12 out of 100 in one fell swoop. And all these rapid progress came from his absorption of the essence of the five gods. In a flash, the promotion gift package opens automatically. Congratulations on obtaining 3 small low-grade spirit veins. Congratulations on obtaining 30 acres of spiritual farmland in the body tempering stage. Congratulations on obtaining the magical power, carrying the mountain. Congratulations on obtaining the magical power entering the water. Magic power, carrying a mountain. Function, can easily move mountains, with strong load-bearing capacity. Magic power, entering water. Effect, swimming in rivers, lakes and oceans is like walking on land. Looking at the promotion gift package, Xia Yuanqing actually gained 2 magical powers, which made him feel happy. The ability to carry mountains enhances his defense, and even allows him to move mountains at will, which will be of great help in planning the terrain within his territory in the future. Entering the water also has a very high auxiliary effect. Before, if I entered a river or lake, I would need to consume my divine power to prevent myself from being affected by the nearby water flow. It's different now. Whether it's the sea or the plain, it makes no difference to me. Sensing the current territory, ever since he devoured the low-grade wild god wolf demon and was promoted to a mountain god, Xia Yuanqing's territory automatically included the entire Selang mountain. Its scope is so large that it is several times larger than the previous territory. Having such a vast territory made Xia Yuanqing feel relaxed and happy. Looking at his system interface, he found that during the 2 days he was asleep, the number of incense sticks seemed to have skyrocketed. Not only that, the number of believers also increased a lot. In just 2 days, the number of believers in the Yang world increased by more than 300, and the number of believers in the Yin world of the dead increased by more than 400. Such a huge increase was obviously because the news that he had killed 5 gods single-handedly 2 days ago had spread. The greater your prestige, the more people will come to you for help. Sensing the situation in the underworld, the total number of ghost believers now has reached more than 1,400. However, since Xia Yuanqing has been in a deep sleep for the past 2 days, the number of underworld soldiers has remained at 200. Afterwards, Xia Yuanqing granted the identities of ghost soldiers to those dead soul believers who had reached the diehard level within the past 2 days in a matter of seconds. In an instant, the number of ghost soldiers increased sharply to 320. In the territory, a soft golden light emanated from the ancestral temple. Almost at the same time, the same signs appeared in other branch temples. In every village, when all the believers saw this scene, they were delighted, put down everything in their hands, and ran towards the temple. Before long, many believers gathered in the temples located in various villages. They looked devoutly at the statue in the shrine and knew that true Lord Yuanqing had awakened. Congratulations to Master Yuanqing Jinjuan for becoming the mountain god! As the priest of the ancestral temple, Bai Wenjin stood in front of everyone, led them to kneel on the ground, and loudly congratulated Xia Yuanqing. Get up! Xia Yuanqing's voice came from various temples. The tone was gentle, yet full of the majesty of the gods. After Xia Yuanqing distributed all the spiritual veins, spiritual fields and other resources rewarded by the system, he saw even more reverent looks in the eyes of all the believers. Spiritual vein! There is a spiritual vein in our territory! Thank you for the reward, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan! The excited cheers of thousands of people could be heard from all over the territory, especially from the believers who had just joined the territory recently, whose faces were filled with disbelief. They only knew that Yuanqing Jinjuan was kind and powerful. But no one would have expected that this god's power would be so extraordinary. It is actually possible to bestow spiritual veins, a treasure in the eyes of practitioners, out of thin air. You must know that every spiritual vein is created by the fortune of heaven and earth, and is accumulated bit by countless spiritual energy over the long years. And this Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan bestowed 3 seats to the believers the moment he came out of retreat. These 3 small inferior spirit veins are guiding lights for thousands of believers in the territory on their way to a stronger path of cultivation. When Xia Yuanqing glanced at Bai Wenjin and several other believers whom he valued, he found that their cultivation had also improved a little. For example, Bai Wenjin is now at the initial stage of the 5th level of the body tempering period. As they mine spiritual stones in the future, their cultivation speed will only get faster and faster. Xia Yuanqing simply exchanged 30 copies of martial arts at the intermediate, advanced, peak, and perfect levels of the body tempering stage from the system mall. According to the rules, these things should be kept in the library of the ancestral temple, and other branch temples can send people to copy them. When so many martial arts appeared in the ancestral temple, the eyes of the believers became more fanatical. After all the believers left, Xia Yuanqing left Bai Wenjin, Bai Shi too, and 15 village chiefs in the lobby. Master Yuanqing Jingjuan, we are incompetent and we are ashamed of your high expectations. 15 village chiefs suddenly knelt down, each with a look of grief and anger on their faces. According to what they said 2 days ago, Xia Yuanqing killed 5 gods by himself, and then he refined Silang Mountain and became the mountain god of Silang Mountain. However, the territories of the other 4 gods were too far away, and Xia Yuanqing's condition at the time was too bad, so he was unable to travel long distances to refine them. As a result, during the 2 days of sleep, the 4 territories were divided up by other gods in Blackstone Town. Xia Yuanqing was not surprised when he heard the news. This kind of thing was already within his expectations. If it weren't for the fact that his record of killing 5 gods was so terrifying that the other gods did not dare to cause trouble for a while, perhaps, in these 2 days, they would not only have seized the 4 territories, but might even have launched a sneak attack on Yuanqing's territory. However, it is not so easy to take your own things. They have robbed my 4 territories, so I will take all their territories back. Before that, I still need to develop my current territory well. In addition to the fact that these 4 territories had been robbed, there was also good news that the believers who had previously followed the Wei family gods and other 4 gods from Blackstone Town have all become believers of Xia Yuanqing in the past 2 days. Although there are only a few dozen of them, the cultivation level of each of them is above the 5th level of the body tempering stage. With their joining, the strength of believers in the entire Yuanqing territory has been improved. Master Yuanqing Jingjuan, how should we deal with those monsters? Bai Wenjin asked aloud. In the past, the mountain god of Silang Mountain came from the Silang demon clan and was a demon beast god, so he accepted all the demon beasts in Silang Mountain as his believers. And now, Xia Yuanqing is a human god, which makes those monsters very frightened and uneasy. They wanted to run, but were afraid that if they ran, Xia Yuanqing would kill them from a distance. So they all fled back to the mountains. Currently, all kinds of monsters dare not step out of the forest, for fear of being killed by Xia Yuanqing. If there are any intelligent monsters, they can all become my disciples. As Xia Yuanqing's words spread, they not only echoed in the ancestral temple, but also lingered for a long time throughout the entire territory. In an instant, in the distant Silang Mountain, countless monsters began to boil, and a large number of roars and cries resounded through the world, as if thousands of monsters were galloping. Chapter 38 Wingjin, Take Off Your Clothes. People. Monster. Ghost. It turns out that 3 different groups can all become disciples of Master Yuanqing. All the living beings in the territory were shocked the moment they heard the news. Such an action is truly unheard of. Master Yuanqing Jingjuan's kindness is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. The faces of the 15 village chiefs turned red with excitement, and their voices echoed in the temple hall. Xia Yuanqing gazed at the Silang Mountain in the distance. He knew that there were many wild beasts and monsters in the mountain, and their number was many times greater than that of humans in the territory. However, not all monsters are intelligent. In the same realm, the monster beasts have strong bodies and are much stronger than human cultivators. But its shortcomings are also quite obvious, that is, intelligence. Although the monsters in the body tempering stage have abundant spiritual power in their bodies, they are actually only slightly smarter than wild beasts. If their intelligence were matched by that of humans, most of them would be below 2 years old. Faced with these monsters, it would be difficult for Xia Yuanqing to accept them as believers even if he wanted to. After all, they simply don't understand the way humans think. People used to believe in the wolf demon mountain god because that wolf demon was originally a monster and was the elder of the clan. But now, the mountain god has been replaced by Xia Yuanqing. It is difficult for many monsters with low intelligence to understand the idea of believing in humans. Although Xia Yuanqing gave them the qualifications to become believers, how many monsters can become believers still depends on their own luck. Half an hour later, someone came to report that about 200 monsters appeared outside Baijiao village. There are many kinds of them, but the strongest ones at the head have auras that have reached the level of Qi refining stage monster beasts. They are terrifying existences that no human believers can currently match. Xia Yuanqing looked down at these monsters and found that although they could not speak, they imitated humans and knelt down at the entrance of Baijiao village. Ouch! The 3 Qi refining stage monsters in the lead were all from the Forest Wolf Monster clan. They looked ahead at Baijiao village with trembling eyes, knowing that the mountain god's temple was located here. It's just that humans and demons are different, and have been 2 mortal enemy camps since ancient times. Monsters love to devour human flesh and blood to practice, and humans also like to slay monsters and take their pills to make medicine. Now, this Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan, who was born as a human, is actually willing to accept these demons as believers, which is truly a first in history. Come in. A heavy voice sounded at the entrance of the village. Ouch! Hearing this, more than 200 monsters shouted with joy. They know that this voice belongs to the gods. But when they entered Baijiao village, they found that although the villagers here did not stop them, the hatred and contempt in their eyes were always there. The monsters shrank their heads. It was obvious that with their strength they could easily devour all these humans, but they also knew that they came to ask Master Yuanqing Jinjuan to take them in. Those who are hostile to them are the believers of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan, and they are beings that beasts like us cannot afford to offend. Inside the shrine, Xia Yuanqing sensed the situation in Baijiao village and sighed helplessly. The villagers did not stop or embarrass the monsters because they knew that it was Xia Yuanqing who allowed these monsters to enter the village. As believers, especially die-hard believers, no matter what Xia Yuanqing says, they will do their best to support him. Only, the hatred between humans and demons has existed in this world for who knows how many years. It is normal to be hostile to each other. Like the 5 gods who had besieged Xia Yuanqing before, the 4 human gods including the Wei family gods obviously planned to wait until Xia Yuanqing was dealt with before joining forces to deal with the wolf demon mountain god. That's right, so the wolf demon mountain god never helped them in the battle. On the one hand, it is because it is responsible for clearing the way, and on the other hand, it also needs to save divine power to fight against the 4 human gods. Alas, the prejudice in people's hearts is a huge mountain. Xia Yuanqing sighed, knowing that it would be difficult to create a territory where humans and demons could coexist. If you let them live together, they might be willing to do so. After all, they are all your believers and they will not disobey your orders. But it is difficult to get them to accept each other from the bottom of their hearts in a short period of time. As more than 200 monsters arrived at the ancestral temple, they looked at Xia Yuanqing in the shrine, lowered their bodies, and knelt down like humans. There are more than tens of thousands of wild beasts and monsters in Sanlang Mountain. But the only ones who can truly understand what people say and have some wisdom are the 200 or so in front of us. It is obvious that under the current situation of territory development, it is still very difficult to recruit monster believers. After these more than 200 monsters came under Xia Yuanqing's command and became monster believers, Xia Yuanqing also exchanged some skills and martial arts suitable for monsters from the system mall and gave them to them. Compared to the books that record human skills, the skills and martial arts of monsters are in the form of small round beads. They need to use their spiritual power to explore the contents inside and then learn them slowly. Watching the monsters return to the mountains, a smile appeared on Xia Yuanqing's face. With these more than 200 monsters here, other monsters in Sanlang Mountain will no longer harm human believers and ghost believers. His eyes fell on the system interface, and the prompt messages that popped up there were the real benefits that these monster believers brought to him. Congratulations to the host for having a monster follower for the first time, and receiving a reward package. Congratulations to the host for having more than 10 monster followers and receiving a reward package. Congratulations to the host for having over 100 monster followers and receiving a reward package. Congratulations to the host for the first appearance of a Chi refining stage believer in his territory. You will receive a reward package. Watching 4 gift packages being opened in front of me in a row, this is such an eye-catching thing that I never get tired of watching. Congratulations on receiving the exclusive gift for believers, the qualification for a top-grade spiritual root. Congratulations on obtaining 3 low-grade Wild God pills. Congratulations on obtaining the Wild God Realm Kung Fu Forest Wolf Wild God Cannon. Congratulations on obtaining the artifact Desolate Bow. Xia Yuanqing was stunned, his eyes fixed precisely on the book, Senlin Jai Shingen. When he was checking the system mall before, he also browsed the exercises of the Wild God Realm, but each book was extremely expensive. He thought he would have to work hard for a long time before he could exchange for one. Who would have thought that these monster believers would bring disaster to themselves instead? In addition, the low-grade Wild God pill costs 1 incense stick each, and now 3 of them came at once, which really saved me 300 incense sticks. Buzz! As Xia Yuanqing stretched out his hand and waved, a light green longbow appeared in front of him. Artifact Desolate Bow. Level Low-grade Wild God. Function: you can increase the power of the arrows you shoot by storing energy. He gently stroked the bow, feeling the first low-grade Wild God level offensive artifact in his hand. If I had this Desolate Bow in my hand 2 days ago, it would have been much easier to kill those 5 gods. After putting away the Desolate Bow, Xia Yuanqing's sight fell on Bai Wenjin. Everyone else had already left, leaving Bai Wenjin, the temple keeper, who was teaching some believers who wanted to become alchemists in the temple's library. The next second, Bai Wenjin suddenly stopped. She looked at the believers in front of her, and asked them to come back tomorrow. Afterwards, Bai Wenjin came into the lobby in a hurry. She looked at the statue in the shrine with curiosity, wondering why Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan suddenly called her over. She was even asked to close the door of the temple, and no other believers except her were allowed to enter today. With these questions in mind, Bai Wenjin stood obediently in the lobby, waiting for Xia Yuanqing's next order. After a few seconds, a voice slowly rang out in the lobby. Wenjin, take off your clothes! Chapter 39, Top-Grade Spiritual Root, by Wenjin. Ah? Bai Wenjin was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't quite understand what Xia Yuanqing meant, since true Lord Yuanqing said so, he just had to do as he was told. Rustle. As her clothes fell off one by one, Bai Wenjin felt a little embarrassed by the sunlight outside the door. She turned around and gently closed the lobby door, adding a hint of haziness to the quiet surroundings. After cleaning Bai Shua's body, Bai Wenjin's pretty face turned slightly red, her chest heaving, and she was too shy to look up. In my mind, I recalled the first night when I believed in Yuanqing Jinjun. In order to repay his kindness, I came to serve in front of the shrine under the moonlight. Lift your head. Xia Yuanqing's voice sounded in front. Hearing this, Bai Wenjin nodded slightly, tried to look towards the shrine, and faced the statue inside. Puff. Xia Yuanqing covered his nose with both hands. Although he knew that he had no flesh and blood would never spray out, but at such a close distance, watching the beauty's shy face looking at him, this feeling. No! There is still work to do. Xia Yuanqing forced himself to calm down, stretched out his hand and pointed at Bai Wenjin in front of him. Top-grade spiritual root qualification. He silently said something in his heart, and a bright white light fell on Bai Wenjin's forehead. In an instant, a warm current flowed through Bai Wenjin's body and finally merged into her spiritual roots. Bai Wenjin's body emitted a faint fluorescent light, like a bright moon, illuminating the hall. After a stick of incense had passed, a lot of mud appeared on Bai Wenjin's body surface. Those were all kinds of impurities discharged from her body after her spiritual roots were upgraded to the upper grade. After recovering from his shock, Bai Wenjin realized that his spiritual roots had transformed into a superior grade. Just as he was about to happily thank Xia Yuanqing, he realized that there was a lot of dirt on his body, which was really unsightly. Master Yuanqing Jinju and I will go back and wash myself, and then come back to thank Master Jinjuan. Bai Wenjin had a face full of guilt. How could he lose his composure like that in front of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan? You don't look like you should go out now. Xia Yuanqing waved his hand casually, and a wooden barrel filled with warm water in a corner of the lobby slowly fell beside Bai Wenjin under the breeze. "Thank you, Master Yuanqing Zhenjuan," Bai Wenjin said shyly. She stretched out her long, white legs and stepped gently into the barrel. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing couldn't help but recall the first time he met Bai Wenjin. Although she had the appearance of a beauty that day, she was still thin due to years of malnutrition. After these days of nourishment, plus the benefits of cultivation, Bai Wenjin is now a brand new person. The limbs are no longer thin, but rounded and taut. Her skin is as white as jade, exuding a delicate and tender temptation. Crash! The clear water splashed on her shoulders, and the splashing crystal water droplets were mixed with Bai Wenjin's laughter. Looking at this scene, Xia Yuanqing couldn't help but sigh. I still need to become stronger as soon as possible. Only when the divine power is strong enough can one, with the help of the ability to enter dreams, have more opportunities to receive direct instruction from gods in dreams with devout believers. At this stage, Xia Yuanqing can only provide guidance through words and basic movements. When his strength is further improved, he will be able to fully interact and teach his believers in their dreams. That is the true instruction from the gods. After washing off the dirt on her body, Bai Wenjin put on her clothes again. When he opened the door and left with the barrel, the blush on his face still did not fade away. That evening, good news came from Sanlang Mountain. They dug out the spiritual stone. Because Sanlang Mountain is extremely vast, Xia Yuanqing placed 3 small inferior spirit veins there. After the joint efforts of the monster believers and human believers, they finally mined the first batch of spirit stones at night. Among them, the first basket of spirit stones would naturally be sent to the ancestral temple for the temple priest Bai Wenjin to enjoy. No matter where the god's territory is, the temple priest is the supreme commander of all believers. He is the most honorable person in the territory, below the gods. The gods don't have any use for things like spiritual stones, but temple priests do need them. Therefore, according to the rules, the first use of various good things is carried out by the temple priest. The gate of the ancestral temple opened. After Bai Wenjin opened the door, she was wearing a light blue long dress, and immediately stunned the believers who came to deliver spirit stones. They had all seen Bai Wenjin many times, but had never realized that she was as beautiful as she was now. The whole person just stood there, as flawless as a jade figure carved by heaven and earth. Master Temple Keeper, this is the first basket of spiritual stones. Please enjoy it. Several believers moved the spirit stone into the temple, and after leaving, they were all amazed at Bai Wenjin's changes. Looking at those pieces of low-grade spirit stones, Bai Wenjin happily took some and went directly to the lobby where Xia Yuanqing was. These days, she has gradually gotten used to practicing in the lobby when no one is around at night. Whenever I feel tired, I can chat with Lord Yuanqing Zhenjuan. This feeling is much more comfortable than staying alone in the boring room. In the second half of the night, Bai Wenjin's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Now she has a rare top-grade spiritual root, and her qualifications surpass too many people. Even if she were to join some cultivation sects, with her current qualifications, she would be considered a leader. Now with the help of the Spirit Stone, she was able to achieve such rapid results in just half a night. After she fell asleep, in her dream, Xia Yuanqing also taught her several advanced martial arts suitable for her body tempering period. This directly raised her overall strength to a new level. For several days in a row, the atmosphere in the entire territory was extremely peaceful. The Yuanqing territory of Sanlang Mountain has become famous in Haishi Town and Dongil Town. It has become an area feared by many gods in the 2 nearby towns. Many wandering beggars, after hearing the name of Yuanqing Zhenjuan, took the initiative to come here. In addition, with the efforts of the missionaries, the areas outside the 2 towns also gradually began to know about Xia Yuanqing. Watching new believers joining every day and enjoying the endless flow of incense, Xia Yuanqing was also thinking about something. Once my strength increases a bit, I'll have to consider the things happening in Blackrock Town. After all, their 4 territories had been robbed, so he couldn't just let this go. Listening to the reports from the 15 village chiefs who came to him these days, since his reputation was now known throughout the 2 towns, the gods in Blackstone Town who had tried to seize his territory formally formed an alliance. He even had to win over other gods in order to prevent his own revenge. Xia Yuanqing still has a clear recognition of his own strength. It was pure luck that I was able to kill 5 gods before. On the one hand, the 5 of them had their own ulterior motives, and on the other hand, since they were not staying in their own territories, they were unable to fully exert their strength. In addition, after the death of the wolf demon mountain god, there were no local gods to pave the way for them, which resulted in them consuming a large amount of divine power even if they did nothing but just stood in the air. And this time, if he went to Blackstone Town for revenge, he would inevitably fight with those gods at the border. At that time, they each stayed in their own territory, and their strength was quite powerful. I only have half a month at most to be promoted to a mid-level wild god. If I go to seek revenge then, I will be able to crush him completely with my absolute strength. Before that, it is safest to develop well. Lord Yuan Qingjinjuan. In the lobby, Bai Wenjin, Bai Shitu, Wu Kang and 15 village chiefs walked in. Seeing that the 18 most important believers in the territory had all come here, Xia Yuanqing knew that they must have something new to report. Chapter 40 Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce, Killing Outsiders. Only after getting Xia Yuanqing's permission did Bai Shan speak. Master Yuan Qingjinjuan, now in the territory, everyone is gradually practicing. Under the guidance of the temple keeper, Shitu, and Erkong, there are a total of 8 alchemists, 9 weapon refiners, and 5 formation masters in the territory. The number of primary body tempering pills and primary body tempering weapons stored in the warehouse has been increasing day by day, so we are discussing the establishment of a Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce to sell these resources to the outside world. Listening to their plan, Xia Yuanqing nodded with satisfaction. Although the current territory has already met the self-sufficiency in food, drink and cultivation, if we want to speed up development, we must engage in external trade. However, if you go directly to Dongle Town and Haishi Town to do business, especially business related to cultivation resources, it is easy for trouble to arise. After considering for a few seconds, Xia Yuanqing simply marked out a location on the edge of the territory for the construction of the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, this area can be open to the outside world, allowing other people outside the territory to come here to conduct buying and selling transactions. After obtaining Xia Yuanqing's permission, the 15 village chiefs excitedly went back to gather people to build the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the missionaries went to Dongle Town and Haishi Town to publicize the birth of Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce on the same day. For practitioners, whether it is a spiritual weapon or an elixir, they are extremely precious materials for practice. Whether in Dongle Town or Haishi Town, the number of alchemists is extremely limited. Even if they take out some pills to sell to the outside world, the quantity is extremely scarce. Situations like there is a price but no demand for the product often occur. This time, when the missionaries were promoting the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce in the 2 towns, they directly said that the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce would sell at least 300 primary body tempering pills and 100 primary body tempering spiritual weapons. Faced with such a large amount of cultivation resources, many forces within the 2 towns were moved. No matter which force these resources fall into, they can cultivate more practitioners. When they learned that the sale would be carried out in the outer areas of Yuanqing territory in 5 days, many forces began to prepare funds and plan to buy as much as possible. During this period, Xia Yuanqing continued his practice. Congratulations to the host for having more than 10 alchemists in his territory. Get a bonus package. Congratulations to the host for having more than 10 equipment refiners in his territory. Get a bonus package. The system's prompt message woke Xia Yuanqing up, and after opening it, a series of new messages appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 advanced pill recipes for the body tempering stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 copies of the intermediate pill recipe for the body tempering stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 copies of the body tempering stage advanced refining equipment atlas. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 copies of the intermediate refining equipment atlas for the body tempering stage. After handing these rewards to Bai Wenjin, Xia Yuanqing turned his attention to the total number of believers in the territory. The total number of human believers, ghost believers, and monster believers added together now exceeds 9,000. We are getting closer and closer to the 10,000 mark. However, the growth of human believers and monster believers seem to have reached a bottleneck. For example, all the beggars in Dongle Town and Haishi Town had joined their territory. Right now, the only way to help himself break through the 10,000 person mark as quickly as possible is to recruit believers of the dead. When Xia Yuanqing arrived at the underworld and was about to call some ghost soldiers to ask where he could recruit more ghost believers, he suddenly discovered that the number of ghost believers on the system interface seemed to have changed. It was 2,830 before, but now it has become 2,820. In less than a minute, 10 ghost believers were killed. In an instant, Xia Yuanqing's face turned ugly. 10 followers of the dead soul. This is equivalent to losing at least 40 or 50 incense sticks every day. After a month, that's more than a dozen incense sticks. Xia Yuanqing arrived above the territory and, relying on breath sensing, quickly found the direction where those ghost believers were when they finally disappeared. More than 30 ghost soldiers were dispatched to investigate, and they returned a day later. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, we did not find any traces of the dead in that area. More than 30 ghost soldiers had strange looks on their faces. They initially followed Xia Yuanqing's orders and went to that area to investigate. Once they encountered an invincible strongman, they would return immediately and prioritize saving their lives. But when these ghost soldiers arrived at the place, they found that it was a small valley outside Blackstone Town. The environment there is extremely desolate, and it is a place without any gods managing it. Logically speaking, in areas like this where there is no management by gods, there have always been a large number of dead souls practicing and living here. However, this place was extremely strange. After searching around, the ghost soldiers found that there was not a single ghost in this small valley. Not only that, there wasn't even a living thing. It's like a strange place shrouded in death. No living things? No dead souls? When hearing this report, Xia Yuanqing himself was stunned. Is there such a strange place near Blackstone Town? Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, although we did not see the existence of people and ghosts, we found these things in a cave on a cliff. Several ghost soldiers took out some blood-stained cloth. Judging from the degree of blood coagulation on them, the injured person should have been in the valley a day ago. Xia Yuanqing collected the cloth and carefully sensed the fluctuations of the aura on them. Xi refining stage. Although the 10 ghost believers who disappeared before were not ghost soldiers, their cultivation had reached the 5th level of the body tempering stage. Being able to directly kill 10 ghosts of the 5th level of the body tempering stage in a short period of time, it is obvious that the opponent's strength is at least at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. But in these cloth clothes, Xia Yuanqing sensed the fluctuations of the qi refining stage. If nothing unexpected happens, the guy who killed his 10 ghost believers and even destroyed all the ghosts and living things in the entire valley is the owner of this cloth. Xia Yuanqing flew above the territory and looked in the direction of Blackstone Town with half-squinted eyes. In Blackstone Town, the qi refining stage is already the highest level of cultivation for human practitioners. And there are not many of them, only a few of the strongest forces have them. However, the qi refining cultivators of these forces are all quite old, and such large-scale killings of souls have never occurred in recent years. Therefore, the owner of this cloth-clothed man is most likely not a local qi refining cultivator, but an outsider. If so, Xia Yuanqing was counting the days and remembered that tomorrow was the official opening date of Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce. At that time, people from many forces and even a large number of independent cultivators will come to their territory to trade. It is also the largest monastic activity in Dongle Town and Haishi Town in the past month. If the outsider was really injured, he would most likely come to participate in this monk trade. After all, the goods that will be sold tomorrow will not only include body-tempering pills and spiritual weapons, but also some healing pills. Thinking about these things, Xia Yuanqing looked at the blood-stained cloth again and memorized the scent on them. Dare to hurt my believers, no matter where you are. I will dig you out. Chapter 41, The First Auction in 2 Towns. Early morning. There is still 1 hour left before the official auction of Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce. Looking outside Yuanqing's territory, many figures were already arriving one after another. They looked at the territory in front of them with curiosity on their faces. In the past, they had entered this area to enter Sanlang Mountain to hunt monsters or to pick some spiritual herbs. But now it is to participate in this auction. Have you heard? The elixirs and spiritual tools that Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce is going to sell this time are far more numerous and more powerful than what was previously advertised. Before, they only said that they were selling a large number of primary body tempering pills and primary body tempering spiritual tools, but I got some gossip yesterday morning that Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce will also sell 3 copies of body tempering exercises this time. Oh, not only the techniques, but also more than a dozen books on elementary martial arts for the body tempering stage, as well as intermediate body tempering pills and some intermediate spiritual tools for the body tempering stage. Many cultivators from Haishi Town and Dongle Town were discussing with each other on the way to Yuanqing territory, each of them with joyful anticipation on their faces. After all, whether it is Haishi Town or Dongle Town, they are all remote towns within the Black Hawk County. Most of the cultivators here are at the body tempering stage. The forces that can possess cultivators at the chi refining stage are definitely the top ones. Coincidentally, all the items sold by the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce this time corresponded to the cultivators in the body tempering stage. That was why it caused such a sensation in the 2 towns. Looking around the 2 towns, apart from the Yuanqing territory, no other force can sell so many cultivation resources at one time. The sudden rise of Yuanqing territory instantly affected the power structure of the 2 towns. Except for the 4 forces that had previously seized Yuanqing's territory and did not dare to participate in this event, all the forces with some reputation in the 2 towns came here. Hundreds of pills may sound like a lot, but in reality, when divided equally among each force, there aren't that many left. What's more, each of these forces came with enough money, so how could they be willing to buy only 10 or 20 coins? Look! The rumors seem to be true. When the monks from various forces arrived at Yuanqing territory, they suddenly discovered that there were many monsters guarding nearby. The auras of these monsters are quite powerful, and the weakest ones are at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. Inside the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce, there was even the terrifying pressure of a chi refining stage monster. After seeing this scene, everyone began to believe some of the rumors that had been circulating in the 2 towns before. It is said that Yuanqing Jinjuan of the Yuanqing territory is an extremely strange deity. Not only is he willing to recruit beggars, who are worthless trash, he is even willing to recruit dead souls and monsters as his believers. The most incredible thing is that Yuanqing Jinjuan never sucks the vital energy of believers or devours young boys and girls. The gods from all over the world scoffed at the news. Even their followers discussed it as a joke after drinking in tea. In this world, everyone knows that the cultivation of gods relies on devouring young boys and girls and absorbing the vitality of believers in order to quickly improve their strength. If everyone were like Master Yuanqing, who only knew how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice, then the path to promotion would probably be extremely difficult. With 1 stick of incense left before the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce auction, the number of outsiders pouring into the Yuanqing territory had already reached thousands. Some of them planned to take the opportunity to observe the Yuanqing territory and gather more intelligence for their own forces. However, the monsters guarding the event site are not vegetarians. Any outsider who tries to leave the Chamber of Commerce and enter other areas of the territory will be driven away by them. Seeing that the Yuanqing territory's defenses were so tight, these outsiders had no choice but to return to the event site and prepare for the upcoming auction. Just when the scene was extremely lively, Xia Yuanqing suddenly stood up from the shrine in the ancestral temple and flew above the area where the Chamber of Commerce was located. His sight was fixed on a figure in a gray robe, and he sensed that his aura was exactly the same as the bloody cloth that the ghost soldiers had brought back a few days ago. Not only that, this guy's cultivation has reached the 2nd level of chi refining stage. This strength is enough to rank among the top 10 in the entire Blackstone town. Compared to these, what really made Xia Yuanqing feel strange was that this guy once had some fluctuations of magical artifacts on his body. It seems that some time ago, he was holding some kind of magical artifact. I just don't know why, but when I came to my territory today, I no longer had the aura of a divine weapon. Xia Yuanqing looked at him carefully, and found that he was wearing a spiritual ring on the thumb of his left hand. Storage ring. The moment he saw this thing, Xia Yuanqing went straight to the system mall to search for it. I found that the ring on the other person's left hand was the most common storage ring. However, the cheapest storage ring sold in the system mall cost 10 incense sticks, so Xia Yuanqing was reluctant to exchange it. After all, he has no use for this kind of thing. The words given to the believers are a bit too luxurious for them at the moment. Xia Yuanqing looked down at the mysterious outsider. Looking throughout the entire Blackstone town, he had never heard of any force that possessed such a thing as a storage ring. Therefore, the other party must be a force more powerful than Blackstone Town and Dongle Town. And if nothing unexpected happens, the magical weapon he previously possessed should be hidden in that storage ring. Soon, the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce's Cultivation Resource Auction officially began. The first set of auction items is 10 primary body tempering pills. The starting price is 30 silver coins. Each bid must not be less than 5 silver coins. As the auctioneer on the stage loudly announced the start of the auction, many monks in the surrounding venues raised their signs and began to raise their prices one after another. During the whole process, the mysterious outsider did not make any move. This scene is consistent with Xia Yuanqing's guess. With his current level of cultivation, let alone the primary body tempering pill, even the complete body tempering pill would not have much effect on him. His purpose of coming here today should be to get healing pills. But as the auction was going on for more than half, several healing pills appeared, but the skinny man in the gray robe did not make any move. The whole person looked like a puppet, just sitting there in a daze. Until the auction was over, that guy didn't make a bid. This kid wants to play dirty. Xia Yuanqing squinted his eyes and looked at him, and found that after the auction ended, all the cultivators gradually left, but this guy followed the crowd and quietly stared at several cultivators. And those cultivators were the ones who bought the healing pills at the auction. It was obvious that this guy didn't want to spend money but wanted to take things. He followed those people all the way out of Yuanqing territory. Although he kept a close eye on them during the period, he never really took action. As for this, Xia Yuanqing also knew that the other party was afraid of him. Recently, my reputation has become so loud in the 2 nearby towns. Although the other party had magical weapons on him, he still didn't want to fight him head-on. As long as they don't steal things within his territory, he probably thinks that no one will interfere too much in his affairs. Sure enough, not long after leaving the territory, this guy couldn't hold back any longer. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still a cultivator at the second level of the Qi refining stage. How could the 3 body tempering stage cultivators who had bought healing pills possibly withstand his sneak attack? In an instant, just when he was about to succeed, a cold light whizzed over and suddenly hit between him and those people, blocking the attack from the gray-robed man. Whisper. 2 forest wolf monsters at the first level of Qi refining stage walked slowly towards them with heavy steps. They attacked the gray-robed man from the left and right. Damn it! You tried to steal something! The 3 monks who had been ambushed earlier also reacted immediately, realizing that if it weren't for the 2 forest wolf monsters taking action, the 3 of them would not even know how they died. Their roars instantly attracted the attention of other monks around them, and when they looked at the gray-robed man, they all revealed a look of fear. Judging from the fluctuations of spiritual energy he just released, this guy is a cultivator in the Qi refining stage. In an instant, all the people who had bought things turned around and ran, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be killed by this guy. Sir, today is the first auction held by our Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce. You openly snatch things away. You really don't take our Yuanqing territory seriously. Bai Shan led some believers and strode over, glaring at the gray-robed man not far away. I only started to take action after I left your territory. This is already a great respect for your gods. The gray-robed man lowered his head and uttered a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Today, if you dare to be shameless, I will kill not only you but also your god. A long banner suddenly appeared in the gray-robed man's hand. The moment this thing appeared, the temperature around him dropped a lot. An extremely dense energy surged out from it, and everyone's ears began to ring with the unwilling wails and shrill screams of the dead souls. Divine artifact! The moment he saw the long banner, Bai Shi too, the #1 weapon refiner in the territory, immediately recognized that this long banner was not only a spiritual weapon at the Qi refining stage level, but also a divine weapon blessed by the gods. In the sky, when the gray-robed man took out the long banner, Xia Yuanqing had already sensed the aura of divine power emanating from it, which had already exceeded the strength of the wild god. This also means that the person behind the other party is a powerful god whose cultivation level surpasses that of the wild god. Chapter 42, 100 Souls Gate, 100 Souls Taoist Monarch. Interesting. Xia Yuanqing looked down at the gray-robed man in the distance, his eyes focused on the long banner in his hand. The breath of the dead souls above is extremely strong, as if there are a large number of dead souls hidden inside. After sensing, Xia Yuanqing discovered that his 10 suddenly disappeared ghost believers were there. It's indeed him. After confirming that the disappeared souls of his believers were abducted by the long banner in his hand, Xia Yuanqing directly conveyed the message to Baishan. Catch him back, life or death. After hearing the order from Yuanqing Jinjun, Baishan immediately looked grim and shouted. The true lord has given an order. Catch him back. No matter if he's dead or alive. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 forest wolf monsters that had previously blocked the gray-robed man instantly opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards the gray-robed man. Damn beast! The man in gray robe was shocked and started to dodge. If he were in his peak condition, it would be quite difficult for him to fight against these 2 monsters at the same time. What's more, he is currently in a seriously injured state. Originally I thought I could use the magical weapon in my hand to intimidate Master Yuan Qingjin, but I didn't expect that the other party would be so bold and presumptuous. I am a disciple of Baihun sect. This soul flag was given to me by Baihun Daojun of Baihun sect. If you dare to hurt me, the 100 Souls Taoist master will surely kill all of you. The gray-robed man was beaten back step by the 2 wolf monsters, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He staggered and fell under a tree, blood flowing down his trouser legs and staining the ground. 100 Souls Gate? What on earth is that? Xia Yuanqing was stunned for a moment. It sounds like a cultivation sect. But so what? As the saying goes, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. If you have the guts, ask your Taoist master Baihun to come to my Yuanqing territory to compete with me. Bah! What is the 100 Soul sect? What a rubbish 100 Soul Taoist lord! Your grandfather only knows the true Lord Yuanqing. Bai Shitu held the bow and arrow in his hands, veins bulging on his arms, and at the moment of pulling the bow in a circle, he shot an arrow directly forward. Puff! 1 arrow to the throat. A big hole was opened on the gray-robed man's neck, nailing him to the big tree behind him. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. Baishan stepped forward to collect the soul flag and storage ring, returned to the territory, and held these things above his head with both hands. The next second, the soul flag and the ring flew up slowly under the influence of the breeze and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the shrine, Xia Yuanqing looked at the situation inside the soul flag and found that there were a large number of dead souls sealed inside. A rough estimate was that there were hundreds of them. Among them, there are 10 believers of the dead soul. After placing all these dead souls in the underworld, they were willing to join the Yuanqing territory and become new believers. Looking at the storage ring, Xia Yuanqing was also curious about this little thing. When the divine power probed into it, and found that the space inside was only a few square meters, he couldn't help feeling speechless. That's it. My own system space, just a place to store miscellaneous items, is so many times bigger than this little thing. After checking the things placed inside, Xia Yuanqing found that they were all some soul-sucking skills and martial arts, which immediately made him feel unhappy. What the hell? Absorbing human souls to improve your cultivation is not the right way after all. After placing all these junk in the system space, Xia Yuanqing directly gave the empty storage ring to Bai Wenjin. Just as he was thinking about taking a good rest, a cold wind suddenly blew in the lobby. Sensing something was wrong, Xia Yuanqing slowly opened his eyes and discovered that the cold wind came from the soul flag that he had thrown in the corner of the lobby earlier. I don't know when, but the soul flag actually stood up. Such a horrifying scene really made Xia Yuanqing frown. Get away from here, demons and ghosts! He slapped across the air, and just as it was about to touch the soul flag, a dry and illusory hand stretched out from it and directly blocked Xia Yuanqing's attack. Immediately afterwards, the shadow of a hunchbacked old man slowly walked out of the soul flag. Call! Suddenly, cold winds blew through the lobby, as if thousands of ghosts were roaring. You must be the Taoist Lord of 100 Souls. Xia Yuanqing stared at the illusory old man. The other party's methods were obviously those of a god. You youngsters from the barren land dare to attack the followers of this Taoist master. You really don't know how to live or die. The hunchbacked old man looked at Xia Yuanqing. Even though his real body was not here, he could still rely on the divine power attached to the soul flag to force him to transform into a divine shadow. The old man held the soul flag in his hand, and a gray color appeared behind him, turning into a strong soul shock, blasting towards Xia Yuanqing's shrine. This strike is enough to kill Xia Yuanqing from a distance. Old man! You really don't know whose territory this is! Xia Yuanqing shouted loudly, and a soul-calming bell suddenly appeared in his hand. Buzz! The ringing sound was heavy and deep, transforming into circles of aftermath that attacked the soul. Although the old man is strong, his real body is not here after all, and the divine power attached to the soul flag is limited. This attack is only comparable to the sound of the soul-calming bell. Soul-type artifact! Great stuff! The moment he saw the soul-calming bell, the hunchbacked old man's eyes glowed green with excitement. What a courageous dog! Suddenly, a large number of ghost soldiers rushed in from outside the door. They were holding ghost knives in their hands. The moment they rushed into the lobby, they formed two teams, attacking and defending. The guards protected the shrine behind them, while the rest of the ghost soldiers marched forward in formation and attacked the old man together. Ghost? The old man had just recovered from the surprise brought by the soul-calming bell, but he didn't expect to see so many ghost soldiers again. As a deity who excels at fighting with souls, Dao Jun Baihan immediately noticed the difference between the ghost soldiers and ordinary dead souls. Compared with ordinary ghosts, these ghost soldiers also have extremely strong yin energy, but they also reveal a strange divinity. They are like the divine soldiers under the command of gods, and are very different from ordinary ghosts. In addition, the ghost swords in their hands may seem ordinary, but they have extra terrifying power for the dead souls. Yuanqing territory? I'll remember it. Boy, I will come find you. The old man laughed loudly. The divine power attached to his soul flag had been exhausted in the previous fight. Now he could no longer attack. He could only watch as the ghost soldiers used the ghost sword to forcibly chop him apart. Bang! The soul banner fell to the ground. This time, it no longer had any divine power and turned back into an ordinary chi refining stage spiritual weapon. After seeing that there was no danger, the ghost soldiers saluted Xia Yuanqing and then returned to the underworld. Xia Yuanqing looked at the soul flag seriously, knowing that there was no divine power in it anymore. But listening to what the old man said just now, it seemed that he was eyeing his soul-calming bell and the method of condensing the ghost soldiers. It seems that we need to have someone investigate what kind of force this 100 Souls sect is. Chapter 43. Don't be afraid of the gods, just go for it. That afternoon, 15 village chiefs came to the lobby and reported to Xia Yuanqing the results of today's auction. Although they were very happy about the gains, a hint of sadness appeared between their brows. Today, I made money, but I also got into trouble. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, we have sent people to Dongil Town to investigate. The 100 Souls sect is the strongest demon sect in Black Eagle County. It is a strange demon sect that cultivates by absorbing the souls of others. The deity worshipped by the disciples in the sect is the Taoist Lord of 100 Souls. It is said that he is one of the 3 most powerful gods in Black Hawk County. The disciples of the 100 Souls sect often go out to help the Taoist Lord of 100 Souls to search for souls for his cultivation. When these words were spoken, the 15 village heads looked ashen, especially Baishan, who was shaking madly and could hardly stand. After all, that disciple of Baihunman was shot to death by his son Baishur too. Not only does the 100 Souls sect have the support of an extremely powerful deity, the monks within the sect are also quite terrifying. It is said that the senior elders and the sect master in the sect are all the legendary cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. That is a powerful being who can fly freely and easily between heaven and earth. In their small mountain villages, people can only fantasize about flying in dreams, but who can really do it in reality? Not to mention their mountain villages, even the big forces in Dongil Town and Haishi Town have never had a strong foundation establishment stage expert. For ordinary people like them, being able to fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and using spiritual power to control flying swords to take people's heads from 1,000 meters away. This is totally the method of immortals. Evil beast! Come in! Bai Shan shouted loudly, and outside the door, Bai Shi too, wearing coarse linen clothes, walked in with a panic-stricken look on his face. The father and son knelt down in front of the shrine. The sinner Bai Shan, along with his rebellious son Bai Shi too, requests the master Yuanqing Xinjun to grant him death. Bai Shan and the other man kowtowed heavily to the ground with such force that the foreheads of the father and son began to turn red with a trace of blood oozing out. Master Yuanqing Xinjun's grace is great, and my father and I are deeply favored. Today I, the rebellious son, have caused such a disaster for Master Yuanqing Xinjun and brought disaster to the territory. I am really ashamed of Master Yuanqing Xinjun's training in the past. Please ask Master Yuanqing Xinjun to send my father and I to the Baihan Gate. We will apologize to the Baihan Gate with our deaths. Bai Shan and the other man were about to continue kowtow, but they were supported by a breeze and slowly stood up. It's not your fault. Xia Yuanqing's sighs came from all directions. The order to deal with this matter, regardless of life or death, was issued by me. Xia Yuanqing sat cross-legged on the shrine and rubbed his temples with his hands. Bai Shan thought that all these things were caused by him and his son. In fact, the grey-robed man they killed was nothing. What really made Baihan Daojun of Baihan sect target Xia Yuanqing was the soul-calming bell and the method of gathering ghost soldiers. Don't worry about what happened today. I will take care of the Taoist master Baihan. You just need to develop your territory well and speed up your cultivation. You don't need to worry about other things. Hearing Xia Yuanqing's comfort, Bai Shan and Bai Shitu, father and son, one an old farmer with grey hair on the temples, the other a young and middle-aged man, both burst into tears. Our family will never be able to repay the grace of Master Xinjun for generations. Seeing how grateful they were, Xia Yuanqing could only smile helplessly. This is a die-hard believer. When considering anything, the interests of the gods will be put first. In cases like what happened today, it was clearly Xia Yuanqing who ordered them to do so. But later, after causing all these troubles, the first thing they thought of was not to escape, but to feel that they were guilty and that they had brought disaster upon Xia Yuanqing. How could Xia Yuanqing possibly blame these lovely and loyal believers? The next second, a majestic voice resounded throughout the territory. Bai Shi too from Baijia village, for his meritorious service in shooting down the demon cultivator from Baihan sect, is rewarded with 100 low-grade spirit stones and 100 intermediate-grade body-tempering pills. Bai Shan from Baijia village, for teaching his children well and defending the territory, he is rewarded with 10 low-grade spirit stones and 100 primary body-tempering pills. He will also be given a chance to be taught martial arts by the gods. Forest Wolf Demon Clan, for your meritorious service in protecting the territory, I will reward you with 300 low-grade spirit stones and 200 primary chi refining pills. In an instant, Xia Yuanqing waved his arm, and a large number of body-tempering pills and chi-refining pills suddenly appeared in front of the two chi-refining stage Sanlang monsters located in Baishan, Baishitu, and Sanlang Mountain. As for those spirit stones, they need to go to Bai Wenjin to register and collect them. Master Yuanqing Xinjun is merciful. Master Yuanqing Xinjun's grace is so great. Even though he has caused trouble, the true Lord is still willing to reward him. This kind of god is truly a role model among gods. In an instant, the entire territory was filled with cries. The believers' tears of piety and gratitude soaked their clothes, making them involuntarily kneel down in the direction of the distant temple. Those new believers who had just joined the territory not long ago, although they also believed in Xia Yuanqing, their loyalty had not yet reached the level of fanaticism or die-hard loyalty. After learning about the background of Baihanmen today, I originally thought that Yuanqing Xinjun would choose to send Bai Shan and his son to Baihanmen, and offer some boys and girls as gifts. After all, in this world, it is normal for weak gods to anger powerful gods and send their own believers as gifts in order to protect themselves. Even people living in this world agree with this behavior. The gods are the root of an area or a force. Only when the gods are immortal can everyone live in peace. Therefore, in critical moments, sacrificing some people to protect the gods is a very worthwhile thing to do. But what these new believers never expected was that Master Yuanqing Jinjuan not only did not send Bai Shi Tu and others away out of fear, but he even treated them kindly in public. This is simply a humiliation and declaration of war against Beihunmin. How could the gods be so confused for believers as tiny as ants? From now on, no believer needs to be afraid of any force. You are fighting for me, and I will protect your lives. Believers, the future of this world belongs to you. Be bold and go for it. I will support you. As soon as these words were spoken, within just 3 seconds, Xia Yuanqing discovered that a large number of information prompts popped up inside the system. The content is all about the news about new believers being promoted to die-hard believers. The gods provide support for the believers and help them to overcome their enemies. This is simply a precedent for the creation of many gods in the world, something unheard of. Looking around, whether it is human beings or other races, they are just reserved food for the gods in their practice. Now, there are gods willing to speak for them, willing to protect their lives. Aren't these the gods they want to follow? Xia Yuanqing looked at the information in the background of the system and never expected that just these words of his could make thousands of believers in the territory completely transformed into diehard fans in just a few seconds. The 3,000 ghost believers are now qualified to become ghost soldiers. Grant identity. Xia Yuanqing's recognition spread to the underworld. From that moment on, the 3,000 ghost believers were transformed from the original 300 or 400 ghost soldiers to all ghost soldiers. They held the Yin soul swords bestowed by God in their hands, and the Yin energy on their bodies was as thick as a mountain, as if the soul of the army had turned into a physical entity, shocking all directions. If the 100 Souls Tao Lord of the 100 Souls sect dares to come, I will stop him. You believers should cultivate with peace of mind. Your future is far more than just the foundation building stage. Xia Yuanqing spoke again, and his gentle voice fell into the hearts of many believers, and became as loud as a bell, with divine light shining everywhere. War! In the underworld, 3,000 ghost soldiers roared in unison. Punish the evil cultivators! Return peace to the world! In the Yang realm, the roars of the believers emanating from the territory even covered the entire Senlang mountain, scaring many wild beasts into thinking that an earthquake was coming. Feeling the enthusiasm of the believers, Xia Yuanqing was delighted and also received a hidden achievement reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the all-member diehard level. Get rewards, a believer gift pack. Chapter 44, Follow Me to Slay the Gods. The believer's gift package that appeared before him was dazzling golden in color, as brilliant and flawless as Xia Yuanqing's divine power. All members are diehard fans. A hidden reward with unique features that can only be triggered once. It is conceivable how powerful the things in this believer's gift pack are. The moment it was opened, a brand new system prompt appeared before my eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the territory's spiritual energy level +1. Congratulations on getting the territory fertility rate +1. Congratulations on obtaining the territory newborn qualification +1. Congratulations on obtaining the territory believer's enlightenment ability +1. These 4 short messages made Xia Yuanqing's eyes burn with excitement. Territory spirit +1. The concentration of spiritual energy in the territory doubles. Additional effect: the probability of the birth of higher level spiritual medicines, spiritual veins and other spiritual objects increases. Territory fertility +1. The fertility rate of any life in the territory is doubled. Additional effects: the probability of infants and young children dying prematurely is reduced, and the survival rate is greatly increased. Territory newborn qualification +1. The qualification of any new life in the territory is improved, with a minimum of medium-grade spiritual roots. Additional effect: there is a chance of giving birth to a person with high-grade spiritual roots, and a very small chance of giving birth to a person with top-grade spiritual roots. +1. The enlightenment ability of all believers in the territory is doubled, and the diehard believers have an additional 10%. Additional effect: the learning speed of various things such as cultivation, learning of skills, martial arts, and professional abilities is improved. If we say that the most disadvantageous aspect of the previous Yuanqing territory was Xia Yuanqing's indiscriminate teaching, what matters is the number of believers, not their quality. Although the number of believers in Yuanqing territory has reached the scale of some of the top forces in the two towns in a short period of time. But in fact, the quality of Xia Yuanqing's believers is extremely uneven. More than 95% of the believers are unwanted lower-class people. Xia Yuanqing was very clear about these things, but he was helpless. He can only choose one between quantity and quality. And his way is more suitable for a large number of believers, so it can develop quickly. But now it's different. With the various blessings brought by this big gift package of believers, the situation in the entire territory will cause a huge storm. Ouch, my stomach doesn't feel right. My husband, I feel like vomiting. Husband, do we have anything sour at home? I suddenly want to eat it. Old man, I'm bleeding. That's nonsense, old woman. You are already 60 years old. How can you still have that period? It's really here. Old man. If you don't believe me, go home and take a look. In less than 10 minutes, many believers' homes became busy. They suddenly discovered that they didn't know why, but from this afternoon until tonight, many women in the families showed signs of being pregnant. The most outrageous thing is that in 15 villages, 7 or 8 old women in their 60s with several grandchildren suddenly. That one is coming. This also proves that they have regained the ability to reproduce. Not only that, many young men and women, when looking at their favorite person, suddenly find that the other person is also looking at them with the same eyes. For a while, the situation that usually the streets were deserted after 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening was particularly strange today. After 6:30 in the afternoon, there was no one to be seen on the streets of the villages. After Xia Yuanqing realized such an outrageous thing, he was also confused. Fuck! Is the whole territory taking drugs? Out of curiosity, Xia Yuanqing took another stroll in Silang Mountain and found the wild beasts and monsters are all very busy. Well, I'm very busy. Some trees were broken. Feeling the breath of spring stirring throughout the entire territory, Xia Yuanqing had no choice but to return to his own shrine and silently shed tears of envy. Depend on. I am a god. Why don't you have a physical body? Why? Just when I was feeling so aggrieved that I wanted to bite my fingers, a figure suddenly walked into the lobby. Bai Wenjin. Why is she here? Xia Yuanqing calculated the time. Logically speaking, it was now past 6:30 in the evening. During this time, Bai Wenjin was usually refining medicine or practicing. Why did you suddenly come here? Bai Wenjin was sitting in front of the shrine, her two fair hands gently supporting her cheeks, and she said with a puzzled look on her face. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, I wanted to go to my parents' house for dinner just now, but they didn't want to let me in and told me to go back another day. No, my father told me to go back as little as possible, saying that I am now a temple keeper and cannot go back to my mother's house often. But I went back from time to time a few days ago. When Bai Wenjin was complaining to Xia Yuanqing about the weirdness of her parents, Xia Yuanqing coughed lightly and looked a little unnatural. As the instigator and the deity of this territory, why did her parents lock the door at home and not let her go back? No one understands it better than Xia Yuanqing. Wenjin, do you like a younger brother or a younger sister? Facing Xia Yuanqing's sudden question, Bai Wenjin thought about it carefully, and then said seriously. I prefer my daughter to my brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Xia Yuanqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In this world, temple priests have a lofty status second only to the gods and above everyone else in their respective territories. But they also paid a lot of price. One of these is marriage. In order to be able to serve the gods for life, temple priests must abide by the iron rule that men cannot marry and women cannot be married. Therefore, many people want to leave offspring for themselves before becoming temple priests. This is to avoid becoming a temple keeper and becoming extinct. That is too early. Xia Yuanqing glanced at his illusory divine body and sighed helplessly. It's not that my brother doesn't want to, it's just that he is powerless. Afterwards, Bai Wenjin simply stayed in the lobby to practice. Seeing her holding the spirit stone in her hand and taking high-level body-tempering pills orally to practice, Xia Yuanqing also looked serious and started to practice the forest wolf wild god canon with great solemnity. For the future of the territory. To resist the revenge of Bai Hun Daojun. 4. Fulfill the wish of temple priest by Wenjin. I am willing to practice seriously. Of course, the reason why I suddenly became passionate about cultivation was definitely not for any personal selfishness, but purely because I love my believers so much. Yes, that's right. The next day, noon. Now that the spiritual energy in the territory has been blessed, the believer's ability to realize enlightenment has been further improved, which has accelerated the pace of everyone's cultivation. For example, Bai Wenjin, with the most cultivation resources and the most blessings, has already broken through to the advanced 6th level of the body tempering stage. The speed of its cultivation is so fast that it has surpassed ordinary high-grade spiritual roots and is getting closer and closer to the best-grade spiritual roots. At this rate, you can enter the Qi refining stage within a week. After yesterday's auction ended, the area where the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce is located will be open to the public on a daily basis, and a limited number of cultivation resources will be sold to the public every day. I originally thought that it would be as crowded as yesterday, but I never expected that this morning there were less than 10 outsiders entering the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, even the ghost soldiers and missionaries said that they did not recruit a single new believer today. Such a strange situation is obviously very wrong. After sending people out to investigate, we found out that the news was spread from Blackstone Town. According to the missionaries' investigation, the 4 forces that were competing with Yuanqing Xinjun for territory had spread the word last night that they had taken the initiative to send people to Beihunmen to report the incident of Yuanqing territory assassinating the great Beihunmen disciples. And he was willing to lead the monks of Beihunmen and head directly to Yuanqing territory. Eradicate the evil god Yuanqing Xinjun who destroys the rules between gods and corrupts the morals of the world. In at least 2 months, the people sent by the 4 forces can lead the righteous people of Beihunmen back to Blackstone Town. By then, the Yuanqing territory will inevitably be destroyed, and there is no need to say more about the fate of the evil god Yuanqing Xinjun. Not only that, during this period, whoever was close to the Yuanqing territory or did business with it. All of these will be recorded by the 4 forces, and as soon as the monks from the 100 Souls sect arrive, they will immediately send these names up, and treat them as the evildoers who are colluding with the evil god Yuanqing Xinjun, and will be killed together by the great and righteous monks of the 100 Souls sect. The moment they received the news, believers throughout the Yuanqing territory were furious. From the gods to the believers, everyone in the Baihun sect likes to absorb souls. Such a demonic sect is actually given the name of justice? Yuanqing Xinjun, who planned the future for his believers and treated everyone kindly, has become an evil god who destroyed the rules of the world? Damn it, is there any justice in this world? Is there still law? Zuding Temple Lobby. After listening to the 15 village chiefs reporting the news to him, he also sensed the indignation of the believers in the entire territory. Xia Yuanqing took a deep breath and slowly looked at the sky outside. 2 months? Due to the extremely tight time, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Xia Yuanqing's eyes. The next second, all the believers in the territory heard a heavy word. Everyone will be in seclusion for a week, 1 week later. Follow me in the general attack on Blackstone Town and slay the gods. Chapter 45, Qi Refining Stage Temple Priest, Ghost Messenger arrives. In the blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. Xia Yuanqing looked at his personal interface and saw that his cultivation progress had reached 57 out of 100. Getting closer and closer to the middle-level wild god realm. Glancing at the remaining incense offerings, the current believers are already die-hard fans, so their incense offerings are much better than usual. Add to that the incense I've accumulated in the past, and now I can satisfy my own promotion, with a few points left over. He bought 43 low-grade wild god pills in one go, and after refining them all, it was already dusk in the afternoon. A faint golden halo emanated from the sky above the Zuding Temple, causing all believers who saw the light to kneel down in the direction of the temple with joy on their faces. Master Yuanqing Xinjun has made a breakthrough! Together with the monster believers in Sanlang Mountain, when they saw the temple and the mountain also emitting light, they also howled with joy. After feeling the tremendous power of being promoted to a mid-level wild god, Xia Yuanqing stood up and flew into the sky, gazing at the Blackstone Town in the distance. Now, he has enough strength. The remaining days will be used to train the believers in an all-round way. At that time, he will launch the first full-scale general offensive since the establishment of Yuanqing territory. It is also time for other nearby forces to take a closer look at what kind of power the so-called evil god in their eyes actually possesses. Late at night, Bai Wenjin came to the lobby. Now, she has reached the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The speed of his cultivation was even faster than Xia Yuanqing had expected. Tonight, under the protection of Xia Yuanqing, she will begin her attack on the qi refining stage. An hour later, as sweat soaked his clothes, Bai Wenjin's breath reached its limit. With a light snort, the shackles of the realm in the body began to be cracked. After Bai Wenjin's continuous attempts, they finally turned into nothingness and welcomed new power. The first level of qi refining stage. When she completed the promotion, Bai Wenjin stood up to share the joy of her breakthrough with Xia Yuanqing, but suddenly she found that her clothes were soaked with sweat and now clung to her body, showing off her beautiful and exquisite curves perfectly. However, she is no longer as shy about this kind of thing as before. After all, he had taken a bath in front of Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. Compared with that, his current condition was relatively decent. Take a good bath and change into new clothes. Xia Yuanqing waved his hand, and the wooden barrel that had been prepared nearby flew over lightly. In addition, there was also a new light blue dress. Wow! This dress is so beautiful! When Bai Wenjin saw this long dress, her eyes immediately lit up. This style is not even available in town. Give you a reward for your breakthrough. Xia Yuanqing chuckled. This dress was naturally exchanged from the system. Although the style and color were very good in the system, the things used by believers were the cheapest. Its value is about the same as that of a primary body tempering pill. After washing himself, Bai Wenjin changed his clothes, took out a small bed from his storage ring, and slept in the lobby. In the dream, Bai Wenjin waited for a long time before seeing Xia Yuanqing coming. This time, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What are you looking at? Xia Yuanqing reached out and poked her on the forehead. Jinjuan, you are so beautiful. Bai Wenjin chuckled and stared at Xia Yuanqing with his big watery eyes. After being promoted to a mid-level wild god, Xia Yuanqing's divine power became even stronger, and he could already condense a clear face in the dreams of his believers. This was also the first time in history that believers saw Xia Yuanqing's true appearance. The next second, Bai Wenjin suddenly realized that what he had just said was too outrageous. I'm sorry, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, I didn't mean it. Bai Wenjin immediately knelt down, looking flustered and a little overwhelmed. Get up, take a look at these 10 qi refining stage exercises, and the 20 qi refining stage elementary martial arts. Which ones do you like? Seeing Bai Wenjin looking like a frightened little rabbit, Xia Yuanqing laughed and helped her up. He reached out and took her hand, slowly walking into the sea of flowers. With their arrival, the flowers that had been a little shy before began to bloom one after another, and different skills and martial arts emerged from the dozens of light pink stamens in the center. I want this and that. Yeah, I want this too. Master, I still want this. Bai Wenjin trotted happily in the sea of flowers, and when he returned to Xia Yuanqing, in addition to a book of exercises, he also held 5 martial arts books in his arms. So many martial arts? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Xia Yuanqing glanced at the 5 martial arts books, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in the depths of his eyes. Body movement, defense, close combat, ranged attack, secret technique. This little girl is quite good at choosing, she has all kinds of options. Hee, the true Lord will give me direct divine instruction, so I'm not afraid. I just want to be the temple priest of Jinjuan. I must become the strongest temple priest in the world. Only in this way can I better protect Jinjuan. Bai Wenjin held the books in one hand and tentatively, and quietly pulled Xia Yuanqing's arm with the other hand. She bit her lips slightly, her eyes showing some anticipation but also some fear. Okay, I'll wait for you to protect me. Xia Yuanqing reached out and tapped her forehead, then turned a book of exercises and 5 martial arts books into a sky full of stars, which slowly merged into Bai Wenjin's mind. When she absorbed all the knowledge and opened her eyes, before she could see Xia Yuanqing's face clearly, she heard Xia Yuanqing's soft voice in her ears. If you don't get up, someone will come and lift your quilt. Hearing this, Bai Wenjin stood up suddenly, only to find that the sky outside was gradually getting brighter. According to the time, it would take at most a cup of tea for believers to come and burn incense. She hurriedly made up her bed, stood up and rushed out to open the doors of the temple. Seeing her so impatient, Xia Yuanqing in the shrine couldn't help but burst into laughter. Thinking about what happened in my dream last night, I couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in my heart. As a mid-level wild god, he can already have a physical body in his dreams. If he were to be promoted to a high-grade wild god, or even a peak wild god, perhaps he would be able to do more in the dreams of his believers. Master Yuanqing Xinjuan! Hearing someone calling him from the underworld, Xia Yuanqing arrived at the temple of the underworld in a blink of an eye. Seeing 3 initial-level Yin soldiers of the first level of Qi refining period kneeling in front of the shrine with delighted looks on their faces, it was obvious that they had just made a successful breakthrough last night. Among the 3,000 ghost soldiers, 3 have finally emerged in the Qi refining stage. This also means that the first batch of ghost messengers will arrive in the underworld. With Xia Yuanqing's recognition, the moment the 3 were promoted from ghost soldiers to junior ghost messengers, a new exclusive item also appeared in the system's mall. Item: Primary Ghost Messenger Armor. Level: Qi Refining Stage. Price: 1 stick of incense. Function: a piece of underworld armor used exclusively by junior ghost messengers. It has great defensive capabilities against soul attacks and is immune to any soul attacks of the same level or lower than its own strength. Xia Yuanqing immediately exchanged 3 items and gave them out as rewards. Thank you, Master Yuanqing Xinjuan. After putting on the junior ghost officer's military armor, the 3 junior ghost officers ran directly outside the temple and began to show off to other familiar ghost soldiers. You know, everyone has a ghost sword, but there are only 3 sets of ghost messenger armor. Wearing this and walking around in the underworld will make you look so proud. In the blink of an eye, there are only 2 days left before Xia Yuanqing's previous order for seclusion for a week. All the believers practiced with all their might so that they could become stronger after the 1-week deadline and cooperate with Lord Yuanqing Xinjuan to attack the 4 forces. As a believer, we can't always ask Master Yuanqing Xinjuan to do everything ourselves. It is precisely because of the sufficient resources for cultivation that everyone's comprehension and cultivation speed are much stronger than before. In this short week, the strength of the 3 major camps of believers, namely, monster believers, human believers, and ghost believers, has experienced unprecedented enhancement. As dawn was about to arrive, the doors of every household opened quickly, and all the believers were armed and looked up at the rising sun in the sky with serious faces. Inside Sunlang Mountain, the monster believers sharpened their claws and bared their cold fangs. In the underworld, the number of junior ghost messengers has reached 6. They stand in front of thousands of troops, commanding more than 2,000 ghost soldiers who are ready for battle. Swish! The 6 ghost officials drew out the ghost knives from their waists, with the tips of the knives pointing directly at the gate to the underworld. Wait until the moment when the sun officially illuminates the world. Sunlang Mountain. 15 villages. The underworld. The 3 major camps rushed out brazenly. Target: Black Rock Town. Wow! The gate of the ancestral temple was pushed open, and a sedan chair slowly walked out, carried by 6 believers. In the sedan chair, the temple keeper Bai Wenjin held the statue of the deity in his hands. A majestic voice emanated from the statue, covering the entire territory. All believers, listen up! Follow me to Blackstone Town! Behead the god! Chapter 46. God will punish a mad man, and heaven will punish a mad god. Alas, if we had known that Master Yuanqing was such a coward, we should have bought more primary body tempering pills on the last day they closed. TSK, even if they open the door now, do you dare to go? You don't want to live. Whoever goes to such a disaster place will be unlucky. If the Black Tiger Gang, the Ma family, the Lu Shui building, and the Shangyun Pavilion hold a grudge against us, then once the cultivators from the Baihan sect arrive, anyone who has been to the Yuanqing Chamber of Commerce will be visiting their own grave. Outside of Blackstone Town, some cultivators had just returned from hunting monsters in the nearby mountains and forests. In their spare time, they talked about the Yuanqing territory which had become famous some time ago. In terms of the speed of the rise of a force, in the past 100 years, none of the nearby towns has been as outrageous as the Yuanqing territory. In just a few months, one of the most powerful forces had forced its way into Blackrock Town. Speaking of the comprehensive strength of gods, Yuanqing Zhenjuan, who protects the Yuanqing territory, is the second strongest god in Haishi Town. Originally it had a bright future, and was even expected to surpass the Li family of Blackstone Town within 100 years and become the #1 force in Blackstone Town. But this true Lord Yuanqing is too arrogant after all. He accepted beggars, monsters, and dead souls as believers. Such a chaotic interior really disrupted the rules between the gods. As the saying goes, if a man is mad, God will punish him. If a god is mad, heaven will punish him. After all, true Lord Yuanqing had committed too many sins, and now he was being punished for his crimes. He was so arrogant that he dared to shoot and kill disciples of the Baihun sect, the strongest demonic sect in Black Hawk County. This gave the Black Tiger Gang and other four forces a great opportunity to counterattack. You should know that some time ago, when the Yuanqing territory was made public and was about to establish a chamber of commerce, various forces realized that the Yuanqing territory was likely to surpass the Li family and become the strongest force in Blackstone Town. The Black Tiger Gang and the other four forces that had offended the Yuanqing territory were so scared. According to legend, the gods of these four families were even preparing to run away together. But who could have thought that true Lord Yuanqing would provoke the Baihun sect? After learning the news, the four Black Tiger Gangs did not dare to delay for a moment, and sent their followers to Baihun Gate to report the news overnight. No matter how gifted Yuanqing Zhenjuan is, he is after all a junior who has just been born for less than a year. How could he have the ability to fight against Baihun Daojun of Baihun sect? Just as a few monks were chatting and traveling, they suddenly noticed unusual movements in the distance. They turned their heads to look in that direction, and suddenly found that the ground began to shake, like a precursor to an earthquake. The next second, a large number of ghosts began to flee from that direction. Each one of them was frightened as if they had seen a god. "Oh my God! What happened?" Several monks immediately dodged to the side and watched the hundreds of ghosts fleeing like crazy, as if they were avoiding something. "Oh my God, there is a ghost of the 7th level of the body tempering stage." Several monks who were hiding discovered that among those densely packed souls, there were actually souls as powerful as those at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. With such strength, as long as he doesn't meet the top strong men in the town, he can usually move around freely. He is an evil ghost that countless monks and common people fear and fear. Even such a powerful ghost was scared and fled everywhere, so one can imagine how powerful the enemy chasing them from behind would be. Could it be the soul of a chi refining stage deceased? Several people looked at each other. The cultivators in the chi refining stage were all big shots, and they hadn't heard of any big shot leaving the town recently. The only place near Blackstone Town where chi refining stage monsters exist is Sunlang Mountain. That place belongs to the territory of Yuanqing. Now, just like following that cowardly god, everyone has huddled down and dares not go out of the territory. Therefore, the only ones who could cause such a sensation were the souls of the dead in the chi refining stage. "It's bad. Let's find a way to escape. If we don't get into town, we'll be eaten by this evil ghost." Realizing that it might be a terrifying ghost from the chi refining stage, the faces of several cultivators turned pale in an instant. The ghosts of the dead like to suck the souls of the living. They are only at the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. If they encounter a ghost at the chi refining stage, they probably won't even be able to run away. Just as they were about to leave, the ground shook more violently, as if the hideous chi refining ghost had appeared nearby. "It's over! It's completely over now!" Several people collapsed on the spot, their faces pale and their eyes filled with despair. But as they looked further into the distance, they realized that things seemed not to be quite as they had imagined. "What is that? Why does it look a bit like the ghost of the dead in Yuanqing territory?" Several people looked in the direction where the vibration came from and found a group of neatly dressed, serious-looking ghost soldiers striding forward. 3,000 ghost believers are the vanguard, galloping ahead. Every step he took was like the earth rolling and the mountains shaking, frightening the monsters and ghosts in all directions and causing them to flee. The dark energy released by the 3,000 ghost believers was so dense, and terrifying that the temperature dropped drastically wherever it passed, and people felt the difference from the scorching summer to the bitter winter in an instant. When the Yin soldiers passed through, all things give way. All living beings and ghosts seen along the way fled away, not daring to stay on the road for a single step. Look! The 6 ghosts standing in the front seemed to be, in the Qi refining stage. Several monks stared with wide eyes at the 6 people walking in front among the 3,000 Yin soldiers. They were wearing ghost army armor, and the ghost patterns on the armor were vivid, as if they would rush out from it at any time and bite all the enemies in front of them. Following the ghost soldiers were a large number of villagers and believers. They straightened their chests and looked forward with firm expressions. Holding a spiritual weapon with a cold glow in his hand, the fighting spirit in his eyes rushed straight to the sky. Among the crowd, there were several strong believers carrying a sedan chair. Looking at the grand scale, one could imagine who was inside it. Wrong. It's God! Behind the villagers were more than 200 monsters. They were ferocious, and the tyrannical aura they exuded was enough to frighten several monks so much that their legs trembled violently, and they were completely out of control. Yuanqing territory! They are from Yuanqing territory! At this moment, several monks looked up and followed the direction of the sedan chair, and suddenly discovered that this was the road leading directly to the Black Tiger gang. Such a huge momentum soon spread to all major forces near the town. Everyone looked at the Yuanqing territory marching in the distance with fear. Although everyone knew in their hearts that the Yuanqing territory was very powerful, they never expected it to be so terrifying. There are no less than 10 strong men in the Qi refining stage alone. Looking at the entire Blackstone town, even the most powerful Li family only has 4 Qi refining cultivators. The gap between this and the Yuanqing territory is indeed too big. Everyone! Don't go out! Don't get involved in this! Almost at the same time, in the entire Blackstone town, except for the 4 forces of the Black Tiger gang, the gods of other forces issued warnings to their own temple priests. Compared to the terror felt by the monks and common people, the expressions of the gods from various forces were truly panicked. After all, the believers under his command could at most sense the powerful aura of the monsters, monks, and ghosts in Yuanqing territory. But these gods... When they looked at the sedan chair, almost in an instant, they realized that there was a pair of eyes like the abyss looking at them. That is... True Lord Yuanqing. He once killed 5 gods by himself. One of them is the second most powerful god in Blackrock Town. Unexpectedly, not long after that, the strength of Yuanqing Jinjuan seemed to have made a new breakthrough. The aura was so terrifying that just looking at each other from a distance frightened the gods so much that they dared not look up. Medium-grade wild god. At the other end of Blackstone Town, in the Li family temple, the Li family gods who had been sleeping for a long time slowly woke up. He looked into the distance, and sensed an aura that was as powerful as his own. Master family god, this true Lord Yuanqing has mobilized so many troops, I'm afraid he has big plans. The head of the Li family came to the temple and immediately reported what he had learned. Pass the order down, all members of the Li family are ready to fight. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the Li family god. Now that he has awakened, he has broken through to the middle-grade wild god. In terms of strength, he was confident that he was no less capable than Xia Yuanqing. Little wild dog, I really want to thank you for giving me this great opportunity. The Li family spirit knew that Xia Yuanqing must have realized that he would die at the hands of the Baihun sect sooner or later, so he went crazy and planned to take the 4 families of the Black Tiger gang with him to die together. When dealing with this mad dog, the Li family only needs to sit back and wait for the benefits to come their way. By the time Xia Yuanqing had killed the Black Tiger gang, his divine power was probably almost exhausted. At this time, he immediately took action and devoured it directly. Then select 100 young and vigorous believers from those in Yuanqing territory and send them to Baihunmen. By then, maybe we can please Baihun Daojun and become the backer of Li family in Haishi town. Thinking of this, the Li family god couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Yuanqing's growth rate was so fast that it made him jealous and crazy. If everything goes well with your plan, then not only can he get rid of the dangerous guy Yuanqing Jinjuan, but he can also gain the appreciation of Baihunmen. In the future, his chances of breaking through to a top-grade wild god will be even greater. Chapter 47. In my name, I borrow the wind from heaven and earth. According to the perception of the Li family gods, Xia Yuanqing and his companions have now arrived at the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Call! A thick, gloomy wind blew towards the Black Tiger Gang's main gate in front of them, as if a cold winter had arrived, making all the believers in the Black Tiger Gang feel the chill deep in their bones. This is too much! Above the Black Tiger Gang's temple, a black wind suddenly arose, and an old godly man wearing a black tiger-patterned robe emerged from it. He looked at the believers, ghosts, and monsters outside the territory, knowing in his heart that the believers under his command were no match for them. Now the only ones I can rely on are myself and those three guys. In an instant, their gods also appeared above the three territories in the distance. At the invitation of the Black Tiger Gang's gods, their figures cut through the sky, emitting a heavy divine power, and descended on the edge of the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Black Tiger Gang, Ma Family, Lushui Tower, Shangyun Pavilion. The four gods have arrived, the four gods have formed an alliance. They are all low-level wild gods, and are also the four most powerful forces in Blackstone Town besides the Li family and Yuanqing territory. Master Yuanqing! We know you are powerful, but so what? We, the four gods, are allied here. You are outside your own territory. Every step you take consumes a huge amount of divine power. We don't believe that you have so much divine power to kill us all at once. The Black Tiger Gang spirit took a step forward and looked down at the sedan chair in the distance. Although he was standing in his own territory, he could not suppress the fear in his heart when he looked at the sedan chair. Fortunately, I have three allies around me. This gave the Black Tiger Gang's gods some confidence. In terms of strength, you, true Lord Yuanqing, can indeed kill any one of the four of us in an instant, but don't forget, this is not your Yuanqing territory. Any action you take will result in a huge consumption of divine power. You can kill one god, but can you kill four gods at once? If you kill two at most, your divine power will be exhausted. Then, it will be time for us to kill you. Today, if you dare to step forward and fight, your only end will be death. The combined aura of the four gods was like a mountain so tall that the top could not be seen. They wanted to unite and suppress Xia Yuanqing in public. Outside the Black Tiger Gang's territory, a breeze blew across the sedan chair, faintly revealing the statue in Bai Wenjin's arms. Noisy. In this silent atmosphere, a gentle voice spread in all directions. Threads of golden light rose from the sedan chair, gathering into thousands of strands, and a man in green walked out from the golden light. Xia Yuanqing looked forward, and when his sight fell on the four gods trembled subconsciously, and their footsteps staggered backward in the air. They swallowed deeply, their hands were shaking, and they dared not look into the eyes of the young god in the green robe. What are you afraid of? He alone can't kill four of us. As long as we stay in the territory and don't go out, we can outlast him. Yeah. I bet he doesn't have that much divine power to kill us. In an instant, the four gods straightened their heads and chests, trying to look Xia Yuanqing in the face. Yes, I don't spend much time outside. Fortunately, you are weak enough. Xia Yuanqing slowly stretched out his finger and pointed at the four gods in the air. In an instant, a large number of thunderclouds suddenly rolled up in the originally sunny blue sky. The sky was dark and thunder was roaring. Under the dense thunderclouds, the golden light outside Xia Yuanqing's body has become the only sun in the world. Boom! 4 bolts of lightning burst out of the dark clouds and transformed into giant pillars that supported the sky, charging straight towards the four gods. Mad! He's crazy! This damn thing is going to drag us to die with him! Seeing that Xia Yuanqing actually dared to attack the four of them at the same time, the four gods were terrified and hurriedly joined forces to fight the enemy. Wind! Fire! The boulder is coming! In an instant, the four gods released a large amount of wind blades and flames towards the thunder, and even summoned a huge rock tens of meters high. They gritted their teeth and glared at the thunder above. We just don't believe it! In our territory, even the four gods combined cannot defeat you. Flames burn the filth of the world, and are equal to thunder. With the power of heaven, they cleanse the evil from all living beings and people. Xia Yuanqing whispered something, and a red vortex formed around him, absorbing all the flames released by the four gods into himself. Fuck! The Black Tiger Gang's god was so surprised to see that the flames released by himself and the Shangyun Pavilion's god were easily swallowed by Xia Yuanqing. Such an outrageous scene completely shattered their three views. The flames were violent and had the power of destruction, but when they came to him, he swallowed them as easily as candy beans. Is this correct? Is this reasonable? I am Yuanqing. I borrowed the wind from heaven and earth in my name. Xia Yuanqing waved his hand and grabbed the strong wind released by the spirit of Lushui Tower. In the last second, he vowed to tear apart the thunder and cut through the dark wind, but now in Xia Yuanqing's hands, he was as obedient as a piece of dough. The god in Lushui Tower widened his eyes and looked at Xia Yuanqing in disbelief. Borrow wind from heaven and earth? How did you take away my wind? You took my things, did you ask for my consent? Is this a loan? This is blatant robbery. The god of Lushui Tower was somewhat unconvinced, and pushed his hands forward, causing a violent gust of wind to erupt again, trying to continue resisting the thunder from above. But I, Yuanqing, am here to borrow the wind again. Xia Yuanqing extended his hand for the second time, his expression exceptionally calm. Seeing his own wind running to Xia Yuanqing again, the spirit of Lushui Tower was so angry that he kept stamping his feet in the air and shouting, "Come back! Come back!" By the time two small balls of wind appeared in Xia Yuanqing's palms, the spirit of Lushui Tower was so angry that he was about to collapse. I'm gonna fucking fight you! He just shouted loudly, and all the divine power in his body was released. The sky and the earth roar, the wind and clouds howl. His eyes were red, and this time, the target of his attack was no longer Lei Ting, but Xia Yuanqing in the distance. Unexpectedly, this time, Xia Yuanqing suddenly laughed. In the end, he couldn't suppress the smile and could only let out an apologetic smile. The familiar reaching out movement reappeared. No way! At this moment, an ominous premonition arose in the hearts of the other three gods. Keep borrowing. 3 short words came out of Xia Yuanqing's mouth, and with the power of his supernatural powers, they turned into invisible rains, instantly calming the restless wind. Upon seeing this, the spirit of Lushui Tower trembled, and the whole body became a little illusory. You can eat fire and gather wind? I don't believe you can eat stones. The Ma family god controlled a huge rock to fall from the sky and smash directly towards Xia Yuanqing. Even though I can't eat, I have the strength to carry a mountain. Xia Yuanqing stretched out 2 fingers, grasped the huge rock in the air, and as his fingers moved, he rode on several gusts of wind in his palms and counterattacked the 4 gods. Boom! The divine powers clashed, and the resulting waves spread in all directions, shocking many gods who were watching in their respective territories. Barely able to block this wave of attacks, the bodies of the 4 gods began to become illusory, and cracks also appeared on the surface of the statues in the temple of their territory. Before they could feel happy about their survival, the thunder from above had already fallen on their heads. There was divine power to stop them before, but now, they have all been severely injured, so how can they have enough divine power to resist the thunder? Under the bombardment, the sounds of 4 statues shattering rang out simultaneously in the temples around. Looking at the 4 brilliant divine essences emerging in the air, Xia Yuanqing had just collected the divine essences of the Black Tiger Gang gods and the Lushui Tower gods that were closest to him, when suddenly an old man in a white robe appeared in a distant direction. He grabbed with his big hand and directly put the other 2 divine essences into his sleeves. Is it finally out? Xia Yuanqing was not surprised when he saw the Li family's spirit appear. The reason why we have to retreat for a week before launching the general attack on Blackstone Town is to guard against a sneak attack from this old guy. Otherwise, based on the 4 gods' alliance just now, they would not be qualified to allow me to practice for them for another week. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing and the Li family gods looked at each other from a distance. The old man in white robe waved his sleeves, and the sound was bright and resounded throughout Blackstone Town. The evil god Yuanqing of Yuanqing territory has violated the rules of the gods and collected all kinds of living beings and dead souls as his followers. This is a provocation to the gods of the world and he deserves to be killed. He allowed his followers to wantonly slaughter followers of other gods. He is extremely arrogant. He deserves to be killed. Bullying weak gods is not what a powerful god does, and he deserves to be killed. Today, in the name of the Li family god of Blackstone Town, I call on all the gods in the town to fight for justice in the world and the iron law of the gods. Work together to eradicate the evil god Yuanqing and bring sunshine back to Blackstone Town. As the voice of the Li family gods spread everywhere, many gods fell into hesitation. They knew that many of Xia Yuanqing's practices were indeed different from those of normal gods, but they also knew in their hearts that this Li family god was not a good thing either. It is normal for gods in the world to devour each other. Where is the bullshit justice? As if sensing the god's hesitation, the Li family god smiled slightly, as if he had another trick up his sleeve. There are several spiritual veins and a large number of spiritual springs hidden in Yuanqing's territory. Those who defeat the evil god Yuanqing today should become the model of the gods in Blackstone Town. We should control the spiritual veins and share the spiritual springs together. As soon as these words were spoken, many gods that had been silent before appeared in the sky of various territories. They looked towards the direction of Yuanqing's territory with burning eyes, and then swept their eyes over Xia Yuanqing's followers. No wonder the believers in Yuanqing territory practice at such a fast speed. It turns out that it contains spiritual veins and springs. No, according to the old man from the Li family, there seems to be more than one spiritual vein and more than one spiritual spring. When the gods thought of these things, a slight grin appeared on their faces. The spiritual veins and springs are useless to them, but they are useful to the believers. The higher the level of cultivation of the believer, the better the vitality extracted from him, and the baby born from him will taste. For these gods, that is a real tonic. The gods looked at each other in silence, and it was clear in their hearts. Afterwards, the divine power reached the sky and transformed into colorful light, which together fought against the dark clouds laid by Xia Yuanqing. We, the gods of Blackstone Town, serve the people of Blackstone Town. We serve the order of the gods of Blackstone Town. Today, the god of judgment of evil Yuanqing. Souls are scattered. Gods, let's fight together. Chapter 48. I am gathering strength. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the gods were going to unite to kill Xia Yuanqing, their emotions were completely aroused, and the Li family god who had taken the lead before suddenly disappeared at this moment. He returned to his own temple and stared at what was happening outside. You are a bunch of idiots. Just fight with that little wild dog. In the end, this huge Blackstone town will belong to me. The Li family's spirit returned to the shrine, and laughter filled the entire lobby. Looking at the entire Blackstone town, only he and Xia Yuanqing have reached the middle-grade wild god realm. It was also relying on the powerful divine power that he was able to detect the aura of spiritual veins and spiritual springs in Yuanqing's territory. However, he had no idea how many spiritual veins and spiritual springs there were. But no matter what, he would first trick those losers into fighting Xia Yuanqing, and wait until they have completely exhausted Xia Yuanqing's divine power. That would be his real time to appear. The Li family god looked at Xia Yuanqing in the distance, and knew that this guy had a magical weapon on him. When fighting against those 5 gods, if it didn't have the power of the divine weapon, there was no way this little wild dog could be a match for those 5 gods. Today, he has not used any magic weapon in the battle until now, and it is obvious that he is still some distance away from his limit. The more it is at this time, the more I have to hide. When he is completely destroyed, I can kill him and other gods at once. From now on, he is the only god in Blackstone Town. The vitality of all believers, as well as those of the best boys and girls, were enjoyed by him alone. In less than 30 years, he would be able to attempt to break through to become a top-grade wild god. When thinking of this extremely bright future, the laughter of the Li family gods became louder and louder. Protect Master Yuanqing Jinjuan! On the ground, all the believers in Yuanqing territory immediately protected the sedan chair tightly when they saw the colorful light composed of various divine powers appearing in the sky. Although they cannot see the gods, they can see the disasters brought about by the divine power. No problem. Xia Yuanqing's voice echoed in the ears of all believers. Hearing this calm voice, the believers immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Master Yuanqing Jinjuan must have a backup plan. Xia Yuanqing took out the divine essence of the Black Tiger Gang god and refined it quickly. No matter how powerful the joint attack of gods from all over the place was, Xia Yuanqing remained indifferent. Just as those gods had guessed, Xia Yuanqing now only has 20% of the divine power left in his body. Under such circumstances, it is indeed not suitable to continue fighting outside the territory. In that case, let's turn the area under our feet into one of our own territories. There are only 10 seconds left before the colorful light arrives. The believers in Yuanqing territory looked up at the sky calmly. They knew that once the attacks of these gods landed, they would be destroyed instantly. But in everyone's heart, there was not a trace of fear. Everything stems from what Xia Yuanqing said just now. No problem. Since Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan said so, it means that Lord Jinjuan must have a way to fight back. As a die-hard believer, no matter what happens, you just need to firmly believe in one thing in your heart. That is the unconditional trust in Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan. In just a few seconds, the destructive aura emanating from those divine powers had already appeared above everyone. Despite this, all the believers remained calm. Their expressions were calm, without a single drop of sweat of nervousness or fear on their cheeks. How did this little wild dog tame those believers? In the dark, the Li family gods became extremely curious when they observed the status of the believers in Yuanqing territory. Although it is normal for believers to be loyal to the gods, no one expected that they could be loyal to this extent. If only I could have the means to tame believers. Wouldn't it be more convenient to absorb the vital energy and swallow high-quality boys and girls? With excitement in his heart, the Li family spirit kept a closer eye on Xia Yuanqing's condition. In his eyes, this so-called Yuanqing Jinjun is truly a huge treasure. Wow! The blazing colorful light was about to kill Xia Yuanqing and his followers at the critical moment. A flag suddenly appeared, emitting dazzling golden light, completely protecting Xia Yuanqing and all the believers inside. Boundary flag. When this familiar golden light appeared above, all the believers' faces were instantly filled with joy. Because they know that this golden light is guarding the territory. Since they can appear here, it means that the Black Tiger Gang's territory has been officially incorporated into the Yuanqing territory from this moment on. Boom! In the small town, the attack from more than 20 gods was firmly resisted by the boundary flag. Although there were many cracks on the surface, it quickly recovered with the help of Xia Yuanqing's divine power. The feeling of powerlessness caused by the rapid disappearance of divine power disappeared instantly, which made Xia Yuanqing look forward again with an arrogant look on his face. It's a divine weapon! It's the defensive artifact that the Wei family spirit mentioned before. Damn it! Why is Yuanqing Jinjuan's magic weapon so powerful? It can actually withstand the attacks of all our gods. The gods, who had been full of greed before, suddenly began to panic after seeing that all their attacks were blocked. Not only them, but also the Li family gods felt a tremor in their hearts. Once, when the Wei family god was lobbying the gods, he told them that Yuanqing Jinjuan possessed a defensive flag artifact. It can transform into golden light and protect the entire territory. Its defensive power is so strong that it is simply abnormal. Now, once this boundary flag appears, it is obvious what it represents. The Black Tiger Gang's territory has become part of Yuanqing's territory. The reason why they dared to join forces to fight against Xia Yuanqing was that they relied on the fact that he was outside his own territory and every action he took would consume an enormous amount of divine power. But now, he has integrated the land under his feet into the territory, which means that from now on, Xia Yuanqing's biggest disadvantage has disappeared. He is now much more powerful than before. Li family spirit! Please come out and command! All the gods looked around and discovered that the Li family god who had called the event had run back to his own temple at some point. Previously, the gods were blinded by interests, and did not pay attention to the little tricks of the Li family gods. But now it's different, the situation has changed, and everyone knows that if the Li family gods don't stand up at this time, I'm afraid that these weak gods will be swallowed up one by Xia Yuanqing. After all, with the death of the previous 4 gods, Xia Yuanqing and the Li family gods were the only ones left in the entire town who were at the wild god level. Among the remaining 20 or so gods, the strongest one is the Great Perfection Wandering God. The gap between wandering gods and wild gods is really too big. Not everyone is like Xia Yuanqing, who possesses multiple supernatural powers and even has several magical weapons. Now Xia Yuanqing has been recovering in his own territory. If his divine power gradually recovers to its peak, it will probably be a devastating disaster for all the gods who have taken action before. At this moment, he was being stared at by all the gods, and some were even calling his name in unison. The Li family god staying in the temple was extremely furious. Trash! A bunch of trash! The Li family god kept cursing. He did not expect that Xia Yuanqing would choose not to resist the attack or think about escaping in such a critical situation. Instead, he devoted himself to refining the Black Tiger Gang's territory. This guy. Man. Absolutely a lunatic. Why is his brain different from that of normal gods? After cursing for a few words, the Li family spirit knew in his heart that he could no longer hide at this time. If I can't take this opportunity to unite with the gods to kill Xia Yuanqing, when he recovers, I'm afraid the first person he will kill will be me. If fighting alone, the Li family god felt that Xia Yuanqing might not be his opponent. But the opponent still has two magical weapons for attack and defense in his hands. In this case, if I fight him one-on-one, I will be at a great disadvantage. Don't panic, everyone! Follow me and kill the evil god Yuanqing! The Li family god appeared in the air with a dark face and could only unite with the gods to take action again. This time, the gods became more cautious and signaled the Li family gods to take the lead to prevent the old guy from sneaking away again. Although he was unhappy, the Li family gods had no choice but to take action first. He just glanced at the 20-odd gods with his peripheral vision, thinking to himself that after he successfully devoured Xia Yuanqing and obtained the two artifacts, he would definitely devour these useless things as well. But just as he was about to take action, he found that Xia Yuanqing seemed to be looking at him. Snort. Could it be that this little wild dog still wants to fight with me? Who the hell is he? Even if the Black Tiger Gang's territory is turned into Yuanqing's territory, do you think they can compete with so many gods like you? But in the next second, a light green longbow suddenly appeared in Xia Yuanqing's hand. Another divine weapon! The moment the Li family gods saw the desolate bow, their faces turned green. He never dreamed that this Master Yuanqing actually had more than two magical weapons in his hands. He still has a trump card. And it is a magical weapon that is good at long-range attacks. The Li family god forced himself to suppress his inner tension and began to observe Xia Yuanqing's actions. When he found that Xia Yuanqing was holding the desolate bow and aiming at him from a distance, he became even more nervous and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Soon, the Li family god discovered something wrong. This Yuanqing Jinjuan. He just pulls the bow, he doesn't shoot the arrow. This guy just drew the bow and aimed at himself, but he had no intention of shooting the arrow. This made the Li family god nervous and angry, and he wanted to curse. He wanted to step forward and attack, but he was afraid that if he did, Xia Yuanqing would shoot an arrow at him. Although the desolate bow has not yet shown its power, the surging aura emanating from the bow has already proved that it is a powerful artifact of the lower-grade wild god realm. This made the Li family god feel a little hesitant. He was greedy, but also afraid of death. He glanced at the other gods. It seemed that these bastards had already made an agreement that they would not take action unless he took action. But if I fight Xia Yuanqing to the death, what if these bastards take advantage of me? While hesitating, Xia Yuanqing, who had been silent all the time, suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? Are you making fun of me? The moment the Li family god saw Xia Yuanqing smile, he felt insulted by him. If you have the guts, shoot an arrow. Otherwise, why have you been standing there without daring to take action? What are you waiting for? Is there anyone who can come to save you? Listening to the roar of the Li family spirit, Xia Yuanqing said with a hint of amusement in his tone. I'm waiting to accumulate power, so what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, the Li family god was stunned for a moment. Accumulate power? What is charging? Before he could react, Xia Yuanqing released the bowstring in his hand, and gathered the last 20% of his divine power into a golden arrow, which pierced through the clouds, crossed several territories, and rushed towards the Li family. The golden light was like a meteor, containing the power to destroy the world. In just a moment, It had arrived above the Li family's territory. Feeling the extremely terrifying aura, the Li family god was about to dodge when he discovered that the direction of the arrow seemed to be slightly off. As long as you stay in midair, you will rarely be shot. Just when he was about to laugh at Xia Yuanqing, he suddenly realized that the arrow was not aimed at him at all. It's the Li family temple. Oh my god! This little bastard is trying to destroy his own statue. In an instant, the face of the Li family god turned pale. He can dodge freely in the air, but the statue can't. It was too late to move the statue now, which meant that facing the arrow, he had to take the initiative to meet it. Damn it! What a cunning little stray dog. Although I am extremely angry, there is no other way at this point. The moment he took the initiative to rush forward, he released all his strength in his hands, trying to resist completely. Xia Yuanqing took out the soul-calming bell from his sleeve. He used up the last bit of his divine power to activate the soul-calming bell. Buzz! The soul-calming sound wave is coming! The Li family god was stunned, and the defensive preparations he had just made also quietly dissipated at this moment of daze. By the time he reacted, the golden arrow had already hit him. You! Before the Li family spirit could utter the last words, its divine body had already begun to disintegrate. In the Li family temple, a statue suddenly exploded, turned into some light spots, and merged into the ground. At this moment, as a new divine essence emerged in the air and was taken away by Xia Yuanqing through the air, it also foreshadowed the demise of the number one god in Blackstone Town. Chapter 49. The gods turned into demons, and the people prayed for life. Kill the god with one arrow. The deep minds of all the gods in the town were completely blasted by the golden arrow that broke through the air. The Li family god who had dominated Blackstone Town for 100 years was now shot dead by a single arrow in his prime. It is conceivable how powerful this arrow is. The gods looked towards Xia Yuanqing's location with fear, knowing that Xia Yuanqing was no longer in his prime when he shot the arrow. But even in this weak condition, he was still able to kill the strongest Li family god with a single arrow. As for these gods who are not even wild gods. Gulp! The gods swallowed their saliva and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. Run! Must run! If you don't run now, it will be too late. He will kill us. He'll kill us all. Fear crept deep into the hearts of all gods and occupied all their thoughts. But in the next second, a gentle voice spread throughout the town. Let all the gods and believers hear those words clearly. Whoever runs away will be killed by me. These 6 simple words were like shackles infused with divine power, sealing all the gods in place. Their eyes fell on the desolate bow in Xia Yuanqing's hand, knowing that the power of this artifact was beyond their ability to resist. Perhaps the current Yuanqing Jinjuan is already very weak and cannot even pull the bow a few times. But which god would dare to gamble with his own life? Didn't you hear what this madman said? Whoever runs will be killed. Even though this madman only had one chance to draw the bow with his divine power, no one among the gods wanted to compete for this spot. At this moment, all the gods stayed silently in the void, like statues, not daring to move at all. Their eyes were dull, like puppets, foolishly waiting for the final death sentence. In Yuanqing's territory, Xia Yuanqing absorbed several essences of gods in his hands, hoping to recover his divine power quickly. Now, relying on his own ferocious power, those gods can still be barely intimidated. But if it goes on for too long, they will inevitably go crazy, and then if they hurt too many people in the town, things will be bad. In Xia Yuanqing's eyes, those people are his future believers, and none of them can be hurt. As for those filthy evil gods who like to eat human vitality and refine the flesh and blood of children, they are the ones who most deserve to be liquidated in this world. Although there are thousands of ways, only putting people first and ensuring peace and prosperity in the world is the true supreme way. Since I have come to this world, I have become a god who protects the world. Faced with their unconditional faith, I cannot let them down. With my divine power, I will open up a new world. With my divine body, I will support a bright future for them. They will no longer have to live in humiliation facing the gods above the clouds. Let everyone live a truly peaceful life. The rule that gods eat humans and treat all things as straw dogs will be completely severed by me. I want all the spirits in the world to be able to practice, and all to have the qualifications to embark on the great path. Since nothing in the world can resist the gods, the only way to destroy the gods is to kill gods with gods. I, Xia Yuanqing, will settle accounts with this world. Several divine essences were constantly being refined, and the divine power flowing through his body began to boil. Suddenly, the entire black stone town had been petrified for a stick of incense. Everyone gradually woke up from the 6 words Xia Yuanqing had said before, and understood more and more about the current situation of the town. We can't just sit there and wait for death. He's going to kill us! He's going to kill us! More than 20 gods began to go crazy. They knew that Xia Yuanqing was in a weak state at the moment, so it was difficult for him to attack all of them. But they were unable to break the protective golden light of the boundary flag, so after much thought, they just had to run away. But the gods escaped and dangers arose. Once you leave your territory, your divine power will be lost in large quantities. When it is completely gone, you will fall into an extremely serious period of weakness. At this time, all it takes is a mortal holding a divine weapon to easily accomplish the miracle of beheading a god. The gods looked into the distance. Where was the location of Dongle Town? If they wanted to escape, they could only go to Dongle Town. But along the way, the number of village gods encountered was countless. These gods, who usually occupied good locations in the town, bullied the village gods too much. Anyone who passed near their territory would be killed instantly. Since staying means death and escaping also means death, then. Yuanqing! Don't you like to accept all living beings as believers? Aren't you resisting sucking people's vitality and eating their flesh and blood? Okay. Then let's have a good meal today. As these voices echoed throughout the town, the gods who usually seemed to be infinitely glorious actually revealed hideous and evil smiles to their believers. They stretched out their huge hands, condensed the wind and clouds, and drew the vitality out of each believer's body. In an instant, their demonic actions plunged the entire town into a carnival of terror. The believers knelt down and begged for mercy, imploring their gods not to eat them. Many elders at home cried and complained, and their heads were bruised and bloody. My Lord God! If you want to eat me! My grandson is only 3 months old. This is the only child in our family. Sir! My wife just gave birth less than half a month ago, her body is too weak. If you want to eat me! I have enough blood and energy. Please, sir! The children are still young. My parents have given me the grace of raising them. I beg you to let them go. My husband and I are willing to take our hearts and offer them to you, sir. Miserable wailing sounds were heard from many territories, but the more miserable they cried, the more excited the gods became. In the past, in order to allow these pigs to continue to reproduce more pigs for their food, the gods rarely devoured them in large quantities. Unless the believers are powerful, they can go to other villages and snatch the children of the useless villagers who are protected by weak gods. Otherwise, the gods might not be able to have a full meal for 10 or 20 years. But it's different now, since they are going to die. Of course they want to die with a full stomach. These pigs are protected by them so that they can survive in this cruel world. Their lives are controlled by gods. Untouchable. Pig. Ant. You were born to be food for us gods, and keeping you here until now is already a great favor to us. Now that the gods are about to die, what right do you lowly creatures have to live? Why should I live? In the original Black Tiger Gang's territory, the believers who had previously followed the Black Tiger Gang's gods were now looking at the sedan chair in the distance with fear. They are afraid. They were worried that Master Yuanqing might become ferocious and eat all of them in one bite. The elders took the initiative to come to the outside and protected the children under 10 years old inside. They are afraid of death, but they don't want to see their children die in front of them. At this moment, the wailing of the small town caused the wind and clouds to change. A large number of dark clouds rose up, covering the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in darkness. Buzz! A dazzling golden light began to flash, and in it, the figure of a man holding a bow and arrow began to appear in the dark clouds. The moment he saw this figure, Bai Wenjin, who was sitting in the sedan chair, seemed to feel something. She opened the car curtain and looked up into the sky. When I saw the golden figure in the dark clouds, I recognized it immediately. It's Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. In an instant, all the believers in Yuanqing territory recognized this figure, who looked very friendly to them. It's really Master Yuanqing Jinjuan. Master Yuanqing Jinjuan has actually appeared in the human world. Is that the face of Master Jinjuan? For some unknown reason, the ability to manifest divine form, which was originally only available to powerful gods, now appeared on Xia Yuanqing, who was only a mid-level wild god. Even Xia Yuanqing himself didn't know what was going on. He only knew that he heard the cries of the people, saw the despair in their hearts and minds, and felt the desire for life of each and every one of them. Nostalgia for home. And anger at the injustice of this world. Why are the common people born pigs? Why are we born to be lowly creatures who work like slaves? We give our energy to the gods and dedicate our flesh and blood to them. We have tried so hard, why are we being slaughtered at will? We just want to watch our children grow up. We just want to take care of our parents in their old age and repay them for their upbringing. Are these just unattainable dreams? Us. Just want to survive. We want to live. Chapter 50. Stand up and head towards tomorrow. Your voice. I heard it. Among the dark clouds, Xia Yuanqing, whose body turned into golden light, overlooked the entire Blackstone town. At this moment, wherever you look, the prayers of thousands of people in the town are all in your heart. Buzz. The desolate bow flickered with light, absorbing Xia Yuanqing's divine power and turning into a golden arrow. Drawing the bow. Knocking an arrow. Aim. Shoot. The whole set of movements is completed in one go, flowing like clouds and water between heaven and earth. The soul-calming bell in the sleeve slowly flew out, hovering high in the sky, releasing an invisible soul-calming wave. Ah! The gods who were hunting humans suddenly had their eyes turn red and their figures began to become illusory the moment they heard the sound waves. Their spirits and souls gradually became confused, and when they looked at the surrounding environment, it was also blurry. Only the golden arrow flying from the sky is still so dazzling. The arrow came from high in the sky, and in a trance it turned into more than 20 tiny branches. Each branch arrow is aimed at a god, rushing towards them, aiming directly at the hearts of the gods. Puff! The golden arrows penetrated into the chests, and golden light emerged, illuminating the bodies of the gods. When the influence of the soul-calming wave gradually dissipated, the gods who had recovered from their shock suddenly discovered that it was not only the soul-calming wave that dissipated, but also their bodies and statues of gods in temples across the country. No! 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 I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I can still eat! I want to eat more pigs! A household god pounced on the 5-year-old child below, trying to stuff the child into his mouth with his teeth and claws. At this moment, he no longer cared about the elegance of the gods. He only wanted to eat the child in front of him and turn it into divine power to retain his dissipating divine body. The young child sat on the cold stone floor. Although he didn't know what was in the sky, a boundless fear shrouded his heart. It was like an invisible hungry wolf, already extending its teeth to his tender neck. One last bit! One last bit! The hand of the household god has already covered the child, and he is only half a meter away from catching him. But at this moment, his arms disintegrated into countless points of light like dandelions dancing in the wind and fell to the ground. No! No! Let me have another bite! Asshole! Let me have another bite! The household god struggled desperately to fight for it, but his arms completely collapsed and his body became increasingly transparent. Now there was only a hideous and ugly head left, emitting an impotent roar. Bah! As the head fell to the ground with a bang, it turned into a point of light and returned to the earth. In just over 10 seconds, more than 20 wandering gods died. In an instant, the gods disappeared from the minds of the believers, flowing in the long river of time as fragments of past memories. The people in the whole town looked up. They looked at the golden figure in the dark clouds and saw the face of the god. Is that Yuanqing Jinjuan of Yuanqing territory? It was Jinjuan Yuanqing who saved us. My child and my parents were saved by Master Jinjuan. As a breeze blew by, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the sun's light shone on the earth again. Everyone looked at the gradually illusory figure under the glaring sunlight. "Stand up and head towards tomorrow." Xia Yuanqing's voice echoed in someone's ears, as clear as a mountain spring, cleansing everyone's soul. Not until the shadow of the god completely disappeared did Xia Yuanqing return to the statue. "Guard the town. I'm tired and need to rest." The last sentence reached Bai Wenjin's mind. Looking at the statue in his arms, Bai Wenjin revealed a pure smile. She held the statue in her arms and whispered, "Master Yuanqing Jinjuan, you have worked hard. Don't worry, let us take care of the rest." An unknown amount of time had passed before the drowsiness in his mind faded away and Xia Yuanqing regained consciousness. Back home. Seeing that his statue had returned to the ancestral temple and was staying in his own lobby, Xia Yuanqing stretched his limbs comfortably. Calculating the time, I slept for 3 days and 3 nights this time. Apparently, the previous battle consumed too much energy, causing him to fall into a forced sleep. When his eyes fell on the system interface and he saw those long-pending prompt messages, Xia Yuanqing froze in place, his expression as dull as a stone statue, and he simply couldn't believe the contents of those prompt messages. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I was awake. Congratulations to the host for having over 10,000 believers. Get a reward package. Congratulations to the host for having 10 human believers in the Qi refining stage. Get a reward package. Congratulations to the host for having 10 Qi refining soul believers. Get a reward package. Congratulations to the host for killing more than 10 gods in one go for the first time. Get a reward package. Although there are only 4 reward packages, what really shocked Xia Yuanqing is the current actual data. Number of believers, 41552. Number of dead soul believers, 23,820. The number of monster believers has not changed, but the number of human believers and ghost believers has experienced an unprecedented surge. During the 3 days that I was sleeping, such an outrageous improvement occurred. "Wenjin!" Xia Yuanqing called out, and when Bai Wenjin, who was practicing in his room at the moment, heard the familiar voice, he immediately ran towards the lobby with a happy look on his face. At the same time, Xia Yuanqing also opened 4 reward gift packages. Congratulations on getting a random chance to increase the artifact level by +1. Congratulations on receiving a copy of the Divine Spirit Promotion document. Congratulations on getting the chance to increase your artifact level by +1. Congratulations on obtaining the magical power of immobilization. Magic power, immobilization. Effect: according to the strength of divine power, the target will be immobilized. During the immobilization period, the target's body and soul will be unable to move. The duration of the immobilization effect is determined by the host's divine power and intention. At the moment of receiving these 4 rewards, the upgrade reward as a random chance was directly and randomly given to the soul calming bell, upgrading it to the perfect wandering god realm. As for the remaining promotion opportunity that he could arrange himself, after much deliberation, Xia Yuanqing decided to give it to Jia Qi. With the boundary flag being upgraded to the middle grade wild god realm, this also means that the defense capability of Yuanqing territory has reached a new level. A document appeared in his palm. After he opened it, the information that popped up was the throne of the god of Blackstone Town. However, in order to obtain this deity, the entire town must be integrated into the Yuanqing territory. The gods he had killed 3 days ago were only in the prosperous areas of the town. If he wanted to truly take over the position of the town god, he would need to deal with dozens of other village gods nearby before he could be officially promoted. For example, the position of the mountain god of Selang Mountain that he currently holds brings him the power of the mountain. If he could become the god of Blackstone Town, the blessing effect he could enjoy would be even more powerful. The so-called divine position means that the stronger the territory ruled and the wider the scope, the greater the additional blessing effect on the gods. While Xia Yuanqing was thinking about these things, Bai Wenjin also came to the lobby. Looking at her hurried appearance, it was obvious that she came here without stopping after receiving his call. "Master Yuanqing Jingjuan! You finally woke up!" Bai Wenjin arrived in front of the shrine before he could wipe the sweat off his head. Seeing how excited she was, it was obvious that she had something to report to me. This made Xia Yuanqing feel nervous. Could it be that while he was sleeping, some new troubles appeared around the territory? Chapter 51 Promotion to God of Town. Master Jinjuan, ever since you saved the people in the town, they all took the initiative to ask to become disciples of our Yuanqing territory and want to become your believers. Now there are tens of thousands of people in our territory, and the whole town belongs to us. Bai Wenjin happily sat in the lobby and recounted what had happened in the past few days. Seeing her talking so happily, Xia Yuanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought something had happened, but it turned out he was just reporting good news to me. Xia Yuanqing was sensing the situation in Blackstone Town. 3 days ago, because his condition after the battle was not good, he did not have time to refine the territories of those gods. However, after a quick look, it was discovered that these territories were still without any gods. Apparently, the nearby village gods and the gods from the distant Downville town had been frightened to the point that they no longer dared to steal his things. It was not until late at night that Xia Yuanqing finally completely refined the territories of those gods and formed a new Yuanqing territory. Now, in the entire Blackstone town, except for the village gods of dozens of villages that have not been dealt with, all other territories have fallen into Xia Yuanqing's hands. When these territories are covered by boundary flags, the safety of the believers is guaranteed. Late at night, Xia Yuanqing took out dozens of divine essences and began to devour and refine them. As long as I refine these, if nothing unexpected happens, my cultivation will be greatly improved. At noon the next day, Xia Yuanqing, who had just come out of his practice state, immediately felt refreshed. When he looked at his personal interface and saw that his cultivation progress had reached 57 out of 100, he couldn't help but smile. Now he has more than 60,000 believers. Even if they only burn incense to him once a day, he can still earn more than 30 points from incense offerings. Even if a mid-grade wild god pill costs 10 incense points, with his current savings, plus his generous daily income, he can be successfully promoted to a high-grade wild god in more than a week. In order to speed up the process, Xia Yuanqing began to target the dozens of remaining village gods in Haishi town. The strongest among them is only at the peak level of Wandering God. This kind of strength is nothing to him. What's more, the total number of villagers under their command is close to 10,000. If they could include these people in the ranks of their believers, the total number of their believers would directly break the 70,000 mark. The daily income from incense offerings will skyrocket again. Just do it! This time, Xia Yuanqing dispatched troops directly to these villages, starting with the ones closest to him, and after 3 consecutive days of sweeping, he successfully destroyed them completely. Without the oppression of these village gods, when Xia Yuanqing helped the villagers to make rain and plants grow, he felt relieved when he saw the sincere smiles on their faces. He took out the document of promotion to godhood. At this moment, as he had truly integrated Blackstone Town into the Yuanqing territory, this document of promotion also turned into a spot of light and merged into Xia Yuanqing's body. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the god of Blackstone Town. Get a reward package. The moment the gift package was opened, it turned into 20 medium-grade wild god pills and fell into Xia Yuanqing's hands. After some refining, his current cultivation level was directly increased to 77 out of 100. Seeing this, Xia Yuanqing bought another 23 from the system mall to help himself officially break through to the top-grade wild god. As for the divine essence contributed by dozens of village gods, it is used as resources for daily cultivation. Looking towards the underworld, he realized that he had been very busy recently, and had forgotten to promote them to ghost soldiers and junior ghost messengers. The total number of ghost believers has now exceeded 20,000. After some recognition, the number of ghost soldiers has successfully exceeded 15,000, and the number of primary ghost officials has increased from 6 to more than 20. Seeing that there was still a lot of incense left, he simply gave some benefits to the believers and directly increased the number of spiritual springs to 100 and the number of spiritual fields to 300 acres. In this way, the basic resources for the body tempering period have become much richer. I had originally been thinking about purchasing a few more small, lower-grade spirit veins, but as the remaining incense money was running low, I could only postpone this matter for a while. When the number of spiritual fields and spiritual springs successfully exceeded 100, the triggered rewards also included 2 small iron mines and hundreds of body-tempering martial arts. In the current library, the various martial arts and skills collected have filled several rows of bookshelves, which made Bai Wenjin clap his hands with joy when he saw this scene. However, compared with the prosperity in the territory, Xia Yuanqing was calculating the time and thinking about how to deal with the dangers in the distance. It was previously estimated that people from the 100 Souls sect might arrive near Blackstone Town in 2 months. Now half a month has passed. Although his own strength and the strength of his believers have increased a lot, it is still impossible to compete with the 100 Souls sect and the 100 Souls Taoist. In the battle between the two forces, the strength of the believers represents the lower limit, while the strength of the gods represents the upper limit. But now, whether it is the strength of the believers or the strength of the gods, the Yuanqing territory is far inferior to the Beihunman. Let's not talk about the differences between believers, let's just talk about the gods. Xia Yuanqing is a top-grade wild god, while the Taoist Lord Baihun has surpassed the wild god realm and is at the spiritual god realm above it. The gap between them was several small realms, which made Xia Yuanqing feel a little unsure. Now I have several magical weapons in my hands, as well as the blessing of the deity of Blackstone Town. If he was only dealing with an attack from a peak wild god, he wouldn't feel any sense of crisis. But if he was facing a perfect wild god, the situation would be a little bad. What's more, the one he really wants to fight is a spiritual god. Looking towards the distant Dongle town, if he could swallow it up, it would indeed be a huge boost to his strength, but ever since Blackstone Town was incorporated into Yuanqing's territory, the gods in Dongle Town simply stopped internal devouring and instead formed an alliance, always on the lookout for Xia Yuanqing's invasion. They have 3 middle-grade wild gods, 7 or 8 low-grade wild gods, and nearly 100 wandering gods. With such a lineup, if I slowly nibble away at it, I can indeed devour it, but it will take at least half a month. After I finish fighting them, I will also be exhausted and will probably need a few days of rest. If at this time the cultivators from the Baihun sect appeared, even if the Baihun Daojun did not come in person, but only sent a divine weapon, it would still pose a considerable threat to him. To be on the safe side, Xia Yuanqing still wanted to focus on improving his strength in order to trigger achievement rewards. As for how to trigger it, Xia Yuanqing already had an idea in his mind after looking at the system's functional area interfaces and the new products unlocked in the system mall after being promoted to a top-grade wild god. Chapter 52, Reincarnated Soul, Fate of Previous Life. The resources such as spiritual springs and spiritual fields that he had bestowed on his believers before were all at the body-tempering stage level. And now, I can completely grant them the chi refining level. If we just buy these natural resources, we will inevitably have to spend a lot of money. For Xia Yuanqing, the incense offerings were not enough for himself, and it would be a bit tight to give some to the believers. Just as he was staying in the shrine thinking about how to use the least amount of incense to exchange for more things and trigger appropriate achievement rewards, Xia Yuanqing felt some calls to him from the underworld. The believers of the dead souls in the underworld generally seldom pray for anything. Most of them are practicing seriously, or leading troops to go outside the territory to kill some dead souls that are causing trouble. In terms of wishes and prayers, they are not even 1,000th of the believers in the young world. After all, the soul believers in the underworld don't need to farm, their lives are relatively monotonous, and even their material demands are frighteningly low. To put it simply, I am very satisfied with my current life and can't even think of any better life than now. At this moment, more than 20 ghost messengers called out to Xia Yuanqing together. This was the first time they had encountered such a serious matter. In the ancestral temple of the underworld. When Xia Yuanqing arrived at the shrine, he looked at the junior ghost officials kneeling in the hall and slowly asked, "What do you want from me?" After noticing the arrival of Yuanqing Zhenjun, the ghost officials looked at the shrine with excitement, and said devoutly, "Master Yuanqing Zhenjun, in the past few days we have sensed that there are gradually some pregnant women in the territory, so some of the brothers below want to change your life." When they said this, the ghost officials were also feeling uneasy deep down in their hearts. I remembered when I became a disciple of Master Yuanqing, Master Zhenjun once said that even though they had become ghosts, and were no longer free spirits, Master Zhenjun still had the ability to help them transform back into humans. However, if one wants to transform into a human, it is equivalent to giving up one's cultivation and all memories. Become a naive baby again, full of curiosity about the world. At this moment, Xia Yuanqing was reminded by the ghosts, and then he remembered the reincarnation in the underworld. Some time ago, because the territory had the effect of boosting fertility, from that period on, many couples in the territory became more loving than before. Even the marriage pace of young people has been accelerated. Counting the days, it's been almost a month. The first batch of people who want to be mothers have already got places. Although people in the yang world may not be aware of this matter, people in the yin world are extremely sensitive to this situation. Whenever a woman is pregnant for half a month or even a month, she will emit a special halo. This is like a guiding light in the darkness for the dead souls and those free souls who have just died less than 7 days ago. It can be easily sensed from a distance. According to the investigation of the ghost soldiers, the number of first-line mothers in the territory is about 300. This also means that 300 ghost believers will be qualified to be transformed into humans again. Not only that, there are also more than 1,000 vacancies for wild beasts and monsters. However, the believers of the dead souls are still rather reluctant to accept this kind of quota. There are both human and monster souls in the world, but the monster souls are rarely intelligent. Even if the believers explain to them how good it is to join the Yuanqing territory, they still don't understand. Therefore, the current more than 20,000 ghost believers are all human ghosts. If you were a human in your previous life, how can you be willing to become a beast in the next life? As a result, everyone is competing for the 300 places to become human beings, but as for the more than 1,000 places to become beasts, there are not enough people interested. First, count the number of souls who want to be reincarnated. Xia Yuanqing thought about it for a while, and then ordered the ghost officials to do these things first. A few minutes later, 2 figures, one big and one small, came into the lobby at Xia Yuanqing's call. The believer by Huamei pays homage to Master Yuanqing Xinjun. The believer by Ning pays homage to Master Yuanqing Xinjun. The mother and daughter came into the hall, and after bowing, they looked at the shrine on the platform with curiosity. Just now, Lord Yuanqing Xinjun suddenly sent a message to the mother and daughter, calling them to come to the ancestral temple of the underworld. Looking down at the mother and daughter, Xia Yuanqing's eyes flashed with relief. This mother and son were his earliest believers in the art of ghosts. If it weren't for the fact that they were not good at fighting, they would have been trained by him to become ghost messengers long ago. Are you two, mother and son, willing to be reborn? When Bai Huamei heard Xia Yuanqing's questioning voice coming from the hall, she was stunned. She never expected that Master Yuanqing Xinjun had called her and her daughter here for this matter. In recent days, the mother and daughter have also heard many believers in the dead talk about reincarnation, but the number of places in this first batch is really too small. There are only 300 of them, while the number of believers of the dead souls is more than 20,000. In this way, such things will naturally not happen to them and their mother. But with Lord Yuanqing Xinjuan's private inquiry, everything is uncertain. After thinking for a moment, Bai Huamei responded. In reply to Master Xinjuan, the believer Bai Huamei does not want to be reincarnated, and her son Bai Ning does not want to be reincarnated either. Hearing this, Xia Yuanqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly with a smile. I was not at all surprised by her decision. However, some procedures still need to be followed. Why don't you want to be reborn? You and your son are the earliest followers of the dead souls I accepted. No one will object to giving you 2 places to reincarnate. Hearing this, Bai Huamei put her arms around her son, looked up and said with a smile. Master Yuanqing Xinjuan, my mother and I only want to be mother and son. If we were to reincarnate, we would lose our previous memories, and the feelings between mother and son would disappear completely. I don't want to forget my son. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ning in his arms also shouted. Master Yuanqing Xinjuan, I don't want to forget my mother either. I want to stay by her side forever. Even if I have to live in the underworld forever, I still want to take care of her. Although Bai Ning is young, he knows that no matter he is a human in the world of the living or becomes a ghost after death, it is always his mother Bai Huamei who protects him. Now, he has grown up and wants to repay his mother for her upbringing. If he were to be reincarnated now, he would never have another chance. Seeing that the mother and daughter had made up their minds, Xia Yuanqing smiled and continued to ask. If I give you two a job and you are no longer allowed to leave the territory, but live peacefully in the underworld, would you be willing? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Huamei and Bai Ning's eyes brightened instantly. Yes. Of course. Bai Huamei was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Not leaving the territory means there is no need to fight. Bai Ning was young and had a weak sense of combat, and she was just a woman and had no fighting skills. It would be great if we could avoid fighting and still live a stable life. This kind of situation is something that only happens in dreams. Well, from now on, Bai Huamei will be stripped of her status as a ghost soldier and given the title of Mengpa. She will be in charge of the Mengpa soup and stationed in front of the Naiha Bridge to help the reincarnated souls forget their past lives. Remove the status of Yin Soldier Bai Ning from the Yin Soldier, and appoint Tang Tong as the Yin Soldier, responsible for assisting Mengpa Bai Huamei, and stationed at Naiha Bridge. As Xia Yuanqing's voice resounded throughout the underworld, while all the believers of the dead souls were surprised, Xia Yuanqing also opened the interface of the underworld and chose to exchange the remaining incense for a dark bridge and a river that stretched to no end. Chapter 53. Walking on the Naiha Bridge, crossing the Wangchuan River, the future is promising. In the gray underworld, a peaceful river appeared, surrounding the entire world. The surface of the river was glowing dimly, without a trace of life in it. Located in a place on the river, a bridge slowly rose under the power of incense. At this moment, all the believers of the dead gathered here, looking curiously at what the other end of the bridge looked like. But no matter how they looked, they could not see the scenery on the other side clearly. It was as if a special force turned into mist, obscuring their vision. Beside the riverbank, there are two stone tablets, on which are engraved the two groups of words, Wangchuan and Naiha, respectively. There is an atmosphere between the lines that is very familiar to all believers. This is the calligraphy of Master Yuanqing Jinjun. The ghosts looked at the words on the two stone tablets and sensed the fluctuations of Xia Yuanqing's divine power from them. Wangchuan is the name of this great river. But what can we do? This is the only bridge that can cross the river. Everyone, please make way. Hearing a voice coming from the crowd, everyone turned their heads to look in that direction, and when they saw it was Bai Huamei, they all made way for it. In terms of seniority, she and Bai Ning were the first group of believers of the dead to join Yuanqing Jinjuan. As for identity, just now, Lord Yuanqing Jinjuan announced to the entire underworld that although he had stripped the mother and daughter of their identities as underworld soldiers, he had bestowed them with a more mysterious position. Mengpa, the soup boy. Bai Huamei took Bai Ning all the way to Naiha Bridge. The moment they stepped onto the bridge, they aroused the curiosity of a group of believers of the dead. They had tried to step onto the bridge before, but unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not step onto it. It seemed as if there was a wall blocking them from each other, as if they were two different worlds that could only see each other but could not touch each other. But now, Bai Huamei and her son can come to the bridge unhindered. In the void, Xia Yuanqing waved his arm, and some light flew out from his sleeve and landed on the bridge. It was a large black pot, seemingly used for cooking soup. Everyone, in 3 days, Master Yuanqing Jinjuan will announce the specific method of reincarnation. If you want to participate in this batch of reincarnation, please wait for 3 days. Bai Huamei turned her head and looked at the more than 20,000 ghost believers on the river bank. Her voice was soft, but with the help of the Naiha Bridge, it could easily reach the ears of every ghost. 3 days later? I don't know if I can be part of the first batch. Rather than being able to be in the first batch, I'm more curious about how the reincarnation is evaluated. Why think so much now? Master Yuanqing Jinjuan is very thoughtful. How can we guess what he thinks? That's right. We'll know the whole situation in 3 days. The believers of the dead souls began to return to their homes, but when they talked about what would happen 3 days later, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, back in the ancestral temple of the Yang realm, Xia Yuanqing also received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for building the Naiha Bridge. Get a reward package. Congratulations to the host for creating the Forgotten River. Get a reward package. Congratulations to the host for starting the position of Mengpa in the underworld. Congratulations to the host for opening the position in the underworld and giving away Soup Boy. Get 2 bonus packages. In a blink of an eye, the shadows of 4 gift bags appeared in front of him. When they were opened, there were 20 round, top-grade wild god pills inside. When seeing these pills, Xia Yuanqing smiled and felt relieved at the same time. It was worth it that he had used up all his current incense in order to build the Naiha Bridge and the Wangchuan River, and even unlock the 2 underworld professions of Mengpa and Soup Boy. Now it seems that this wave of consumption is worth it in exchange for 20 top-grade wild god pills. While refining the elixir, Xia Yuanqing looked at the underworld function area interface again. As your strength increases, you will unlock more and more underworld professions. In addition to the current ghost soldiers, junior ghost messengers, Mengpa, and soup delivery boy, there is another one, which is the junior judge. However, to start this profession, you still need 50 points of incense. That is almost equivalent to the income from incense offerings for 2 days. Although the price is very expensive, the professional ability of the junior judge is also quite powerful. They have the special ability to condense a book, and can check all the records of the deceased's life and death by contacting the deceased's believers. Soon, as the 3-day period was up, all the believers of the dead souls gathered outside the Zuding Temple in the underworld. They looked towards the temple with joy, expecting the standards set by Lord Yuanqing Zhenjuan for reincarnation. Buzz! A burst of golden light rose from the ancestral temple, like a golden crow, illuminating the world. The door of the temple slowly opened, and a figure that no one expected appeared. Lao Chui? Why are you in the temple? I was wondering why I didn't see you today. Turns out you sneaked in. When the ghost officials saw that figure, they all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Then, when the ghost believers discovered that the style of clothes on Lao Chui was no longer the ghost army armor, and the ghost knife on his waist also disappeared, they immediately realized something was wrong. From now on, Junior Ghost Officer Chui Bin will be dismissed from his position as Junior Ghost Officer and transferred to Junior Judge, temporarily in charge of the Judge's Hall. Xia Yuanqing's divine voice resounded in the underworld, making many dead souls realize that old Chui seemed to have been promoted. Everyone, please enter the Judge's Hall in order. Chui Bin looked at the more than 20,000 ghost believers outside, and then threw out several pieces of white paper with the queue order clearly written on them. There are 100 souls in a group, and only one group of souls can enter the Judge's Hall at a time, while the rest of the souls wait outside the temple. After seeing these regulations, many ghosts became extremely curious. They looked at the list of the first group, which contained the names of all the ghost messengers. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. 100 people entered the ancestral temple nervously, and after following Chui Bin to the Judge's Hall, as Chui Bin flipped through the book in his hand, rays of light flew out and merged into the bodies of these dead soul believers. After a few seconds, the streams of light returned to the booklet and formed lines of text, recording all the matters of the 100 believers clearly. In the void, Xia Yuanqing nodded with satisfaction when he saw this scene. The task of a junior judge is to assess the merits of the believers based on what they did before and after their death, and compile them into a list of merits in the underworld. Those who are higher on the list will have priority in being reborn as adults. For example, for the 300 reincarnation quotas this time, only those who are in the top 300 of the underworld merit list can get the opportunity to reincarnate as a human being. As for those who have weak merits, or even serious sins, they can contribute to the security of the territory by serving as ghost soldiers or ghost messengers. A certain amount of merits will be distributed regularly every month to promote their ranking changes. While Chui Bin was doing the counting, Xia Yuanqing came to the other side of the Naiha Bridge. In this desolate place, he raised his hand and used his remaining incense to exchange for 2 illusory passages. Above these 2 passages, the symbols of human and animal are engraved respectively.